Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
DreamLeague Season 19. Thank you, Promiscuous Pandas, as well. And we're ready to get into today. We got another day filled with a lot of awesome Dota, a lot of awesome people for you. It's gonna be a blast. Hey, Jenkins, how you doing?
What is the when you have flakes of skin in your hair?
It's dandruff.
Dandruff. The puck dancing? It looked like all this dandruff was falling and coming off of the puck there, right in front of the band. So we'll go ahead and get that cleaned up and get that sorted tonight.
Sounds good. You want to pick up your broom now, or are you just gonna wait till tonight?
I'll wait until tonight. I'll get that from the broom closet.
Good to hear. Yesterday was a great day. We started the day off yesterday with a couch that was filled with people. Wouldn't it be nice to have that today as well?
Yeah, we could go for maybe a few people in here.
Couple?
Go for a couple. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite?
Oh man, I really like that Purge kind of fella. That guy's
can't have him.
Can't have him. Let's go down the list. Geez, really far at the bottom there. Sheepstick would be a fantastic.
Can't have her.
Effie?
Can't have her.
OD Pixel. OD Pixel, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. I'm sorry, you're really low on the list.
Good morning, Owen. How are you doing?
I was doing great until Jenkins, you ruined my morning.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel with you is what they say. That's a saying.
Hopefully it's a good barrel.
Barrel of whiskey.
If it's from the right year. It wasn't from the right year.
What year were you born, Owen?
72.
Like, not 1972, just 72?
Just 72.
I don't believe that.
No.
But you know who was born in 72?
Who was it,
We're going to bring in Fog to the show this evening.
Well,
This is
I don't really want to give it to you anymore, but
This is for me.
there you go.
Oh,
Is that real?
Give that a sniff.
I don't think it's real.
It is.
Oh.
It's a real rose.
Well, it wasn't until he just yanked it out the garden.
A rose for the nose, they say.
Jenkins ruined my morning as well, I say.
Great. It is good to have you both with us again. It is good to be back on DreamLeague. And of course, we can gush on about how happy we are to be back in this studio. But wouldn't it be great to hear from some of the players about how they feel of having some new tournament pop up?
No.
All right, that was great.
job,
They
Owen.
Well, I
had,
said no.
they had nothing,
Oh, wait, they
nothing
didn't
to
want
say.
that.
But you know what?
Oh, and you ruined it.
Well, actually, if you guys
Maybe I
want
saved it.
if you guys want to hear from some of the players, I got a segment for that. Band, can we get the jingle? Let's go ahead and play the jingle. Guys, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys done? I don't know how long this is. What to,
Don't be
welcome
rude.
to, this is my segment. Welcome to Who's That Rager, a new segment we have on this wonderful show today, where we did a deep dive into players' word clouds, and we're going to go ahead and take a look
Oh,
and figure out
no.
who it is that said these words and their word clouds, very commonly said in all chat in
Well,
their
at least we
pubs.
got a full day of the show.
Yeah.
Before the stream got shut down.
That's right. That's well, okay. Actually, maybe because we are covering. This is going to be Quinn
Oh, no.
versus Panda from EG, because that's going to be our first
Maybe you should have
series here.
discussed this with production.
So here's our first word, ladies and gentlemen. If you go ahead and zoom in on that, who
Oh.
said
Don't let. Oh, yeah.
who said
Oh.
the word travesty? This is in their word cloud as one of the most common things
Such-
they say
Wait.
in their pubs.
It's Quinn
Wait, what?
versus Panda?
It's Quinn versus Panda.
That's
Who's-
an easy one.
I'm starting with an easy one. That's how these things work.
Okay.
Do I get to play?
Calm down.
Or is it
I
just
don't.
them?
I didn't think this through, so
Oh.
who cares?
I'll let them play.
Go ahead. Owen,
I think it's
drum roll,
Quinn.
please. Who said it? Panda or Quinn?
It was Quinn.
That's right. It was Quinn that said travesty. Well done. So here we're going
I'll
to get
see
to
you,
the
Quinn.
second one. We're going to get to the second one on the list, guys, in the word cloud. Who says, go ahead and zoom in on that. It's a really long zoom. Mierda. Fogged, you can do this one because you know what
Can we
this
get a
means.
translation as well?
Who said mierda?
It's Jenkins' favorite word, but it was panda.
It was Panda. That is correct. That is correct.
Is this a family-friendly word?
It's
Okay.
Jenkins' favorite word.
One more easy one, and then we'll get to the we'll actually get to the hard ones. Okay,
Oh.
so here's the third word. It is frickaing. Freaking spelled F-R-E-K-A-I-N-G. Who said that in all chat?
I would say panda.
Oh,
Incorrect.
I would've gone
This
Quinn,
is
yeah.
Quinn. He was so mad that he couldn't even spell.
Okay.
That,
Oh.
And this is he says this a lot. Actually, it's in the
In
word.
that-
That
in
exact
He does.
way of
spelling.
spelling.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. Okay,
Okay.
So this one's actually another easy. These are all kind of easy, but you didn't get that one, so you're kind of an idiot. The fourth word is XD, 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 XD.
Gotta redeem yourself, folks.
No, it's yours.
I'll go Quinn.
What?
Come on,
Am I wrong?
that was Panda.
Oh no, we're terrible at this game.
Look at this.
Suck at
These
this.
are the easy. I made 4 easy ones. I don't know why I did that.
Well, yeah.
All right. Okay. Here's a banger. All right. Here's the final one. The final one is actually a combination of words: throne, end, and AFK. Who says these 3 words in their word cloud?
Quinn.
That's actually Panda.
Fuck.
That's Panda.
Wow, you're cheating
Panda
now.
says that. Yes, he
But
does.
what does Quinn say then?
Huh?
Can thrown.
Like-
Well, he probably
okay.
says the same things. I just, that's why I did 3 words. That way he had to have all 3. Quinn doesn't say AFK.
He doesn't say
He
AFK.
says fricaying
Okay.
in chat. So that's it. That's the entire segment. Congratulations. You guys absolutely failed.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, we were terrible.
Thank you.
Okay. We do have a segue into that because, as you heard, both Quinn and Panda will be playing in our first series of the day. We got 4 series on this stream, and then there's also 4 series on 3 other streams. That's a lot of Dota, Jenkins.
That is a lot of Dota. I didn't know you were going to throw to me because I just did a whole segment there. Shiver, what a fantastic day of Dota we have ahead of us. I'm very excited to see Team Aster versus Shopify Rebellion. Team Aster, they're looking to redeem themselves because yesterday, boy, did they get shellacked, Fogged.
Yep, they did not look so great. Honestly, they met against kind of like their nemesis, it feels like, when they played versus SA. They got kind of bodied, but they have a lot to prove. And yeah, Aster just has a lot to prove for the region, right? They're the only ones here, so kind of hurts them when they do perform poorly. I'm sure they're getting flamed pretty hard from everybody in China.
What you looking forward to most today, Owen?
Honestly, probably the opening one.
Yeah?
I think the opening one that we've got here, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I love to see kind of the clash between, top of EU, top teams in EU and top teams in SA. I think it's always very entertaining. And Game Gladiators, some of the performances yesterday, I think they're a bit shakier than I kind of expected from them. So interested to see if they can come back in with kind of that, major winning level kind of tier of performance that we know that they can bring. Because against a team like EG, I think EG very likely able to be able to trip them up on this one. I think it's going to be a very close series.
It should be indeed. And before we talk more about Gaming Gladiators and Evil Geniuses, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with a fresh show.
With no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me. Promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. On your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, you're slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. I'm such a fool, 'cause I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you
It's a really good thing that this is Dream League and we can just do that.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. Jenkins, I think you dropped something. Because you know how you did that quiz? I think you forgot one of them. And I'm very curious who this is. Because this was is it Panda or Quinn? But I have no idea. Who's that rager? With these words? Cringe? Anime? Joel?
What's a Joel?
I don't know what a Joel is. You made these.
All right. What was it, Cheever? Then can we get a drum roll? Who was it?
I don't know.
It was Sheepsticked. It was a trick question. And she's here with us tonight. That's me introducing her. You can walk on now.
Are you going to do a different one every day? Because yesterday you did a twirl, now you did the frame face. Have you got them planned out 15 days in a row?
I got a few little JoJo's in my back pocket.
You do?
That's the idea.
You're upping the level.
Yeah, you said anime. I had to match it.
Have you seen the Planet anime?
The Planet anime.
Yeah. On Planet Earth.
Planet Earth.
Yeah.
I've dabbled.
Well, if anybody knows anything about anime, I also always ask our other resident anime fiend is none other than Effie!
I don't have any cool poses, but I did walk down the stairs
Without falling.
without falling.
This is very true.
That's my girl.
Very
She's so
cool.
good.
What's your favorite anime intro?
Of all time,
Yes?
it's gonna be pretty basic, but Unravel, Tokyo Ghoul.
Oh my god.
It's a classic.
Like the song or the actual opening?
the song.
Okay. Jesus, that's so basic.
It's so good though.
Yeah.
Literally, it's never not bad.
Okay.
Also,
They don't know what it is, so it's like
Sasagio
this
is
needs
also
to-
a classic.
Yeah.
Sasagio,
I mean, I know that one. That's Attack on Titan. So that's an easy one. I mean, that's a classic, and yeah.
Now, if the band can play Sasagio, that would be cool. But I don't
like
expect
SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob.
What a
not
wonderful
an anime.
ragtag group
Can we
of
get a
people we have
SpongeBob
here.
SquarePants type beat in the house? All right.
This is good. This is good.
It is good.
That's my favorite anime. I like when Krusty Krab tries to steal the secret formula,
Yeah.
the Krabby Patty.
You know, throughout the entire DVC, every time a game would go over 60 minutes in the green room, I would stop playing SpongeBob music on my laptop, and everyone got very angry. There was a lot of very upset people.
You got a lot
Who?
of games that went past 60
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah, like Nat and T, they were like, "Don't put that on. We don't
Oh
want to hear
my
that."
God.
But you know who did actually enjoy it? Okay, enjoy is a strong word, but Fear, when I was working with Fear, he was like, "I don't care. I have children. Nothing you do can annoy me." So I would slam that SpongeBob music.
And what a great segue, because now we're introducing Fear to the show. Everybody
Oh,
welcome Fear to the show.
Where is he?
No.
He's not
Speaking
here.
of Americans, though, we do have one of the Americans playing, of course, because it's Gaming Gladiators up against Evil Geniuses. And your favorite American is going to be Quinn. And we thought we'd show you a little bit more about him. Or rather, we thought we'd just have him talk about maybe himself, but maybe also about his teammates.
My name is Quinn, and I play for Gaming Gladiators mid.
The state of the game, it's, again, where is the damage going to come from here? As Nisha is just gone again, I think.
Yeah. He didn't pop the BKB early, and if you don't do that, you're going to just die. Garacho gets his BKB.
In the beginning, I just played because, I don't know, I was just a kid, and I just played video games all the time, and I don't know, it was a new game, my friend had a beta key, I was like, yeah, sure, whatever, I'll try it. And then it was fun, so I played more. I don't know if there was a specific moment that I like knew I was good or something. I mean, I always was like pretty good at video games in general. And you know, there's some point where you like, you know, you're like above average MWAR or whatever. But there was always like a very clear divide between me and like actual good players. But at some point when I got good enough, it sort of just became like a pipe dream. Like, hey, this would be kind of cool to like play, like to be able to make money doing this. I know some people can do that. That'd be kind of cool. I didn't really expect it to happen, but I was like, that'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, I learned from a ton of players. Mid one, Samael, No One, Nisha, But yeah, I mean, I watched like a lot of replays and looked up to a lot of players. I think there were different players at different eras who were like incredibly dominant.
Waka doesn't actually do anything though. Hits him with the second totem, and he actually popped the echo, saves the extra, but it's done. He's still alive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to play DreamLeague. I think it's always great to play international competition. You know, gonna try to clap some cheeks, and hopefully it's fun.
Yeah, let's see if he can clap some cheeks today, because he did not really have the greatest day yesterday. Or rather, you know what? There's always high expectations when you're talking about Gaming Gladiators. This is a team that, of course, won the previous major, but they went 2-2. Effie, that's not as good as we'd want from them.
Didn't they go?
They won one Shopify Rebellion, and then they won one
Hellraisers.
Ex-Hellraisers.
Hellraisers. Yeah, I don't think it was the worst day, though, to be honest, because I feel like Hellraisers is the surprise, very strong team that a lot of the teams here are not going to be ready for. They kind of became super quickly overnight with the addition of Ramses, so I wouldn't say it was the worst day, but yeah, we definitely expect more than a 2-2 start.
That was quite the headphone slam.
But also Shopify seemed to be pretty good. They had a great day yesterday. They won 3-1, so I would say they went up against some of the stronger teams this tournament.
That's the Mikey buff, right?
Mikey buff strong.
Coming in with this young players, as we always like to hype them up. They're so good.
I'd like to hype up the man on our screen though, because Tofu has been very, very good, but also especially consistent in his performance, I think, Sheep.
I personally love Tofu, and I love his like mentality and approach to Dota in general. He's just like a super positive guy, and he's like, you know, you talk to him, it's like, oh, how do you grind? How do you guys practice? He's like, yeah, I just play duo queue with Ace all the time. Like 80% of my games are just duo queue. Like, I love that. I love seeing an offlane duo that just like want to improve their synergy so much they just play together all the time. He's like, yeah, Dota's about playing with friends. It's about enjoying yourself. I'm like, hell yeah, man. That's what I like to hear.
That's a great poster boy quote right there. Dota's about enjoying and playing with friends, Effie. There's a way to enjoy it.
It's easy to enjoy yourself when you own.
That's true.
But then if you suck, it's not really fun, is it?
I wonder what their win rate is.
Easy to say, Tofu. God.
I think it's pretty good. They play on Smurfs, so I think it's very good.
Well, I don't want to talk too much about Smurfs. Thank you, Jenkins.
Speaking of very good.
Speaking of very good, there you go. Evil Geniuses is going to be the opponent of Gaming Gladiators, and they've been pretty good as well. Yesterday, they actually went 3-1, and they've had great showings. They tied up against TSM, and then they had a 2-0 against Aster. Later today, they'll go up against Ex-Hellraisers, so we'll see how they do against them as well, as we know that Ex-Hellraisers is definitely showing up this DreamLeague for sure. But this team is always one to look out for, Effie.
Yeah, so all of these South American teams, I feel, are agents of chaos, and you don't know which side of them you're getting, because sometimes it feels like they play incredibly well, especially during group stages, but other times it feels like you would expect more out of them. And this is me referencing Lima in particular, where I thought Beast Coast and EG would have better showings than they did. But I think in this kind of environment, when they're not feeling nervous and they can just play from their boot camp, and they don't have to feel any kind of crowd pressure, they're going to be the wild cards that might take down almost any team. I mean, Beast Coast already is playing with their Beast Coast group stage buff, so I expect the same out of EG.
Yeah, and when asked about which player to highlight, you wanted position 4 specifically for Matthew, right, Sheep?
Of course. I respect Matthew so much. I think he's like an amazing player on this team. He's been such a stable player for so long, and especially when like the rest of his team have suffered from nerves in the past, he's usually the guy that like remains rock solid.
All right. Wow, that time went really fast.
That was real quick.
That went real quick. And that does mean that it is that time. You recognize this bear, panda, rat. Which is it? He's got pointy ears, so it's not a bear.
It's a rat.
Porcupine.
It's a rat.
It's a rat? Is it Splinter?
It's Master Splinter.
Master Splinter has hit the gong, and that means it's time for the game of Dota 2. That's right, we will be back with the draft of Gaming Gladiators and EG after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Dude, that was so good. I wish that had gone on for longer.
I know, that was like
loud.
the start of something festive, and we are at the start of something festive as well, as Gaming Gladiators and Evil Geniuses are about ready to draft for each other, as we have got a game very soon. Before we head into this, though, okay. As we head into this, though, I just wanted to know if we have a favorite going into this, because I kind of wasn't able to gauge you guys previous segment to know who's the
Gouge?
Gauge?
Oh my God.
She's gouging.
Violent.
Gauge! I'm gauging.
Hey.
Right for Jenkins' eyes. No more.
You just
God.
said yogurt.
Yes? What's wrong with yogurt?
Okay.
Well, I'd rather have yogurt than to be gouged. I can tell you that much.
Okay, we're not going to get a straight answer. Our panel is evading the question. We have got EG opening with the Lashrak and Gaming Gladiators, I think, once again, opening with the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are happy with the openings they got. Lashrak is just such a high-value hero for EG. It's the Chryslek hero that they used to make the first rotation. It can also be flexed to Whisper, who was actually the innovator of the offlane Lash back in the day.
Wait, who the hell had a Hasbulla behind themselves in the camera?
Someone had a Hasbulla.
Does somebody really have a Hasbulla?
Yes.
Why?
I hope it goes back to the camera.
It's probably not good timing to have a Hasbulla.
Yeah, I think, isn't that guy...
He's done. He's canceled, dude.
Cancel what? Okay,
He's
we shouldn't
out.
talk about wages.
It's
Here
a
it is, dude.
Oh no,
Oh,
Raphael.
Oh my god, Josh.
Get off of it. There's jokes that I gotta make that are gonna get me canceled. Get the
He
camera
had
off
it
of him.
yesterday as well, though, and during the DPC as well. He's had that forever.
You
There we
know
go.
what?
We're
he,
good.
He
Yeah.
lives his life on the edge. But back to the point.
Back to the point, sorry,
that
yeah.
we were making is
Yep.
Hasbulla. I mean, Nature's Prophet. Yes, GG of course got the two heroes in the opening that they won as well. The Nature's Prophet that they've been prioritizing in the first phase, and the Enchantress that has risen in popularity, flexed between Tofu and Celery, and the hero that they used to take the tower, the mid tower in particular, around minute 10. Whereas EG, they counter this Nature's Prophet with the Primal Beast, probably the best counter to the hero
Yes, sir.
in the game. You're vibing.
I'm getting way into this horn, bro. It's
Whatever
so good.
thing he's playing, it's doing things for me.
So cool. I
What is
can't
that
even focus on
instrument?
Looks like
Dota.
he's smoking a pipe.
He does look like he's smoking a pipe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We should make him laugh, man. He's got.
Yeah, you can't play a blow instrument when laughing.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
Or we should try to make him laugh.
We got him.
That's like an elephant. An elephant wailing.
Yeah, but yeah. So speaking of the draft again,
The draft.
Mira's really keeping this one on track.
Good, good.
that's what I do, baby.
He's got me and Jenkins gonna making problems.
Tell me something.
Okay.
I'll tell you something.
I'll tell you something.
Primal
Whoa.
Beast versus Nature's Prophet. This is the #1 counter in the world against this hero.
That's
You
true.
destroy the trees, ladies and gentlemen.
Who had first pick?
For your team,
First
you can
pick is
catch them out.
EG.
See.
You beat them in lane. You can kill the trees in lane. It's a nasty counter.
It is.
It is.
It is a nasty counter, but also it's quite good against.
Wait, no, it's my
Enchantress.
turn. I get to make a point.
Okay.
That's why they banned Clockwork as well, because that's what the best support against Primal Beasts. You know,
That's true.
yeah. I mean,
that is
this
the best.
This is the pitfalls of gaming having second pick here. They take Natures with Ench, and Ench is typically super strong, but I think maybe to protect it from a potential Primal Beast, they maybe needed to take the clock instead.
Bro, I feel like if you're Ench, Primal and Lesh are two of the worst heroes to play against.
Pretty sad.
You can't heal through it. Your ult, I mean, they're not attacking you, so your ult doesn't do anything. And the way Celery likes to play Ench is like the healer like running, but it could be Ace.
I was gonna say, hear
It
me
could
out.
be
If
Ace.
they just put the Natures off lane, it's not really a problem in the laning stage because I don't think they're gonna put the Primal on 5.
I wouldn't mind seeing this Nature's Prophet go to the offlane, actually, especially at this point, because I feel like EG are really happy to have the heroes that they got. Like, not taking that Nature's Prophet and just countering with the Primal Beast is probably the best thing they could have done, because these are heroes that EG like to prioritize anyway. They haven't really been a Nature's Prophet team in the sense that a lot of these other European teams have. And if you look at these two heroes on paper, the Lush and the Primal Beast, they both deal with the Ent and Nature's Prophet opener really well, right? Outside of the obvious counters that we talked about, the magic damage is super high. You can get on top of this Ent and burst her quite easily with any of the two heroes. And once this Leshrac gets the Blink Dagger, he can just follow up on the Primal Beast initiation. And I feel like on paper, 1-to-1, I prefer EG's opener so far.
I think it's a Chris Luck Primal Beast.
I think it's a Chris Luck Leshrac.
I have a Chris Luck story.
What?
Okay.
Dude, what are those eyes?
Have you never seen the cat before?
No!
It's over there.
What the heck?
Yeah.
That was very trippy, sorry.
What?
You know there are only 3 panthers
No, it's not true.
in the world? All
Well,
the
I thought you said jaguars earlier.
Oh, yeah,
You said
jaguars.
jaguars.
Okay, I have a Chris
I'm
Luck story.
confused.
Okay,
Where's
tell
the
me.
cat?
It's over.
We'll
it's
go
over
back.
There.
I don't see a cat, Alex.
It's over there. I'm pointing at it.
It's
in
the
the
eyes
wall.
in the grate.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's very-
that's the sound of the cat
that's
right there.
very avant-garde.
I don't remember what I was
Tell
saying.
me the Chris Luck story.
Chris
I
Luck
don't-
story. You've got a Chris Luck story.
He's been handing me things in pubs.
Yeah.
He just walks up to me and hands me his BKB. And it's
Yeah.
like, dude,
Is he on your team or not?
on my team.
Okay.
I mean,
on my
that's because
team.
maybe if you bought BKB, he wouldn't have to give you one.
Because there's like the loafing,
loafing,
thing, right?
yeah.
He still continues the tradition. He's
I
the
don't
one
think.
person.
Okay. You need to
I will
elaborate rapidly.
I
what
can
the
explain
loafing
what
is.
loafing is. So loafing
Okay.
is this, philosophical, psychological concept. If you walk up to somebody and hand them something,
Yeah.
it is human intuition to take something when
That's
you're
true.
being handed it. So if you walk up to somebody and hand them a loaf of bread, they'll take it.
Yeah.
So we were doing that, all of us at the
DreamLeague? Or ESL Stockholm?
I think it was we play.
It was the
It was
Animator.
Animator.
It was the loafing
And so
major.
Chris Luck, he's the one guy I handed a loaf of bread to, and he ate it.
He ate
just
it?
started eating it. So you freaking psychopath. And so he's been carrying on the tradition, and he still does the physical loafing in real life, but he's even progressed, and he's loafing me in game. He's handing me his bottle and stuff. And it's like, dude, we're not winning that much. Like,
Yeah.
you can't just hand me your bottle.
What is the weirdest thing you've given someone? You've loafed to someone.
You've tried it with ice cubes.
He did.
I got Mira. Not this Mira, but I got TI winning Mira with
Yeah.
an ice cube.
I know about that because I also had ice cubes that
You did
you'd
have
given
ice
me.
cubes. Yeah, you
So
did
me
have
and Mira were comparing our ice cubes at the party.
Look at
Yeah.
what you started.
It is,
What ice cube did you get from Dickon?
everybody had ice cubes, yeah.
It was
Well,
just going around the Lima.
She made me do it. It wasn't.
I have not. No, I
was-
did not partake.
I was very nervous.
I did not partake in the ice.
I had at least 2 ice cubes throughout that night. It was so cold.
I did not partake. I just told Jenkins to say hi.
Well,
And then-
maybe
That is-
that's his way of saying hi.
That's how he said hi.
We also said bye, by the way. Bye to Dragon Knight, who just got banned.
Yep.
Oh, wow. What a great
What a
segue.
great segue.
So, hype, Matthew Ricky. This
Matthew
guy's
Ricky.
an absolute beast on the Ricky Maru. Something to be said about this hero as well is I believe Gaiman played their first game of it yesterday on mid against ex-Hellraisers. So that's cool. It's taken off a little bit. We saw it throughout the DPC and now it's made its way here.
Yeah, and Gaiman actually lost to Tundra's mid Ricky. That 9 played with the Meteor Hammer.
Oh, yeah.
In the last series that they played, I believe. So watching them also incorporate that mid Ricky into their own gameplay was very cool. But it's something to be said about Matthew and his Ricky that EG are the only team that are still prioritizing the support Ricky even after the Dart nerfs. They have still first phased it in a lot of their DPC games, and it's been getting banned against them still. So in spite of the bans that a lot of people would argue kind of killed the hero as a support, he's still super comfortable playing on it, and they win quite regularly on it too. And I mean, on this game, you're playing against the Rubik, which traditionally, when support Ricky was the thing, is the counter. Also, this Rubik is going to do a really great job versus a Primal Beast. We saw it yesterday versus Shopify Rebellion when Tofu played the Rubik versus a Primal. He just did so much work with that Pulverize. But I think it also goes both ways, right? Ricky can set up for the Leshrac stun on the side of GG, and we already talked about the immense magical damage coming out of this team. So far, both drafts looking pretty well-rounded, especially with that Lifestealer pickup.
Yeah, I like it. I do think that it's not a ensured good carry game because you're playing into a Riki who's gonna get dot. He's gonna set up onto like an IO Leshrac, relocate in, and then you're gonna be smoke clouded. So it's not like he's gonna be able to rage reliably. Like he has to be pretty quick fingers, or at least they're playing well around vision on game in so they don't get picked off because EG will play for that pick off game. I do really like, I'm just going to hype up Matthew again. This guy is so good at Riki, even pre-shot, because the shot's great. But this man is like on your side of the map, killing all your couriers constantly. He's such an annoyance. He's such a friggin' pest. He probably has the highest like Riki impact pre-15 minutes I've seen of any pro.
I agree. It actually feels like they would maybe pick it even if the shard didn't exist.
Yeah.
Like he's so annoying with it. He does like invis body blocks and he like utilizes the slow really well from the blink strike as well to actually set up ganks.
I don't know if I would go that far. I think if the shard didn't exist, I would probably just bring back the Matthew Rubik.
You can't prove that. You can't prove it.
That is true, but I do remember in Lima, even in the games where they feel so behind, Matthew just finds a way to be a nuisance to the enemy team. He was like putting wards inside of their base and just sitting there the entire time, forcing TPs back just so they could stop his career sniping.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. But yeah, as far as this game goes, I feel like the map control coming out of EG is going to be pretty immense early on, which is a cool thing to say because typically the team that has the Enchantress and Furion team are the ones getting the towers earlier. They're the ones who are able to push out lanes, right? Enchantress with her creep, Furion with his global presence and his treants. But I feel like it's going to be so easy to rotate early on with this Leshrac, and then as we mentioned, the IO relocate is always going to be a factor, so it's not going to be the easiest game for this Furion to play.
It is hard, but it's okay because he's an offlane.
There's a troll warlord.
There is a troll warlord.
I think they need to pick some playmaking now on gaming, or they're gonna have a really hard game. Because Lifestealer and Nature's Prophet are not setting up shit.
I have a quiz question for you guys.
I'm so ready, bro.
Can you infest while rooted?
Can you infest while
Yes.
rooted? Yeah. Can you infest
I believe
no matter
yes.
what? Unless you're silenced?
No, if you're stunned.
Well, yeah, obviously. But
Yeah, you can.
yeah.
But still, Troll has a pretty insane win rate against Lifestealer because now the root goes through BKB.
You can just buy a Manta.
You could buy Manta, yeah.
Not bad.
Radiance, I mean, Radiance is probably pretty good against Troll.
Yeah.
So
And then you can Manta and you can infest your own Manta. I've seen that. That's been...
that's actually pretty good.
It's not bad.
That's actually pretty
It's
good.
pretty cool.
Okay. But there's something to be said about EG not banning out this Tango that was in the game the entire time and instead choosing to ban out the tankier heroes and DK and Kunkka, which means that Chris Luck is super confident in his matchup versus Pango mid, and they're not afraid of it at all. And honestly, I'm kind of vibing with EG's draft. I love the confidence in the 9th pick Troll. I think it can actually have a great game, and I think we're going to see a lot of action coming out of Whisper and Chris Luck.
Yeah. I think in the group stage of Lima, EG actually just 2-0 game in, and it was pretty like clean as well. They kind of like styled on them. I think Quinn lost mid as well to Chris Luck. I mean, the man's a beast.
My prediction is I still think this is going to be a C-Smile Primal Beast. I think there's going to be a computer switching situation.
I could see it. I could see it.
We're going to see in the cameras when it goes to Whisper, it will be C-Smile on the Primal Beast.
Yeah. Wrong PC, I get that.
I feel like they need this Leshrac to be a mid Leshrac just so they can do some like rotations and play on the Primal Beast lane, right? If you can kick this Furion out of his lane early on.
Yeah, Whisper playing mid on the Leshrac for sure.
Okay. But yeah, I do think that's what the play should be here. Like the first rotation should definitely be to the top lane, and they should try to take that tower as early as possible. If you kick this nature, it's going to be Nature's bottom, but if you kick this Lifestealer out of the top lane very early, there's not really anywhere that he can go because there is counterplay versus the Furion push bottom also. So I think that's going to be a little bit hard for GG to get the ball rolling, but it's going to be on Quinn to roll and make the game work for his team.
I agree. I mean, I think some mids like can't kick Lifestealer out of the safe lane, and that's like a big reason why people pick Lifestealer as a safe laner, but Lesh definitely can. Pure damage, I mean, easy, no problem.
All right, well, Sheep, I would love to hear your opinion as well still on the final words of the draft, but not now!
Yeah, let's go!
Not now, because now we're going to hear from Odie Pixel and Fox as we're ready to head into the game.
Thank
Thank you very much, Shiba. Yes, Evil Genius is up against Gaming Gladiators. What a whole lot of fun we're going to have here. Very excited to see how both these drafts pan out, folks. I'm seeing kind of Evil Geniuses to get this troll coming in last pick. Looks pretty strong. You know,
looks good.
There are a lot of options. This was definitely one of the stronger ones to get in as that final pick. But at the same time, on the other side of things, Gaming Gladiators, they get the Quinn Pango again.
Yeah, I think that's maybe why they opted to go for the troll instead of like this like Ursa or Slark or something like that, because they left in the pool. They had to know this was coming. It's Quinn. Loves this hero. Popped off on it yesterday. Went like, what, 16-1 and 30 or 16-1 and 15 or something like that. He was involved in like every kill. So they have to have known this was coming, but they have answers. Riki can be very annoying to play against even as a Pango. The Cloud is super obnoxious, and we know the way Matthew plays. He's incredibly disruptive. So honestly, I'm actually also vibing a bit with the way that EG set up their draft. They have a lot of mixed damage, great ways to counter the Lifestealer and the Pango potential. And Gaming, I think they are definitely going to rely a lot on Quinn and maybe even Tofu in this game, which have to talk about Tofu with his Rubik. He has some pretty good spells to steal versus this Lesh, versus the Primal Beast that we've seen before. So let's see how it all ends up going.
Now, let's see how this mid goes as well. I mean,
yes,
as you say, the fact that overall the confidence was there from EG because they leave this Pango in for Quinn, and in particular, of course, from Chris saying, you know what, I'm ready to go up against it mid, and I'm going to have a good time. Do you think he will on the Lesh?
Yeah, he should.
Yep.
Yeah, he should just be able to farm. Maybe like a slight advantage for the Lesh early, then Pango just starts to farm. We've seen these matchups so many times, and yeah, that tends to be what happens for it. Even though he is versus Lesh, we'll see how much Chris can actually bully, though. If he lands like a bunch of stuns early, gets a level advantage, then that's where he's able to perhaps push Quinn a little bit more. But yeah, it's only like slight lead, maybe like 200 gold or something out of laning phase. But yeah, Pakaz should have a very good start, though. Even though he's playing versus one of the more disruptive offlaners of this Nature's Prophet, it's a Troll Warlord with an IO, so he's going to have constant sustain. I like this build, too, from Panda. I've been wanting to see this more. I think most people just go Hedris, but he's going for, like, this stats build, so he can actually trade right-clicks, assist in killing the treants and stuff like that. Of course, it delays a little bit of that regen, but it's going to be able to build into, like, Soul Ring and all that. That's great with a Lesh.
Top lane.
There's the lane to watch.
They're going to try and go for this here.
Oh,
Whisper.
yeah. Definitely going to go for Celery. He's looking like he's in a lot of trouble.
Trying to block him off.
One more Blink Strike in 5 seconds. They're going to keep chasing. 2 seconds. Lost vision. Oh. He's actually perhaps okay.
With the fairy fight, I mean, they want to go in for this.
Oh my god.
You want to get this dive for it.
That's too far.
It is indeed. They back off.
All right.
Tower hits there. Celery.
Space. Looks like he was going to go down, but well played from Celery there. Distancing himself. Dyrachyo gets that like whole wave. And Quinn is doing excellent in the first few levels. So if you do well in the first few waves, then it's very difficult for the Lesh to actually bully you at all. So well done by Quinn. Yeah, Whisper, I think, missed a couple of last hits trying to go for that kill there onto Celery, so he's going to be slowed down a little bit. Okay, so I've seen a couple different approaches from different players when you're up playing the Lesh versus Pango matchup. I believe it was like Stormstormer who just went stun and Edict one time, and it was actually really cool because as soon as the Pango hit 6, he rolled and actually just died to Edict. C-Smile, he's going more for just the farm build and just pressuring inside laning phase, going for Lightning Storm. So just different approaches from different players.
Yeah, I mean, overall, outside of the lane, like, how good of a Pango game is it? You know, was this a case of, Gaming Gladiators being like, oh my goodness, it's a fantastic Pango game, or is it just because Quinn's so solid on it, like other kind of teams wouldn't pick Pango in this situation?
I mean, I feel like there's almost never... It's like if you're versus Bloodseeker and stuff like that, it can be a bit of a tough Pango game, but I feel like this hero rarely has bad games. I think the two biggest things that he has to watch out for is Riki Cloud and when the Troll's able to get on top of him with like BKB and just keep him locked in place. But besides that, I mean, it's just tough to say what is really a bad Pango game. Tofu has to be a little bit careful bottom. He stepped up a bit far. Should be all right.
What do you imagine? Well, still on the Troll, is it still kind of Battle Fury every game?
Celery. Oh, got the trample.
They get him this time.
Should be able to if they get the Blink Strike. He's got the Ice Armor, but it's not enough.
There we go.
Yeah, I think it's just Battle Fury, by the way.
Yeah, you just want to farm it up.
Yep.
And on the other side for Dyrachyo, are we going to get kind of the Armlet into Radiance? Or you want to see Armlet Deso?
Oh, I mean, it's maybe tough to say mid lane.
Well, they're going to have the heals here, but it's not enough. Not enough to save Chris. He goes down. Gaming Gladiators taking the attention towards the mid lane. And Evil Genius said they did bring their supports over, but not quite in time to be able to do anything to keep Chris alive.
Good rotation. Dyrachyo tends to like his Radiance, from what I've seen at least, so he's probably going to go down that route. But it's, of course, annoying for the Troll, but that's the only real hero that the Radiance is going to affect, so maybe he does just go right-click. But going like Deso build versus Troll doesn't really feel the best, so, I mean, we'll see. Because should be just fine. Do they have any extra regen? Okay, they do. Not a whole lot, though.
Top lane. Try to go for Dyrachyo, but he's always ready and waiting with a point in that rage. Just ready for when Whisper jumps in.
Dyrachyo should have a pretty free time up here versus these two melee heroes with an Enchantress
super
behind
hard
him.
to bully the lifesteal. I mean, I was in both carries having a really nice lane.
The only thing that could catch him off guard, of course, is going to be like Smokescreen if they can keep him inside of it during some of the trample if he misuses Rage. But overall, yeah, should have a good time. But yeah, we see Pakaz, definitely the leader of the last hits. Of course, some of those will be the Treants, but either way, he is about 250 gold ahead of that Lifestealer at the moment. He's getting a lot of the Treants.
I mean, it's going to be down to really the mid rotations when it comes to these side lanes. Other than that, kind of a support dying here and there is all it feels like we're going to get in these early lanes.
Quinn has hit the 6, so has Chris, but as we said, Chris, he's not going for the Edict build. He's got Stun and Lightning, so difficult for him to take advantage during Rolling Thunder if Quinn does make a rotation to try to push tower or anything because he has Lightning. He can't actually do that. But both very strong at ganking, and we're going to see these rotations for the 6-minute power rune. Very important here. I believe both supports from both sides are going to look to go.
Absolutely. I mean, as I say, the cores at the moment and the state that the lanes are in, they can be left to their own devices, and no one's really at threat of dying 1v1 on either side on the side lane cores.
No, definitely not.
I see Quinn stepping up here into the side of the map of EG, but doesn't want to go for Panda with the Rolling Thunder.
There's some pretty, when you look at the supports in comparison to the two mid laners, like these supports are all so fragile, and Lesh and Pango are two of the highest dealing damage mid laners, so quickly if they do get a rotation success on a support, it's likely they die. Quinn, she's going for early item builds, I mean very standard, but Raindrop of course versus Lesh. Trying to get aggressive onto Quinn here.
So a fair bit of damage, but not enough to stop Quinn from having the time to get the Rolling Thunder off successfully. He's going to have to use this to escape, I'd imagine. Can't stick around here.
I mean, they're happy with that. They force the roll.
It takes a lot of pressure sort of off Chris being able to step down into the river and farming this mid lane.
Yep.
And in fact, yeah, Quinn, with as low as his HP and mana is, he will take the walk back to base. So, yeah, slowing down sort of the early impact of the Pango.
He knows he has to roll there, because if he doesn't, Matthew is very close. Matthew just jumps and puts the smoke screen down, and then it's just a dead Pango, so it's going to be a bit of time that they don't have to worry on their side lanes. 45 seconds, while Quinn won't have that.
A solid start here from Chris. And the slight lead is the Leshrac.
Whisper is getting slowed down quite a bit, though. They've gone for a lot of little kills onto like the Ench and stuff like that, so he is the bottom of the cores by a pretty significant margin at the moment. But it's, you know, it's kind of going to happen when you're playing versus this Lifestealer lane and you don't get that first blood immediately onto the Ench. You get it a little bit later, but he ended up missing, what, like almost a full wave or more. Let's see where Celery goes with this next move. Right now, just farming it up. They're leaving Dyrachyo alone on an island. Power runes. They're blessed again. Will Quinn contest it? Looks like he will. Chris is relative. I mean, he should be okay. Unless there's like a lot of backup.
Yeah, I don't think Quinn can quite threaten this Lesh.
He's gonna help.
Especially with Panda around.
It's gonna be close.
Ooh, actually, okay. He can. All right, there wasn't any sort of sustain or backup other than some kind of Panda tethering in. All right, that's a big one. They're going to be able to look towards Matthew as well. I mean, I didn't expect that. I don't think EG expected kind of Chris to go down like that as well. They thought they could save him. They could not. That's 2 dead.
Just Pango things. Max Swashbuckle with Orbital Corrosion. It's ridiculous.
That might be about the fine Whisper as well, eh?
The net. Whisper's got a bail.
All All right, indeed, the power of the Pangolier causing some problems for EG.
Right back to business, though. Chris, even though he did die, he is 300 ahead anyway versus Quinn. And now Tofu, he's got a lift. Should be all right if he can distance himself. Chris still tried.
Yeah, we'll see how much Chris wants to go for this, but yeah, they're getting a little too deep there. Celery, he's out with a TP. Nothing that these two can do to stop that.
Pretty solid kill there. And yeah, we're seeing Pakaz, of course, Battle Fury queued up. He's saving skill point in case he needs to go for his ult. Very good timings on his build right there. And have we seen what Duracio's going just yet? Not yet. He's just running out phase armlet, just standard. We'll see very soon.
Yeah, well, I imagine it, as you say, because he likes to do it, and also just because he's having such a free time.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, I can easily farm the Radiance this game.
Gaming. Looking for a smoke, but it's actually under vision. So that word from Matthew, it will spot out the rotation to bottom, so because he should be careful.
He's going to go Desto. He's going to fight.
He is going to go fight build. Oh, I rarely see this from Duracio, so that's pretty cool. I guess like versus the Troll, this evasion is very annoying to itemize versus, but it's only versus the Troll that is annoying. Everyone else doesn't care about this.
I mean, what heroes up with this Lash, like the IO,
they don't care.
They're going to get shredded by this Deso.
Yeah, it's cool. I like the big burst damage when you're playing versus Lash too, because Lash, the itemization for Lash a lot of times is like, yeah, you want to go for like your Bloodstone and stuff like that, but then it's like, oh, I'm kind of fragile versus heavy physical damage.
Absolutely.
Pango thrown in with a Deso from Lifestealer, yeah, could definitely do it.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much seeing Quinn be able to do it on his own. He's actually going to find Pakaz here. Tofu heading over as well, but EG, they've got the 4 of them around. See Chris step up. Quinn is going to get another bounce across, but he will indeed start to back away, respecting the fact that EG's got the numbers.
Respecting the fact that Chris also now has 3 points in Edict. So he went for laning phase with 3 points tons, 2 points lightning. Now he does have Edict to be able to annoy this Pango when he does roll in. That's bottom. Now they're switching up the lanes in a better kind of way, putting Whisper versus that Nature's Prophet since he's the counter. Lots of moves coming out though, but not a whole lot of kills. Still just 3-1. Bit of a quiet early game from what we saw the other day.
Radiant's top tower
I think
is under attack.
it's going to mean that both carries will be feeling pretty happy. Duracio's still with the lead right now in comparison, but obviously once that Battle Fury's there for Pakaz, high chance he closes the gap.
They're going to have to fight. That's the kind of the call that's going to be made from gaming is set tempo, fight constantly.
You don't want to let this troll farm.
No, definitely
not. If
not.
Pakaz is able to farm, he's going to be in a great spot to carry this game.
Absolutely. And they're putting pressure on mid, so very early tower damage here with the 2 supports and Quinn. They're going to rotate over. It's spotted, though. Whisper, he is under vision from these wards. Oh, and Whisper actually goes, cool. I mean, this is a bit of a new one. He goes for the Soul Ring. The drums is, from what I've seen, is kind of like the new norm. It's either you Vanguard or you phase drum, and you play very aggressive on the Primal Beast. So this is a cool build. Duracio taking quite a beating here.
Pakaz bullying Duracio away from this lane. So,
this is cool.
Duracio's going to be a bit disgruntled there. He's been enjoying this area of the map nice and peacefully, but now this troll's turned up.
I like that they did the switch up, right? They have this set up bottom. Ace, he gets grabbed. Pretty dead.
They should easily have enough there.
They will lose their mid tower. So gaming, they're kind of sacrificing that side lane a little bit there to make sure they get mid tower, which is, of course, the bigger deal. Now they're making their own move toward the bottom lane. Can they set up for Whisper here? It's a bit tanky, of course, as this Primal Beast. Level 9 already. And Matthew, he's just going to scout stuff out, so he's going to let Whisper be aware of this.
Oh, that's pretty big there.
That's just the blade.
All right, I guess, yeah, I mean, it was close enough to the money for... I mean, yeah, I guess he was still sort of 700 gold away from the full defusal Quinn, so...
Oh, top the stun land!
They land the stun for the tree line!
Oh! A massive kill.
Oh, and there goes the tips.
A couple deaths on this Lifestealer are tremendous because he is going for this fighting build. That's just going to allow Pakaz now pretty much to finish Battle Fury.
Honestly, Pakaz is going to get good timing on this Battle Fury. Yeah, Gaming Gladiator, they've got to speed this up.
I feel
Otherwise, it feels like this troll's going to have a good time.
And Matthew's starting to do Matthew
all these
things.
I think it's sort of 3 of Gaming Gladiator's couriers taken down there within the last minute.
There's a reason that people ban Matthew's Ricky. He is just a super annoying.
And he's scouting it out as well. He's setting up on top of Ace. They're able to come crashing across. That's Ace gone again.
This is
I think this
problematic.
is, Gaming Gladiators, they've got to try and stabilize things somehow. They're going to look to make the move top.
Because
As Quinn's in.
they relocate
And
top.
backup's coming in, but they can't save Picard.
And now
If
Panda.
anything, Gaming Gladiators might get more from this. They turn towards Panda, they take down the IO. See charge across here onto the back lines. Whisper comes crashing across over towards Celery, but Chris has got taken out.
And now Whisper also.
He's got Matthew by his side, but is there anything Matthew can do to help out? Whisper, he's going to opt for the TP away, and he'll make it out safely. Gaming Gladiators, they get 3. They get the 2 big kills there.
Look at
take down the Troll and the Lesh.
Look at Pikaz's experience right now on the Troll. He is literally like 1 XP from hitting at level 10 to have his ulti.
Oh, he could have had it. Honestly,
for the green route.
Probably still dies there. Well, there's 4 heroes of
Probably.
Gaming Gladiators. Tofu would have been around with the telekinesis to sort of disable the Troll for a bit during his ult. So all in all, Gaming Gladiators, they probably would have taken that fight regardless. And yeah, they needed to. They needed that sort of move, Gaming Gladiators, because things were getting a little too comfortable for Evil Geniuses.
Matthew, we still see him in his prime position to snipe these couriers constantly. It gives a lot of gold, all these constant couriers. But a big move there for Dyrachyo in particular.
This is the defusal.
This is it. Is he going to see it?
He's not going to see it. He was so close. I mean, that would have been a huge snipe there.
But he immediately, it's 15 minutes and he instantly has Shard, which is sometimes that can be a bit difficult to get on these rookies. So it's going to be a very early timing. And this Shard, even though it's gotten nerfed, especially versus Lifestealer and versus Pango, this allows you to get the setup to prevent the Rolling Thunder, to prevent you from getting the Rage, to potentially get that setup onto them there. So very farmed Ricky already. Some decent kills there coming out from Gaming, but does feel like I want to see them keep going for these aggressive plays. Ace is about to have Ags, so it's going to be a very good timing for him for this global route.
Yep. I mean, yeah, you can see this as well. Actually, they're trying to be so careful with their couriers. Like Tofu's sort of taking his around the potential ward spot that he knows Matthew's going to be watching. As over in the river, they'll be able to take out Celery, but Gaming Gladiators taking a look to try and fight back into this one and get another cross here from Quinn with the Rolling Thunder. They can now look towards Panda as Chris and Panda taken out by Quinn.
So much damage. I mean, Quinn, as we said, even though they maybe, of course, they probably saw this Pango coming. He's 3-0-5. He's having a spectacular game anyway. And he is doing the itemization that I actually really like when you're playing versus Ricky. You can't go for your Shard. You have to actually go BKB to prevent this annoying little dagger smokescreen and stuff like that. So I like if he goes for this build. I mean, Matthew's just living here.
And as I say, like you can clearly see the Gaming Gladiators. They're being so careful, or they're trying to be careful with their courier movement. But yeah, Matthew still able to find these catches.
I mean, this is his home. He knows all he has to do. I mean, the whole draft from EG really is get the farm for Troll. If they just delay all these items, delay timings, that's where they're going to thrive for this Troll. But Gaming, they're kicking up the pace. They've got Deso straight into Roche. They're knowing they're stronger right now at the moment inside of those fights, so unlikely that EG can make their way over here. Yeah, it's dead or it's going to die very quick.
It's just unfair.
Looks like they're going to give Quinn this Aegis. I like it. I mean, Quinn, he's having a pretty phenomenal game so far anyway, so he's going to be the aggressor, and they're actually setting up the infest.
This is going to be a quick move bottom. See what they can find. It's Matthew in the triangle, but ideally they wanted one of the cores. Chris and Whisper backing away on that bottom lane.
I want to see what Chris queues up next. It's like he needs BKB, but he also needs armor. So this is like always the bit of that struggle I was mentioning from earlier for the Leshrac when you're versus such high physical.
Here we go.
Matthew.
He'll get this. Yeah, he'll get this one right.
Does he get the range? He's not quite in range. Can't get the trick.
Can't. A little too speedy there, the courier this time round. Maybe he'll get it on the way back, or maybe he'll get this other one coming out.
I mean, this is his home. He is so annoying on this Ricky. This is like Bounty Hunter of the old days. And another one.
Thank you.
Oh, this is obnoxious.
I mean, when do you move on from sniping couriers, or do you don't? Is this...
Honestly, why would he?
Oh, here we go.
He can set up for kills with the relocate constantly, but they have to have tabs.
I mean,
where
he's doing exactly that as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Matthew, he's got eyes on Ace.
And another courier.
And he'll get his courier. Won't be able to get it before the item was delivered.
They got to get out. EG, a bit too deep here.
Oh, no. Maybe Matthew baited them in. His own teammates, let's see if Chris and Panda can get out of this. They can. A reload will be back in time to take them out. So they get away.
As Matthew stays in his home. I mean, economical damage. Like the gold lead is less than 1,000. How much gold total do you think has been from those couriers? Like easily a couple thousand.
A tithe to the impurity.
Oh no, there's another one coming. No, take it. I said there was a period where they were sort of taking them all. I gotta say, Tofu I think's been the most careful. I've seen Tofu, his courier. It's always taken the tree line. He's never sort of like just absently-mindedly calling it to himself. He's being very careful. Tofu's courier, that's a rare one for Matthew to try and snipe.
Can we get a Matthew heat map at some point soon? Of course. I mean, we're just gonna see it right here, but
I imagine we don't. But I wonder if we have like the.
Look at it.
No, we had this earlier.
We did. I know.
Our beautiful observers showed it earlier.
I know.
But I wonder if we have the stat on whose courier is dying the most. You know, who's being the laziest with their courier delivery?
That's true.
Oh, we don't know.
No.
With the technology's not quite there.
That's okay. Gaming though, trying to kick up the pace. EG, they're starting to get close to timings though. BKB's done on Whisper. Smile, Chris is getting it relatively close, and Pakaz also. So they're gonna have a triple BKB timing, but Gaming, they're trying to shut this down.
Quinn. And he's gonna start onto Pakaz. Pakaz
accepts his death.
Yeah, he's not even gonna bother popping the ult. There's no saving himself.
Good moves. His global root is being very strong right now from Ace. Even though he has died twice, he is setting up for a lot. And this isn't the most traditional from Ace. As we've seen a lot of times, he usually goes for more of like that carry route. He's definitely taking a bit of that back foot in this game to set up for kills.
Matthew,
Tofu.
The setup onto Tofu. He will come out for the mech, but it won't save Tofu. Pulverized Quinn, but he got the shield crash off in time. Ace TP's over, ready to help out.
They're on Chris.
Gonna try for the TP away, but they've got enough damage here with Dyrachyo and that Desolator just tearing through the Leshrac.
And very likely to lose Panda as well. He's got targets to tether to. Will he be able to get away?
Oh, Quinn's very low here, but he's happy to lose the Aegis if necessary. Caught in the smoke screen, and indeed the Aegis will be taken away, but indeed Whisper just comes crashing through the four of them, gets on top of Ace. They'll be able to take Ace down. See Dyrachyo trying to dive here under the tier 2, looking for Matthew, but Matthew, he's going to get slowed down here by the open wounds, but the Pulverize is there. They catch Dyrachyo. And Gaming Gladiator is punished there in that awkward spot around the tier 2. Dyrachyo trying to dive in for some extra action, but already his teammates were kind of dead. EG was in a perfect position to clean up.
They thought they'd be able to just get a free IO kill, but EG just turns up with numbers. Whisper, literally, like you said, comes crashing through beautifully onto 3 heroes.
They were not ready to deal with that. You could see from Gaming Gladiators, they clearly felt that they would have a much better chance kind of letting Quinn die and coming back in with that Aegis respawn to go for the fight. But yeah, there's this area where they're all grouped up. They're all straight through, the 3 of them. Clears up Celery with the trample, and then bam, on top of Ace, him and Pakaz. There's no escape for the Prophet.
These mistakes compound too, playing versus the Troll, who has Battle Fury.
I mean, and he's in a good spot now.
He sure is.
He's got the core items. He's got his BKB Pakaz. It's very hard to kill this man.
It's just Chris who is constantly in the struggle, of course. Until he has BKB plus that armor item that he does end up getting, he is going to constantly be threatened. But honestly, he's the one who can take the step back this game. It's Pakaz, of course, who's the real carry.
Is he going to be able to get this current time? Tumbler's toy?
Of course he will.
There's another one.
My lord.
It's so beautifully annoying.
Oh, and Whisper, this is cool. Even though he's got phase boots, he wants the bongos. Very good this game, of course.
Yep.
I mean, very good every game, it feels like. Cool.
Quinn, he's looking for action.
Chris is still fragile.
Get him with the Rolling Thunder. Whisper's going to try and come into our pace. Healing up with the Bloodstone here, Chris, and they're ready to turn. They take down Tofu. Quinn's not going to have enough damage on his own to threaten Chris anymore, because they have to start running here, Gaming Gladiators, but Matthew is in with the chase. He gets the lead set up into the stun. Quinn's gone, jump forward from Matthew over towards Celery.
That's the gem.
I mean, they're crumbling, Gaming Gladiators. They needed to get this lead, and they needed to hold on to it. If they start losing these fights, Pakaz, he's going to take over. This Troll's top of the net worth. He has his BKB. Next time's flying out as well. They can't afford to take these sort of scrappy fights.
I thought he'd be a little bit more fragile too. Sure, yes, he's got Bloodstone in the heals from the IO, but oh my goodness.
They get the
Matthew.
They're straight in onto the Lifestealer. As Dyrachyo, he's dead as well.
Uh-oh.
They're falling apart here, Gaming Gladiators. Evil Genius is just looking a bit more, I don't know, just the game plan seems a bit more simpler for them. They know what to do. They've got this game under control. And Gaming Gladiators, they're panicking.
They feel the need to play like super over aggressive. They're probably like, we have to make these moves onto Chris Muck because otherwise we're just gonna get out farmed. But very close to tier 2 and just gets completely demolished. And now a 5k lead. Pakaz has a basher.
Yeah, this troll is huge.
And now
he's going to be a problem.
He's a problem for the Pango. He's a problem for the Lifestealer. He's a problem for literally everybody on the side of gaming. They cannot make another mistake in this game. Otherwise, it's very unlikely they can come back. And yeah, that's a huge mistake too, because not only is it a fight loss, they just bought Gem and lost it instantly. So Matthew now has that to be able to deward everything and continue going for these couriers.
A little bit of revenge there. The courier sniper gets his own courier sniped as Matthew's courier falls to the grave.
Where do you go from here now, though, for gaming? You're constantly the one who's being threatened because now you don't have Gem. You're limited on sentries. Matthew is a total pest. He's setting up for all these kills non-stop. You have to try to get your Gem back.
They try and set up here with the route for the Nature's Prophet ult. Matthew,
he's
jumping around, and indeed, he passes it to Whisper. And Whisper, of course, much more difficult to chase down, even though they do try. Quinn coming in with the Rolling Thunder, but cannot close the gap. I mean, Matthew, again, even when he's dying, he's being annoying. He's not letting them get that Gem. He's playing this perfectly as the Riki. And that really is the perfect. The panel kind of hyping him up, and you can see why. This Riki, he's a monster.
And that was the right move too. I feel like for gaming, it still might be like a similar thing where they want to like 4-man smoke up or something and try to recover this Gem because it is really so important to deal with this Riki. But yeah, just quick little pass off. Whisper runs away, and now Chris, what is he? His BKB's done. And I believe he's very likely to have an armor item right afterwards. So he's going to be even more difficult to bring down too now at this point.
UG ready to start some pushes themselves. They know how strong they are around Pakaz.
They're relocating top. Matthew's setting up already.
Duracho's trying to make his way out, but they're not going to have the control onto the siege creep here with Matthew holding the sleep dart for the siege creep. And with the smoke screen to follow up, there's no way of getting this Lifestealer out of the cloud.
You need to ban this guy's Riki.
I think you do. It's just sort of broken them. It's just broken the game. Yeah. From sort of sniping the couriers to setting up across the map.
Oh, and he's part of all 15 kills.
Is he actually as well? There you go.
He's part of all 15 kills. Yeah. I don't even know how much gold he's probably gotten for the team just sniping couriers. An absolute menace. Even when this hero was... I mean, even though this hero's gotten nerfed, he just makes it look broken. Celery. See you later.
Another one here for Evil Geniuses. Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're kind of making it look easy.
I mean, there's very limited moves. It feels like gaming can do at this point. There's no BKB still on the Lifestealer. Sure, the Pango's got one, but Lifestealer and Nature's Prophet and the two supports, they're just food. And Roche now, it is back up. Prime there for the picking for EG if they want to make their way in there. Gaming might have to... I mean, they can't. I mean, they might have to just kind of go for some YOLO snipe play to go for that rush, but it's going to be spotted. They've lost full control.
I mean, Quinn, he has to put the BKB here. Getting threatened by Whisper. Has to just BKB to get away.
He probably doesn't know the exact timing of the relocate, and it was going to be coming back up in a couple seconds. If he doesn't BKB, just gets grabbed, and a potential reload is a kill on him.
Just under huge amounts of pressure now, Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, and Quinn.
And
no
here comes the relocate. Matthew with the setup, and of course this time Quinn, he ain't got no BKB. It's on cooldown. They're going to try and see if they can chase him for more here. Pakaz charging in with his own BKB. Gets in on top of Tofu. First hit bash. Double kill for Pakaz. Gaming Gladiators, they need a backup plan, but it feels like they just don't have one this game.
No. This troll is massive. Lifestealer bottom of the net worth, and now they're the ones who's going to get that rush. They're going to get a free shard. Likely give that one to Chris. And Chris, oh, he actually got blessed. He got a blast rig. So he doesn't even need to build the armor item this game that he might have maybe required at some points. So free blast rig.
Who's taking the shard?
It's the Lesh, I'd imagine.
Get on the Lesh, yeah.
Yeah. Then they can set up for like pushes and stuff like that too. They'll get a blast rig on the side of Gaming Gladiators too, but it's nowhere near as impactful from having this Lesh, having it picked up. And Matthew, he's already on the hunt.
Matthew.
Duracho, they know.
For you. Oh, yeah, and he does know. Rages to get back up to the high ground. Doesn't want to lead to the risk of Matthew setting up.
They actually gave Whisper the shard, so he's got the rock throw.
All right.
Sure. It looks cool.
It does. Something else that, you know, maybe you can sort of catch Quinn at the side of the fight, trying to roll up and suddenly get smashed by a rock and gets delayed.
Sure, why not? He can do the chain stun thing also when you have this.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, you can chain stun without letting people get BKB off when you pulverize charge and then rock throw. Or,
sure, I mean, yeah, he's already been playing really nice between kind of the stun of the onslaught and the pulverize.
I mean, he's also
maximum lockdown Whisper.
7-0 and 8.
Yeah.
Even though his lane maybe wasn't the best because they went for like the early kills. EG just cruising at this point. What does gaming do?
I don't know.
I do not know.
It's tough. Like the problem is just all three of their cores are... Yeah, it's not like they've got one core that's silently having a great game. Everybody's falling behind in comparison to the cores of Evil Geniuses.
And this troll pick just gets better and better as the game progresses versus the three cores that he's up again. It's godly versus all three cores.
Exactly. The part of the draft when it was picked in, we have 4 heroes shown from Gaming Gladiators. Troll was great against them all. They had that one chance to go over something as the final pick, the Pango. Of course, Pango does have a lot of strengths against the Troll. But at this point, when the Pango, you know, Quinn's not been able to pop off this game. He's fell behind. The Troll now at a stage with the items that he has. He doesn't care about the Pango. He's in with the BKB. What's the Pango going to do? By the time the BKB is over, this Troll's probably killed half of the Pango's team.
He's got 700 GPM on this, and now he pretty much has Aghanims done. So shield crash, see you later, all these buffs, etc. He's going to be able to dispel them off. Same thing off of himself too. Yeah, this is going to be incredibly strong. And now even more armor, so sure, you had a Deso, doesn't matter.
Your desolation and the world are one.
That 20 talent coming in.
As I say, I mean, of course, at this point in the game, it's going to be very interesting just to see what Gaming Gladiators tried to do. Because they're really stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Absolutely.
Getting out of this sort of situation, it seems almost impossible.
And mid again, there's Matthew.
He's going to have to BKB Quinn.
Can he even live though?
I mean, Picard is on top of him, the route into the bash. Quinn will be able to get the swashbuckle off. And see Duracho trying to help out with the infest, but Picard is in, takes him down. And now he can look over towards Duracho as this troll, he's far too farmed. Triple kill for Picard. It was always going to be a problem. You could tell it from the start. Picard, he was having a pretty chill opening game. Gaming Gladiators never got that far ahead. And Picard, he's able to farm, and now he's ready to carry. And Gaming Gladiators, they just don't have the answer. They can't stop this troll.
Everyone's massive. All cores enormous. Matthew's done his damage with his low net worth. Did they? I think they actually maybe did. Did they keep the gem somewhere, or did they actually take it back? Oh, Whisper got it back. So Matthew was holding it for a second, but yeah, they get it again. And these BKBs won't help you. I think Duracho even pops it at the last second there and just dies.
As well. It just doesn't matter.
Nope.
The roots, the bashes. Picard, he's going to be able to lock you down if he's on top of you.
They're just getting the push started. They're going to the base.
Trying to dive in for some more kills here. Tofu will be able to hold back Picard with a sleep dart, but Celery and still getting on top of him. Another kill for EG, 23-13, 18k lead right now. Just 32 minutes in.
Look at Picard go. They don't have a creep wave though. Celery he's also sniping some couriers himself, but they don't need the wave.
Yeah, backdoor protection hasn't quite kicked back in yet. So EG still going to town on these barracks. They have to use the fortification. Gaming Gladiators. He's finally got his BKB, but as we've seen before, the BKBs don't really do too much when Picard is in on top of you. Picard's ready to pop his BKB. Yeah, trying to force Duracho to stage, get him out to the side, but the sleep dart is there. Sprout will try and hold back Whisper, but he's able to trample his way out of it. Picard has to be a bit careful now. BKB and his ult both on cooldown. Will be able to get out to the low ground. See if they can take down Chris. He's able to BKB TP. They don't have anything to stop it. So EG, a little bit of a dive. Doesn't cost them anything, though. They get everybody out of there alive.
That was the window there for gaming to perhaps get one, but everybody bailing each other out perfectly. They'll get one.
They get the Io. They get Panda on the way back.
The smallest prize. Yeah, this is devastating. Nice job from Celery, at the least. He definitely prevents this Rax from being taken out from creep cutting and stuff like that, but it feels like it's just delaying the inevitable. Because when is a Lifestealer ever going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with a troll? Not only just with a troll, but a troll who has 10,000 gold ahead of him.
Yeah, Picard is just so far ahead right now.
Massive. And Matthew, he's just so disruptive. He always gets headbanned, it feels like, on this hero also. Blink 4-step, always setting up for reload plays, always giving information.
I mean, you feel without a doubt kind of, what's been said over at the moment in kind of the Gaming Gladiators camp is going to be, we can't play against this Riki next game.
I would imagine so. There's a lot of, if I'm not mistaken, a bunch of teams have been banning it out quite early.
Riki. Yeah.
They banned the Riki or they banned like the Death Prophet and stuff like that from C-Smile, but when Riki was, the super OP Riki, it was getting taken away from Matthew constantly. They know exactly how to play with it, and when they have this type of lineup that they know is going to outscale if they get timings, he loves to go for this courier sniping action.
I mean, he's just done so much with so little, right? He's the hero over the patches. It's been nerfed. He's bottom net worth, but he's probably one of the strongest contenders for MVP right now.
Yep, definitely.
Just so much from this position on this hero.
Yep. Not even just Invis, just like Smokescreen is always going to be so valuable. Even if there's heroes that have ways to prevent it with Rage and stuff, you just get it on them before that, and we've seen that time and time again. Gaming. Gonna go for some attempt here at a smoke.
Yeah. Could be sort of one last shot here. They'll give it.
They're actually just gonna walk right into Pakaz, the worst hero possible.
I mean, Pakaz sees them, but he's like, you know what? I'm happy to take this fight. He goes for the BKB in the battle chance, straight away in onto Dyrachyo. As Dyrachyo, he'll try and get out with the Infest. We'll be able to jump into Quinn in time. The support's getting completely smashed here by Whisper, who charges in, pops the BKB, they take down Ace. As they're ready to push him for more here, EG pretty much all at full HP here. No damage has been done by Gaming Gladiators as the Hex is there onto Quinn. Godlike for Pakaz.
I imagine they're going to call this one pretty soon.
They may tap out soon. We'll see how long they want to play on in this one, but it really does feel like this is just turned into a complete stomp here from EG.
Pakaz just literally walks in, and there's nothing they can do to him.
He walks in, he sees the fourth, and there's a moment where he's like, ooh. But then he's like, oh, I'm just going to kill them all. We're just going to fight. Celery goes down in the mid lane. And they're just taking down the Rex with the backdoor protection here.
Right through it. Probably discussing things at the moment for the next game.
Ban Riki.
Ban Riki.
Yeah, the two words that I'm sure that... Let's go in between the teammates there.
It's also just the way that the picking of the Lifestealer was a risk, because even though they got Troll, it did feel like there was maybe even more options for the side of EG. This probably was the best one, but there was still like Ursas and Slarks and stuff like that. They had a lot of different answers they could have perhaps gone for. EG looking very strong in this tournament so far.
These guys look great.
Ace?
Oh. He can BKB, but they're taking your barracks. Everything's gone. Mega creeps are out.
I don't think I've seen Tofu able to get a single, good spell steal this game. And of course, it's been very one-sided for the last, 15 minutes or so, but...
Hey, he got a sleep dart.
He did get one.
When they were diving high ground,
Fine.
I saw a stolen sleep dart save Celery for a couple more seconds.
And I guess in the top lane, when they got that little bit of momentum kills, he did get a Lesh stun. But besides that, I feel like EG just have been keeping tabs, jumping on the right heroes constantly, and just playing super aggressive.
I like this as well. Sometimes teams, when they're in this comfortable spot, they're like, yeah, we'll let them sort of... we'll just chill, wait for them to come to us. Nah, EG, they smoke up as 5. They're ready to end this.
Yep, they've got Rapier queued up already too on Pakaz. Why not?
As Whisper, he's in, straight on top of Ace. They'll try and force Ace back to safety. Ace has got to be careful, right? The BKB still on cooldown, gets caught by the second Hex. They're in with the stun. Pakaz in on top of Ace, and in on top of Dyrachyo as well, as Dyrachyo jumps out, but straight into the axes of Pakaz. As Pakaz and C-Spar take him out, GG is called. EG with a fantastic game one against Gaming Gladiators. We don't see many teams let Gaming Gladiators get Quinn that last pick Pango and live to tell the tale. They didn't only live here, EG, they really stomped them. A Yawn coming out there as well. It looked easy, they made it look easy, and it really felt easy for them.
And Pakaz ends the screen buying a Rapier, so even better. He's like, oh, look at that, I have a Rapier on the end of the game there. Ha ha ha. Yeah, this was...
beautiful for the scoreboard, indeed. Yeah,
I mean, Matthew...
30k net worth, 10-2-9.
Matthew, for me, absolutely the MVP. The Troll pick was phenomenal, of course, to be able to deal with all the cores, but Matthew just doing... Like you said, so much with so little.
It's gotta go.
He did 6,000 damage in the game, but the mental damage that he's able to do, taking out couriers, providing vision, setting up for everything, this is devastating and something lots of teams are going to have to look to deal with.
Absolutely. Yeah, just they weren't set to deal with it. Gaming Gladiators this game. Hopeful moments at the start, but once it started to go downhill, it really did. There was pretty much never going to be any sort of comeback potential in this sort of game, right, folks?
Have to play perfectly, it feels like, when you're playing versus this troll, going Battle Fury, you have a Death Cell Lifestealer. It's about fight, win these fights, snowball out of control. Didn't happen, especially once they start losing like 1 or 2 fights, you could quickly feel that game state becoming pretty much impossible. Yeah, EG. Next level stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. Fantastic start to the day here for EG with this game 1. We'll see if they can continue it going into game 2.
We'll see indeed if they can do that. And as Owen and Fox say, the team's got to find a way to deal with that. Well, I say the easiest way to deal with that, just ban it. Come on, guys. They can't let that Ricky go through again. Matthew was on fire, and therefore his whole team was on fire, and therefore Gaming Gladiators was actually burning. It was quite the...
Jesus, Schiefer.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
The apocalypse out here. My God.
I'm screaming. Everything's on fire.
No, it was. I mean, it was fun to watch Matthew, but I will say it did make Game Gladiators game feel very hard. There is something happening, and there's nobody there, so it's very trippy that there is.
It's Matthew on Ricky.
Oh.
Pushing things over. Yeah.
Very cool.
Very confusing to the audience that can't hear the noise that keeps happening in the studio.
So Shiva just looks insane.
There's random ghostly noises.
I've been there before. It's fine.
Who said that?
Like enablers.
All right, but so this game, break it down. Have we got analyst? Jenkins is not an analyst.
I was like, he's the co-host. Actually,
co-host.
I thought you were gonna throw to me. This is good. Yeah,
No,
go ahead,
I
Chief.
was gonna throw to.
I got you, don't worry. That was a Rick and Maru, and he was on the enemy side of the map, right outside their base the whole time, and they never actually warded and sentryed it. Like, I thought they might try and set up to go kill him, but they just let him do whatever they wanted. Most of the players on Game In stop looking over there. Don't look at that. Most of the players
I feel like it's gonna catch
were
fire.
microing their couriers up north into the trees. Like, we saw this steady stream of couriers being like moved around. But Celery, he didn't give a shit.
No.
He was like, I'm just gonna keep sending the courier down
Just
mid.
have it. I'm too.
Go
too
ahead.
lazy.
He's not there anymore. Surely we
He
can.
did get the one revenge career snipe though.
Yeah.
But I mean, Matthew kind of gave that one to him. He was like, here.
Yeah, he
You
felt.
can have
He
it.
felt
He felt bad.
I feel
Yeah.
bad for you. No, but I mean, it speaks to how good of a Ricky player Matthew is that he's still consistently able to do that, and teams still don't know how to deal with it because he was always carrying around sentries with him. He was making sure the areas that he was playing in were dewarded. He was waiting patiently. There was a point in time where GG were taking over the map entirely, and you're like, okay, what are they going to do now on EG? Matthew doesn't care. He's just sitting in the trees for 5 minutes. He's like, don't worry, guys. Eventually, they're going to get sick of this shit and make a mistake, killed some couriers, and found that really beautiful setup in the bot jungle when GG tried to invade. And it was kind of all downhill from there, right? They got the kill on the Rubik initially, and then unfortunately the Lifestealer dies farming bottom around the tower. And after that, it just felt like there wasn't that much GG could do just by virtue of being outdrafted in the core-to-core matchups.
Yep, and then when talking about matchups, I mean, it's the same matchup we talked about before the series start, and we started talking about Matthew. We're going to continue talking about Matthew. As the player head-to-head was already chosen the position for his Sheep. It proved very true that it was Matthew that was the one we needed to look at.
I don't know why we chose Ricky for the KDA, actually. That was probably a mistake, because I think that's still bugged. But it's fine. His KDA is amazing. Ignore the assists.
If they included courier kills in the assists, we should do last hits.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
You just assume, well, he's Ricky, so the last hits are all on couriers, right?
He had 19 last hits. How many of those do you think were couriers?
19.
Yeah.
At least.
Do heroes count for last hits?
Yeah.
Pop quiz.
Do they?
No,
I don't
they
know.
don't. They don't.
I have no idea.
Don't think
They
so.
don't.
I'm a co-host. I don't
Unless
even know
you're
this shit.
SF, then you get souls.
That's
Yeah,
not
but
That
you don't
makes
get
a
a
lot of
last hit
sense.
number
That actually
added
makes
to
sense.
your chart.
No, you don't get a last hit number.
Okay, the important thing is he killed a lot of animals.
He did.
He's on a list now.
Oh my
We're gonna.
goodness.
Did you just call Game
He's on the list with
Gladiators
Hezbollah.
animals?
No, that's not what I called him. He only had 2 kills. So.
Oh, Can we stop talking about Hezbollah?
Okay, I shouldn't have done that.
Tofu had a rough game in comparison on his Rubik. Effie?
yeah, Tofu.
I can
No,
segue here. The Ricky stuff is like, it seems like it's a meme, the animal killing shenanigans. But it's like if you're in a game against it, you quickly realize it's not a meme, right? It's like it's actually really impactful, the amount of gold
Yeah.
that he was getting for his team. And just the fact that you always have to like deal with this guy or think of, like, clearly the ignoring him strategy did not work out.
But
That's what they tried. It didn't work.
But the key factor, right, is that the person who constantly got their courier killed was the enemy position 5, who is usually flying out the dusts.
The
and
wards?
sentries.
Yeah,
and
his
the
Yeah,
wards
that's
are
a good
so
point.
So his career was permanently dead.
That's a good
We were
point.
saying that they were not warding to set up for maybe counterplaying the Ricky, but it's just because the wards
He was
were not-
preventing
True.
it.
You're right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Celery should start to micro his courier. What the hell is he
Just
doing?
walk back to base at that point to get the sentries.
No, but honestly, like, he just has such a good read, Matthew, on what to do in the game as a Ricky, because a lot of people gave up on this hero simply because it got that much harder to play. To set up with your dart, you have to blink strike in and dart, then tricks out. Like, there's a lot more skill that goes into it now that kind of just made people give up on the hero, because it feels like there are better heroes with lower risk and higher reward that you could go for. But because he just knows the ins and outs of it by virtue of spamming it to death the last patch, he can still have the same kind of impact as pre-nerf Ricky, which is honestly so impressive, right?
So anyway, my MVP was Primal Beast.
Why?
So he was pretty good.
Pretty good.
10
He did do good. He did do good.
Yeah, Whisper was pretty awesome, yeah.
I like that lane rotation a lot.
Yes.
Where they put the Troll versus Lifestealer and then the Primal versus Natures. In like retrospect, it seems so obvious. Like, well, okay, Primal counters Natures. Troll with items is good against Lifestealer. If you tried to do that from level 1, then I think probably Lifestealer's just fine, right? But when Troll's like dominates the lane and is like halfway to his Battle Fury, he's got damage, you can't lane against him on Lifestealer.
You're absolutely right, and I love that you said Troll dominated the lane, because he did. He actually slapped the heck out of that Furion.
Big time.
So the thing that we were talking about pre-game before it started was how important it was for Leshrac to rotate and take towers, but Chris Luck actually lost mid to Quinn. I mean, it is Quinn, but Leshrac couldn't be the key that they depended on the early game to open the map. But because both side lanes went so well, the second they felt like the Leshrac mid just kind of fell off, they decided to just rotate their side lanes. And because it's a Troll, he can do so well versus the Lifestealer, but because it's a Primal Beast, you put it on the Natures lane, and the Natures that already suffered versus the Troll is now suffering versus a Primal Beast. There's just no way for him to show up. And when Io finally got level 6, suddenly Leshrac had impact, right? He was able to rotate in and get some kills.
Speaking of Io, that was my MVP.
How many MVP? You can't have more MVP, Sheep. I think that's all we get from our panel for now. Now, so far, Gaming Gladiators, they've tied every series that they've played. Will they be able to do the same thing here and claw back a victory against Evil Geniuses? We're going to find out. We're heading into a break. We'll be right back.
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
you, Promiscuous Pandas. What a lovely entertainment we have. But we have to wait a little bit. We just have a live band entertaining us. I feel very, very privileged right now, especially because we got Dota that we're going to watch, which will be very exciting. Gaming Gladiators is already well on the way in their draft against Evil Geniuses.
They got it.
And
That's
they
not
did
good.
get their Ricky again.
It's okay. It's fine.
Is it?
Yeah, because they picked a Clockwork to protect their Disruptor from Primal Beast this time.
Now there's gonna be a lack of Primal Beast.
Yep.
Great job.
Thank you, Gaming Gladiators.
Well done, Gaming Gladiators. But also, this Disruptor pick discourages any first phase IO as well, if they had any faith in how it went last game too. So, yeah, the only issue with Gaimin's opening is the double support opening makes it easier to draft for your side lanes. But for the most part, I think picking these heroes as potential picks to discourage things that they struggled against in game 1 is good. But again, I do like EG's opener a little bit more.
I like EG's more because they have second pick. I think double support on when you have first pick is a little iffy because this is meant to be your like strong core that you protect. You know, I like it when you have second pick because then you can just pick the 2 supports and then you play for your like counter picks on second phase. So it's a little weird. It's a little unorthodox, but I think if you really value having a strong support duo, this can work. I think Disruptor Clockwork are fantastic together. They give you pretty much everything you need, especially to make plays on the map. Like if Gaimin are kind of like, all right, we're mad. We're not going to let this game extend and let Matthew kill our couriers and how is he just sitting back there and we're losing the game 4v5, you know? These supports, they let you run and abuse that play style really hard.
Right. But I think that the Pango that was let all the way through in game 1 probably should come out a little bit earlier this time around, especially if Gaimin have first pick, unless they're looking to play something like a Storm Spirit instead, since they do have the ability to kind of protect it with the Disruptor also. So I don't know, I'm feeling either an early Storm or an early Pango. Because when you have first pick, it doesn't really matter if you're 17 picking your hero or 23 picking it, it's the same thing.
Oh wait, do they have second? They have second pick.
Second pick on EG.
The overlay lied to me.
No, second pick on EG. No.
No,
the
Gaimin have
overlay
second pick.
Yeah, the overlay is not telling the truth.
Well, what I said applies, but now we flip the tables. Gaimin having his 2 support picks makes perfect sense as they have second pick.
It actually does make perfect sense now. We're like, this is a little bit curious.
I was tricked.
You were tricked. But this changes the nature of a lot of things, right? Because now you have this really strong Disruptor Doom lane on the off lane. You have the ability to just deal with the Slush Rock. The IO is discouraged by the Disruptor, like we mentioned before. So there's no IO to protect. And if you do, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure. And this Clockwork is going to be able to enable some strong ranged carry coming out of the safe lane too, which will probably protect it from something like Timbersaw that they still left in the pool.
Dude, if you're gaming, you're so baited to pick Zeus right now. It's good against Lesh because you can attack him from out of range. It's good against Ricky because he's invis all the time. It's one of the highest win rate heroes against Ricky. It's good against Mirana because she's invis all the time. She makes your whole team go invis. It's just not really a Quinn hero. That's the only problem.
What? Yeah, it is.
Not really.
It is.
Come
Okay.
on.
So back when he was like spamming Void Spirit really hard because that hero was good. As soon as he started to branch out of that archetype of mid heroes, Zeus was probably one of his most picked heroes. And it was like, oh, Quinn, you're playing like Zeus. What the hell? He's like, yeah, this was when he was on Sonics or Quincy or whatever. Damn, it's a great
come on,
Zeus game.
dude.
It's
Come
a great
on.
Zeus. Yeah, he plays
You
it.
have
He
to do
does
it
play
now.
it. He's a good Zeus.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Yeah.
You clear all the CK illusions too. It's an incredibly high win rate hero against CK. This is such a debate.
Yeah.
It's weird. I mean, Doom does make drafts in general a little weird though, because like if you're playing Doom off lane or carry, whatever, like it's a hero that you know is going to farm and not be that active until he gets like BKB blink or whatever. So
yeah,
maybe picking a Zeus with that is a little weird, but
it does make your smokes a little strange, I guess, with the supports. 'Cause I liked what you were saying earlier about the Storm Spirit with the Disruptor Clock.
Yeah, so I think that the Zeus conceptually is good, but they would be afraid of it getting set up on by the Ricky into an arrow, and there's no natural support that will save them in that situation up until Clockwork or Disruptor get their 4-staffs. So maybe they would be a little bit discouraged from doing that also.
But it's so good.
I think having the Pango or the Storm just to... Like, Pango is also a good hero versus CK, right? Because you have the Swashbuckle, the AoE Disarm, you have the ability to just roll in and not be afraid of the stun or getting bursted. So, yeah, I would prefer another jump type of hero coming out of the mid lane here, especially because, like we mentioned, they're going to go for some kind of ranged carry. TB's like a pseudo-ranged carry just to pair up with this clock. So it definitely makes the most sense here to not have to go Zeus. But, I mean, even if they did, it wouldn't be that bad. It would be pretty solid.
Yeah, I think I like them taking their carry here. If they feel like they have a lot of options from mid lane and they want just a good carry matchup, this is nice. I mean, you're going to get a good matchup here versus CK. I mean, CK, I guess, can sometimes bust the TB.
It's hard, though.
It is hard.
You have to have, like, an item advantage. But I know what you mean. I have seen it. It has happened, because CK's, like, highest damage output carry in the game, barring, like, Rapier builders. But TB against Lesh is, like, hugely TB favored, because you can always get the Sunder off. He doesn't have enough stun or burst to kill you, and you get right on top of him. And obviously TB loves when heroes are standing right on top of him. It's like, all right, okay, I'm gonna
kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sunder you with 10% HP and just 2-shot you.
But you can't Sunder when you're covered in a cloud or when you're stunned by Leshrac or arrows. There's a lot of disable on the side
The
of
disable
EG.
does change things, because Lesh is obviously a hero who's very good against illusion heroes, high armor heroes, and TB is, you know, both of those things.
So normally how EG deal with TB, I mean, TB is one of the heroes that you can pick early on as long as you see your core-to-core matchup. Just because he's not countered by that many heroes, and the way that you usually deal with it is you pick some high magic damage offlaner and run it down like the Bat Rider, but they did cover that in the second phase, so they felt comfortable doing it. And EG have also taken out this Pango now, which either leaves the Storm and the Zeus, or the Zeus, in my opinion, that look the best. But I was potentially thinking of the Leshrac Flex to the offlane for Whisper.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that too.
As a means to fight this Terrorblade and just picking a Chris Luck hero here.
So
The
what
thing is, though,
what do we
you're going to
still
get
have?
counter-picked regardless, even if you go for the Chris Luck mid hero here.
Yeah, that is true. It might be easier to just pick the offlane because you know you're laning into the TB.
That's why the Darkseer and the Timber are already banned out as those offlaners.
EG like never lost pick Chris Luck's hero. I'm pretty confident this is going to be a Chris Luck Lesh.
And they did flex it yesterday. Like, they went for the first pick Lesh and gave it to Whisper in one of the games just because it was a solid offlane Lesh game, so...
Yeah, but they had they picked Bat Rider in the same opening phase, right? In that one? Like, they had Lesh
I'm
Bat
not
opening?
sure if they had the Lesh spot opening.
I'm going to look right now.
Centaur might be a decent pick here.
Yeah, they went Lesh Bat. It was against Aster. It was game 1.
You think Centaur is a decent pick?
Or a Mars?
Just kidding.
Dude, that's a South America classic, but usually they play with Snapfire.
This hero's win rate is not good.
Yeah,
but
I hate Maz.
I do feel like you mentioned the Snapfire. I feel like if you're playing with a hero that can like do damage in your arena, then it's made like a lot better. Leshrac obviously is a hero that just wants people to be locked down in one place, and he'll kill everyone. And Mars is really
But
nice.
what if
for
you
that.
just like doom that guy, and then he does?
Well, you press all the stuff, and if you doom Lesh, he still does damage.
That's true. But what if you doom him first?
Well, that's hard. That's hard to do.
Yes, I'm not vibing with this Mars pick, honestly, just because we know it's EG and Matthew will be playing the Rubik. I mean, maybe they just like shift the Matthew pick to the safe lane and then have Panda play with the Mars on the off lane, but this Ricky Mars lane doesn't seem so strong against this
Ricky
EG.
Mars.
Like, I don't know what
not
it's
that
going to
good.
do. And Whisper is a god. He is a god tier Mars player, but the hero does not feel that good unless there's like some really strong burst to follow up. And yeah, that burst can come out of Chris Luck later on in the game, but you need those early game arenas to go really well so that you can kick this TV out. And I don't see how they're going to do it, honestly. I feel like a lot on Chris Luck's shoulders this time around. The same way all of the pressure was on Quinn's shoulders in game 1. I think Gaming Gladiators definitely have the edge here.
I'm just assuming they're going to put Panda in the offlane with Whisper. That's like the only thing that makes sense to me. That being said, yes, I like Gaiman's more. I like the Ember Disruptor Clockwork. I think they're going to make a lot happen this game. Yeah, I think it'll be really hard for EG.
Hard for EG?
I agree. I like the last pick, Ember. We were talking about the Zeus. I think Ember fits in kind of the same archetype where like you're an illusion clear hero magic damage hero. But it's more in my eyes, it's more of like a Quinn hero that he's playing a lot recently. And then also, it's a guy that's going to run around and be active. Like Doom, not active. That's a carry from the offlane. Ace is going to be a carry. He's going to be top net worth. Duraccio, playing TB, that's a carry. You need a mid laner that's going to run around and do stuff. Zeus wouldn't have worked. Ember answers the same things that Zeus does, but gives them some activity in the early game to play with these two supports.
I feel like Gaimin have the edge vision-wise, even though they're playing against Turkey, right? They're going to have the Rocket Flare into Glimpse back. They're going to have a solid lane for the TV. They're going to have a Doom that really can't be stopped unless they try to pressure it early on and get those kills. But yeah, there is the CK Stun into Mirana combo, but it's not that reliable. I mean, he's still playing with a Disruptor who will be able to protect him. And then you've got this Ember Spirit who should have a great game. I feel like EG are constantly going to be on the back foot unless they over exceed our expectations.
I got a question though, because we just said after game 1, wow, that Ricky, how are they going to deal with it next time around? They do have it. I'm assuming that they're going to make it through the laning stage somewhat okay. If it does come to that, how will they deal with Matthew, Sheep? You got like one sentence.
They don't. You're welcome.
Okay.
Great. I will love to hear the answer of that, maybe from Fog, maybe from ODPixel. Find out what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 2 of Evil Geniuses versus Gaming Gladiator. And yet, once again, we're getting the Matthew Ricky coming through, Fog. Overall, though, it seems like the panel, they kind of like what Gaming Gladiators has here a little bit more. What do you make of this?
Well, we'll have to watch, because I think Pakaz might just get killed.
Drag back with the Glimpse. Who's going to get the first blood? It will be...
Give it a Quinn.
It's going to be Ace. They tried to get it to Quinn, but obviously not much to be done about the Scorched Earth ticking him down.
He didn't want to skill, I guess. He had the opportunity to skill the Slight and secure it, but it was all right.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Yeah, he didn't skill it. I thought he was going to do it, but no, he didn't. And they're maybe going to look to punch back and get a kill for themselves. I agree, but I also feel that there's also some chances where Gaming could run into some issues just because the Ricky Cloud is amazing again this game. It's great versus TB, great versus Ember, good versus the supports too. It's very annoying to play against too, and Matthew, he did some crazy stuff. Definitely, I would say the roles are kind of swapped this time around, where Gaming, they have a very good scaling lineup that goes great into like the late games if they're able to get their greed off, but I do think, EG, they have chances to be able to dictate pace in this game. But let's see if they can.
You're gonna look to fight here, Quinn. He's got the Flame Guard. The stun will miss, but I think Quinn, he's still dead. And it will be Chris Lucky on the Lesh that gets the kill on him.
Pretty big deal. What are the rune situation looking like, though? It is 4 runes for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
All right. So Gladiators, they did get the first blood, and they do get 4 runes. All that was lost there was that death of Quinn in the mid lane.
Some interesting stuff that people are doing too. I'm now seeing it even from cores. We didn't get to see it originally immediately on the screen because we were still going into the game, but it was actually Pakaz who bought Boots this game, ran out halfway to his tower, picked it up with his courier, ran it back, sold it so he could place the sentry, but that got him killed. So they actually perhaps got Pakaz killed trying to do some funny warding shenanigans coming out there. But yeah, we'll see if Gaming's going to be able to endure the pressure. I do think EG have a way to put the pressure pretty hard, and I've seen Pakaz do wonders on his CK, so see how Duraccio does. Sometimes TB, he can falter if he's not able to get this free farm, if he's not able to stand his ground a lot. And this could be one of those games that he could struggle.
And what do you make of sort of the lane setups? Because we opened the panel, they didn't seem to be huge fans of the Mars-Ricky duo lane. Is it a lane that struggles to do much? What's the problem down there?
Yeah, I mean, Whisper's just always constantly pressure being killed, as we're seeing Whisper dead. So it's always about just like pulling the lane back since it is this double melee. So it is likely to give Duraccio some pretty good free farm. So that's probably the unfortunate thing about having this setup. But, I mean, they do it pretty often. You know, they had the Primal Beast plus the Ricky. It was a losing lane matchup, but then it ends up being 2 super high impact heroes.
Nice block of the arrow there from Ace, making sure that Tofu doesn't get threatened.
And Ace, I imagine he's going to do the same build as yesterday, and they're just going to stack auras. Glimpse.
We'll be fine, though.
Pakaz going for a very early aggressive skill build, not having the Chaos Strike in the lane. He just has Stun and Reality Rift to try to go for kills on the Tofu. How's the regen is looking a little low. Bottom again, just concentrates back and forth.
Duraccio, as you say, this time round on a hero that's I mean, well, you kind of get a few items on this territory. If this game doesn't get slowed down at the start, it will be hard to kill this territory.
Definitely. They have...
You get kind of what the BKB, whatever sort of stat item you want to be having.
They have a very strong greedy draft that comes out from the side of gaming. If they do get away with early game, they're going to be able to scale massively versus the side of EG. But will they be able to endure the pressure of Matthew? Even if the lanes do get all funky and stuff like that, we know what he's very likely to do this game and just go for probably a ton of courier snipes again.
I mean, talking about that as well, when it comes to like the courier sniping tech, is it, which side of the map is it better to do on? Is there a favorable side to be playing on when you're kind of setting up in that position beyond the tier 2s?
I mean, when you're playing Radiant, it definitely feels easier, I would say, but honestly, not really too sure. Matthew's definitely the specialist to watch, to be able to see what he's able to do with that, as he actually gets his courier snipe this time.
And top lane, Picasso, he goes down again.
Sure does. Not the start they want. Tofu's been very impressive when he plays his 4 Disruptor. Him and Ace have, I mean, they tend to body most lanes they play.
Getting more and more difficult for Whisper and Matthew to play this bottom lane.
They have very limited regen. Surprised they're not actually going for more pulls just yet here on Matthew. I guess he's just a little bit too low. Wants to try to punish Duracho because he's sitting low, but Duracho has 11 wand, so he's always safe. Tons of spells being spammed down here. Chris, he'll land the stun onto Quinn, but Quinn, I mean, he doesn't have the chains, but they have the glimpse.
Let's see if, yeah, he's not getting out of this, is it? Or is he? Okay, no.
He's turning.
He is a bit. He's going to start running back at Tofu. All right, Chris.
Both toying with each other.
Yeah, they really are.
Oh, they get Celery into tower. And they finish him, though.
Now he's going to be out of there. 22 HP or so, he'll live.
Oh, my God.
So both situations, the battle going on down bottom and the battle going on in mid, and nobody ends up quite dying. Top lane, however. See if Ace can do this as he's chasing down Panda.
This frost attack. Oh, it just didn't work. And Ace, I mean, is that Vanguard already? That is a Vanguard already done.
Bottom, Matthew. Very far in a blink stroke will save him. But, pretty much perpetually on low HP, this Ricky.
All right, good luck taking Ace out of this lane now. He's just going to be able to stand his ground. They do not have enough damage to kill this Doom pretty much ever now in the laning phase.
I mean, what's the plan for Tofu? Does he still want to stick around and try setting up kills? Or do you imagine he's going to go elsewhere now that Ace is fine?
Just check power runes. You can stay up here until that 6 minute comes out and then just go toward the mid lane. But Ace, I mean, even if they full connect onto him, he's very unlikely to die.
It's a good glimpse. Ace will end up taking the arrow though, so won't be able to keep punching into Picasso. Picard's fine.
They're putting so much pressure on up here, and they're even diving with the double wave. Matthew, he feels the need to come up here.
See what they're able to do. They turn towards Tofu, they drag him in, and they will manage to take him down. So much needed there against the pressure that Gaming Gladiators were putting on top.
Might be able to set them up for the rune as well. Celery, he's immediately running at bottom rune. See Matthew, he's running toward the top rune. What is it going to be? 2K lead already for the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're having phenomenal laning phase. Chris, look at the luck. He does get the DD, but Tofu comes in the mid lane, fills up the bottle.
Bottom lane, Duracho just continuing to have an incredibly free time. In the mid, Matthew. He's got the blink strikes at the ready, jumps back over to the safety of Chris.
Yeah, Duracho, I mean, playing versus... This is the problem with Mars in general. We haven't seen it picked yet this tournament. He just feeds wand charges. Duracho's just sitting at 20 wand the entire time inside this laning phase. So even if they see an opportunity to maybe go aggressive, he's likely to be able to turn it. Near level 6 also, Celery, he's been giving a ton of solo XP. And now they have a siege wave, so they might actually be able to dive Whisper.
TP from Panda will come in.
Does he have arrow?
Let Whisper go down in these sort of situations. Courier will get sniped.
Quick little arrow onto the catapult, since they saw that pressure coming in. Chris versus Quinn. So much aggression coming out from Gaming.
Yeah, they're bringing the numbers down. Bottom now, EG. Yeah. See what the two supports can do. Kind of hard for them to set up on their own, though. Panda and Matthew at this point.
The supports of the setup, they just don't have damage between Ricky and Mirana. And Chris, they're trying to set up on him. Tofu is lingering in the area. So Chris gets over aggressive.
He's stepping up pretty far. There's Quinn. He's ready to jump in with the remnants in on top of Chris. Another glimpse as well from Tofu takes him out. And bottom lane, Celery. He's in with the cogs, catches Whisper. Whisper will attempt to spear Deracha under the tower, but Deracha, he does not care one bit as he takes Whisper down.
They just have so much freedom to move the supports because Ace, just like you said, unkillable. Sitting top, Arcane Boots, Vanguard's done. Gonna be going for the Greaves build that we saw him do earlier. Matthew already looking for some courier snipes, and yeah, Deracho set up for success. Absolute free farm. Quinn, he looks like he's fine.
He's trying to go for Quinn, but indeed with the Flame Guard up.
Or is he?
Quinn's gonna be able to live a little longer. Matthew's in with the jump, has got the smoke screen. He's trying to get out of the silence, Quinn.
Gets him.
Will die, Matthew. Puts an end to Quinn here in the mid lane. We'll see if he can set up for more here with the help of Chris Luck, as the two of them look to chase down Tofu and Celery. Celery trying to hold them back with the battery assault. Gives a chance for Tofu to keep his distance.
Celery?
Now it's their chance to turn. They turn with the kinetic field. Matthew gets taken down, and Chris, he has to back off.
Celery's just bossing it up on them. This clock and the glimpse.
Back to base for you.
He gets the bottle fill off, though, so his job was done. Amazing start, though. Gaming, quick rotations. This game, 8-3. Last time, I think we only had 4 kills at the 11-minute mark. They're really kicking up that pace with these strong lanes they've set up.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on Whisper to see what he can do on the Mars. You know, those doubts were had when it came to this hero. It's not really being played by many other teams at the moment.
0. It's the first pick
out
of this tournament,
league,
at least.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've not been having it in any other games. So we'll have to see what the idea behind it was this draft. So far, whatever it was, it definitely wasn't for the lane, as Deracho felt no pressure whatsoever.
They're definitely going to be lacking quite a bit in damage. Most of this damage early game, it's going to have to come from Chris. The Mars damage is pretty lackluster. The Ricky damage is pretty lackluster. Same thing for Miranda. So Chris, he's definitely got his early game cut out for him here. In this game, he actually did go for the Max Edict build. He did not opt to go for the more points inside the Lightning Storm. Quinn?
Not going to quite be able to line up the stun there.
And Chris, there's a glimpse.
There's another slight in a second.
Sure is.
There is Quinn. Able to take him out. In fact, look at it was Matthew as well. Catches him with the chains. He'll be able to run down a second kill.
And Ace, he's going to find Panda also.
They are hitting back hard after what was quite the rough game 1 game in Gladiators.
And it's definitely not the game that EG wants to be playing when they're playing versus this super strong scaling lineup. They're the ones getting smashed in the early game. Yeah, Pakaz, Chris, now it's mostly Pakaz is going to be the one who has to do heavy lifting because Chris is he's getting focus fired. 2 deaths already on him. They're just bringing all the attention onto the mid lane. Tofu now level 6 already. Matthew's also at the 6, but this Disruptor's got very good levels. See, how do they fix this? Armlet's done for Pakaz, but him going in to try to contest this Terrorblade, it's not easy.
I mean, yeah, out of their heroes right now, who's close to a strong point in the game that they can look to kind of rally around and make moves with?
Not really much of anyone. I think Matthew's got to go for some courier snipes to try to fix this early game because it is really quite devastating for their lineup.
So far, he's not. We haven't really seen many, but now, of course,
he's 6.
Now he's got the 6.
Yeah.
So now it's indeed when we'll start to see those numbers.
And I think they're going to be more careful. I'm looking at these couriers playing on tree lines. Both of them on the left side there.
Tofu? I said Tofu's always the most cut by indeed. Yeah. Okay, it's the others now following suit.
Yep.
They are indeed making sure that they probably had a talk after last game. They were like, guys, we let far too many couriers die. We got to change it up.
It definitely feels, at least for me, it feels easier to protect them when you're playing Radiant. It feels like there's so many more avenues to be able to hide them. But Quinn, he's not the one who's careful. That's 1. And he is spotting stacks as well, too. So he is keeping tabs of these Matthew. He's going to be that big early game attempt to try to fix things. But making moves on the side of EG, pretty limited. They'll have to just bring numbers if they want to try to contest gaming at this point. Chris?
And
glimpse.
I have got that glimpse. Back into the field.
My God, just the slight takes out more than half of his HP with the Javelin proc. And he will get blessed with a very nice rune onto Quinn.
An ace. Start charging towards Chris, but Matthew's there to help out.
They can't touch this Doom. Vanguard mech already at this point in the game. Soon Greaves. Things are snowballing out of control after this laning phase. Mid tower likely to drop. Don't know how they set up for a defense.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
EG's gonna need time, but time, it feels like it just benefits Gaming Gladiators more and more with the way that they've set this draft up. So yeah, Matthew just has to snap Couriers, but they'll lose Whisper.
Still very much feeling the struggles of the Mars this game, Whisper. I mean, last game he had such an explosion. I think he ended sort of like, what, 15-0-16 on the Primal Beast, right? It was an insane performance, but having to play the Mars this game, he's not having a fun time.
Courier gets sniped, Ace immediately moves it away, so he's being careful. There is a ward there keeping tabs of it though, so Matthew, he's on the hunt for it. Can Matthew make the magic happen again? A lot harder this game for sure, as all 3 towers, tier 1s, have been dropped. 13-3. Doom TB at top net worth. Pakaz keeping up, but with what he's playing against, it's hard for him to really get involved too early on.
Yeah, and it's nothing like the last game where he's on this hero that it's like, well, if he's able to farm, he's going to carry. It's a very difficult game to carry as a CK when you're behind the likes of a Terrorblade and a Doom.
Absolutely. And Panda again gets found from the glimpse. Tofu, they're punishing it so much harder this time around with the 2 supports. Celery and Tofu are really crushing it with their movements.
That's a nice shot. That's the Maelstrom. That's the Maelstrom gone.
Quinn is not being careful. That's 2 times now Matthew's been able to find it. Quinn.
Watch your courier.
I can only imagine what he's saying. He's like, this stupid guy. He's not even playing Dota. He's just sniping couriers.
Travesty.
Travesty. Whisper again. Uh-oh.
Favorite words. Bottom lane. I mean, it's just not a safe place to be for Whisper anymore.
I owning him.
What could he do on the Mars? It just feels really tough. Like, what's the plan?
Like we said, it's stall. But as we were mentioning before, stalling just feels pretty
rough.
painful versus what Gaming's got. DD in the bottle. Quinn, he's controlling all the runes. Continue to play very fast. Chris, he almost has Bloodstone. So let's see if they're going to be able to do anything to play around that. So right now, game is still looking incredibly difficult. Matthew, though, it looks like he is going to have his shard at the exact 15-minute mark again because of those 3 or 4 courier snaps he's able to get.
I mean, maybe Matthew can make the magic happen.
Maybe.
Maybe his little moves, his little setups. Could get EG back in on this one.
This was the timing for when Ricky was broken, but they are much better heroes to hunt him this time around. Will he die? Sure will.
Yeah, Quinn dominating.
16-3. 6K gold lead. So 15 minutes is hit. He has the shard, and they have Mirana. And they have like Mars and Lash and stuff like that. They have a lot of chain stun, but they have to get the ball rolling at the moment. Otherwise, Gaming could just run away with this one.
They're trying to get some sort of setup going in the mid.
Quinn hurts. Ace even connecting over.
And they've got the glimpse on Chris. He'll start to heal up with the Bloodstone. Whisper jumps in with the combo, but it's onto Ace. Ace doesn't care at all about being speared to the walls of the arena here.
They've got no damage.
As they just push on forward, Gaming Gladiators, they kill both of the cores.
This one looks like it could be ending pretty soon. Yeah. 8,000 lead. They probably can walk into Roche with the Ratio showing up with a fresh meta. All the answers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game 1, Gaming Gladiators, they got crushed, but this game 2, they're crushing EG even faster than they were crushed in game 1. This is quite the turnaround, quite the hit back. They've come into this game 2, and they are not holding back here against EG.
The lane's just way too devastating, really. Ace getting a 4-minute Vanguard or something like that. Celery getting every single successful hook shot onto this Whisper Mars, who is 0-5. Now they have an Aegis as well. And Quinn, he's just, Maelstrom into even the Ogre, or into the Mithril Hammer, so he's all damage. And these heroes, they just die so quickly. Chris, even under vision. And this time they are hunting Matthew. And yeah, those auras very quickly getting online, as we said. Ace, Greaves, Celery, we've seen them do this time and time again on Gaming. He's going to be going for the pipe on this Clockwork, so they'll have the protection even to deal with the Lash damage. Matthew, can you get a setup here? Arrow?
Well, should be the Aegis gone.
Just the burn of the Aegis, though.
Probably not going to be able to do anything else. They've got to start running, and even if they do that, Tofu's going to have the answer. Glimpses back Matthew. Celery, just thinking of going for more there.
He wants to save his hook shot for one of these cores. Chris is hiding in the trees here. A dangerous position to be.
Is under attack.
But he's got buddies. Ace. Can they attempt for this? They're going for the bigger target. They found Dyrachyo.
Straight on top of it.
He's gone.
All right, see if they can turn this into anything else. Chris has been caught by the Doom, but he's got
Ace.
his spells off and he's able to start chasing Ace down a bit. Ace has got to keep his distance. As the rest of Gaming Gladiators will be able to jump over, finish off Chris Luck. Shot across as well from Stellar. He catches on the stun onto both Whisper and Panda. EG, if they can get the fourth out of it, they're going to be feeling pretty good, but the dust is there. Glimpse as well. Whisper gets caught. They get Dyrachyo, but they don't get anything else.
No. Well, they get the Aegis as well, too, right?
I guess sure. Yeah.
So
Get the Aegis out of Quinn.
two small steps, but they need quite a lot more because they do lose 2 cores out of it. I mean, this is their combo, though, right? It's the Ricky Dart with the arrow that we saw so much in the last patch, of course, before it was nerfed a bit. But yeah, Gaming. Honestly, the 2 supports are just... This first 2 picks that they went for on the side of Gaming is absolutely doing so much work.
Yeah, Tofu's just... He's just handling them here with these glimpses and constant control. Will now die.
Yeah. Either way, they've done the damage they've done inside this laning phase is absolutely ridiculous. 2-0-12 on Celery. Always feels like he hook shots and catches the Mars. And Tofu as well. Just feels like every time he uses glimpses to kill. Items rolling out quickly for the side of Gaming. EG, some small gains. But yeah, Dyrachyo, he's going to hit this very good timing on his Scotty. Then he's got that incredible matchup dealing with that Bloodstone, pressuring the CK a lot. Super tanky as well. And Quinn now has a BKB. Back to sniping couriers, I think, for Matthew.
Some big deliveries coming out soon. Almost certainly so. And Matthew once again in position. As we've seen, Gaming Gladiators
Radiant are scanning.
doing a much better job of making sure he doesn't get these free opportunities.
Sees Quinn, but Quinn constantly has the backup of the 2 supports. Can't actually set up for the kill, but maybe can get the courier. Can he get disruptors? Matthew.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Playing his own minigame. Pakaz, as we said, he is honestly still keeping up, which is pretty impressive, all things considered with the state of this game. We'll have BKB soon, but they're hunting him. Can he get away? Phantasm's going to be up soon if he wants to try for some type of glimpse dodge thing, but let's see. We'll be able to dodge it.
Does dodge it. It's flashy, but it won't save him.
Great hunt there. Kept the Doom as well, too, so Ace, he can look for more. Continue running at them, Gaming. And Matthew, of course, in his own position. Level 7. Very underleveled.
I mean, it's like, you know, they just got the kill on Picard. They just got some money, so
They're
highly likely they're buying items, sending them out. But as it is, they're actually not at the moment. No courier's making a move.
Dire are scanning.
Quinn has a DD. Every single rune feels like he's gotten because of the way that the whole pacing is gone, and now the Doom.
Yeah, Ace. In on a Chris in the mid lane.
Farewell.
Whoops. Tries to jump in here, shows himself. Won't be able to get in on top of him. They won't quite catch him with the chains, though. But they do have the glimpse. And nowhere to jump, nowhere to go. Caught by the stomp. And bottom lane, Picard. He's getting bullied out here by Dyrachyo.
Can he get him alone? Oh, super close. Every glimpse is a kill.
Dire structures are fortified.
Both tier 2s under pressure now.
Is under attack.
21 minutes in.
24-5. Whisper having, I mean, there's a reason we don't see it too much, of course,
we
the
won't be
Mars.
seeing it much more again.
No.
It's just a... I mean, what is it about the hero that kind of makes it unfavorable at the moment?
Just tough laning phase, damage is lackluster. They also set him up for a failure with this lane, of course, having the Ricky. They tried to do some pulls, but they got smashed from the clockwork. He just got nerfed a ton. Can they get the catch here? They're going to try.
They'll drop the arena, but the BKB's already out for Quinn. They just go straight away on top of the left track, blow up Chris Luck. Because he commits in, he's in on top of the clockwork. They're bringing Celery down low, but it's not enough damage from the CK at this point. Celery's able to walk away. Picard goes down. The glimpse is there on a Panda. It's 3 dead on EG.
They might call it pretty soon. Nothing they can do. That's their big attempt there to go for Duracho, and yeah, there's like really nothing. 27-5 onto high ground.
Fortification, and they will be back up pretty soon.
This is the way Gaming wanted to play the last game. No mistakes. I mean, the draft is very different, of course, but their lane's super successful. Of course, this game, it feels like, yeah, this time they have the answers, of course, to deal with this Riki. The homework was done.
And it feels like they would have had the answers, even if there was kind of a little bit of a comeback from EG, right, because they're playing around a Terrorblade.
Yeah.
A hero that's going to be feeling good at quite a few stages of the game.
Every glimpse just feels like it's been a kill. Tofu's just beautifully setting up everything.
Quinn's in from the side, gets the chains onto the two of them perfectly.
There's the rocket. There goes Panda. There goes Chris. Picard's also spotted.
They'll find him. Ace. Oh, they don't have the vision on the front lines.
They actually ran out of sentries and dusts because of how much they've been using
There's been too much killing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
On to the next.
Radiant's courier.
A courier gets killed.
Hey, he gets the jam.
Radiant's courier.
Oh, he actually does.
All right.
But he's...
Does he get out? Is there any way out of this?
He's like, you don't see me.
Or sleeping a TP. I mean, Matthew, despite being 18k down, he's still doing it.
But Picard's...
The rest of the team, they ain't doing too great, though. Picard goes down.
And Matthew's just playing literally his own mini game. Double racks. And they call it.
GG is called 24 minutes in. This game 2, Gaming Gladiators will take the win. And as I say, a big turnaround from what we saw in Game 1. Game 1, they struggled, but the draft was changed up here in Game 2, and their approach seemingly flawless, really, in the second game. Top stuff here from Gaming.
Ace's Doom is definitely a thing to be feared as well. The fact that he's able to get these type of I think multiple games now we've seen he gets these Vanguards at like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then you can't push him out of lane.
Yeah.
And it frees the supports to do pretty much anything they want. And we see how much they can do. Especially a Disruptor Clockwork this game. They can make plays everywhere. They shut down Krish. The Mars was completely shut down even before that, but
poor old Whisper.
They did everything, these two supports, in order to enable these cores to have that free game. A beautiful game from them.
It was, and I think it was interesting to see as well. I think at the end, they weren't necessarily celebrating, because I reckon after that second game win, probably frustrations reflecting on Game 1 being like, why couldn't they do that in the first game?
Yeah.
Because I reckon Gaming, they reckon they should have been able to, right? They had the same sort of draft to go for it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this was quite a display. They've got everything it seemed like they wanted. I really like to see when Tofu's put... I mean, I love his Rubik and stuff like that, but honestly, Disruptor is one of the most prominent heroes for a reason right now. It punishes so hard, especially once you start getting ahead. You're just like killing after killing after killing, and you put the other team such on the back foot that, yeah, they're never able to really recover. Chris ends 1-7-0. All the kill scores on the side of EG look pretty miserable because of how devastating those lanes went.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the series ends 1-1 here with Gaming Gladiators coming in and crushing them in this Game 2.
They crushed it indeed, and they continue on in their tied fashion. They tied this series, they tied all their series before that. Of course, we'll see later today if they will tie their next series as well, which, by the way, will be against Entity. And, normally I'd say, tying everything, that's fine, but
it's not fine.
It's not fine.
No.
4 teams are going. You can't be in the middle of the pack. Okay, so more about that later. But we do want to break the game down. But they did tie, and they dealt with the Riki.
They killed him this time.
They did.
Actually found and murdered him, which is like what I enjoyed about their opening phase with the two supports. They had ways to actually find them. Then they gave Quinn his Ember Spirit. Love that. It meant that they could actually just go where they wanted, pick him off, and then return back to the game with like relative ease.
I think the difference between this Game 2 and the Game 1 is that, yeah, the Riki had insanely high impact in Game 1, but a lot of that was due to being able to play the map by virtue of the heroes that he was playing with, right? Having an Eye on Lash makes it easier to set up when you're playing from behind. Having a Primal Beast versus Nature's Prophet always gives you a means to connect on a dart as well. Whereas this time around, he didn't have that kind of hero to follow up on his setup. Because in game 1, EG were also playing from behind for a while because GG are so solid at their laning stage and their early game. But they found their way back into the game by the way that they played the map and what Ricky was able to do for them. In this game too, same thing happened. They lost the early game, they lost the lanes. However, there was just no counterplay at that point. You have this Ricky, but there's nothing to follow up on it. And honestly, I think GG played incredibly well. Their draft was so solid. Both of their side lanes were so good. And Quinn is just so consistent on his mid lane. Even in that game 1, he actually beat the Leshrac out. In this game 2, completely stomped. So yeah, kudos to GG. I think tying, honestly, is not that bad.
We'll see about
Well, because
we'll see.
Well, why? Why is tying so
because
bad?
okay, so this is a group stage, 2 groups of 8.
4 teams die, right?
4 teams die. Well,
in both.
But
in both, as in 8 teams after the group stage go home. And if you are in the middle of the pack, there's a high chance you'll be tied for elimination or tied for going up. And that means you have to play more. It means you're not secured. It takes only 1 series that you can't close out.
But hear me out. If you're tying against the stronger teams in the group, which have performed well yesterday also, that means that when you come up against the weaker teams, you're probably going to get that 2-0 and you're going to learn from the losses that you got early on in the group stage against the stronger teams. So you take that experience and your last few days of groups looks even better for you. I'm of that opinion because back when LGD was super dominant, they would completely crush group stages and then choke on the main stage because they didn't lose enough. So I feel like losing in groups a little bit.
But there's a sweet spot.
It's a sweet spot for sure, but I don't think they've passed it yet.
Not yet.
That's a nice little 2-0 would have been.
Yeah,
Probably
well, they
preferable.
can save that one for Entity because they have a little bit more
They can
experience.
save that one for Entity.
No,
That's
they
all
have
right,
more
Entity.
experience
See ya,
playing
buddies.
against Entity. I will say Entity is not looking too great at the moment. We've seen them looking better in the past, but maybe there's a chance there for to just break the top half of the group for sure. I do want to also touch on Evil Geniuses here because they had a hard game here for sure, but they had at least one moment where it was really good. They had the Mars arena and killing the Terrorblade. All of a sudden it seemed, Sheep, that there was a shot for them to get back maybe a tiny bit.
Well, I'm going to turn that around into something negative. Yeah, but it was a Mars in this stupid game. I hate this hero. Did you see him in lane? This dude is like, oh, I'm playing into a clockwork Terrorblade. He's just dying multiple times in lane. He can't do shit. He can't farm for anything. He's like ends the game 0-6-2 because he gets that one arena off and it's like, yippee!
Yeah.
But I'm still a Mars and I have to itemize like phase blink, and then you're going for a BKB. So you just don't have any damage. Like your life sucks. You're in this little Mars tornado where it's like, okay, guys, I have ult up. Let's try and make something happen. And then you're not farming during that.
I can also
and you're
turn it into
sad.
something even more negative. Terrorblade was Duraccio.
Yeah.
And he always dies.
That's true. He
once
does.
in a game.
Yeah.
So that's just the way. That's the way it goes sometimes with him.
We say that in a very positive manner, by the way, because he has said that he dies, but they always win those games.
Yeah, no,
so
he says
needed
those are the
to die at some point, and this was it.
Those are the ones that he wins when he dies in the safe lane as a sniper.
Was it? It felt like I was.
What's going on here?
What the hell are you talking about?
The camera just went on my big fat head for a second, so I got really confused.
You
What
don't
were
have
you
a fat
doing?
head, you have a well-sized head.
That sounds more insulting than having a fat head.
Can we stop talking about head?
What? Oh, God damn. God.
You made it weird.
Yeah, we can see who is ahead at the group stage.
Oh! So who's ahead then?
Let's find out. We do normally around this time, by the way, before we head to the schedule, normally around this time we want to have an interview. But as you might have noticed, there is something, a machine. I don't know what it is, but it's not working very well today, and unfortunately, that has an impact on the ability for us to do interviews.
Can we do an interview, Jenkins?
No.
No.
Let's do.
Let's interview Alex.
Let's interview Quinn.
Okay, you're Quinn.
You're gonna call him?
Are you gonna be Quinn?
What?
Are you gonna be Quinn?
I could be Quinn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quinn,
Go.
what hero would you like to most play in the mid lane right now?
Well, I don't know, but Bulb Dog can suck my nuts.
Nice one, Quinn.
Nice, Quinn. That's hilarious. What do you have to say to
Quinn.
Reddit, Quinn?
Reddit can go clap their own cheeks after that game, guys.
Classic Quinn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quinn, who do you think in this tournament will beat you in the mid lane?
Literally freaking anybody without a freaking smooth brain. will beat me in this tournament as long as they don't have a smooth brain.
Yeah.
Okay, Quinn, to follow up on that, who's the most smooth-brained pub player that you play with?
That Madara. I really don't like that Madara. He's a bad guy.
Okay, well, we are going to look at who's ahead now, as we do have the group stages
Really glad we
results
did
so
that.
far.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, EG, they of course started the day with a 3-1, and they tied the series, so they're 4-2. There are still some series going on at the moment as well, so I believe it's not completely done for the first line of games, as they call it. So far, are we seeing any big surprises here, potentially for Group B? For me,
I can't believe
OG.
Nouns is 0-4.
You can't?
This is the third best team in North America. If you compare that against
come on.
the
Is this a
third best,
flaming segment?
Oh,
if you
what a
compare this to the
sanctimonious-
third best team in Europe, I mean, this is like I was expecting them to do better.
Okay, well, you know, unironically,
Yeah.
a series that I'm looking forward to today, that will not be covered on the mainstream, but will be covered in one of the other three. It is Enigma Galaxy versus Now.
I'm excited for that.
And I don't expect
Okay.
either of those teams to make it through this group stage at the moment, but I do want to see. It's very easy to look outclassed against some of these teams of this high caliber, but I feel like we haven't been able to see either of them shine as much, and maybe one of them will surprise us. I
Yeah,
hope so.
I didn't get to finish. I actually wanted to say though that Nouns do actually have been looking pretty good so far. I caught a couple of their games,
Unbelievable.
especially against OG, and they were like super set to win game 1 against OG at least. Like I think they were on their side of the map. They were like up in like 20 kills or something. Then they threw. What can you do? But if they hadn't thrown, if they had kept, if they can improve from yesterday right to today. So say they don't throw today, Nouns they're cooking.
That's true, but you gotta imagine that upward trajectory that Nouns has, everybody has that.
No,
everybody learns from day one.
No, they're gonna get complacent because they beat like OG. They're like, oh, we beat Nouns, life's good. Then they're gonna relax.
Top of the group.
And that's when someone else comes in and ships them.
And with that in mind, sorry, I will get you to you after that, but Enigma Galaxy would have the same trajectory because they also got slapped yesterday. They got slapped harder, so they have more lessons learned. Go for it, Effie.
I think Group B has the biggest distinction between the good teams and the bad teams, and I don't think Nouns will be able to cook, but you know what they will do? They will get some nice experience playing against, intra-regional Dota. That's good for them. They're going to go
Finally,
back,
yeah.
go back to Tour 3 with all of that knowledge, but it's way too difficult of a group. I mean, OG being in first place is a shock to me right now. They didn't have the best opponents yesterday, but OG was one of the teams we...
Excuse me.
They sure did.
I just looked. Who did they 2-0?
I wonder if it was perchance Enigma Galaxy and Nouns.
Yes, it was.
Whoa!
They've still got Spirit and Tundra and a Talon
that's
and many things to
Well, they nearly
big goof.
They nearly lost to both those teams they beat. So, good luck, boys.
I mean, that makes. I mean, we're not even halfway through the group stage, right? Obviously, there's a 4-day. It's a 4-day group stage. We're 1 day and a little bit in, so it's very hard to tell how things are looking. But yeah, OG sitting on the top there definitely gives maybe a little bit of a skewed image, tiny bit. See how they do today, though. Let's see who their opponents today. We're gonna see them up against Liquid and up against Tundra. So they got a Western European day today, and we have seen.
I forgot about Liquid. They've also got to play Liquid.
They do. Liquid actually.
Liquid never
dropped
heard of
a
her.
game yesterday.
Wait, what? Oh,
did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, against Talon.
Because Talon owns.
Because Talon owns.
Talon are pretty good. I really like watching that
They
team
did
play.
get third place at the major. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Why would you say that they did that?
I think from being good at Dota.
It's okay, but then you say but then they lost to Jabs.
I think that
They did.
Jabs poisoned their
Yes.
water. Go ahead.
Yes, Effie.
So I remember. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, camera. I'm raising my hand. I remember that their coach, Sunby, said the day before they went into that finals day in Lima that he was worried that his team would get complacent because that is very natural
And
for
they did,
SEA
yeah.
teams. And maybe them thinking that because Boxy was gone, they could potentially play or not bring their A game
We're in the
and
finals
still
already,
win.
guys.
Yeah, they thought they were in the finals already. They
Yeah.
did their prep for GG. and they lost to Liquid. So
Well, they also let the Nature's Prophet through both times, right?
Can't do that against Mickey.
You can't do that against Mickey. That's
cannot,
very true.
so
But Talon are a good
die.
team. Their draft ideas are good. They have 3 cores that are incredibly dependable, and they're the most versatile teams in terms of how they change up their strategy from game to game.
Yeah, and they are obviously they are doing quite well as well. Already, we're going to see them actually as our next series up against Spirit. So looking forward to that one. And they are definitely a team and the region as a whole that can benefit a lot from playing against an international, having international competition. Because let's be real, there needs to be more if you want to try to incorporate ideas from other regions into your own, which traditionally you should always pick a little bit the best of each region, basically. Actually cook with the ingredients that you got.
Okay, speaking of cooking,
Yeah.
Mr. 23 Savage, let him cook. This guy is like, he invents things, man. Like, people steal from him so much. I think he was like one of the first guys playing Lina carry. He's one of the first guys playing Doom carry. He's one of the first guys playing Night Stalker carry. Like, legit.
What about Watson?
Watson?
He'll take offense to it.
He cooks.
He cooked Lina.
Big time.
Also,
Yeah, I mean,
he's a chef.
yeah, they could cook together. Like, you put both these guys in the kitchen, you're gonna end up with something beautiful.
Some Michelin
Can we
star
talk
Dota.
about the
Yeah.
Gordon Ramsay of SEA Dota? I feel like Makoto is just, playing the old classics. Maybe not cooking this new kind of hipster stuff that all the Zoomers are eating, but just the classic fettuccine Alfredo.
Classics done well.
Classics
It's a
done well.
special kind of food.
Makoto's a fucking monster, man. That guy is way too good at
You're
Dota.
making me scared of his food right now.
I think Quinn said at the end of the last major, he said the 3 mids that are left in the tournament, which was Nisha, Makoto, and who was the third guy?
Him.
And Quinn. Those are the 3 best mids in the world. Of course,
Yeah.
rating himself very highly, but that is what he said, and I would agree.
Guys, you gotta have that confidence as a mid player. You gotta put yourself there.
They
you
all
gotta
do.
believe you're the
They all
best.
do. They're
So-
the worst people.
Mikoto was like, I'm going from the boys that actually covered C. I think
Yeah.
Tsunami said this, that he was not crushing mids that much during Tour 2 though, which is weird. Like, he went to LAN, massacred everyone, went back to his region. So I feel like that's actually very common for C, from what I saw as well when I covered it. But maybe he just thrives more on LAN. So maybe like being here, maybe going to like Berlin, this guy's just gonna tear it up again.
I hope so.
I do feel like he's a LAN player for sure. Like, it definitely felt like he was gaining energy from the crowd. But also, I think that they went back into Tour 2 after Lima with a different idea of the kind of heroes that they wanted to play mid. So they weren't actually picking Makoto his comfort, and they were doing the IO Lush so often during Tour 2 that potentially maybe he wasn't that comfortable on it or playing that strategy, which is maybe why he looked not as solid as in Lima. But I feel like they might shy away from the IO Lush during DreamLeague, and we're going to see some more classic Makoto Embers and whatnot.
Yeah, we're going to see how he does very soon as well, because as I said, that will be one of the teams playing on this stream next. It's going to be Team Spirit versus Talon, and we'll be back with that after a break. Welcome back, DreamLeague Season 19. We actually never left, and you saw that we never left, so I don't know why I say welcome back, because it was very obvious.
They're watching commercials, supporting the stream by clicking in the link in the description below.
Oh, thank you.
Where?
Well, welcome back from your surfing expedition that you just had, apparently. We're here for the second series of the day, which means that we are heading towards Group B. And that's right. We're going to have Talon and Spirit. We have Jenkins still next to me. Can't get rid of him. And we got Effie as well. And we did have to say goodbye to Sheep. But that means that there's an empty spot on the couch. Jenkins?
Huh? Oh! Somebody could be there.
Somebody could be there.
Wow. What a prospect. Let's bring out BS Fart SJ from Team Fart Studios, everybody!
Good afternoon, Brian. How long have you waited to walk down the stairs like that?
To that introduction, I've been waiting my entire life.
Well, now you're here.
No, you have to say something. What were you going to say?
What do you... I already said something.
There's clearly something more coming.
He's not hyping. You're hyping me up. You got to say something big.
What are you asking of me to say right now?
What did you have for breakfast?
What did I have for breakfast? I had the hotel breakfast. Just the sandwich with the yogurt.
That's a wah right there.
But I don't understand. I don't understand.
What?
Me neither.
Do you know what I'm supposed to be saying right now? Are you in on this?
Here we go.
It's coming.
Do it. He's not doing it.
He's not doing it.
So how do you feel today?
I feel fantastic. I just have no idea what's going on.
Okay.
What do you think about Team Spirit versus Talon?
Why are they all looking at me like this?
This is abuse of power. This is abuse.
Does the audience know about this too?
Like the audience is fucking in on it. What do you mean?
You mean all the people sitting over there?
Yes.
Hey, Ryan.
That audience.
Yes.
Who's your favorite Fart Studios player?
Jenkins.
Hey, no, I didn't tell you to do that. I didn't tell you to do that. Play a good noise. Yeah, there we go. Well done.
You did ask me how I feel about Team Spirit versus Talon.
I did.
Well, I actually am really looking forward to this matchup. I think both these teams have very electric play styles, I would say, as they kind of, like the way Talon likes to play is just very greedy with their 3 cores as they look to scale. And Team Spirit, on the other hand, I think they play a lot more around Yataro's heroes, being like, he's like one of the few carries that has like over 5 games on one hero being anti-mage.
He's the last pick guy.
Yeah.
Always. Yeah.
Not really.
Well, he was at TI-10.
Yeah, he was.
Because I feel like Team Spirit feels super comfortable. I was actually looking at their drafts, and they do have a tendency to first phase Yataro's hero. If they see the enemy offline, they will always first phase his hero. And oftentimes it's anti-mage. They're one of the only teams that tries to first phase secure their carry. But you know who else does that? Talon will often do that too. But yeah, it just depends on whether or not the enemy team shows offline in first phase. But they don't necessarily give him last pick.
Well, maybe they should. Because it's not going too well for them. Yes, they won against Nouns, but they got clapped by Tundra. Team Spirit did. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they learned their lessons from that series, and maybe they can do a little bit better against Talon, who, by the way, has tied every series so far. So they're also looking to break free. Both teams are 2-2. That's right. One team will be ahead maybe after this series. Maybe they're continuing being tied. Who knows? Speaking of carry players, by the way, of course, carry on the side of Talon is 23 Savage. And we wanted to take a little bit of a deep dive into his life, which we did.
Puppy dead, finding more. They get him. Pulverized, done. Zayats can't stop it. The Sonic Wave interrupts the...
My name is 23 Savage. I'm the carry player for Talon Esports. I've been playing Dota for 12 years, since I was in elementary school. It was my brother who introduced me in the internet cafe in Thailand. So right now we're pretty chill, because we are kind of confident on ourselves at this point, and we're trying to have some time off a bit from Dota as well, because as you know, the schedule is pretty tight, because DreamLeague into Major and yeah, DPC. We were just getting back from like chilling, so now we are starting to try hard again.
23 Savage is crazy. He goes in and just blows up Nisha. Holy moly.
I think our best point in the game is playing mid to late game. If we are able to get like mid or late game, we can always come back. I'm really believing in our mechanical skills, each of us. I think we're the best in each role, so I believe that if we get to mid or late game, we'll win any teams.
They're slaying.
For the pre-game ritual, I always listen to one music, and it's Numb and Core by Linkin Park and Jay-Z. So that hypes me up every game. My lucky charm, I guess.
I'll one up for 23/7 from here on out every day. Actually, I already do that every time the intro is played. That's my hype up music. I go to work and first the band plays me too.
Just to be clear, that was Linkin Park they were playing, right?
Great song.
Well, I will see you all in a week when we get on
No. They did our own play, right? It was a little bit of our own play. It was it was a good wink towards the actual song.
All right.
That song won a Grammy encore.
Did they?
Do a Linkin Park SpongeBob mashup.
That's actually amazing.
That was awesome. This is
You know what I liked when Brian asked if the audience were in on it?
Hey, Promiscuous Panda, do you think Jenkins looks like a Barbie girl?
Oh my god.
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
That's a yes. I heard that too. All right,
You're
let's
supposed to sing along the Barbie world.
He's
Stop
too sad
looking at
right
me.
now.
Stop looking at me.
let's talk a little bit more about the teams playing, because we do have to give them a little bit more attention, because this should be a very even, close match. I want to continue to focus on Talon a little bit more, because when asked which player we wanted to focus on from this lineup, we wanted to focus on Jabs, right, Effie?
Jabs. This guy is the key ingredient to Talon's success right now.
Teaming on the cooking. I like it.
He is. You know what? 23 Savage may be the cook, but he is the one who creates the recipe. He is the ratatouille to his hat.
I feel like Jabs is like the secret spice in the mix.
Jabs is the shot caller. Talon kind of struggled before he joined in because it didn't feel like many of their players had a voice or a vision that was strong enough to encompass wins and strategies in the way that actually benefited each player individually. But Jabs comes in, he has his own ideas, he has his own drafts, and he learned how to cater his drafts to each of his cores, which is incredibly impressive. Talon is one of the only teams that you can say comfortably drafts around each of their cores. They have 3 win-conditioned players, and they were a little bit rocky in Tour 1 before they learned how to draft around each of them. But once they hit their stride, it feels like their drafting is one step ahead of everybody else's.
I mean, what I think about Jabs that's most impressive is we talked about a bit on the panel that they don't flex. They don't flex their heroes. So they pick a lot of heroes like Nature's Prophet that traditionally do get flexed, but it's always Jabs and it's always first round. So the enemy team knows exactly what they're going to get from Jabs, and he still manages to have a solid game, like pretty much in the early laning stage every single time. So we saw like a nice switch up from him from game 1 to game 2 yesterday, because what happened was he had a really he went Brown Boots Midas on Doom and got kind of ran over, and then they picked him Doom again, and then he went Mana Boots Mech, and the same thing happened where they ran at him, but this time he's super tanky, and they managed to turn that for a crucial gank. So I really like what he does with what he's been given early on in the draft.
Yeah, and he's of course one of the players that has played every single role at a Valve event, like majors and TI.
shows.
It's incredibly impressive. Then there's on the flip side a player that we wanted to look at from Team Spirit. It's the newish kid on the block. It's Laro, of course, slotting into 4 TI winners. It's big shoes to fill. And it's been a little hot and cold, but I love that it's been getting more stable, and I think Effie, that is the key to this player.
I think Laurel is an incredibly solid player. The way I would describe him is just rock solid. He is not the flashy playmaking type that catches eyes the way maybe Nisha or Mikoto do, but he will consistently deliver. The heroes that he does, he plays incredibly well, and his team can always count on him to make the rotations and to not lose mid or go even or even win in some matchups. I remember during Tour 3...
Excuse me.
Yeah, I agree with you, Effie. I think Laurel's been very impressive.
the panda's here.
Yeah, you can't continue talking.
Yeah, I agree with Laurel's been looking very...
Stop, it's Brewmaster's turn.
Do you have anything else to say?
Huh?
No? Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's what I would like to hear indeed. It is time for some Dota 2. That is a time for a break. Talon and Spirit after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Team Spirit, Talon. Those two teams will go head-to-head in our upcoming match. Both teams are tied in their scores right now, which we have discussed is okay-ish. But they do need to learn from the losses they've had and show that they have some improvement so that they can rise above the middle of the pack, because middle of the pack gets you killed. That's actually, you know what? That's actually not true.
That's not true. It's the person at the back of the pack.
Yes, or even at the front. As long as you're separated from the pack, you die.
Especially if they're chasing you, all of a sudden Jakougar comes in from the front and gets you.
Yeah.
Or bears.
Middle of the pack is safest generally, but not in Dota. Let's take a look at what we got. Speaking of pack, we got enchanters who can create a pack.
So BSJ, when you said that you like Night Stalker but not the Dota version, what did you mean by that?
I meant that I like feasting on the strays of the pack.
He's the guy coming in the front.
Hang on. They say that the person in the back of the pack gets you killed, right? You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Exactly.
That's true.
So who would you say is the weak link in Fort Studios?
You be very careful. Don't put the camera on me.
Well, we did have a discussion today about potentially replacing Nushim. He's had some pathetic moments today.
Is Nushim listening?
You don't have the power. Yeah, you're kicked off of Fart Studios.
Oh yeah, that's a good camera shot.
All right, we do have some heroes on the board. Let's talk about those then. It's Team Spirit, who picks Doom, who can also eat members of the pack. Murano, who can arrow members of the pack. So I feel like Enchantress, true and well taken care of.
She might even skip enchant. I feel like against this lane, you might just go impetus plus nature's attendance to trade with the Murano.
Don't you feel like you can still sometimes go enchant versus Mirana anyway?
I just feel like the Murano and Doom.
Yeah.
You're dealing with.
I believe if you don't have enchant level 2 at level 3, you are griefing the video game. This hero needs to go mid on the 5-minute catapult and force heroes there. I've lost a lot of pubs going for impetus and the heal because you're like, you're not gonna eat my creep if I don't have one. But then you can't rotate, and then your Enchantress not rotating.
I was just thinking like 1-0-1 back into 2 points, but you're telling me since you probably won't have level 4 by 5 minutes that's like
exactly. This hero does not get XP unless you're like absolutely crushing the lane, which you're like a slow burn like harass hero in the early game. You're not really killing people until you get level 3, level 4.
I'd say you're mainly about drawing attention to yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
But didn't they change the duration of the debuff on enchant? Like they rescaled that skill in the last patch.
They
it's like it's a consistent.
Sucks, dude.
No, but it's a consistent 5 seconds of debuff now, even from level 1. Even though the slow scales, I believe.
Slow is bad.
The
It's
slow
not a good
scales,
slow.
but the debuff lasts 5 seconds, so you can even use it as a tool to get kills on the lane if you think about it in that sense. So I think maybe Ench is a little bit flexible in how she can play versus Mirana. Like, I really don't feel like the Ench versus Mirana is as bad as people make it out to be.
I agree.
But
I don't think
the
it is.
Doom versus Ench does kind of suck because if you're split pushing with a creep, he just goes and, animal abuse like we've been talking about for a while.
have,
that does tend to happen. But For the most part, I think Enchantress, like, if she can do what you want her to do, which is rotate to the mid lane, get a tower, maybe secure the safe lane for her carry, then it doesn't matter if her creeps get countered after that part of the game, right? That's when she transitions into a semi-carry anyway and goes for the drums and the pike and the whatnot.
Can somebody with an iPad
Yeah.
Dota buff
Yep.
Enchantress's win rate in this tournament?
In this tournament?
Because I feel like it's not good. I feel like at least the games that we've been watching on this stream, she's been losing.
I will check for you.
But like I said, that could just be the bias.
Just be a small sample size. We're only watching 1/4.
We're not watching all of the games.
It's also like, we should probably check at the end of groups, but I'll check for you right now.
What do you guys think about this Tiny pick? Because this is usually the safest pick on first pick, right? Because you have 3 bans immediately following it up, and Talon has exclusively ran Tiny for Q at the 4 position. So usually a lot of teams will put a core there that they want to protect the 3 bans.
Yeah.
And now they're opening with 2 supports. So what happens potentially bad about this is that second pick gets the 8th overall pick and the 10th overall pick to counter your lanes. And so now they have no like protected core here.
Right. So there's two cores that are countered.
Yeah.
Rather than having one that's at least protected by the 3
exactly.
bans. Yeah.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt. Enchantress has been picked 12 times. She's been contested 25 times. But of the 12 times she was picked, she has a 41.6% win rate.
It's not bad. That's
not terrible.
That's not terrible.
Especially
considering
since
she's
it's day
been
one.
first.
She's getting first picked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
So what were you saying about Tiny? Because I was zoned out.
I think
trying
you're
to find
good.
the stats.
Basically, Q's going to be playing it. Usually teams will pick a core there, and I'm just a bit concerned about Talon's like lane matchups. Because like Doom Mirana is a pretty stable lane. So now like all Team Spirit's going to do is their 8th overall pick's going to respond to whatever core Talon picks in the second round, and then their last overall pick is going to counter that. So I'm worried like mid and safe will be a loss for Talon.
I agree. I think they need some kind of carry that can punish this Doom, but there are very few of them that can do that nowadays. He just kinds of, with the max Scorch that people are doing, you can pretty much run down your typical Agi carry, and a lot of people have been opting to go for a Lifestealer versus a Doom, but I feel like that is so easy punished later on when you actually just start pressing Doom on him. It's not even worth it to pick it to win the lane.
Yeah, most carries cannot out-damage Scorched Earth. So like even if you're like a Slark or an Ursa, unless you already have a bunch of passive stacks on the Doom, I think Monkey King is one of the few that works because his passive sustains him, so you're not actually concerned about that damage over time.
I mean, especially with Doom's getting Vanguard these days too. I feel like it's really hard to trade with him for pretty much anyone once he gets, even just the Ring of Health is enough with the armor that he has, especially because he gets armor from his Q now. Like Doom is just so tanky. He just sits in a lane, you can't do shit.
And they're just protecting it, right? They take out the Monkey King, they take out the Jaw Ranger. Like, these are heroes that would have actually bullied him out of the lane, but they're just not there. You know, I'm a strong advocate for if you feel like you cannot deal with a Doom early on, try laning him, just killing him a couple of times, because he does suck in the first few levels.
He does.
I was really hoping that's something Shopify would do yesterday versus GG's Doom, and they didn't. And they lost.
Especially with Enchantress. Like, that hero's really good at dominating a tri-lane.
I feel like Tiny plus Ench can kill this Doom a couple of times, and then Tiny can just go back. But in order to do that, you need to have some kind of self-sustaining offlaner for the first few levels, which we don't know if Talon have yet. But it's just something I wish more teams would do, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like with Tiny, you do want the offlaner, like you said, self-sustaining. That's going to allow him to rotate. And a lot of heroes, they might even consider like an aggro tri-lane of sorts. You could do like a strength offlaner, put him in the safe lane like Timbersaw. That would match up 1v1 versus Doom, because I feel like Lich Mirana not the best like tri-lane support duo. The only concern I have for that is you're going to have the lane counters coming out from Team Spirit.
You want them to pick Necrophos.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't either.
Wait, you're talking about Talon?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm really leaning towards Timbersaw here, based on the hero pool.
Timber is basically a poor man's Necrophos.
Okay, well, they go for Natures. I actually forgot that hero was in the pool because it's usually out by this point, but that is Jab's #1 played hero. He will be playing it. They've picked it 7 times, and he has played it 7 times.
And it does well by itself.
It does.
Whenever it is left, right? Like if Tiny does choose to go rotate, which is something he is very known for, he has some of the best tossbacks I've ever seen, especially during Lima. Like you have the triangle to farm, you have the ability to just like TP mid and try to do something there, especially once your Enchantress starts heading there. You can join as the Nature's Prophet, so it gives you spaces to play. But I do feel like Furion can be easily punished on lane. We saw it in the last game that we just watched, where the Furion just got completely bodied by a troll. You could go for something to kind of combo with the Slitch and run down the Furion early on. You know, the Juggernaut type heroes. Not necessarily the Juggernaut, but anything that can follow up on Liches.
The Frost Armor is really nice because Nature's Prophet generally only protects himself by hitting you back. So the Frost Armor not only slows him from being able to run away, but also most carries who would get harassed out by it will no longer. So I would love to see something like the Troll. Even like an Ursa hero looks really good to me against what Talon's representing right now. Some hero just kill the Natures in lane.
They can still Primal. Run the Doom as a mid laner or a carry.
They could.
Or Spirit.
They could. We know Yatoro plays anything under the sun, so I'm sure you wouldn't mind playing Doom either.
To me, I feel like Doom mid is very peculiar because while it can always do well on lane, especially if you see this Ember Spirit now, its rotations can go very poorly early on, and then there's just a phase of the game where it needs to sit back and farm, which is not what you want at all versus a team like Talon that are going to be out-farming you because they're going to abuse the tri-core thing that they always do.
That's true. Do you really want to go late game against this team? And they go for the Ursas.
I'm a big Ursa fan here. It's really hard for Ember to deal with because most of the time when he goes in, he relies on items like Kaya Sange or BKB, and Ursa just doesn't care about these items. So it makes it difficult for Ember to enter the fight. They're going to have to play more of like a kiting game now, and I honestly just don't think Talon's heroes are very good at that so far. So if they pick like an illusion-based carry, that's kind of what I'm leaning for Talon, because this whole poke game is what they're going to want to do. I like the DK ban because that makes the poke game very difficult. Whoever's like trying to create the distance will just get blink stunned.
Quiz question for you, Brian. Can you enrage during Tiny Avalanche?
Yes, you can.
That's correct.
I like that matchup like so much for Ursa.
There's no good disable in this game right now for the Ursa. None of Talon's heroes can deal with status resistance.
Yep. I mean, also just if you get that second Roche and you get that short as well, it's even easier to play against these heroes. And it's going to be such an easy matter to just go on this Ench and burst her as an Ursa.
Yeah.
You're the type of hero that builds Abyssal Blade anyway, so that's the way to deal with the Ember later on too. And then of course you always have like the cushion of the Doom. When you have this Doom on your team, you're never worried that you don't have scaling potential.
So there's a lot of problems that Talon has to solve with one hero, is what I'm hearing. Are they solvable?
I have to see the hero. The issue I'm having is I think all the best heroes are the illusion heroes, like Naga, but there's like Leshrac in the pool still for last pick for Spirit, so you don't only have to concern yourself with what you see right now that Team Spirit already has, but you're going to get countered.
Yeah, do you want to give Laurel a last pick on his best hero in a perfect game for it?
We'll end up going for the Shadow Fiend.
I'm not a big fan of Shadow Fiend here. I think the right-click Shadow Fiend's pretty good against Doom, just because he's one of the few heroes that when he gets doomed, he doesn't really have to do anything. He's just going to hit you anyways. But Ursa loves these BKB ranged heroes. He loves them. Like
he destroys SF.
Yeah.
It's so not fun to play.
But I guess what they were thinking here is that there was no perfect pick they could pick here on 9, so they just went for a hero that's solid on lane, a hero they know that is just going to do well. Like, raises are such a good tool early on, especially versus Doom, and then who can eventually leave the lane comfortably. A lot of carries don't like leaving the lane early, but SF isn't one of those. So that's just probably, they thought that was their safest bet.
One of the few heroes that possesses enough damage to actually threaten the Doom with the raised stacks, so we might even see a super early rotation from Q, as you mentioned early on in the draft.
Okay, so the mid Ricky has made a return, the Meteor Hammer build that people do. I actually think that, yeah, it's pretty strong, but this gives Talon a lot of breathing room because I think that a good Ember can exploit a mid Ricky and out-rotate a mid Ricky. And all of a sudden, Mikoto has the ability to correct the side lanes for his team. So I think it's cool that Team Spirit do want to experiment and try it, but I feel like this gave Talon like space to create a mid game for themselves.
I agree with this. I agree wholeheartedly. This game's going to come down to who has map control, because if Ember's allowed to invade the side lanes, Nature's Prophet is allowed to TP in with his ultimate usage, then like Talon's going to have all the space they want to have to farm with their 3 cores that they love. That's their playstyle. But on the other hand, Team Spirit, like, if there's somebody who's alone on Talon and they're not like creating pressure on some tower so they don't feel pressured to react to that, they can kill anybody with this lineup from Team Spirit. Like single target, absolute screw you over.
And I'm thinking about this mid tier 1 for Spirit. Like once Enchantress starts to rotate over mid with the Ember, they can easily punish this Riki early on. And if the Nature's Prophet TPs in too, I just don't see how Riki counterplays them taking the mid tower. You're probably just going to have to let it go early. Like you can TP your Lich and Frost Armor the tower maybe, but then your Ursa's alone and susceptible to dying or getting punished by the Nature's Prophet. So I feel like the Riki created more problems for Team Spirit than fixed, but it feels like something that they want to try because they've seen teams have success with it.
And will they, Jenkins?
I think that there's a scenario here where Team Spirit gets a lead, and then you have Riki, Ursa, Doom. These are all pick-off heroes. Riki Dart into Mirana Arrow. They have like overwhelming team fight with the Doom and Miposhka playing Lich. Like I do think there's a scenario where Spirit gets like a 4 to 5k gold lead, and then it's impossible for Talon to fight because they just don't have great team fight.
I like Talon's draft now. I was like completely flipped. I like Mira's already convinced me. I just think that the SF's going to shut down the Doom and the Ember's going to absolutely free farm mid, and that's just going to give them all this like the momentum they'll need to like not give that early Roche, not give that pick off potential.
I think the saving grace for Spirit is their scaling with the Ursa and the Doom. So the later it goes, they're definitely going to have a shot.
Let's see how it goes. We're heading over to Onipixel and Fog for game 1.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, time for Talon versus Spirit here with myself and Fogs. Fog, we get the thoughts of the panel there. Overall, looking at the draft, they seem to be quite comfortable with what Makoto and 23 have got their hands on this game with the SF and the Ember.
Yep.
Do you sort of care to agree with them there?
Yeah, I agree with both the points from Brian and Effie, actually, quite much so. I think it's a lot up to Talon to dictate early pace of the game and pressure. If they can do that, they definitely can shut down Spirit. But if the game starts to slow down, I see Spirit probably just able to win that later stage of the game.
Oh!
But this is a very aggressive lineup that Talon's got.
And Yatoro, he's walked into the wrong part of the map here. Talon waiting with the full 5 of them there. And 23, he'll claim the first blood.
They really like this SF counter pick versus the Doom. It's something that was going on in their region during DPC constantly. I saw Geek Slate doing it. I think I saw like most of the SEA teams. Doom was getting first picked. They even were first 2 picking Shadow Fiend to counter it. So this is something they're very comfortable with. So for me, yeah, I like Talon as long as they can just stay aggressive, dictate early game. And in theory, they should be able to. I agree with the fact that this Nature's Prophet, he absolutely can exploit the fact that they lack some deep push. They will have, of course, some like the Frost Shield and stuff like that on towers and stuff, but will that be enough? It's a 5-position Lich, of course, so let's see how it all goes down.
And you think kind of in this mid lane in particular as well, that Makoto on the Ember will be able to achieve much more than Lyle can on the Riki in the early game?
Yeah, he should be able to live. He should be able to farm, and they should be able to make a lot of early aggressive moves, so it looks good. Of course, the Cloud is going to get stronger and stronger. Bottom jabs. I've seen this quite a bit lately. He just kills the range creep immediately. So when you see this coming out, this is them wanting to dominate lane. It's a Nature's Prophet versus Ursa. Ursa absolutely struggles in this matchup since he's just going to constantly get hit from these treants and he can't really trade versus them very easily. And yeah, Makoto, you just play around Flame Guard. There's nothing that Riki can do. Of course, you just can't break it in any way and you're just able to pretty much free farm as December Spirit. So lanes look strong and early game definitely should be in favor of Talon unless some crazy stuff goes down, which is definitely possible because it is Spirit.
Sure, and at the end of the day, if time does go on and Yatoro is able to get his farm, this does look like a pretty nice late game for an Ursa to be in.
Absolutely. Can definitely just eat these squishy heroes. But is he going to get there? Is he going to be able to get the farm? We shall see. Because while I'm talking about Makoto able to get free farm, the thing is too, the Riki should be able to just get that free farm also.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not like he's going to shut down the Riki.
Sure, there's going to be the damage to the Flame Guard, but you're a Riki, you've got this high base regen. Once that Ring of Hell's out, you're not going to be dying in this 1v1. No. The HP regen's too much.
No, it's just going to come down to the rotations from the Ench and the Nature's Prophet to take tower, and what's Laurel going to be able to do when they start surrounding him with creeps and stuff like that. So we'll see how that does happen. Yatoro just going full stat mode. We're seeing this a lot from most of these safe laners. Just Wraith Band, double branch, quelling. You have a Lich on your side. It's all about him feeding you the regen so that you can have this more successful lane. Because it can be very difficult. And right now, so far, Yatoro's doing an excellent job down here.
Mira and Ollie keeping one another low there.
Yeah, toying with each other.
Was maybe looking for a chance to get him with the Starstorm, but Ollie already salving up.
I really prefer when I see these Miranas. Yes, you want arrow. Oh, Miposhka. You might just die. One more hit. He's okay. I prefer when I see these Miranas. I know we saw Boxy do it the other day when he had like the Starstorm and the Arrow, and he just got super punished versus the Edge. I think it's just so much safer going for the Leap Starstorm most times. And you can snipe couriers. It just feels very nice with these Miranas.
And we'll manage to reach in under the tower and take that one down.
Yep.
23's courier gone.
He's got to be careful. Another impetus in 2 seconds. Ollie, he's chasing him. He actually gets it off.
A lot of damage, but not quite enough. Very far in the stick was that.
That was scary. I like something else that they were mentioning.
Mid. Mikoto.
He actually skills chains.
Is it going to be enough to help him get the kill? Nah, not quite. It's always very, very difficult. Lal, he's actually going to opt for the TP back to the tower. Make sure he doesn't miss out on any of these creeps coming in.
He got both runes. He took away both of those water runes away from Mikoto. Kind of big deal.
Back down bottom, they do end up getting the kill. Top lane trying to go for Ollie, but 22's going to be able to line up the razors and turn and take down Collapse. We'll lose Ollie, but 23 picking up a kill.
He'll take that. So something I like that they were mentioning on panel also is not only is this SF, of course, very good versus the Doom, but the change in Enchantress, you know, of course, it takes longer for you to get those higher level creeps, but the slow on heroes, it's very potent now. 5.5 seconds at, 5 seconds at all levels. So it can definitely just continue to punish this Doom up here. And do not opt to help out Mikoto for the bottle. He's got the refill anyway in a second around the water rune. But yeah, Laurel, free farming as well. He's got his ring of health. He's going to have very early timing on this Meteor Hammer. Maybe that's the deep push, you know? Just the Meteor Hammer versus the summons that are going to come in. Sure. And yeah, Yatoro honestly doing better than I'd anticipated down bottom. He is 22 and 4, 22 to 7 on
top
the
lane.
Nature's Prophet. And
they're going in with the Scorched Turf onto 23. They'll get him.
Oh, wow.
They see the chance there to just charge straight in on towards him. They'll look towards Ollie as well. They'll get both the kills. Team Spirit.
They gave the small creep. They left it open for Collapse. He got the best, in my opinion, the best creep you can get on Doom. That chain lightning is absurd.
Bottom.
They get a kill.
They do also manage to slow down Q enough to allow Yatoro to get in and swipe him down.
Big stuff.
Team Spirit getting some action now on these side lanes.
That is, top is the big, that is actually incredible how they're able to run down the SF. Of course, yeah, like I said, it was, I mean, the chain lightning on the Doom, but still, that is some impressive stuff that they're able to find 23.
I mean, how easily can they look to go again at top?
He still has the chain lightning, so if, I mean, if the SF steps up too far, it's a couple of these chain lightnings that will add up. Mikoto did not actually have the mana. He had the mango, but didn't get the mango off into the chains there.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's starting to get the push going, though.
It's all right. He wants to get aggressive again down bottom. Gonna try and look towards Q.
Q could be in trouble.
I think he is. A couple more hits and Yatoro will be able to take him out. We'll see if Jabs can get anything in return. He's towards Miposhka, but Miposhka's got the pull. Miposhka will go down. But Yatoro, he might just be able to find Jabs in return. He'll have the Earth Shock again in a second. He's trying his best with the body blocks of the treants, but Yatoro can still get in, take him out, get the kill. He's getting quite a bit of action, this Ursa in the safe lane. 3 kills already here for the bet.
This is a very impressive safe lane from them. That Nature's Prophet, which tends to do very well versus Ursa at the early game. Oh, eye problem.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, they're all right? What's going on here?
I mean, it's not Yatoro having the eye problem.
No, it's not Miposhka.
No. I mean, it was Collapse who paused, right? It didn't look like he had an eye problem. He just killed the Shadow Fiend. Hope he's all right. This is impressive stuff with the early game here already.
Well, the fact that Spirit are getting these kills.
Yeah, Doom lane versus SF. SF is picked as the counter. They get a kill. Bottom, Nature's Prophet is usually that one that has that very good lane versus him too. This is a very good start for them to be able to get their Ursa online, get this Ricky going as well too. Because yeah, he's going to have Meteor Hammer pretty much done any second now. Oh, this is good stuff. Should be a very fun mid-game then, if that's the case. It's going to come down to lots of execution. Town's still slightly ahead in the lane, but only this light.
Now we'll see what Makoto's going to be able to do to shake things up.
Looks like he's doing all right. Shook his head off a little bit. Must be something really bugging him. Eye issues are never fun. Alright, collapse. 3 points in Scorched Earth. He's got Chain Lightning. So depending on lane positioning, can definitely look to pressure this SF if he sees the opportunity. But has to be, I mean, unless they're just like full diving with a double wave, 23 should be much safer up here now. Now it's actually scary for Jabs to perhaps return to the bottom lane. So that does mean that the Ursa, yeah, he's going to have some pretty damn good free farm. Laurel, he's expecting the rotations coming toward this mid tower right now, putting a ward down for himself. Is there a dust or sentry? There is a sentry on the Tiny.
They want to get in onto 23 top, as they're considering it. And this time they won't be able to quite push in straight away with the creep wave. Mirror taking a lot of damage here.
Collapse also doing quite a bit himself.
Arms for the dead.
Catapult will go into tower range. 23 will be happy about that. And 23, he has bought a raindrop, so it does have a bit of protection now versus that Chain Lightning, but it's going to get burned away quickly.
Much tougher to sort of find those opportunities to charge in on him, and you can only imagine that Talon will be prepared with TPs.
Yeah, I think that's what, I mean, Q is holding TP. He's got it available. He's sitting around mid right now with Makoto. But Laurel, I think the Meteor Hammer, it's about to be delivered. Top, constant battles. Q actually makes the move.
Yeah, needed to come in. They were getting aggressive again here, Spirit.
He's spamming them down though. This Chain Lightning, this Starstorm.
He's gonna be able to get him.
Oh, Mira. Oh, what a play.
23 trying to line up some raises. It's got Jabs coming in from the side as well. Collapse pretty low. They catch him in the Sprout. 23 able to step up.
He missed. Oh,
they still get the kill.
And they'll get on top of Mira. Oh, bit of a late mango usage. Mira will be able to get away.
All right, Mira's out.
Oopsie.
So they do get able to take down the Doom, take down Collapse.
But Ursa getting a free lane.
That's true.
That is very nice for Yatoro.
On track for a good Battle Fury timing this game.
And Jabs looking to make the move. I mean, they said 4 heroes top, so says a lot about how they're feeling right now. Laurel. They get the chains on him.
So if they've got the damage. The protection's there from Miposhka. They can't go for this anymore, Talon.
Good rotations from the support Spirit. They know that they're side lane. They know that the Ursa's safe, so it opens up the map for that Miposhka to move around and protect his buddies. Lanes are kind of being broken already at this point. I feel like for Spirit, they're pretty happy, even though the 3 cores are farming well on this side of town. I think they're happy with the way things are kind of going down. Mira, that's the last leap. They know.
They're chasing. Slight change from Makoto. They'll take Mira down.
Town's still wanting to be the ones that play incredibly aggressive this game. They do not want to slow pace down pretty much ever when they are playing versus this greedier draft. Yeah, very good timings for your Toro. Perseverance done, Treads, Wraith Band. As we said, very good timing for him. And Laurel, he's already starting to get some Meteor Hammers onto the mid tower.
I mean, who would you imagine will be looking to go down to that bottom lane from Talon to try and make this early game for us a little less comfortable?
I don't think Jabs can just jungle. I think Jabs has to go down there. Q still lingering around the mid lane. Laurel.
We're stepping up.
Sentry.
He's going to be out of Sentry range now, though.
Tons of rotations. Top rune.
Ollie caught by the setup there.
Mira is really owning in this early game. 4-2-1 so far. Very high level. Gonna have early arcane boots. And yeah, the greed, it's starting to kick in already. So I believe it's 2 components of Battle Fury. Midas finished on the Doom. Yeah, Spirit, feeling good. And I mean, honestly, at this rate, Laurel might just get the mid tower before Talon's actually able to with the way he's applying the Meteor Hammers. And so far, we've not seen an Enchantress creep in the mid lane. We've not seen a Nature's Prophet creep in mid lane either.
And we'll find Miposhka hiding in the trees there. Good quick setup from Q. So definitely not able to do quite as much around this mid lane and bottom lane as they may have wanted to hit Talon so far.
Now they rotate the Ench bottom. Gonna start to slow down this Ursa. It is gonna be the Mask of Madness build for 23. The old school right-click build we've seen from the SF. Can they get the Doom here?
Bottom lane.
Bottom also, Jabs.
Poshka, he's just going to lay down the Chain Frost, and they're going to go for the kill.
Oh, man.
Indeed, top lane.
There's a Doom, but he's got lifesteal, and he's just fine.
So a little bit of something here for 23. Getting that kill and tanking the Doom.
Yatoro is going to have one of the faster Battle Furies I think I've seen. And as we've mentioned, he was in what could have been a tough lane.
Gonna be a problem, and as
Yeah.
well, because this game potentially could be quite a nice one for the Ursa.
Absolutely.
You kind of get those first, you get kind of your 3 core items, you're gonna be having a great time running around.
Now we'll see Jabs make the rotation toward mid, but it's 11 minutes in. They're gonna make reactions. They're gonna make moves on the side of Spirit. They even get the meter hammer.
Not quite able to get the angle there. Too many creeps blocking. Still a fair bit of damage done though. Makoto, he's going to be able to jump back in with the slide chains, and that will be the setup needed to take Mirror down.
Maposhka, he really wants this Ember.
And Makoto's low.
The pull.
And the jump forward. He's going to try and make his way out of it, but he can't. They take him down.
Maposhka, what a beast.
So if they can go for more, Lol should be fine here. Okay, no, he's definitely not. Q's got the toss back up. 23's around, wasn't able to quite jump back over towards Maposhka. So again, 23 doing his best to pick up some action, getting involved quite early, coming towards the mid lane at 12 minutes in. Now, I feel like 23 realizes he's got to be a little bit more involved than maybe he would have hoped for. He can't sit back and farm. He's got to start adding to the pressure now.
They got to play cleaner, they got to play faster. Ursa had a 12-minute Treads Battle Fury. That is absurd, these timings. He's almost level 11 as well. He is set up for success.
Uh-oh.
And Makoto.
Whoop.
Jump away. Wow.
Yatoro is going to be feeling very, very good.
This is incredible. Yeah, they're making the instant move. They see the Ursa go top. It's an instant smoke. So 23 might just be able to set up onto him here. Yatoro is a bit far forward.
Trying for the Red Grim, and they'll get it off. 23. So I'm going to knock them back, take down the 2 of them straight away. They could look for more here, potentially.
They strike
big
back.
pull here from Yatoro, trying to keep the distance. Talon, they'll attempt to dive in, and in fact, Makoto, he will continue to do so. Jumps forward with the Remnant. Won't immediately be able to find Mirror. He's thinking about going again, but underneath the tier 2s, he doesn't want to dive. But a good setup, and once again, 23 doing a lot here. 7-1 and 2. Playing active with the team.
This is a hype game already so far. 23 kills, 13 minutes. Of course, Ursa he's probably feeling the best in the overall game, but Talon definitely making some nice moves around the map. Early aggressive moves.
They'll catch Lal.
Nicely done. It's fun. There's so much action. I love watching the SEA teams. Talon, of course, the best coming out of that region. And they're going to have, what looks like pretty good timings, especially on Q. His blink, he's level 9 as well. That's actually, wow, what the hell? He's level 9. This Tiny is incredibly high level too. And Yatoro.
They're going to try and look to set up on him.
Maybe getting a bit greedy.
He's got the toss. The enrage will come off here from Yatoro, but rapid in from the side. Makoto's ready to turn up. Does get caught by the arrow. Tries for the TP out, Yatoro, but the damage from 23 is too much.
That's big money.
And Makoto catching Mirror there. The damage enough from the Sleight of Fist, 16 to 10.
They're kicking up that pace.
They really are. This SF's looking pretty good.
And look at Makoto and Jabs immediately.
And that Doom, I don't think it's going to get him a kill.
Nope.
I think Makoto is not going to care at all. Collapse will try and run.
Oh, cute play.
Is able to push himself to the side here, taking away the power from the Wild Wing Ripper.
Okay.
He's actually able to get away.
That was pretty sick. And the Doom actually ends up saving him. Purges off the Arcane Rune, doesn't allow Makoto to get his spells off and everything, of course, too. Alrighty. And as you saw the build there from Collapse, they want to take it late. They're just going for all farm. It's bots minus. Your favorite.
All right, let's see if they can get away with it. I think it's going to be difficult, though, with how Talon's playing.
Yes, Talon is really ramping up the pressure.
How's the items over 23? What kind of items are we going to get next from him?
He's huge.
Yeah. As soon as that BKB is online as his next one, they're just going to be go from Talon.
And Q has Blink coming out already, too.
Oh,
okay. Oh. Okay, fair amount of bounces, though. And big moves in these last few moments from Talon. Lane's probably not going exactly how they anticipated, but they're making up with it with their early game move rotations. But Spirit, now they also have a blink of their own on the Ursa. So Yotaro looking like he still wants to get involved. They know this is going to be a fighting game, so he has to go for this, especially because, I mean, it's very standard, but also because his Doom went for bots.
The rune of illusion.
Anytime the game state starts to slow down a little bit, though, that gold lead starts to trickle back towards Spirit.
Cute.
Can he get the setup?
Sentry down, but Lal immediately throws the smoke cloud into the trees. Requiem's there. 23 pushes them back. They'll take down Miposhka.
And Laurel.
They're going to be able to get on top of him with the toss. Q's able to make the jump. They take down a second. The arrow does hit onto 23. Can they save 23 Talon? They can't. 23 goes down.
Collapse here, too. Can he find jabs? Looks like they should be able to. Jabs.
And Ollie and Q are here to help out. Q's back in with the jump. They're able to burst Yotaro. Q's back in. Takes him out. Jabs will fall. See if the supports of Talon could clean up anything more. They've got the dust. They're looking towards Collapse here. Makoto, they've managed to buy time here for the Emma to head over. They don't even need him to finish him off. Ollie and Q, they pretty much do it on their own. Q, he's ready to go again. Jumps in, another combo onto Mira. Q absolutely crushing that team fight.
These supports, they're so high level. Tiny's level 12, Ollie's level 10. He's got a drum.
Oh no, the supports, but meanwhile the mid laner, he's out of mana. Oh, this is like my pubs. I'm normally the Ember there. The supports, you know, they're doing everything and Ember just dies.
I mean, Q and Ollie are looking to go back in. They're like, okay.
They're like, all right. Looks like we got to do the carrying here, boys, Ollie and Q.
I mean, Laurel shows himself for a second.
All right. Not able to get the toss back.
No detection.
Nice, a fair bit of damage coming in with the Nature's Wrath as well. Jabs is TP'd over.
He's got Gleipnir.
I mean, yeah, Q and Ollie buying time here for the backup to come in. Lal goes down. Q again. I think the cores can go AFK, really. Just let Q and Ollie close this game up. These guys are crushing it.
It's Roche time. I mean, this game is literally non-stop. 23-13, 18 minutes in. We had some crazy kill count, I think, in one of our games yesterday, but this one might be topping that. Q he is really bossing it up on this time.
Yeah, honestly, just as soon as the Avalanche, the toss were off cooldown, back to back, at least 4 times in a row there, making perfect jumps.
And 23, he had BKB queued. He's like, screw that. I'm going damage. This is the game for it. Look at his, I mean, he's literally just been around the top side the whole time.
Kill, 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 kill.
Mira will be able to get away before that Gleipnir comes out, but look at Q.
Q and Ollie.
He's on the hunt.
Ready to go again.
They found him.
Let the supports have the kill.
He gets it.
There we go, love it. Q and Ollie.
No longer a support. He's catching up to Laurel. Catching up to his Ember Spirit. They definitely saw the greed. I mean, they saw Bites Midas. They saw Battle Fury. They're like, let's go, baby.
Oh, here we go again, Q.
Another one.
He's ready to go again. Look at these guys go. It's all right. Nothing he can do. Let the support do good. Ollie takes the kill. I love this. Q and Ollie, let's go. I like these guys.
This is how Dota's meant to be played. Screw creeps, kill heroes. I mean, look at this. They're immediately see a hero. They're running toward the mid lane as well. Really trying to punish greed. Miposhka.
Here we go. My favorite too, Q and Ollie. It's the Q and Ollie show.
It really is.
I'm afraid
Tip
it is.
him.
It really is. These
Tip
two,
Ollie. Tip Q.
We need 2 MVPs for this game.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. More than a kill a minute on their side. It's actually 2 kills a minute in total in this game.
Who's actually been involved in more, Q or Ollie? It is Q.
It's Q,
Yeah,
I mean.
yeah, up to 22 at the 26.
He is a menace.
Yeah.
Never slowing down. He literally is. He's just a full-out core because he's so tanky too. The levels, like he's a 2,000 HP Tiny, constantly with full mana, with Blink. He's everywhere.
And doing as well, because this Tiny was picked up quite early in the draft, right?
Yep.
Which doesn't always work out for some teams.
No, his first 2. Mira, hello, goodbye. Monster kill.
For Q. Keep it up.
And
I mean, Spirit, what does Spirit do? They got to be seeing these supports just completely trashing them right now. They're like, we got to do something.
They're like, our Ursa had such good farm and stuff like that, but now nobody can move. They're just surrounding us at all moments.
Radiant are scanning.
There we go. Smoke from Spirit. Like they're trying to go on Q. That's the big mistake. That you don't go on Q. You don't go on this man and live to tell the tale.
Oh. Okay, maybe.
Well, you're not going to live.
You'll get big money, though.
You're going to die. There, Yatoro. Dusted up. I mean, they got Q. It is a big kill, but cost them 2 hit kills. And of course, taking Yatoro off the game for 50 seconds, that never feels good. He should top net worth right now. You can't afford to have this Ursa dying.
Q playing perfectly, and I love his itemization. He's got the phase, he's going Yule Scepter, he's playing versus Ursa. It's a godly Yule's game. He's got the Philly Stone, so he's gonna get it quick. Collapse as BKB isn't forced to use it. 23. Getting things going down bottom. Laurel has to be careful if he shows himself. I actually don't have a dust on Ollie. I wish every game was like this. This is great.
So many kills. Nearly 30 kills at just 21 minutes from Talon.
And I mean, to be honest with you, it's not like their itemization, it's not like it's not matching a bit of that greed that we did see coming out from Spirit with their Battlefield, with their bots minus and stuff. It's the Gleipnir first from Jabs that he got. Now he's going to go back for BKB. But 23, as we said, he went for like the crit, all these early game items, and they'll find another one.
Oh, Makoto with the kill steal there.
Fails to see.
That would have been Q's.
Usually you're against this. Usually you're all for your core players getting every single kill. I'm glad you're turning.
So what Spirit want to do here?
They got to move together.
Grouped up. Lar's heading in.
Here comes Ollie, though.
Oh, Yatoro. He's in on the Wally. Completely destroys him there. Get the Doom drop down onto Makoto, but 23's around. They can't push past this SF.
And Q is waiting in the wings.
Spirit want to keep going.
Q.
Bit of an awkward jump in this time round. The smoke screen will catch the two of them. And Q, he will go down. We'll see if the cores can clean up in it this time round for Talon. The Chain Frost gets thrown out.
Arrow.
He's going to get caught by it. 23's in trouble. He's going to get taken down low, and Yasura's able to finish him off. That's the Aegis gone.
Big kills.
See if they can go again on him. Looking towards 23, they can. Yeah, Collapse is just in with the BKB. Same for Yatoro. They go straight for 23. He'll get the Requiem off, but he ends up going down.
Uh-oh.
And now the cleanup just continues. Team Spirit, they're going to be able to take them all down. As Yatoro, he's back on top. Double kill for him.
The group up worked. That was a sick hurricane there. Do you see that from Collapse? He pulled him back into the Meteor Hammer, right onto the Ember Spirit. That was pretty sweet. That Wild Wing play. Grouping up seems to be the answer from Team Spirit. And also, gotta be honest with you, Owen, Talon went very greedy, as we were mentioning. No BKB yet for the SF, and Jabs went Nullifier. Not BKB. That might be the earliest Nullifier I think I've ever seen purchased.
We'll see again. A lot of damage on that. That wasn't even the Requiem, that was just the dying Death Requiem. But not enough damage to burst through them. They're ready to come in on top of them with the BKB. As you say, overall, the 5v5 definitely seeming to be the weak point for Talon. We saw Talon kind of exploding with the moves earlier when they were getting this pick-off after pick-off after pick-off. Yeah, when Team Spirit decide to turn up as a 5-man, things get a little different.
And now the Ursa is set up. I mean, he's been set up for that success. Of course, got picked off a couple of times, but his items are coming out quick. Now, if he gets on top of that SF, even with BKB, he'll be able to just eat him alive. Same thing versus Nature's Prophet. I'm pretty shocked that Jabs did go for Nullifier. Even though, yes, versus Frost Shield.
11 seconds faster than the patch fast.
That's what I kind of figured. I mean, you don't really see this item picked up this early. Usually it's versus like Pugnas or something like that. Yes, you can see the benefit versus Frost Shield and versus Ursa and stuff like that, but it's a risk.
Not quite able to get the setup here in the mid. Team Spirit, they're prepared.
Mira shows himself. 3 heroes from Talon running at him. Now they're turning around. They have ward vision of Laurel for a second.
He wants to go in Makoto. And he'll be backed up by Q. Straight away they go for the Ricky. The smoke screen's going to get laid down though. Lal going to be able to buy times here. He's up in the air. Jumps back in aggressively. In fact, they'll look to take down Jabs. Lal, he jumps over towards the Aegis. Will still burn down to the Flame Guard of Makoto. Yatoro's in though. He's in onto the Ember Spirit. Makoto, he's got one remnant to jump away. Tries to throw out the second one, but the Doom's there from Collapse. Makoto gets taken out. Yatoro commits him with the BKB.
He's on 23.
Bastards are there as well. Onto 23. 23 tries to stand his ground. He's up to the high ground. Goes through the Requiem. Will push back Yatoro. Ollie throwing in the impetus as he's trying to bring down this Ursa, but the controls there from Maposhka. Pulls back 23. 23 will die, but the Death Requiem does bring down Yatoro with him.
The supports.
They're cleaning up. Q and Ollie. They're back. You saw him before. We're going to get him again now. It's support versus support. Q versus Maposhka.
Blink in a second.
Oh, misses the tree.
He's trying to
He
dodge.
knows where. Oh no, he doesn't know where he is.
Oh,
but the courier!
Is it enough?
That'll do it. One more. Oh, the pull! Punch him!
Oh.
He can't hit.
Can he throw it?
Yes, he can.
He misses.
Oh, he missed. And Maposhka lives there.
The supports.
It's the game of the supports, this one. Ain't nobody watching the cause this game.
There's some pretty crazy individual plays that are coming out here from both sides, though. That little Requiem 4-staff play from 23, super nice. Q, of course, getting the double stun. But then,
why is Jabs tipping Ollie there?
I mean, probably because he's probably doing less damage than Ollie is in this game.
Jabs. And the courier nearly having this one. This was close.
Wait a minute, I gotta look at these levels. Oh my god.
So what levels have we got now?
Q is the highest level on his team.
Is he actually?
Oh my god. Now he's queuing up scaling items.
I was going to get this man an axe, get him an echo, get him a crit.
Yep. It's definitely time. I mean, looking at Ollie, he's definitely starting to get some of these items queued up. They bought a gem, so now trying to deal with a bit of this Ricky pressure, this bit of annoyance that's coming out from him. Super close game, though, 35 to 23. Constant action. Let's keep it going.
What do we got? Roshan up in 30.
Okay. BKB, of course, as we saw, also finished for SF. Ollie, or Q on the prow.
Oh, who's going to make the jump first?
23 shows himself.
Maybe it's just a bit of a bait.
Maybe. He's got to be careful, though. Doom back up in 10 seconds.
If you're doing the SF, though, the Ember's fine to play the fight.
Very true.
Collapse, he's got to think hard about the target.
Collapse also, I mean, he's, of course, still keeping up with farm since he went for this full greedy route. He does have a halberd. Very good this game versus the carry Enchantress. No, just kidding. Versus the Nature's Prophet in SF. But also versus the Ench. Definitely has its benefits. How close is Jabs to BKB? He is getting closer.
He's going to have it.
But Roche is going to die fast. Yeah, Will they make it in time?
Ooh, I don't know. Yatoro takes it down pretty quickly.
They have vision, though. The Enchantress creep. 23.
Q. He's going to try and start things out. We'll be able to put the BKB out from Collapse. Collapse just turns, drops the Doom straight away down in the SF. Yatoro's able to finish off Roche, pick up the Aegis. Take down 23, and they're ready to try and chase in for more. Yatoro jumps forward over towards Ollie, Makoto, and Q. They just have to get on the escape, but Collapse, he's in with the blink, and on top of Q with the Infernal Blade. As Q, see if he can get his way out of this one. He can't. The Yule setup will be there into the hammer. As Team Spirit, they get the Roche, get the Aegis, and they take down 3.
This might be the most impactful Hurricane I've ever seen. This tornado creep early from Collapse, it's time and time again. He's either landing them with Meteor Hammers, pulling them into it. He's dooming people and pulling them back into the fights. It's doing a lot of work. Talon, they tried to go for this like toss play into Requiem. You saw Y23 was channeling it, but they actually just get turned on immediately. 2K lead, I think now for... I mean, they had like a 1K lead a little bit earlier, but now it does feel like Spirit, they're starting to get full control of this game.
Yeah, it's getting to that point where, you know, we were definitely concerned it could happen at the start of this, right? The Ursa, Yatoro did have such a great start. There were some hiccups in the mid-game, but back at the top net worth and the playing field, a fantastic one to be the Ursa on this game when you consider the heroes.
Hope they're all right. Hopefully his eyes are okay. I don't know if they didn't say anything this time, but and now it's headphones. Okay.
Headphones.
Oh, kalma lang kalma. Relax lang. Relax lang.
This is an unbelievably wild game, but yeah, big timings now. Yatoro, the second Roche, it's the big one. He's got Aegis, he gets a free shard, and now he's got Abyssal Blade. He also gets a Mindbreaker picked up, one of the better items you can get versus the Ember Spirit. The Abyssal, it's going to be so impactful versus both this Ember and this Shadow Fiend. He might just be able to kill them 100-0 with it. And it's a very quick one, as we see there, because his farm has been pretty ridiculous this game. Even though there's been so much action, even though he has died 6 times, he has also gotten 12 kills. And he has gotten, I think, some of those big ones, especially onto that Tiny that we saw.
So back on here with the push. Team Spirit straight towards this top tier 2. See what they can get during this 4 minutes of Aegis.
Talon is setting up anyway. Arrow.
He's going to scout things out. Jabs. Trying with the setup onto Yatoro, but he's easily able to make his way out of the Sprout. Collapse is going to jump in very aggressively. They don't want to get in underneath the tower here, Team Spirit. Yatoro is on top of Jabs. Jabs in trouble. They'll force the side, pop the BKB. Another Sprout contains Yatoro for now. Arrow will fly forward, but only 3 able to put the BKB in time before it hits. See if they can set up here for the respawn. He's looking for the Requiem timing. Going to be able to push back Yatoro, but Yatoro did manage to get the Earthshock off in time. Doesn't matter. The burst is still their team spirit. They'll lose their Ursa.
I love Talon. This is so exciting.
I guess what team spirit, do you think they just weren't expecting Talon to set up as heavily as they were around that tier 2? Because
I don't think so.
Normally teams, teams pushing the tier 2 with an Aegis, most teams would let that go. Talon, they say no.
No mercy. I mean, Jab's come, his nullifier, now with his BKB, is working well in Laurel.
In with the Avalanche to put a stop to the TP from Lal. Talon, that's after a moment where Team Spirit took the roast, they get Aegis, they get these 3 kills. Back in action, Talon, they're the ones smashing the fight.
Up top, the 2 supports, they're looking for 23. Jabs is going to come in, though. He's going to bail him out. Can Mipush get away?
He's going to be found with the Gleipnir.
Whoop. Headband.
In fact, Jabs, he'll be able to turn with the Sprout. He'll say, okay, we'll go for Miposhka. We'll take that mirror instead.
It's a bigger kill.
And now they can maybe get the push going, Talon. Down this top lane. They got the creeps with them.
I think this game is so crazy. Level 20 on the Tiny. It continues to be the same level or higher as his cores. Mikoto has definitely taken a step back, though. You see his net worth, it's reflected. He's gone full defensive. No Maelstrom, nothing like that. Just BKB into Lincoln's, just trying to survive. There's more than enough damage on his team that we've seen from these supports.
No, absolutely, I like it. Buying the Lincolns to put it on Q. He knows who he needs to buff.
Game continues to be pretty wild, even though it felt like Spirit, they've got a hand in the game, or a big hand in the game when they get the Aegis and the Shard. Talon still showing they can fight back always. Jabs now, of course, we saw him at 20, so the leash talent is online, can be very annoying versus some of these heroes. And yeah, the Lincoln is done. And Ollie now, a pretty big pickup because there was so many fights, he actually ran out of drum charges like 10 minutes ago. So now he's got a full set of those.
Jabs hits the 20. It's got the leash talent. And Spirit, they want to look for a fight.
Sure do. They got Doom available again.
See who they can jump. They know that Talon's waiting in the trees. And in fact, Q is able to make the jump first. Gets it with the 3-man avalanche. The change catches them as well. Collapses. He's forced to pop an early BKB. And here's the aggression from Mikoto. Jumps in with the ram and closes his gap in on towards Yatoro. Sleight of fist as well. The break's there. Yatoro's got to run. The chains are there. Yatoro also forced to put the BKB collapse. He tries to jump back in, but they completely destroy him.
He tried to war stop. It looked like he was going to get a 4-man one, but something happened. Something stopped him.
And yeah, Q, he's been shoved in here to try and see if he can get more. Does he want to go into the high ground of the base? Not quite. Got the creeps coming in down mid. They can look for the tier 2. We'll see if they want to push for more. It's a full minute without collapse.
You could feel the benefit of this Lincoln's. Like, Yatoro's like, wait, I can't actually pistol him. He's got Lincoln's, so he just runs at them with this Ember Spirit. And now, they're the ones actually knocking on the towers. 50 seconds without a Doom.
He doesn't want to buy back a collapse. It feels rough.
BKB's all 3 on cooldown of Talon. Same to be said, though, for Spirit. There's our on cooldown also.
Throw out a Chain Frost, but Talon, they'll happily let that bounce about themselves.
They've got the Treants also. He summons them. I mean, it doesn't
bounce. Oh, and he's in again! Q takes down Mirror. He's going to get jumped by Yatoro, but Yatoro's going to get sent up in the air by the Yule Scepter. Q trying to escape from the bear, and he's able to do so. They're forced out. Q's going to live, and Yatoro, he's the one that has to be careful. They'll lose Lyle on the front lines.
Oh,
the mid-racks are taken out by the Treants. Talon, they can keep on going.
Q, what did he have, like 1% HP or something? Somehow lives, heals and saves himself, and now push continues. Doom is going to be respawning, but now they don't have the Riki.
And they're on the verge of maybe losing a second set of racks here.
Holy crap. Talon. They are so exciting to watch. 41 to 26 in 34 minutes.
Well, they're going to try and go here. It's all right. And he's in onto Jabs. Jabs is going to get forced out to the side. They'll have the control with the pullback from Miposhka to take him out.
Yatoro's got to be careful. BKB's down.
And they want to go in. In fact, look at this jump from Mikoto. He's getting beyond the racks there. He wants to keep going. Jabs has got the Gleipnir control onto Miposhka. Miposhka goes down. He'll buy back immediately. The barracks are falling. Another buyback as well from Large jump forward from Collapse. Team Spirit, they really want to try and take this fight, but Q's in with the avalanche to toss on towards Collapse. Yatoro, he's trying to focus down Jabs, but Jabs able to get out to the side. 23 pushes them all away with the Requiem. They'll lose Lyle. It's a dieback on the Riki. Talon, His jab's in trouble. They're on top of the Prophet with the toss. Q is trying to save its Prophet, but the Nature's Prophet still goes down. Overall, though, Yatoro, can he step back to the base in time? Makoto and Q, they look another to try and chase. See if Q wants to get in with the blink. He's thinking about it.
Of course he does.
He's in with a jump. Straight on top of them under the tier 4s. Gets the toss back in the change onto Yatoro. 23 stepping up. Yatoro has to walk away. Collapse. He tries to get in onto Q, but Q, he's able to live through at least the damage to the Doom. He will die to Yatoro, but Yatoro had to commit pretty deep for this one. He's got the ult back up. He's able to stand his ground. He turns towards 23. Yatoro, he's doing it. He's taken down a second. He looks over towards Makoto. They'll get the Ember as well. Triple kill for Yatoro. Team Spirit will hold on. And they keep that top racks alive. Does cost them some buybacks here. 2 buybacks coming into play there from Spirit, but they will defend.
This game is absolutely insane. There's like 40,000 damage done in that last team fight from both sides. Pretty ridiculous. I think I saw, yeah, Nullifier Doom came out there. Somehow Collapse did pick it up a bit earlier. Didn't even notice that.
MKB done for Yatoro now as well.
And he's 25 now after these consecutive kills. Jab's buying back very aggressively, trying to push forward. Maybe this time Q got a little over-aggressive, a little overzealous versus Yatoro. Enrage did come back up, as you mentioned, and he's able to get big cleanup kills. And I think, what, the gem also? Yeah, they did get the gem there at the end. Still no telling who's got the advantage or disadvantage in this game, as Talon's been fighting back hard, even though this Ursa's massive. Still making crazy things happen.
Yeah, I guess sort of the only difference really when it comes to what can occur from the outcome of these team fights is the fact that, for Talon, they push the base a whole lot quicker, right?
Sure.
So for Spirit, they're going to need a fair few more favorable fights and build a bit more of a lead before they themselves are in a point where they can really threaten the base.
And Laurel, he shows himself bottom for a second. He is very dead.
Dead again for a long time. 70 seconds he's out.
And Jab's, I was mentioning the Nullifier, of course, has its benefits this game, and we're seeing it a lot. Of course, it goes a little weird at the moment that he bought it, but ends up paying off massively. He's literally getting it onto Yatoro almost every fight. So all these, all these overpower and everything that's coming out, it just gets instantly dispelled off of him. Only a 1K separation between the two teams. All up to execution. Q has a Shadow Blade. He's going for Silver Edge. Continue to be on par with his cores in levels. But as we mentioned, Yatoro, level 25. Doom also Collapse, getting pretty close to it.
Yes, Yatoro really did play that last fight very, very well.
Roche respawns, both teams aware of it. Jab's not quite at his AC just yet. He did go for that aggressive buyback to try to put things on Talon, though. Smoking up, looking for a jump, trying to catch
They're going to head straight into the triangle here. Smoke will dispel. There's going to be Q's getting jumped. Yatoro's in with the BKB. They take down the Tiny. Collapse is looking for the Doom target. See who settles for. Going back for now, and in fact, there's going to be the buyback from Q. Collapse plus the BKB immediately. It's time to be sent from Makoto. Makoto commits in with the BKB for the bash for Yatoro against him. Makoto's gone.
Jab's in.
He's trying with the control on towards the Doom, but the vision is not quite there. As Team Spirit, they're ready to get back in. They jump straight forward on towards Jab. 22 gets the Requiem off, but Jabs, he's been taken out. Of course, his buyback's still on cooldown. Makoto's got to be careful. He brought back for this fight. 23 pots the BKB, jumps to the blink, close the gap on a Collapse, but indeed it's right underneath the nose of the Ursa.
That was a big mistake.
As Yatoro takes out another, and he's ready for more. Makoto also gone, and that's a dieback from him. Team Spirit taking this team fight. And with that, they'll have more than enough time and space to go for the Roshan, and maybe more. 4 dead on Talon without buybacks.
And it's another really big Roche. It's the Aghanim Scepter for Yatoro. Oh, the creep? Is it? Oh, okay, get rid of the creep just in case, alrighty. He'll be able to claim it.
There we go, Yags. Aegis, jeez, he's got it all, Yatoro.
Now they're in a comfortable spot as 23 with a pretty, honestly, a pretty psycho blink coming in there. Blinks into the Ursa when he has all 9 of his overpowers plus another round of it, so he just eats him alive.
You've got to be aware of the bear here. Yatoro, absolutely terrifying at this point of the game.
Chaos was favoring Talon for some time, but now Spirit really getting the ball rolling. Level 26 Ursa. A lot of downtime here for Talon too. And now this Ursa. I mean, he's been massive the whole game, but now he's feeling
really
pretty
feeling
unkillable.
This is sort of the timing in this kind of draft. at least against this kind of draft, that the Ursa's really going to excel. And yeah, Yatoro's just pushing it to the limits here and beyond it. Playing these last fights masterfully as they bet.
Ollie, see you later.
See how much damage they can do to the base here, Team Spirit.
They've got quite a bit of time. Glyph will come out. They can keep going, though.
Should at least be able to get one set of wrecks. See if they find the time to take a second. Obviously, only the top one available here. Bottom lane, still tower standing out on the map.
Yeah, they can keep going for sure. Jabs even shows himself for a second. Laurel almost
very close to finding him. Very, very close. But one set taken down in the mid. Going for the top as well, Yatoro.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack.
It looks like indeed they will get this full set. So Team Spirit, full 2 sets of barracks taken away now from Talon.
Dire's top barracks.
The greed. I mean, I can't even mention it. The greed paying off, of course, but this Doom now also massive. Octarine, overwhelming blink. He's pretty much 6-slotted. Timeless Relic. And yeah, they keep going. Anyone they find is just pretty much instantly dead. And 23 he's found.
Oh, they're in on top of him. He pots the BKB. It won't save him. The Bear's too strong. Out for 90 seconds. I mean, yeah, Yatoro pretty much for 40 minutes in, 40k net worth. Obviously buffed up by the pickups from Roshan, but still a very impressive amount of gold on this Ursa to see at this point of the game.
Waiting on the high ground.
And he's ready to go again. Yatoro is looking for Ollie. Ollie will try and get the heal off, but the stun connects. Ollie goes down.
They might just hit tier 4.
I think they can look to try and push for the end here, Team Spirit.
Meteor Hammer, very effective here.
His middle tower is under attack.
32k gold lead, but they'll respect the buyback here for a moment.
It's just the one though. 23, 600 gold short of buyback himself.
Let me continue going. They're pinging Yatoro. He's protected. Lincoln's thrown on him.
And in fact, collapse. He's going to be able to get it with the jump on the Jabs.
Toss back.
They're doing. They're trying to get Jabs desperately back towards the fountain so he can heal up, but it means that the Ancient's exposed. They're just not going to close this Team Spirit. Talon, is there anything they can do to push him off? Mishkoto jumps in with the Remnants, trying to put some sort of a slowdown to this siege, but Yatoro pots the BKB. He's looking to close this one up, and he'll be able to do so as this game 1 goes to Team Spirit.
Damn. What, how many kills is this? 86 kills, 42 minutes. They kept up with the 2 kills per minute, but Spirit, they kept their cool. The buybacks in the end.
They did, and in a game that I don't think a lot of teams would have been able to do so.
No, Talon was incredibly oppressive this game, the way that they kicked up the pace, ramped up the pressure, but maybe a little bit too much so when they go for that big base push. I don't even know how many buybacks they used, but Spirit, this is the moment really when they full came back. These buybacks, yeah, I mean, Yatoro cleans up completely.
It really was, yeah. Yatoro's play this game pretty much flawless. You know, and the way he played these last few fights, knowing the exact limits that he could push the hero to, the exact times to get in, to get out, to how to respect sort of what spells, what cooldowns Talon were playing with. They just couldn't deal with him at this point. And from this stage onwards, he just exploded out of control. The Ursa was far too much.
Yes, I mean, yeah, great buybacks, great execution of fights. Little bit maybe of overextension, as we said, from Talon, but yeah, Spirit, they kept their cool. They knew how to play this game, even though it was super chaotic. Yeah, Yatoro, he's always that rock.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what an excellent start to this series. I mean, without a doubt, a huge pleasure to see these two teams clash against one another, Team Spirit and Talon. And I can't wait to see it again. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be coming around the corner here with Game 2, and for now, we'll be passing it back to the panel.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Odie Pixel, it was a pleasure seeing these two teams go head-to-head. It was a bloodbath. We had a little bit of overextensions, we'll call them, for both teams, making it very, very back and forth. And we're going to break this all down with my panel, who, of course, were convinced in Team Spirit's victory from the get-go because they believed in this mid-Ricky. Everybody was really excited to see it happen. Right, Effie?
Yeah, the mid-Ricky. When I saw it, we just knew, didn't we?
I saw the gleam in your eye.
Oh yeah. And then we high-fived when the mid-Ricky won. We were like, yeah.
That's a reenactment right there. No, Shiva, they thought that the other team was going to win.
Did they?
Yeah, I remember that.
No, so
go back to sitting there, co-host. My bad.
Just sit there. But
yeah,
I think
have a sip of your drink.
I think that was a great game. I think that the the criticisms that we had for the mid Ricky were completely valid. I don't think that it had much impact in that game, to be honest. But I mean, by virtue of Ursa having an incredible game and such a strong early game, and of course the scaling of the Doom, once you get to those stages where teams are being very throwy late game, of course the team with the better scaling will always have an advantage. But as far as the mid Ricky goes, that's still a giant question mark for me. I know that a lot of teams are experimenting with it, but based on that game in particular, it did 11k hero damage, it got its tower killed, it just sat around and didn't do that much for a long time, so I'm not sold on it. But you know what I am sold on? Yatoro.
Yes.
I thought you were going to say Nullifier, because there were two Nullifiers in that game.
Nullifiers.
Yeah, Noodlefire, I think.
They were they both looked very good.
So
going both
it's interesting because you and I were talking a few days ago, and I said I thought Nullifier was so overrated because as a carry, it feels so bad to buy. But I actually learned so much this game because it was the offlaners that both bought the Nullifier to enable their carry.
Yeah,
right?
it's true.
So I will say Jabs' early Nullifier was really cool because the Lich Armor plus Ursa Overpower can be dispelled. So Yatoro had a few times where he went in with BKB Lich Armor on. That was when Talon took the turnaround fight at the top tier 2, and he just suddenly, he's not tank anymore. He can't kill anybody. And then at the same time, Yatoro late game was having an issue with all the Force Staves and Yule Scepters, so then Collapse with the Noodle Fire really allowed him to stick on his targets so they couldn't cut his BKB anymore.
Right.
So really game-changing items coming out from the offlaners there. I really like that.
And initially we were like, wait, is this Nullifier good? When we first saw it on the Furion, because he bought it before the Gleipnir even, and then that fight they took in the bottom jungle, he just died.
Yeah.
And we were like, okay, is this correct? But then after that fight that they took top where Nullifier just carried it, and then when they were able to take the barracks, okay, we were just completely sold. We're like, wait, he's a genius. This early Nullifier, we've never seen anything like it before. Unfortunately, what followed was the sequence of events where, you know, Tiny dove the base, got a toss back, maybe three
It was
of them
awesome,
died.
though.
Ursa gets the triple kill. That probably shouldn't have happened, but it was pretty awesome.
It was worth it. That was worth it.
It was worth it seeing Q on his Tiny signature Tiny be higher level.
Yeah, I was gonna say the problem with that was he was literally the highest level on his team. So when he died, Yatoro got level 25 and a full MKB off of it.
This is an awesome fight where it was just the two supports who were the last men standing versus the Lich, you know, and she gets taken out.
I never doubted the Lich for a second.
It's the Tiny versus Lich showdown.
I love being the carry cheerleader on the side. You're the one that's always getting focused at the start.
Right.
And you're like, go Tiny, get him!
You have this just pathetic support battle. Everybody's out of mana.
It takes them so long to
nobody
kill
does
each other.
any
Just
damage.
right-click each other, bro.
Yeah.
But you gotta respect the Jukes though, and knowing exactly where there's vision and where there's not, and which trees, and you know it's literally mind game. Does he think I'm gonna go left, so I'm gonna go right? But then he thinks I'm gonna juke him, so I'm gonna juke him with the juke already, and then go the way that you normally would go because it wouldn't be expected. I love it. I love it.
It's like
but then the courier shows up.
And then the courier,
And then the courier just cheated. It cheated for
a little bit.
There.
It's like watching toddlers fight.
But it's so satisfying. I did love that. When we got to choose our Predator head-to-head, though, we chose the mid laners because at that point we were still very unconvinced.
That was early.
That was early for the not necessarily Laurel's performance, but just a Ricky mid performance in general.
They both did terribly, apparently.
The stats are not great. To be honest, it was a bloodbath.
It was. I mean, I thought Mikoto played a pretty good game early on. He was rotating, getting a lot of slight kills. Ricky and Ember just traded farm completely, but I would rather have the farm be on an Ember than a Ricky who goes Meteor Hammer and then gets his tower taken. But I feel like Ember played a solid performance, but then as the game progressed, he was getting doomed. He was getting 3-shotted by Ursa with the Abyssal Blade. He was, you know, buying back and baiting his SF, and a lot of things were happening. But I do think we talked about Yatoro a lot. But I honestly think that Collapse also deserves a shout out. He played incredibly well. His Doom priority was so good, and he was getting these awesome Centaur stuns and just interrupting the correct target.
That play where he was getting chased bottom and he had the on-the-fly decision-making to eat the bird creep.
That was cool.
And then tornado himself immediately.
Wild Wing Stormcrafter.
That's the other creep.
The Wild Wing Ripper.
The Wild Wing
Ripper.
Ripper. Yes, but like the fact that he did it so instantly and he's getting chased by 2 heroes and he's like 100 HP, it's like the presence of mind to think about that is just so impressive.
That game had so many good moments. Like that was an awesome game all around.
Yeah, I would say this was one of the best games we watched here on this stream. Of course, there's 4 streams going on at the same time, but you definitely chose the right one. Now, moving forward to the second game of this series, yes, it was a great game. Both teams made a little bit of mistakes, though, so I'm curious to hear from you guys what you feel. I'm amazed that you found a glass that actually looks like a glass. It's just so stupid.
No, it is a glass. I just have it's a normal sized glass. I have very small hands.
You're really sticking to that story.
What's in your glass?
That Arteezy?
That is our.
That's every carry player.
Yeah.
He's talking about you.
That's the ensemble.
When you were talking about, can I say something here actually and just get this out? When you were talking about how offlaners should buy nullifier, I don't care. It was pissing me off. Because I'm sitting here thinking, oh, you're already spoon-fed. Come here. Oh, there you go, Brian. You have a free lane. It's like, oh, I also need my offlaner to do this for me now. I hate that carry players always want more.
Don't worry, you are position 5 right now. You don't care. Weight off your shoulders. And we're finding out what the lessons are that these two teams have learned in a little bit, because there's a break and then we're in the draft of game number 2, so don't go anywhere.
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Game 1 of Spirit vs. Talon was amazing, and I'm using that game to set very high standards for game number 2, which is coming our way very, very soon. I'm joined by Brian and Effie, and Jenkins is still sitting next to me with still leaving his... I don't even know if I can call it a drink on my desk.
I can't tell you what's in that.
No, I know. I don't even... That's not what I wanted anyway, but can you even call it a
they
drink?
know.
Is it not like a vase?
No,
Didn't you put flowers in it? Didn't you have a flower earlier that you were given?
Flowers might curdle and die in this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, could that provide enough nutrients?
It could not.
It could not.
What does it smell like?
You have very sensitive smell, as you've told me. Upon entering my...
Well, now I know it's in there, and I can't say what's in there.
Okay.
Not good
Well,
for
it will
plants.
remain a mystery, which is probably a good thing. Something that is not remaining a mystery is the draft, because slowly but surely it's coming out right in front of us. We're finding out what kind of adaptations the team have made against each other. So far, none, by the way. We had a Brood IO banned previous game as well by Team Spirit, and Talon previously also banned Rubik. They also banned out the anti-mage. The only thing that's different this game is first pick, second pick, where Talon previous game at first pick, and this game they have second pick.
Do we know which team was choosing what?
No.
I can tell you that there's no way that Team Spirit would ever choose first pick, because Team Spirit have this problem that they've had since Tour 1 that really hold them back, that when they have first pick, they ban Broodmother. When you're the first pick team and you're banning Brood, they just
Yeah, that's
don't...
supposed to be your advantage.
They just don't play Broodmother, so when they have first pick, they waste a ban, and they've been doing that they did it Tour 1, they did it Lima, teams have identified it, and always taken second pick away from them when they have that chance to. It's like, at this point, just learn Broodmother.
Yeah, I vouch that having an offlaner that can't play Brood is very frustrating for draft.
Is that a shot?
You can go frick yourself, dude. Let me just say that. I can't... It's crazy to me that this hero is so powerful that it actually... Like, this is why first pick matters.
Yeah.
Is Broodmother. And it's been that way since, like, TI2. Legitimately. Like, Broodmother
Not
has...
every patch, but there are
Not
patches.
every patch, but Broodmother has always been the, like, cheese toxic offlaner.
Yeah, but not first pick, first ban material.
Well, I wasn't good enough back then to know the drafting.
There's been a
Still
whole...
not good enough.
Okay, so 2012, 2013, 2014, a little bit. Brood patches.
Light of Heaven, Broodmother.
I was more thinking... I was more thinking about the bans when Goblak was drafting games. He always banned Broodmother. He's like... I remember that very vividly.
I don't know who that is.
The tallest person that has ever played Dota.
Wait, taller than Soxa?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Who?
That's
before my time.
Goblak? I don't know, actually.
I actually
I've
didn't know
never
if
seen them
Goblak was
next to
tall.
each other.
I knew the name, but I don't know if he's tall.
But,
Who's
no,
not
and
tall
Brood,
is Clockwork.
and Broodmother wasn't very popular for a long time before this.
Until they
current
made her
patch.
run over trees.
Sure, that didn't help.
Well, now she just wins every lane.
Yeah, she does.
That's the sad reality, is there's heroes like Naga and Troll that like scale well against Brood. But in my experience, if you have a Brood in your game, your carry is going to be in the mid lane at level 5, like saying, I need a lane, guys. Like, give it to me, please. Somebody go occupy Brood's lane.
Right.
Do you guys think Talon, TA, or Dro here? Because I feel like I've seen both teams do the thing where if enemy offlaner gets first phase, they don't mind taking that ranged carry early on. And I feel like often for Talon it's been TA, but they go for the DP choice instead.
I don't like Drow as much early on in the draft. I feel like that hero is exploitable, and there's enough like good carry matchups against it that if you pair like a Spectre plus Initiator or something like that, that the Drow kind of falls off. I just think she's a specifically like 8th or later pick. She fits well. She is strong though. The DP, what's really nice about her is that she does get up in like the opponent team's face, and she doesn't mind getting doomed. She's usually gonna like go in, Spirit Siphon 2 heroes with her ult on, and then at that point you don't even want to doom her.
Really, you shouldn't doom a Death Prophet who has used the ult.
Hey,
You still kind of.
hey, I'm just speaking to the people that are your audience. I'm trying to talk
There was
down to their level.
resentment in my
I
voice
can
if that
tell,
wasn't
I can
obvious.
tell,
What about a Pangolier who's rolling? Brian?
Is this something I did?
Yes! In one game, you doomed a DP with ult.
Was this less than a year ago?
Bro, no. We have a rule. You can't make fun of each other for something that's more than a year ago. That's actually
a good rule.
That's actually a rule we have. No, dude, this is our qualifiers, bro.
Oh, so that is less than a year ago.
You doomed a Pango had Lincolns. You doomed him while he was rolling to break the Lincolns, and then re-doomed him while he was rolling. So useless.
That sounds like a dope play.
No.
Double Doom refresher, the Lincoln.
No, I just can't believe he says this shit on panel, and then he plays a game.
He also said that he prefers to see Drow around 8. We see it right now.
Well, this is the only time you can pick a carry, like, in first
He's right about this
specifically.
Yeah, this is something I was talking about it earlier, right? That Spirit do not shy away, and neither do Talon sometimes either from first phasing their carry. And their first phase carries that they usually go for on Spirit are either Drow Ranger or Anti-Mage. And I feel like the reason why they did this is because Drow is one of the better heroes at punishing Doom and lane. It's something that pairs well with the clock, right? So maybe they felt pressured to not only pick it for themselves because Hypothermia is good versus Death Prophet, but also to take it away from Talon potentially, because it definitely would have been banned out in phase 2. So I understand why they went for it here.
Yeah, they weren't. There's either now or never for sure. My issue is that the DP can just be rotated to mid potentially, which I think significantly lowers like the counter ratio of Drow.
I agree. I also think you can pair DP with another nuking hero, and you just push the lane, and then Drow is like last sitting under tower with like a whole creep wave. She's tanking it. It doesn't feel that good. So I think like in a normal laning scenario where the equilibrium is just static, Drow will destroy a DP in a side lane. But if you just double nuke the wave, DP farms just fine against a Drow.
But even throughout the game, if Drow gets farmed, she still slaps DP.
Yes, I
right?
agree. This is one of the best. This is like one of the best DP counters in Dota. It's just hard to counter DP because she's insanely overpowered.
It's like if it's like a mid DP that goes like Witchblade, BKB, like Blink Shield.
Eventual
or something,
Blink, yeah.
I think that's like. I'm just saying, I like that a lot against Drow specifically.
Yeah,
you've got
sure.
2+ armor items, and the BKB removes the hypothermia out of the equation. So at the end of the day, against Drow Doom, they've kind of put the onus on you to have one person tank the Doom and one person jump the Drow, because if those things don't happen, then you're just going to lose the fights.
Yep.
So those are not jobs that any core wants to have, but I think
is
DP
true.
is going to be kind of sucking it up for this one.
And this DP, you were talking about how Talon picks flex heroes that they don't often flex these days, but DP is actually a flex hero that they will flex depending on how the draft goes. So it's still up in the air. But I like what you mentioned about nobody likes to doom a DP, right? But sometimes you have to. Like if this DP BKBs and Exos and just isn't like blinks into your team or walks into your team, you have to stop her from siphoning everybody if you want this Drow to kill her. So sometimes you're just forced to doom the target that's in your face, killing your team. Like it sucks up the attention. It's kind of the same logic with teams that have been picking Enigma just because they have to black hole the DP. Like it sounds ridiculous, but she frontlines, you have to black hole her to protect your team. And I feel like it's similar logic with kind of baiting the doom with a DP.
I agree.
5 seconds remaining.
I agree indeed.
There's still a Nature's Prophet available for Talon if they would like to rotate the DP to the mid lane.
Do you reveal it here is the question. I guess on second. Yeah, I think you have to pick it on 18 as your second pick, right? 18 is the 8th overall pick.
Yeah.
It's just because I imagine they're gonna pick their 5 or their other support.
You just pick your 4 here or your 5.
Yeah. Gotta leave the
There's
core
Phoenix.
roll open.
The Church of Phoenix has returned.
Another hero that doesn't mind just going in and throws out its spells against a hero like Doom Drow. Like, you just want that. That's what you want in your draft, because these heroes are going to see one guy and click them and push R on them.
You can't doom the egg.
Yeah,
that's the big
true.
deal here.
You cannot.
You can deny it though.
And you can hit it. I mean, Drow is going to be hitting pretty fast.
Drow
He's going to give
can.
an aura to everybody to hit it also fast. It feels like
Yeah.
the egg might not live very long
You're
depending
right.
on the heroes. Like even Disruptor becomes a good egg hitter if he's standing within decent range of Drow.
This is a pretty sick second round of bans from Talon, though. Like, these are Team Spirit heroes, the Mirana and the Snapfire. Like, they pick these heroes a lot, and they're really good against Phoenix for killing the egg as supports. So I think that was, like, kind of disguised. It looks like they're just targeting Team Spirit heroes, but yet they're setting up the Phoenix with it.
So the thing about Phoenix is I'm a huge fan of this hero. I think it's actually a solid Meteor Hammer hero. There are a lot of bait heroes that buy Meteor Hammer, but
Yes,
Phoenix is one of the better ones. The sustain from Sunray is also incredibly underrated. It's a way to keep any kind of Doom target alive, or maybe dissuade them from continuing the fight with a well-placed egg. But on the other hand, I think Drow Ranger is one of the better carries at killing Phoenix Egg. Her range is really high. She has so much natural attack speed, just by nature, versus like if she gets on top of the Phoenix Egg, or like if she gets near it, like it will die. Like, this hero alone is enough to kill it, especially if you just have any other ranged hero near her. But that's why I think you just put this Phoenix on Drow's lane and you just try to pressure her with Fire Spirits early on, right? Because she can gust away the Clockwork, potentially, but a Phoenix who dives on her, slows her, places his Fire Spirit, the DOT. Maybe you exploit her at that stage of the game, in lane. That's how I would go about it.
I'll just say that this is a lineup that I will never want to pick a carry into. Like, oh, this lineup is just so torture for any carry hero. Like, you have the Disruption, you have the Shadow Demon ulti. Like, most carries can't get out of Glimpse.
I mean,
I just don't want to pick anything into this. I think they might just go with the Morph, because that's like a 23 Savage classic, and it's like a hero that can,
SD?
But then you
But I'm
just
saying
get-
it's a hero that can capitalize on your teammates going in first.
But then you also can just get like surprise static stormed by a Disruptor early on, and that doesn't feel good. And this,
What are you thinking?
I feel like Team Spirit's draft right now is so solid, because it's sad for a DP who doesn't want to get Shadow Demon Purged. She doesn't, like, she can tank the Doom, but if a Doom gets to jump on her first, she doesn't want to get doomed before she has Exo on. If she runs in to Team Spirit, Disruptor can just glimpse her away and potentially force a BKB way earlier than she would want to. It just feels like they have so many solutions to play against this Stuff Prophet. And this Clockwork's gonna have a lot on his shoulders to jump this Disruptor, right? Because if this Disruptor isn't jumped, he's gonna be such a nuisance. Like, even the Spectre pick that comes out now, which is good for jumping on these backline heroes like Drow, like Disruptor, like Shadow Demon. Like, Disruptor can protect himself from Haunt. He can just instantly glimpse away the illusion.
Yeah, so we like the Spectre pick then instead of Talon?
I do like the Spectre pick. I feel like even Doom, he gets tanky, but at a certain point, Spectre haunts in, Manthas, and the pure damage is actually enough to kill a Doom, like almost no matter what items he has. And I feel like Spectre also destroys these 3 backline heroes that Spirit have, the Drow, Disruptor, and the other Disruptor.
The other Disruptor.
They do have 2 Disruptors.
They do, yes.
They do. A lot of disruption coming out from Team Spirit.
The way I see how Talon have to approach these fights to win is that they have to get the jump, right? They need their clock to go in. They need the Phoenix Egg into the Haunt. There has to be so much chaos that Team Spirit can't like outplay them in these fights and go on the correct targets that they want to. But if Team Spirit are the ones getting the jump and the Doom initiation, I feel like they have a really good shot of just overpowering Talon. So team fight wise, I definitely favor Talon at this point. But I think Team Spirit's draft is very well-rounded right now.
So I gotta ask you, Mira, because this is what I see as my concern for Talon specifically, is they have all these powerful team fight spells. What's stopping Team Spirit from walking away? Like, somebody hook shots in, egg goes off, haunt goes off, 1 force staff, and you just walk away.
You just have to hope that you can kill these like squishy heroes instantly right on the hook shot, on
Is that
the
what you
Phoenix.
think's coming?
It's Mars, in my opinion.
Unironically
Talon?
Mars.
Yeah, I do think it's Mars.
I think you have to have a hero that like prevents Hurricane Pike from just owning your entire lane.
Yeah.
Which Mars Arena you can't Hurricane Pike out of.
Don't
and,
you
Drow's
think
gonna buy it.
Mars, like, there's save against Mars already with the Shadow Demon Disruption, and then Drow can punish Mars on lane quite well, especially with a Disruptor.
Yeah, but Mars owns Drow outside of lane. You own all the...
It's a heavily favored matchup for Mars, like in a vacuum, but it is a rough lane.
It really depends on where you want to see the Death Prophet go, though, because if they still flex that, then you can also always go for Puck. Then they can't run away from the
Oh,
coil.
yeah, Puck would be
Coil
good.
would be really
I
good,
would
yeah.
like Puck a lot here, actually. That's a good suggestion.
It's really good
What if
against
they-
Disruptor now, too, because you can
phase shift
dodge the glimpse.
Okay, Puck. Okay, yeah, that's also in his hero pool. Laurel. It's actually his most picked hero.
I like Visage
Or
here
not for
too,
Laurel.
for Spirit.
Dakota.
No,
Oh,
never
the
mind.
block pick.
The
You
block
were right.
pick. I said it for
You were
Laurel.
right,
I
Brian.
unintentionally
Holy
predicted
shit.
that one.
This guy's the Fart Studios drafter right here. That's why.
Me right there. Mars doesn't look any good anymore though, because Puck is.
It's not
I
getting
don't think
very
Mars looked good earlier either, to be fair.
Well, now it looks. I agree with you.
And now I'm going to double down on the Mars just as a defense mechanism.
Well, what other heroes are there to stop people from running away?
You need some like instant stun now, I feel like, for this puck, or he's just gonna go ham.
DK.
You need some way to catch him, or you're gonna be in a like buttload of trouble because then your clock is focused on hookshotting
DK,
him. Yeah,
nice one, Brian. We all heard it. Don't worry.
I think they're going to probably remake the game and then go ahead and pick up Mars here. It's Makoto on the DK
It has to be
against the Puck.
Yeah, it has to be.
Nice, solid matchup. That's
Solid
a greasy
matchup.
one.
It's going to a lot come down to the momentum that Makoto creates in this game because they have he is the only thing preventing Team Spirit from disengaging. And so all of these other heroes, it's like, say all 4 heroes on Talon except for the DK have a good game, I feel like they still can't do anything.
Q can do it, but he's a support.
So
It's too much weight on like a support
it's a
shoulder.
lot
I
of
want to
weight.
see like an early blink BKB from Makoto, and I think that Talon's entire lineup like comes together.
And I think both lineups have their perks, right? I can see this game being another even game that depends on execution. I slightly favor Team Spirit. If the Shadow Demon can get an early Ags, I feel like Shadow Demon can just
It destroys this game.
F this game up, right? And they did give it position 4 over 5, so they do want the farm priority on it. I think Laurel needs to play a really good early game, and they need to kind of pressure the Spectre before he comes online. But I think that Talon scaling, even though they're against the Doom, I think Talon scaling is still really good. So it's going to be another one of those long games.
I agree with the SD being an insane pick this game. You get those DK illusions. Like if he wants to go for the Ags build, you get 2 Black Dragons. Also, if you can get to the Ags on SD and you can break the DK armor or the Spectre Dispersion, like these heroes will actually die. Even ulting the Death Prophet is not good for her. It's hard for her to Spirit Siphon people. You literally have to be on top of them.
He relies on movement.
She relies on movement and gets BKB, right? That's her whole thing. So
If you get Ags, you just all 3 of them who don't
they're
want to
all broken and slowed through BKB.
Not
It's actually an
great.
insane SD game.
If Team Spirit's allowed to group, I think they're going to take this game. My only concern is the laning phase because DK owns Puck and Shadow Demon Doom is like one of the few off lanes I wouldn't really be concerned laning against a Spectre. Like, I feel like I'll have like a pretty chill lane. So I'm gonna go with Talon for this game.
Ooh, split panel. Effie, you want to be tiebreaker?
Wait, did I pick one?
You said Spirit looks nice.
Oh, all right.
Didn't you?
Yeah, I guess
All
so.
right.
You did just say that, right?
I think team name is going to win this.
I'm gonna go for Talon as well, just because I think that I've seen 23 impress so much on his Spectre and win games that I never thought he would. So I'm just gonna depend on that.
Well, if that happens, both teams will still be tied with their scores at the end of this one, which they don't want to be, obviously. They want to rise above the pack. Let's see if Team Spirit can do that, or maybe Talon can get the tie. We're heading over to Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, looking forward to this one after the fantastic game one we had between Team Spirit and Talon. Here we go. Game 2 ready to kick off here with Fogged. And Fogged, well, what do you make of this one? What are you liking? What are you not liking from both teams' lineups this time around?
Waiting for this music to tune down. Oh, yes, it's a very good music. Honestly, I'm glad they mentioned so much about the SD, because when I saw it picked, I was like, this is actually a pretty curious pick for me, but I could see what the reasoning perhaps was that they were going for it. They're probably looking at one of those super carries that 23 likes to play, probably the Spectre, probably maybe not TB, but something along those lines to be able to deal with this Drow. So honestly, Mira could be the X factor. This is a phenomenal SD game if he's able to get farm. That being said, though, I think I do like Talon. I think they've got a great way to set pace. They've got this DK that can pressure really heavy. They've got the late game with the Spectre, probably insurance, and a lot of ways to just take towers and take these early team fights. So let's see if Spirit can pull the magic off like they did last game. I think this is going to be another super chaotic game, though.
The battle begins.
Absolutely. Oh, Mira.
Easy
bounty room for them.
Got him. I was actually surprised that Brian was saying that he's actually okay with like the lane and stuff like that. I mean, yes, you feed stick charges to Spectre and stuff like that, but it's a Spectre Phoenix lane. So not one of the strongest ones to
I mean, you
deal
got the
with
heals,
Overwhelm.
right? Yeah,
Fresh?
you get early point in the sun rain, you heal up your Spectre.
You usually get that at like level 4, though. I have definitely seen like the 1-1-1 skill builds and stuff like that, but
not a fan.
Not really the biggest. And maybe it is going to be this one. Maybe that is going to make the difference, but I think people really underestimate a lot of times how much Doom does. Doom plus like 4x or 5x Shadow Poison stacks, heroes are going to die. So we'll see what Ollie can do to protect his 23, because, you know, all that being said, 23, he absolutely owned yesterday. If you saw him play the Spectre, playing versus the, I believe it was the Drow of Team Liquid. I'm just going to check really quick so I'm not stupid. Yes, it was. He was, if I'm not mistaken, Beyond God like super early in the game. So.
And what sort of builds is he like? We're getting kind of this Blade Mail Ags or Blade Mail Radiance?
Yep.
Blade Mail Ags.
Blade Mail Ags, absolutely. Yeah, it looks good for him. But yeah, this lane, it could be a bit of a problem if they're able to get an early advantage on this side of Team Spirit. But we'll see if that ends up happening.
23, stepping up quite far there to go for the creep. It's going to take quite a bit of damage on the way back out.
Should be okay, though.
How are they doing for regen between the two of them up there?
Ollie brought 6 tangos and a salve, if I'm not mistaken.
They need it.
They just have to keep pumping the Spectre full, because he has to go for stick in this lane to be able to eat those shadow poisons. Mira's gonna try to get those stacks up. Ollie has to do a good job of scouting. Wait, what?
I think Lar was able to reach in under the tower and take it out.
Okay, well, he got his items delivered, I guess, but whoopsie there from Mikoto. This is a very nice lane for the DK. Usually he ends up doing excellent versus the puck. Right now, Laurel is holding his own. The Boschka. Okay, they actually skill Rocket at level 2.
Glimpse back onto Q, so... And with a multi-shot...
It actually clips him!
Yeah, Toro able to indeed get him just on the edge of that multi-shot and kind of reach around the creeps and make sure that connects. Very nicely done there by Yatoro. Had a great game 1. This game probably going to be a bit more difficult for him, right? Like last time, he was on an Ursa. If he got the farm, it was going to be a very comfortable game to play. This time around as the Drow, a few more things that will trip him up.
Sorry, Rocket canceled the south bottom immediately from the Clockwork when it was put on the Drow. Yeah, should be in theory quite a bit more difficult, not only just because he's playing versus the Spectre who gets on him, but the DK should have a really good game also to get on him too, and it's that plus armor that always going to be good versus the marksmanship. But yeah, right now, I mean, top is doing excellent, bottom's doing excellent, Puck is doing pretty decent versus DK. Yeah, we even see Collapse not going for the Devour at level 2. He's actually going for the Infernal Blade bottom. Can Q.
Oh, they've got Glimpse. Jabs is potentially a bit of trouble here. Yeah, got him. The body shot's enough. Another kill for Spirit in their safe lane.
They might get Q also. I mean, it's level 2 Frost Arrows.
Yeah, they can run him down.
Oh, this is massive.
I mean, yeah, Yatoro, he's having a very, very good start here. 3 kills already, just 3 minutes in.
Big stuff. I'm surprised. I mean, we complimented Q a lot for his tiny play last game. The Rocket, of course, was there to cancel the south, but him not having cogs early on, definitely going to be hurting to be able to protect his Death Prophet or himself, or maybe even getting a kill on the Disruptor as we saw there. They're going for jabs again.
Oh,
they might just have him.
I think they might. If they can kind of kite him out and battle through these siphons.
Oh boy, this is a disaster in the bottom
Oh my
lane.
Goodness. Dominating on the drought before 4 minutes, and Jabs dead without a TP.
Okay, everything you asked me before about that Drow having...
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Just kidding.
This Drow's going to have an amazing day. As you don't get a better... Q? Is he going to... Okay. I feel like he's got to be careful. They will tease around with him here.
Hey, this is insane, though. This start is ridiculous. The Doom putting pressure on Spectre. Puck still doing fine in mid, and they're just, yeah, this is the most one-sided bottom lane I've seen in ages.
Jabs is having a pop a smoke here, get a bit of a movement speed buff to get down to that lane as quickly as he can.
Do you remember the game when Jabs died like 7 times? I think it was at Stockholm Major. If I'm mistaken. I think it was like a Vistage or something like that, where he just got
there was a
killed
Vistage
and
game.
killed. This is bringing back some
We don't talk about that Vistage game.
painful memories.
It's a rough start.
And wait, Laurel?
He got it again.
He got it again?
2 times now already. He's been able to snipe that mid courier of Mikoto's.
Alrighty. Big stuff coming out.
2K lead already. Here for Team Spirit.
Collapse having a great time top. Mira now level 3 also, so yeah, the Spectre definitely under pressure. If he's too far up, they could get the get those stacks onto him.
Is this going to be another one for Spirit?
Looks like it. And top 23 is in trouble also.
Can they get Jabs as well? Oh, we'll see. Yeah, top lane. 23 trying to push on for the kill here, and they will get it. They'll take down Mira.
Collapse maybe actually getting turned on. Oh! No way.
They'll get him with the dagger. Same time, though, as nice as that was for 23, things are just getting even better for Yatoro. They just killed the two of them again.
What the hell
He's got 6 kills at 5 minutes in.
Wait. I think he suicided, right?
He must have. Yeah, he must have suicided.
Yeah, he suicided.
Okay,
I was like,
it
wait,
just
what?
still attributed the kill to Mirror.
Okay. Oh my god.
At the bottom lane.
How do you fix this? This Drow is going to be level 6 at like 7 minutes in, and they're going to be able to move now. Disruptor can do whatever he wants. Miposka is going to be over level 2. All right, this is Jabs. You got to chill down here. 0-3-12 last hits.
Just don't go down there. I mean, I guess you have to. It's not really jungling as a death prophet's not really a thing.
Oh, good lord. I mean, IQ is just left the lane. He's a good luck, buddy.
He's like, yeah, I'm done with bottom lane. I was never there. I was always mid. That's not me.
Again, the aggression. Again, they get the 5 stacks
get
up.
a few stacks here. Don't think they'll be quite. No, they won't quite be able to get anywhere near enough. 23 will be fine.
Oh, and Mir actually skills Disseminate early. Not something you see too early on these Shadow Demons nowadays. Mana cost is
Here we go,
high.
Jabs. He's coming over for a kill. And they will...
Oh, no.
They won't get him. They will not.
No.
So, unfortunate time spent away from the lane there doesn't grant them anything.
Oh, and is this even recoverable?
Well, what's Yatoro got? Is he about to hit the 6? Yeah, he's going to get the 6 off this wave.
Where does Jabs go? I legit do not know how you fix this for Death Prophet. Do you just send DK bottom soon and just put the DP mid in a second? I think it's something you might just have to do, but... Oh my god, 4,000 net worth, 7 minutes in. I don't think I've seen a Drow.
If Yatoro gets one touch on him, he's dead.
Yeah.
He's just going to be able to run him down.
What is this GPM already? It's a 500 GPM on a Drow. It's 7 minutes. Good god.
Double the level of Jabs there, Yatoro.
If you're able to have this type of game on Drow, also, it goes both ways versus the Spectre. You're able to get
if you run him
crazy
over.
itemization. You can get your Pike into your Silver Edge, and then you just eat him alive. Yeah, this crazy stuff right now. And Q, I mean, is he gonna... Oh my lord.
He will get away. Only just.
All right, Mikoto's doing good. 23 is actually doing pretty well up top. The Doom is getting some very good farm, but Mikoto and 23, they've got their work cut out for them here, and Mikoto is getting 3-manned.
Yeah, I mean, Miposka, he just walks past Ollie. He's like, I got a place to be. I'm looking for the setup on a Mikoto. It's a decent amount of damage, but not quite enough to take down Mikoto straight away. Heals coming in as well from Ollie with the Sun Ray. And they're actually going to haunt in. 23 wants to get involved. Lar will be able to jump out to the side with the Orb and the Waning Rift. They'll turn their attention over towards Mirror instead. They'll settle for the Shadow Demon.
Alrighty.
Does take quite a bit of resources here from Talon, those. They bring the 4 of them in mid.
Definitely looking close to DD. Not really enough. The DK just too tanky.
And Jabs may be able to get Lal here.
Oh, this is the recovery.
Yeah. Oh, Q.
Q? Oh, no, Yatoro. He shows up mid, and he's like, hello, free kills for me.
All right, can he get Ollie as well?
Should be able to.
He's going to find him. Oh, no.
Wait, what?
I thought did he not see? I guess he did quite see him around the tree.
He got him anyway.
But indeed, they'll still get him.
Oh my god, is this 8 kills on Drow at 9 minutes?
Oh my goodness. Well, you thought this game 1 Yatoro was good. You know, well, welcome to game 2.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
even better.
Doom now has Midas. Jesus, this is the fastest items I've ever seen on a Drow. He has Dragonlance. He's got half everything. Oh my goodness, level 8. Support's going to be super high level 2 at 3.5 minutes faster than the
it's faster than
average.
I'm guessing, because we didn't get it, it's not quite the fastest, but it must be close to the fastest.
How the hell could it not? Unless someone just went brown boots.
They probably did.
I guess
it's probably a
went
game
brand
where
boots
someone went
last.
Dragonlance before it.
Okay,
but,
fine.
Yeah, that's cheating. Yatoro, he went for the proper build-up, made sure he got his early items done first.
Jesus Christ. I mean, he's going to have... I mean, he can buy Shard immediately at 15 also, and it's still not going to slow him down by any means, which is... It's an excellent Shard game versus DK, DP, and Phoenix.
Can Lyle kill Jabs with Dream Coil when he's got spells up here?
I don't think Jabs will give him that opportunity. I think Jabs will be hopefully more careful. Ollie?
Oh, give it to Yatoro.
Oh, there's got a gut.
Give him another one.
Okay.
Godlike at 10 minutes.
Fastest godlike, right? It's got to be.
Nah, I don't think so.
What do you
I
mean?
think there's been some fast ones.
No way. 10 minutes?
Do we have that stat on Godlikes?
We probably can't get that one.
No. We'll say it. Fastest Godlike.
Fastest godlike. Someone will post it somewhere. tower. This is the DK's tower being taken from a rotation. Miposhka level 6. Oh my god. 6,500 net worth. Next tower, now he can just go top, right? And then he can probably push 23 out of lane as well. Yatoro, the world is his oyster. 4K lead already.
Well, they got level 6 on Q. They're going to try and make something happen with the supports.
Okay. Should be able to get him here. Yeah, they just started to farm stacks instead. Yatoro finishing up like a quad stack on the hard camp and then just a single ancient. But I believe that's the Yasha finished. Absurd item timings. They will still continue. Jabs is probably like, yes, he left my lane though. Jabs actually gets to play Dota in the bottom lane now for a moment.
He's getting a little bit of farm now down there.
Dire's structures are fortified.
4K lead though already at this point is pretty substantial.
Set up top.
Got the demonic purge.
Good call though. Go straight for the TP immediately after the disruption.
Very well played. Toro.
Got a few siphons.
Jabs actually starting to be able to do some. On forward.
Coming with the horn. Trying to look for Lyle, but not quite able to find him with the dagger.
Glimpse back to base.
They're going to still try and push on forward though, Talon. They've still got the 4 of them here. They'll get in onto Collapse, and they'll catch Miposhka as well.
Nicely done. Jabs starting to recover. Requires them to bring 5 heroes to the bottom lane though. Of course the glimpse happened, but they got to do stuff like this to reestablish the disaster that happened in the early game. And Mikoto, after this tower, he'll have Blink. So they will have ways to get on Drow. They will have ways to get on Puck as well in control.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
But Mikoto, he's definitely going to have to be very active in order to make sure that his Spectre can farm, make sure that Jabs can actually get himself back in the game, because Jabs' item timings, they're going to be very slowed down. The Mac soon to be around the corner, but usually they already have it finished at this point.
Yeah, they've got to find Yatoro.
They sure do.
See where Mikoto's able to head.
Oh, and okay, they actually they blocked the camp up there, so Yatoro doesn't have a spot to farm. And Q, this could be a very impactful invis.
I mean, Mira's around. Mira's going to be able to help him out with the disruption.
But Mikoto's here with Blink.
So Mira, yeah, already getting the Shadow Poison onto Mikoto.
Oh, nicely done.
So very good here from Mira. I mean, Mira will get jumped, but this is just going to give time for Yatoro to step out to the side, get the angle to get the damage in, take down Mira. Take down Q. They do lose Mira. See if Yatoro can turn for more. Jabs trying to front line against this, but it's too much damage. They'll lose the 2 of them, maybe even more here with Lyle coming in with the silence. Mikoto will manage to jump in again on the Mikoto, and they get him with the dagger. They take him down.
He got the kill.
That's a lot of early game money here for 23. Chasing out Miposhka as well. He gets underneath the tower, picks up a double. They're looking towards Lyle. Lyle has got the orb back up.
Another dagger. Phase shift won't come up. He's got him.
Oh, I mean, that is massive for 23. A triple kill, one of those being Yatoro. This man just got a lot of money.
Game is perhaps salvaged now.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's level 11. All right, about
when
to be
those
12.
sort of kills go to the Spectre.
Yeah, that's huge. So you got to go for his Yasha first. I mean, he bought a Band of Elven skin. He is already halfway toward the Aghanim, so I'd be surprised if he does go Yasha first, but...
I'll take that.
I mean, how much gold did he just get injected into?
Well, he goes to like 1,000 from Yatoro, but probably 500 or so on top of that. So it's at least a 2K jump up.
2K jump
about
for
2K bump.
Yeah, that's much needed.
Pretty much, you see, close that gap completely between him and Yatoro. A perfect time for 23 to turn up.
That is pretty crazy. A 10-1 Drow. The Spectre now comes in, and he's 6-1, but he's only 400 gold behind the Drow.
I mean, kills just aren't worth that much right early.
Yeah, absolutely. Those kill streaks, they do give quite a lot.
Yeah, look, he's actually got more from the kills and assists this game, the Spectre.
That is wild. That is cool. Oh, that looks pretty. Thank you for that.
You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about the quantity, it matters about the quality of the kills.
I like it.
And 23 showing that hit. Closing the gap on Yatoro.
And Talon, they're moving fast. They've got Haunt back up. They're going to look for this Drow or look for any type of jump. They see Yatoro. They're on it.
They're going to jump in straight away. A bit of disruption here from Mira, trying to keep the Drow safe. Collapse will turn. He'll drop the Doom down onto the Clockwork in this situation.
Can Yatoro get away?
And Collapse is trying to chase down the Clockwork underneath the tower. They will lose jabs. See if they can get anything more here. 23, he can't frontline this time round. Team Spirit, they're able to take their sort of the positions around him, take him out. The Supernova's kited out as well as Team Spirit. They're ready to jump in after, and they're back to a successful team fight.
They read him. They read that play coming like a book. They had all 5 heroes in position there. Spirit, they get the save from Mira. The 4-step comes out.
Straight to Roche as well. You've got level 12 now in Yatoro. They should be able to get this Roche out.
Yeah, no way the talent contest this. They used everything in this fight and got decimated. A really cool Doom. Even though it's like on a Clockwork, it actually does quite a bit of damage there. He doesn't get hookshot to follow up with his buddies to kill this Drow.
No, absolutely, yeah. Q, he wants to be the one running in and helping out with the Spectre and the Death Prophet charging in. But because it was just the Spectre and the Death Prophet on their own, Team Spirit, they're able to deal with them one by one.
Boom, there he goes. Re-established the game back into their favor heavily. A full Hurricane Pike now for the Drow. Yatoro is actually not going for the shard early. He's just going for early game items. Sometimes you do see this shard picked up very early when they're playing versus the DP and the DK, but just wants to build his own stuff. Wants as much protection as possible for himself.
No, absolutely, yeah. Getting the Manta is going to be
He bought the shard. Just kidding.
Oh, he did, okay. There we go. He'll get it next, but...
I love when I see people do that. Just betas.
Super fast timing.
I was going to say, I mean, I could get why he might want to just go for Manta, but the damage you get from shard is pretty absurd. Q shows himself top. Jumping forward, Mikoto.
Ooh, he's going to get glimpsed back.
Shots there.
Q still wants to go. He's going to make the jump onto Miposhka, but Miposhka's able to get the kinetic field and the static storm down. Miposhka's still alive.
The Blade Mail will finish him off, though.
You'll lose the 2 supports for that attempt, Talon. 2 for 1.
Anything to give kills to 23, I guess, but not worth it. Collapse with the Greaves. Midas. Very farmed up on the opposing side. Greaves still not quite there for jabs. He's recovering, but very slowly. With Aegis now also, they can play versus these ultis a little bit easier. As we've seen, Talon, if they can synergize with everything together, if Spirit's not set up, they have a lot of ways to get on the Drow, but this Aegis is going to give Yatoro a lot more power. And also, looking at his build, he goes for stats. So really just trying to tank up. It's only level 1 Gust. Doesn't really need too many more levels of it. Can understand why he wants to do that to protect himself. Still looking to keep the moves going, though. Mikoto, he shows himself in the mid lane. This is a bit of a risk.
Get the glimpse back. Hook shot in aggressively out towards Miposhka. Mira is able to keep Miposhka alive here with a defensive disruption. Saves the disruptor. They've lost 2. They're going to lose 23 as well.
Oh.
And Miposhka, he lives. I mean, the support saving one another there perfectly. Mira.
Yatoro with the double impact play there from the Hurricane Pike, pushing him out of the coil.
There we go. Gets himself the Grove Bow, Yatoro.
Oh, that's not fair. Level 15, multi-shot cooldown.
Oh, he doesn't even want it. Actually, he's got the Brigands as well. He's got his options.
He'll just let Laurel take it. Sure.
Get the Brigands instead.
When you're at this type of point, honestly, the range, they're getting on your face anyway, right? Just get the damage.
Get the attack speed.
Sure.
Check this out again, this last fight. I mean, they really going for Miposhka, but a good disruption puts a stop to it. And at that point, they've kind of gone all in on the support. The cores, they're ready for cleanup from Team Spirit.
I think Mikoto can't really show himself in lanes like that. I think when you just like blink into a mid lane in that position, when you're the one who has to make all the plays, you're giving the opportunity to Spirit to kill you, and also it just gives him full information that, okay, this DK is just not making plays, he's farming. So they have the free setup for him, and they're perfectly positioned to punish. Smoke up, Talon, they're still gonna try. Everything is up, but Age is still up for about 90 seconds.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan, it will connect.
Oh.
Hookshot actually, oops.
Straight into the back of jabs. Mira, not disrupting himself. It's a bit of an awkward start to the fight for Talon. They turn with the Static Storm. And the multi-shot, Team Spirit, they're going to be able to take down Q. They'll turn towards jabs. The Supernova's there on the high ground. Lars
killing
taking it down on his own. Takes out the Supernova. This has not gone to plan for Talon.
They can't run.
As the fight it seems like it's collapsing completely. They're going to try for the puck here. See if he's able to jump out in time. He is. Lyle He's able to get away. Jab slowly down to Yatoro. He's happy to dive in for this because he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. Ollie brought back for this fight.
Can they get him?
See if they can deal with Yatoro. He's still got the back of his teammates. Collapse. He's playing around in the trees. He's managed to find his way on top towards Makoto. Makoto's gone. The multi-shot comes in from Yatoro. Ollie desperately diving away. Jumping with the horn. See what target 23 can find. He's trying to step up towards Yatoro. But Yatoro's keeping his distance. Jabs is taken down. Q and 23 desperately trying to get to the drow, but they just can't. The Master dodged the hook shot. They cannot get on Yatoro. Yatoro survives. Double kill for him. It's down to Yatoro and Maposhko against 23 and Ollie. They get the glimpse to cancel the TP. The kinetic field will hold him back. Yatoro's got to be a bit careful about how he goes about this, as he is pretty low himself.
He's got the demonic
keeping the
cleanse.
stacks built up onto 23, kiting this poor Spectre that can't do anything in this situation. 23's gone. Ollie will be able to dive away in time. See if Maposhka can find him, and he doesn't want to dive the tier 2. They'll let him live. But again, just the real struggles you're seeing from Talon. They're just throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Yatoro, and they just can't get him.
This guy is just so damn good. His spell usage, his positioning in fights, just waiting for the opportune moments to use his Hurricane Pike, his Manta. He's so patient. That was beautiful. They protect him perfectly. The Manta dodge on the hook shot to saving the Hurricane Pike to distance himself from clock. Every little thing matters. 17-1. Okay, this has to be the highest kills for a drow at 20 minutes. Or for most heroes, honestly. This is insane. Died the once, but back to business. Wow. Level 17 as well. Soon to have Shadowblade, into a Silver Edge likely, and then these heroes will melt even faster. And what that was also, you mentioned a buyback, right? I believe from Ollie, and they still couldn't do anything.
23.
Okay.
Yeah, it was buyback from Ollie in that last fight.
Okay. Tons of auras to protect Yatoro. Tons of everything, really, just saving Private Yatoro. We saw Mira also. The demonic cleanse at the end comes in there. He did pick up his shard, and he is going to be going for that Aghanims next. So 11k lead, a Shadow Demon who's going to have first component of Aghanims. Talon has very little hope in this game. They have to just, honestly, they have to cause chaos and hope that it works out for them, because the way that it's going, the later and later it goes, they're just going to be hard countered. This Shadow Demon Aghs ult will just break the 2 cores completely. Quick jumps. Can't punish Mira.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Ready to fight. Rocket lands right after that smoke comes out. Midas is at the ready. And Collapse again, I didn't see if he's used it this game, but he has the Hurricane again. He owned with it last time. He can do a lot of things with this. Oh, jabs. Jabs. Farewell, jabs.
Straight back towards the mid as well.
Capoto.
He's going to see if he can get a glimpse.
He's going to have to be KB.
Yep.
He doesn't pop it.
What?
He's crazy.
That is a risk there. Just letting himself getting glimpsed back, Makoto.
What the deny?
All right, Ollie coming in with a very cute deny, but of course this team fight, it's still going massively downhill for Talon. They lose 3 heroes.
I guess he really wanted to just try to hold the BKB, but...
I think, well, maybe just trusting in that even if he gets sort of glimpsed into sort of Static Storm Doom, that maybe the heal of the Sun Ray would be enough to allow him to live through it, but
maybe.
As it was not.
Okay, 23. Nice little snipe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mira is switching a little bit of the item build. I think he still might just go straight Aghanims, but maybe wanting something to protect himself versus the Spectre too. I want him to go. I mean, he doesn't need to go greedy at this point, really, with the way the game state is, so maybe he does just go for this Glimmer.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving away these easy kills to 23. You know,
Yeah.
If he's able to sort of make these kind of little pick-offs on the supports, it will get him towards that next time, and then that next one, and suddenly he's in this position where he's kind of kitted out to carry against the Drow. So
he goes Blink instead. So I mean, positioning, all about like saving the Drow, I guess, like that and stuff. So sure. I want the Ags. I love seeing the Ags with the triple demonic cleanse and triple purges. Spirit. Roche, soon on the menu. They want to assert their dominance, get some vision in the area before they go straight for it. Tons of wards. There's been so many battles. Miposhka has 3 wards. At the moment, Talon has no vision on the map. They are blind. Ollie steps up for a quick second.
Mirror. So beginning with the follow-up. Jabs is going to put the exorcism. They want to try and see if they can get something in return here. They'll get the supernova off. And it's a good one. Collapse. He's caught kind of close to it. Will be able to push himself up to the high ground and get away for the supernova in time before it goes off. Collapse gets out.
Collapse is making this look broken. This Hurricane in both games.
Well, they get a glimpse. Glimpse onto Jabs. Can they heal him enough with the Sun Ray? They're able to keep him alive here. He's able to step out. Mikoto jumps in aggressively with the BKB. 23. He's caught in the Static Storm Connect field and will get doomed. Jabs, he's stepping back into the fight, but he's caught too low, and Lars is able to burst him with a Waning Rift. As Jabs falls, Mikoto as well. Double kill for Lars. Ollie still goes down. They try their best to take a fight here, Talon, but they're just too far behind.
They also... Oh, Collapse might die, though. Okay. Big injection of gold for 23. I mean, Mikoto makes a big slip up there. I mean, if we get a replay afterwards, he blink and stunned an illusion. He blink stunned the Drow illusion, and I actually think they maybe had a chance to get Yotaro there if he gets the actual stun on the real hero.
Yotoro's going for more.
Q. Yotaro is almost out of mana. Has to try and swap a few times. He'll have enough. Brings himself some mangoes. Backpacks his items. Straight efficiency.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
19, 1, and 10 on the Drow. Hits 20. Even more damage. Mikoto is having a pretty rough series. Even the last game, he had to take the back foot a bit as this Ember Spirit, and he started getting further and further behind. This game, similar story. He is the bottom of the course by a significant margin. Even though Jabs literally had the roughest lane ever, Mikoto is struggling a lot more.
Mira.
Yep.
He's going to try for the center. They jump in, but immediately get pushed back by the gust. 23's up on the high ground, but he's in on top of Mira, so we'll get the kill.
Starting to get some itemization, though. 23. Manta's done. They've got ways to protect him too with Lotus Orb. They need every little thing to buff up the Spectre, though. Problem is, too, at the end of the day, because their Death Prophet's having such a rough game, their DK's having a rough game, it's a 4 Protect 1 against the Doom as well. So the priority for Collapse is just Doom the Spectre, and he should be pretty fine, even if they do start to get this big scaling on the Spectre. And Yotaro, he's now about to have his break mechanic, so Silver Edge, about 60 gold away.
Does 15 Spirit want to go for the Roshan? So this is kind of difficult against the ults of Talon. But Talon will not be afraid to take a fight around it. In fact, they're looking for it right now. They're heading out.
Spirit will probably look for the fight themselves, though, and they have just a way easier way to take these fights, of course, at the moment. Laurel full Lincoln's also done, so he's got a way to protect himself versus instant DK stuns, or to protect the Drow. Yeah, they're going to smoke and look for it.
There we go. Let's see if Talon are prepared.
Mikoto. Can't contest Laurel because of this Lincoln's.
Look at the glimpse on Ollie.
Deleted.
23.
They're on Mira.
Try and go in there, in onto Mira, but the Static Storm's laid down and the Doom's there as well. Drop down onto 23. He's got to try and back out of the fight, but Collapse is not letting him, staying on top of him. They'll take out the Spectre. They won't be able to go for the egg. They've got to kite out the Supernova for now. Collapse starting to get a little bit low here to the Siphons. See if Mira's able to offer anything to help out. Forced to the side here. Collapse. He's going to be able to get out at the range of Jabs. Yotaro turns, takes out the Death Prophet. It's 4 dead on Talon, and Spirit lose nothing.
Such, I mean, incredible spell casting. Really understanding everything. Laurel shows himself. He's like, they can't go on me. Doom instantly on the Spectre. And again, the Hurricane. Honestly, this creep looks broken. Collapse. Good luck running away. He just pulls you back in. Gets two-shotted there from the Drow. And yeah, now Roche quickly going to be cleaned up. A super impressive game from Spirit. And especially from Yotaro, of course.
Easy, easy Roche. Aegis to be taken. Who needs the shard? Who are they giving that one over to? Actually, who does still need the shard?
Doom still needs it.
Doom.
It's probably the best one they've got right now left. Q.
Oh,
let's see how quick he dies.
4 hits. He's gone.
Oh, wow. Maybe he gives it, just give it to Miposhka. Why not? Give him the shard.
No.
No. Triple mangoes again, constantly backpacking items while doing it. Just Yotaro. No mercy today. Talon need to recollect themselves. But what do you do? Everything is answered.
I mean, it's you've got to hope that 23 doesn't get doomed and that he can clean up the fight somehow.
Somehow.
You just look towards your Spectre. Buy these items to keep the Spectre alive. That's, yeah, your only real hope right now.
Yeah, bit shocked to see the... I mean, let me see actually really quick before I do say it. But yeah, a bit shocked to see that the clock's going just full selfish items. I mean, for Q. No drums. Not like that we've seen for a lot of teams. Just going usually for like these drums or some type of ways to at least buff up. Some types of bongo boots or, you know, anything like that. Nope, it's just blade mail into his own agonyms or something. So, playing for himself. And the blade mail doesn't feel like it does much of anything because Drow just has how much armor?
I mean, you've got the lifesteal as well on your Sora,
Yeah.
so he doesn't care what he's hitting.
Lifesteal and like 35 armor, so you actually take literally nothing from this blade mail.
Let's see what Talon's plan is going to be into this Aegis. Do they want to try and wait for the high ground, or are they going to get out there on the map?
I think they have to kind of hope for some type of throw plays really from Spirit. High ground type of crazy plays where they can get some unbelievable egg with some sunray action. Actually, another thing to point out too is Ollie didn't go for shard. I mean, went for the Yules to try to protect himself versus these silences and stuff like that, but I usually see these Phoenixes rush it at the 15 minute or so. Didn't quite get to see that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gem earlier picked up from Miposhka, take out all this vision. They have both of the very advantageous cliff wards. The DD will spawn top. And yeah, Yotaro now, it's pretty much the Satanic finished as well. More ways to stand his ground. Laurel?
I mean, 23's going to be able to jump over to try and help. The illusion's out on Miposhka. Won't be enough to take him out straight away, though. Miposhka stepping away. They're trying to chase, but they've already lost Ollie. They will get Miposhka. So if they can get Mirror as well, but backup sync collapse. He's able to get the Doom down onto 23, and Yotaro will happily sit at their side and start shooting them down here as the Drow. 4 dead on Talon.
They actually go for taking a fight out. I mean, they're probably feeling that there's no hope anyway. They take a super reckless fight, and now Spectre dead 60. Spirit can easily go for this high ground push.
Yotaro 24, 1 and 13. You know, that game one was quite something, but this has been something else.
This guy is good. This is crazy. He did take the Grove Bow now, though. He was using the Quiver for some time, but swapped it around.
See if they can go for anything more here. I mean,
sure can.
We've still got 30 seconds without 23.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Trying to slow him down, but there's just nothing.
Barely even does
Nothing to stop this Drow right now.
Laurel just messing with them. 10 seconds. Can probably continue if they wanted to, but they might just play it safe. Even when the Spectre comes back up.
Let's see if they want to stick around. I mean, they really could. They could.
Sure
with the
can.
Satanic, the Aegis on your Toro. I mean, nothing really touches him.
Most definitely not. And Mira, he's got the Aghanims, so they're all dead. Triple purge, triple healthy purge as well.
Oh. We'll be able to pop the Lincolns to get the Dragon Tail connection still onto the puck.
Blink doesn't quite get it off.
All right, they get low. Something.
Can they get away though? Collapse. Whoopsie. Should be fine. And here comes the Drow.
Here comes your Toro.
Dun.
He's going to turn towards the egg. Has he got enough attacks to take it out? He does.
Sure does.
Double kill. And soon to be more hit with the disruption, putting an end to the TP from Jabs. Another one for the Drow. It just doesn't stop.
7 kills.
I'm back on with the push.
It's not too often you see these carries having like 25 plus kills. It's definitely some records.
Yeah, in a
that could be
30-minute
broken. Yeah, especially not in 35 minutes. 23.
Well, indeed, as we see there on the stats, actually Maposhko who's had the highest involvement this game.
That's actually very crazy, yeah. 35 assists.
35 assists, yeah. An assist a minute here for the Disruptor.
Wait, 37, but the Drow's in 40.
What do you mean?
He's in 37 kills, Drow's in 40.
Okay, we just fixed it. Never mind. But the Drow there instead. I'm pretty sure that did say that we just have Maposhko instead highest amount. No, Maposhko's highest amount of kills and assists.
Yes, fair. Yeah.
I
can't read.
I can't read. Okay,
No.
thanks. Sorry, production.
Sorry.
We're idiots.
Yep.
Indeed. Thank you for reiterating it. So yes, Yatoro the highest amount of kills at this time. And
23.
Maposhko the highest amount of assists.
Gets glimpsed. He's broken. He's just gone. Next.
That's just a bit of a clean-up here.
Next.
Doom's going to get dropped down onto Makoto. He's gone. 23's jumping around the fight, trying to do something to scare them, but Yatoro is not scared at all.
GG.
It's over. It is over. GG is called. 45k lead here, 36 minutes in, 53-22. Team Spirit. They'll get both of the wins today here against Talon. Game 1, definitely a bit of back and forth. Still an impressive ending from Spirit. But then this game 2, just impressive through and through from Spirit. Talon, they got off to too much of a rough start, Fogged, really, on this one.
Yeah, the Drow, of course, beyond godlike, 10 minutes in or something, whatever it was, 12 minutes in. Sure, Spectre got a kill, and things actually went down to like 1k, I believe,
Yeah.
the advantage there, less than 1k or something like that. But either way, Makoto had a very rough series. They are constantly just addressing this DK, addressing him in the last game, also on the Ember Spirit. They played super good. I mean, Spirit just unbelievably aggressive, matching the pace. Even though Talon, they're the ones who want to play fast constantly, Spirit's actually the ones just playing faster and meeting it perfectly. This was quite a showing.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a better carry performance than that.
No.
In like the whole of this event. 31-16 involved in, quick math here, 46 of the 53 kills in this 36-minute game. You just don't see stats like that.
He did more damage probably than like 3 or 4 of the heroes combined on the side of Talon.
Yeah, how much damage
Pretty close.
doing?
58k.
8k at this time in the game.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Damn.
Crazy stuff here. Crazy stuff here today from Team Spirit. A real treat to watch. And, of course, congratulations to them. They take the series, both games here against Talon.
Both games indeed a 2-0. Much needed 2-0 for them as well. It puts them ahead of the middle of the pack, and that's where you want to be, because this group stage is brutal. 8 teams to 1 group. The bottom 4 going home per group. So that's a rough cut there, and Team Spirit making sure that they stay ahead and in great fashion as well. Now, I do know that everybody was very much enjoying the first game of the series, which was very back and forth. The Bloodbath, loved it. This was a lot more clean coming out from Team Spirit, which meant that Talon did not look too hot. We're going to break it all down here on the panel, the desk, the couch, and the chairs. And I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Brian. BSJ, what you make of this game, considering you did not think that this was going to be the outcome
I mean, sometimes you just construct a draft, you have a game plan, and you look at your offlaner and he's losing by 4 levels. You know, that's a problem I've had in the past. I've had to deal with it many a time. I can understand it.
Shut up. Shut up.
In all seriousness, I think this is Talon's weakness, like, as a team, that they don't flex picks. I think the Death Prophet just had to be moved out of the lane once you see the fact that it got Drow disrupted. That's just a really hard lane. I don't think it had to be as bad as it ended up being, but the fact that you have a Drow with 9 kills at 10 minutes, that's something I don't think I've ever seen before.
I mean, even though I do agree that the DK and the DP should have been flexed, I feel like if a Drow Ranger is taking the mid tower at minute 10 with 9 kills and 8k net worth, like something went horribly wrong in the lane. Like, yes, there are a lot of losing lanes that teams do end up playing, but like somebody messed up at some point there and they made the game just so difficult because Spectre was having a great lane, right? And at some point it looked like maybe they were able to turn the game around when 23 Savage managed to get the kill on Yutoro, get 1k gold out of that. But what did they do straight after? They used Haunt and they used Supernova. Then they go mid on Talon and they just got completely destroyed by Spirit and it was just smooth sailing by them. I think maybe Miposhka and Yutoro just overachieved in the bot lane. They played it incredibly well. I mean, there are no words to describe how much of a bloodbath it was down there, but also just the rest of the Spirit had great performances too. I think Mira had great saves, had some great purges. Puck had some great silences especially. And I don't know, very stompy by Spirit. Did not expect it.
Very strong.
That's right, Shiver.
You believed that Team Spirit would take this one.
Did I?
You did.
I forgot. I mean, I just, you know, the purge from the SD I thought was going to be pretty important, although we didn't even see that coming into play because
it wasn't needed anymore by that point.
I mean, when you have a Drow that has a 3 in front of the kill score, and it's a problem.
It's the tens digit.
In one direction, right? It's like either the Drow has 3 kills and there's a problem going on there, or it's 30 kills and there's a big problem for the enemy team there. So yeah, that just, I mean, we're just calling it what it is. Like, that was a botched bottom lane from Talon. And Spirit is, I mean, this is a TI winning team. Yutoro has been hailed as like literally the best player to ever grace Dota at certain periods in his career. You can't give this guy on his best hero the best possible lane and then expect to win the game. He went beyond godlike twice in that game. He fed a kill away. He doesn't give a shit.
That's why he fed that kill away, so he can do it again.
Exactly, so he can do it again.
Run it back.
And he carried both games today, right? He brought his absolute A+++ game, and he put his team on his shoulders. Not that they needed it, right? They were all playing well, but he was out for blood today, and it really showed. I think Talon definitely did not look like the Talon from yesterday.
It did not. I do wonder though. I mean, he got out of control. You got a Disruptor Drow against Clockwork Death Prophet. Is the lane supposed to go that one-sided?
I don't think any lane in all of Dota is supposed to be lost that hard.
No,
but if you are at a disadvantage and then you die, I was like trying to talk to him.
You said it like you did the finger bang, like you corrected yourself with something.
We need a drum roll now.
And then you feed like 1 or 2 kills at the start. It just makes it even worse and worse. You're basically on a tightrope because you're already at the disadvantage, and then you just fall off one.
Right. Especially against Disruptor, this hero plays amazingly from ahead. The glimpse backs in that lane were just pathetic. Just so sad to watch.
Yeah,
it feels so bad.
Or you look at it from the other perspective. Miposhka nailed it. The glimpse backs were amazing.
I always empathize with the guy getting his ass beat. I don't know why. For some reason, like, I just think there's different mentalities in this world, and it's like I just look at the loser and it's like, oh man, I feel that.
Do you think it's because you were late?
Yes. That's why Brian, he's like, oh yeah, Yutoro, this is great. Look at that.
And I'm like, Miposhka, this is great.
Yeah.
To be fair, it was great. I mean, it was a great performance today, and I don't think we should take away from that.
We should not. Better yet, we should talk to someone who had an amazing performance, and it is indeed none other than Yutoro. Yutoro, how are you doing? Congratulations on the series.
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you. I'm happy what we got win in this match, because we lost to them in the Lima Major, and it was a good revenge.
It was a well-fought revenge, especially Game 2 was dominating performance. My question is, yesterday you guys tied overall. You went 2-2. Obviously a rough loss yesterday against Tundra, and I was wondering, if there were any lessons that you took from yesterday's games that you applied today to allow you to be so strong today.
We played very bad early game, like we played so slow. We didn't got really, how to say it, they just beat us in early, and we decide what we need to answer them back, and we tried to do this in these matches. So it's kind of happened.
It happened in a strong way. Jenkins?
Hi, Yatoro God. What is your favorite animated character?
One Punch Man.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That is a good one. That's your
Saitama.
one. That's your one question. Now we have time for another. Actually, I do want another question.
Okay, I'm pretty curious. Hi, Yatoro. Great Drow Ranger performance. I was just wondering what your opinion is on X Hellraisers, because I think a lot of people didn't expect them to be so good, and I was wondering if you think that they're going to perform as well as they did in your region internationally.
I don't actually know, because our region saw not stability how it should be. So I think we played good, but not good enough like region for play in top 3 majors.
Okay, thank you.
Not yet, but a tournament like this would hopefully create some stability for the region. Yatoro, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. It was an absolute pleasure watching you play today, and of course there's another series later today, so good luck with that one, and I hope to talk to you again soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. And with that, of course, that was a series in Group B, and that means that there's a break for Group B for a little bit. So yes, you will see Team Spirit later today again. I believe they're going up against Beast Coast. But first, there's Group A action. That's right. We got ourselves a series, inter-regional series. Actually, we got ourselves Shopify Rebellion. And
imagine that's Mikey.
That's Mikey.
Oh, okay.
I didn't recognize him, so I assumed it was Mikey.
He's brand new.
That's Mikey.
You thought that was Arteezy. That's who you thought that was. Be honest.
Yeah, maybe.
She thought that was Arteezy.
No, it was not.
Sorry.
We're gonna have a break, but when we're back, it's time for some more action, which you'll be led through by Tsunami.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back to day number 2, and I've got another host for you. It's Tsunami!
What a pleasure, my friend. What an absolute honor it is to return here to these grounds. Day number 2. I'm still here. They didn't fire me. Amazing stuff. They've made a mistake, a grave mistake. Trent, you're still here as well.
Yeah, I just sit here on the stage.
I've noticed.
Yeah, the stairs, a little tough, a little difficult.
How do you
so,
just apparate here?
I know, I don't have the dexterity to handle the stairs, it would seem. Those little ones up front there, all I can do.
Yes, I've one of these days by day 14, I will not have to look at every single stair individually just to make sure I don't faceplant. But
Good.
Today is not that day. Today is, in fact, a day that you guys get a treat because you didn't get to see them sit on this couch yesterday. But I would like to bring in one of our casters. Can I get SVG? You know I had to get North America's best and brightest to guide me through this first game. It's TSM versus a Shopify Rebellion, Avery. A classic. A classic is your microphone operating.
A classic.
A classic.
An actual NA classic.
An actual NA classic. One that TSM has consistently had the upper hand in. Unbelievable, though. Because I know old Quincy Crew would have been the number one.
Of course.
Of course.
Vintage NA.
Vintage NA.
Yeah, yep.
Can't go wrong.
The rock, paper, scissors. And you generally have a cohort with you. Would you mind if I brought him in?
I would, but I'm not running
It's
the show.
unfortunate. I have executive privilege. Can we get our last guest on the couch? I want Austin Capitalist Walsh. Looking a little sluggish there, buddy. What's going on? Okay, I don't know if I like this energy.
Bad news, Neil. You are fired. You're in my seat.
Why did they let you do that, though?
Why did they let me? Because I do what I want.
You do what you want.
Wow.
You're a loose cannon.
Note to self. What is this?
Oh, Brian's notes. Please
oh, no.
peruse.
Ooh, let's see what's in here.
Diary.
Content. All right.
Legalized birth certificate. What's that about?
Dear Mom, I need new pants.
Band story.
Tsunami's significantly.
Okay, we can stop. 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 We do not need to continue reading any further.
Tsunami.
5-starred that one.
It's just it's just over and over again. It's like, Jack in The Shining.
Is that Jenkins fan art? All right, we get rid of that.
Please. NSFW stuff here, but I'm here for the Dota Cap. Welcome to the couch. You are a Dream League veteran, actually. You should be the one welcoming me here.
I know. I agree.
How many?
That's what he's trying to do.
How many of these shows have you done at this point?
Actually, not that many. I feel like my first Dream League was actually my first Dream Hack that I went to. I went as an interviewer. I did I did interviews for good old joindota.com.
It was Dota stuff though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Dota stuff. And I did that interview with No Tail, one where we had the sunglasses on.
Oh,
Anything can work.
Yeah. I've seen the images. I didn't know that you were the interviewer for that.
I wasn't the official interviewer. I was doing interviews for joindota.com.
I see.
Yes.
And you've since climbed up the ranks.
Yes, that was, and then the next time I went to DreamHack, I went there as a caster. So,
well, I mean, climb the ranks because he made the ranks. He made the cabal. It's not really a compliment.
Listen, I was a lowly grunt at that time. I had to work my way up.
Right.
You now.
I was hanging out with the big dogs. You know, Shiver was big time host. DreamHack. You know.
And you've graced our couch with your presence, but unfortunately, I believe that is all.
We're done?
The camera time we can handle.
All right, that was easy.
You can give me a quick prediction if you want. Cap, TSM versus Shopify Rebellion.
Is this the DPC?
It doesn't look like it to me.
No, that just must mean Shopify is going to win.
Avery, you inclined to agree?
Well, since he said it, no. I'll take the opposite. I think it's 1-1. 1-1.
Okay.
I like just a little bit of antagonizing me all the time.
I mean, it's enjoyable.
Not just you. Kind of just everyone.
It's everyone.
I mean, you
don't
have to
worry.
throw that in.
Yeah, people always ask me, like, what made you choose Avery as a co-caster? And my response is his sunny disposition.
Money? Oh.
He's been holding us all hostage, and unfortunately, I know there's much caster, please start the game in the chat right now, so I won't burn any more of your time. We'll get some real analysts on the couch for our North American classic. It's Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. illusion was lost. You may have seen some spoilers. Brian is back on the couch. Who let you back on here? We perused your notebook. I hope you weren't offended.
I saw my deep strats are getting leaked.
It's really the drawings that threw us off.
Yes. I didn't know you were such an illustrator.
I am quite gifted in many ways.
Well, I want to see how you would draw our next guest. Envision it in your mind. I'm picturing a German guy. I'm picturing Kazu!
Hello.
Hello.
That is a German guy.
It is me, right?
I am a German guy. Thank you.
I would like you to tell me the first 4 picks in German.
Oh my god. The first 4 picks in German.
Yeah. What would you call these heroes? What is a zombie in German?
Zombie. It's basically
Really?
the same.
Wow, I know German.
I can give you.
Okay, so German always mixes words together. Bat rider. Surely there's like a something for a bat and a rider.
I can give you a better one with DT.
Okay, fine. Death Prophet.
Toter Prophet.
Okay, let me try that. Toter Prophet.
Honestly, that was pretty good.
All right.
Your Prophet was very spot on.
Okay, so Death Prophet, that one's pretty straightforward. I don't know, what would Disruptor be, like a Thunder... something?
Raptor.
Thunder Raptor.
Dinosaur.
Thunder Dinosaur.
I'll just call him Thunderman, which would be Donaman.
Donaman?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that sounds badass.
That's a good one.
That's better than Disruptor.
It is better than Disruptor. The hero is so good, though, he doesn't need much in his favor, as we are already quite a bit in our ways through the draft, so I'll run you through it real quick. Nature's Prophet and Broodmother banned out first phase. Lycan Beastmaster banned out first phase. The zoo is gone. What are you cackling at, Trent?
Just zoo heroes.
Zoo heroes.
Just
It's
for
North
the
America,
band.
my friends. Just take them out. Instead, give me the... Oh, God, I forgot. The Dooth Prophet?
Toter Prophet.
Toter Prophet. And the Undying and the Bat Rider first phase. Marcy picked up second phase for TSM, and now Shopify Rebellion starting their second phase. Gentlemen, Brian, tell me, what's on your mind about this game?
Tell me.
Well, I see a Mikey Batrider.
Oh shit, you're right.
I have lost to many of those 10th pick Batrider Mikeys in pubs, so this is definitely one of his staples, and it's definitely one of the best places to pick it when you're first pick.
Yeah.
Because you have the 3 protection bans, so they ban the Naga, which the Naga and the AM, really bad carry matchups for Batrider, and then the one generally unlaneable matchup is Swamp.
As they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like what Shopify is doing, where they're playing into the hands of their stand-in, where I do think he's more of a hero puddle type of mid player.
Right.
He's like more of a specialist on specific ones, so I like that they're catering to that.
I mean, Kasane too. I've heard like stories about him. Or the first time I met him, I thought it was a 3-3 Smurf in my pubs. And then a few months later, I heard that 3-3 stole a lot of Kasane's Beastmaster gameplay for himself. So this guy is definitely a specialist of the zoo, which is why you see those heroes being banned out. But yeah, these teams are kind of speedrunning this draft, huh?
Yeah,
well, they know each other very, very well.
Yeah.
And TSM has always had Shopify's number in the DPC. Both times TSM came out on top, 7-0 in Tour 1 and Tour 2.
One thing I will say about TSM, no surprise here that they're giving Tomato last pick, because out of all the carry players during the DPC, his most played hero was Alk with 3 games. So this guy plays a hero ocean, I would say. As I saw a lot of like 1-offs, 2-offs, where he's a situational last pick. So he's definitely their most versatile player in that regard. And it's kind of interesting that this patch, it seems like the carry role is the one that is the most versatile for the hero pool. I feel like offlaners are usually drafted early. The mid laners are usually protected in the second round with bans. So the carries are the ones required to be the most flexible. They actually ban out the Alchemist.
Yeah.
Respect there.
I mean, what I've seen from TSM is I like what they have here more than in some of the other games where they've had Bryle on the win condition in some games. And that looked good when he was Huskar, but not good when he was TA. So this time around that he's Pango, he can make space with the Death Prophet, go around the map and do that. I think that's a lot better. And then, as we said, you give Tomato the last pick, he's just going to chill and farm.
Now, the overall last pick, though, is for Arteezy here. So, we got a ban on a Bloodseeker. I mean, Slark is still in the pool. Someone who's still kind of hanging out there. We're talking about like these bat matchups. But, of course, the bat's going to be mid, so it's not really like a laning issue here. Is there anything that like you need to be concerned about for TSM that... is too like counterable, I guess, out of what you would expect. Like, you know, obviously that's a hard spot when you're the carry player and like you know they get to counterpick your matchup.
Yeah, I think picking. A lot of people have been picking stuff like SF or Luna here. I know SF's banned out. Just like generic, like play into the game plan type of heroes. Like SF enables his team with his aura, Luna with her aura. So you guys, you're not going to have the good one-to-one matchup with your carry. So I think generally leaning towards something that lanes well against Enigma and fits the overall game plan that you have.
I think both teams might be looking at range carries, or I think Shopify, generally speaking, when you have an Undying, and also when you play against DP, DP hates heroes that can just stand their ground and kind of, when you run in with your BKB exo, that they kind of put a stop to you. Same with Pango, when he like rolls in, when you have threat on him, when he's rolling, I think that's very big. So I think that's something that TSM should probably consider themselves, where maybe, okay, there's this melee hero that will make a range pick hard for Shopify, or other than that, you have Marcy, which I think, generally speaking, range carries are very good with Marcy, with the sidekick, bonus damage. You just stand your ground. But there's a lot of them banned out with the Drow, SF, now Morphling too. I could see a potential sniper, but I feel like doing that into bad is very incredibly volatile.
It is. Any hero that doesn't have a natural way to either jump the Batrider or make it harder for him to jump them. Like if you just present yourself as a right clicker, then you're gonna get lassoed, and it's always difficult to deal with. They have no saves. On the side
Maybe
of
a
TSM.
Templar Assassin for Shopify?
For Shopify.
Yeah.
I could see that working.
I think TA can work. It's only I would prefer sniper over TA for Shopify, simply because I think you lower your volatility. If you have TA in the lane against DP, I think that can go both ways, and the Pango can come and kind of run you over. But I feel like one of those two would fit them very well.
Yeah, clearly I can't read labels. I thought.
No, it's actually mixed up. The second pick should be on TSM, the first pick on Shopify.
Yes, you're right.
You read correctly.
I read. I just didn't actually look at the heroes. So that's very good news for TSM, obviously. Because then, I mean, I guess there's not too many options.
Well,
though.
assuming that the team labels are correct, also.
I think Shopify picked Saberlight, Enigma, Mikey. Okay, so they do go for the Luna 9th pick. That was what we were talking about as like a generic, like, this hero has a decent lane. It's not really that concerned about bad one-to-one carry matchups because it's more of a team-oriented play. So they're going to have a timing on Shopify. Enigma's probably going to go those aura items. Batrider's going to be active on the map with his Boots of Travel. And Luna's a great carry for enabling that 5 to 10 minute mark because everyone just has an extra 20 damage. On heroes like Rubik, that adds up when they're trying to bring down heroes and kills because they suddenly do like an extra phase boot worth of damage.
Is it a Slarky Malarkey game?
It's a weird lane against Enigma, but past the laning stage, it's really nice.
Yeah, the mid game is good, but I mean, Enigma's like one of the most notorious counter picks to Slark, at least in the lane. I mean, I feel like most of the heroes I am looking at, they are lacking something. Like if you have some range carry, you have the Batrider, but it depends. So if they feel like that we have this Pango who's running and we have the DP who's running in, which is going to give me the space, like I see the Bat, I can play around it, I can position in the back, then I can see some of the range carries come out. Because a lot of the melee, I mean, I feel like no matter if you pick melee carry or range carry, you're going to run into a problem. Melee carries don't feel great against Enigma, range carries usually don't feel great against Bat, so you'll have to find a middle ground and then play around it and just use what you have from your team.
I wouldn't mind something like a Faceless Void.
Just kind of like middle of the pack.
Yeah,
Faceless
Void, maybe even Wraith King. I actually wouldn't hate Wraith King here all that much either.
What about your crazy Enigma counters like Bristle? Are we done with Bristle? He's dead?
No Bristle.
Against like a dying Batrider, I wouldn't want that dead hero. It has to be like the perfect Bristle game.
I could vibe with the Wraith King. I feel like that's a good point. It also gives you a bit more wave clear. Your lane should be fine, kind of whatever. You can just shove it out against the Enigma. Void I can see too, but it's a bit slow. Okay.
They picked it into Bat, which until level 20, this matchup's pretty rough. So it's like if TSM supports can collapse on mid and make Mikey invest his resources in the mid lane rather than being able to rotate to the side lanes, I think he's got free pickings between the Death Prophet and the TA if he gets there. So I'm a bit concerned for TSM's ability to handle this Batrider early. But if the Pango gets like the first kill on Bat with roll, gets a defusal before like the Boots of Travel BKB timing significantly earlier, then I like TSM, but I'm going to go with Shopify here.
Yeah, I would say that TSM, they have to kind of damage control early, and then like this 14, 15, 60 minute mark, try to get your Aegis with the Desolator, Exo, take team fights around then, because I feel like this 5 to 10 minute mark for Shopify is really strong, and then if they get through the mid game, I would also prefer their late game at the same time. I think for Shopify, it's a bit more simple. You have the Blink Lasso. Arteezy is going to be chilling on his Luna, going to get some items, going to farm it up. So for them, I feel like it's more about surviving this mid-game stage against TSM.
I've seen some Enigmas get kind of cooked by the TA in lane.
Yeah.
If they, misposition a little bit and everything, and we're going to have the glimpses there too. So that could be something to watch out for. But yeah, overall, it should be a better lane. So yeah, Shopify definitely looking like if things just go chill, life looks pretty good.
I'm curious that we put so much stock into their previous matchup of how DPC, TSM, and Shopify go head-to-head. We got Mikey on the list now. Batrider versus Pango, but it's a Mikey Batrider versus a Bryle Pango.
It's a favored matchup for Bat. So definitely, I mean, I think Mikey is a different player on Batrider and Puck.
He's going to pop off. This Mikey guy is good. Like, I've watched a couple of his replays. Batrider and Huskar are like some of his best heroes.
Yeah.
He's got it in a good game. He's going to be good. And my favorite player, Arteezy, he's playing Luna, guys.
Oh my god, your favorite player?
My
Arteezy?
favorite player.
Oh my god.
Not quite Arteezy terribly.
Like the streamer?
But,
Oh my god, he's here?
It's okay, I'm still a sad boy regardless of what happens in this game. Number 1 is going to be Cap and SVG. Bringing it to you now.
Well, TSM have been favored in this matchup this whole year. TSM 2-0'd them the first go-around, 2-1 the second go-around. Now for a third time, and with Mikey joining them temporarily on the side of Shopify Rebellion, we'll see a third time's the charm.
Whoa, wait a minute, Mikey joining them? They joined Mikey, bro, okay? Let's get something straight off the bat.
That's
Shopify joined him on his road to dominance.
Yeah, I do remember that when ESL DreamLeague announced the team list, they said that this was Mikey's slot, and then he needed to fill out the roster with 4 other people. And fortunately, Shopify were available, so...
All right, the most interesting thing about this game that has already happened outside of Arteezy feeding First Blood, which...
Well, that's standard.
I mean, yeah, that's not interesting, right? Yeah. It's going to happen every other game. He's going to get tipped, of course. You got to start the mental damage early.
Yeah, yeah.
Why is Crit on the Undying here?
Yeah, what is going on there?
And Fly on Rubik. I feel like Rubik is one of Crit's signature heroes over time. I think it's the one ranged hero out of Dark Willow that I think of. I'm very confident giving it to him outside of those melees that he's known for. Fly's also their Undying player. Like, he's happy to pick this up. Is this literally just they don't ever want to swap the lanes and they felt like this Undying was better with the Enigma? But even in this scenario, I feel like you'd rather have Crit on this Rubik.
100%.
So that's a very interesting choice for me from Shopify. Maybe there's some deeper reason. Maybe there's some weird itemization they want to go for. Like, oh, this Undying is going to get swole with Phase Boots Armlet.
Okay, so I 100% agree. I would much rather see Crit on the Rubik. When it comes to play styles, like, I'll just be honest, Crit is a much better playmaker than I think Fly is.
Yes.
But Fly, his specialty as a player has always been the defensive saves. So maybe he's going to go like the Shard Rush, and he's going to play like that kind of
But what are you saving
Rubik
from?
telekinesis.
You're going to throw the guy 400 away from Exo and he runs after you?
I mean, it breaks the drain.
I disagree with this.
It gets him out of kinetic field.
I mean, yeah, I guess if you go late game versus Disruptor.
Yeah, you got to get him out of the Static Storm kinetic field combo.
I'd rather have the playmaking. I mean, what kind of plays can you make with Undying? Can yell at your zombies to run faster?
Go, my
It's an
babies.
interesting choice. I mean, there's no right choice. I think theirs is wrong, but there's really no right choice. You know?
There's no wrong choice, except for this one, but...
I mean, the upside is they want the laning. And I think the side laning is really important for Shopify in general, especially in an NA matchup, where it is historically so much about the first 10 minutes and who wins lanes for that region. So maybe that's just like, all right, whatever. Maybe we lose some playmaking, but we just really want to win this laning phase versus TSM. I can understand that.
Yeah,
and they are winning it because these lanes not going super well very early for TSM. I will say the mid is going very well. Mikey is getting shellapped.
Yeah, Bryle's stepping it up here. 12-5. This matchup is okay for Pango, but it's still Batrider favored, right?
Yes.
It's like one of those, like, maybe, what, 60-40?
Maybe even closer, honestly. I feel like Pango gets out of this matchup. It's more just that early to mid-game transition for Bat can be a bit faster if he's ahead, but he is not ahead. So this is... It's not looking good for their tempo off of this mid lane, which is really where Shopify wants it to come from.
That's funny. Right after the panel talked about how Mikey was going to pop off on the Batrider.
Yeah, that's true.
Might have cursed him a little bit.
I mean, I also said, it was Shopify joining him that probably didn't do him much favor.
You were hyping him up a little bit.
All right, I'll tone it back a bit. We kind of went instantly up to 10.
Yeah, you got to have the build up. Oh, nice toss back there. Arteezy's going to take a little bit of extra damage for his troubles. Nothing too major, though.
Camps are just blocked up there for Fly, which really sucks. I feel like Fly is one of the players who always likes the pulls here. Of course, TSM are going to know the playbook. They've played versus this team more than perhaps anybody in the world.
I mean, is that actually true, though? Arteezy, is he going to die again? Ari, he's going to look to run him down here. He's going to need a couple more hits. Gets 1, 2, a second one. Not able to get it off just yet. And Arteezy's going to start cutting through the trees, loop back around, and Ari will cut through, find a shortcut, but it's not good enough. Arteezy went the full loop around and will stay alive. Not sure if he's happy with this lane, though.
Yeah, stay alive for what kind of fate here?
Yeah.
Worse than death.
Yeah, any healing salves?
This is a tough lane. Like Rubik Luna versus a ranged core with Marcy. That's tough. I don't think this lane is easy to play for Shopify. And normally I feel like they want to win these Luna lanes. So honestly, TSM did a decent job of eliminating some of the aggressive early lane potential that sometimes just wins these NA versus NA matchups. After that, I promise I'm done talking about laning.
I mean, it is fair to talk about it. NA versus NA are pretty much 10-minute matches.
The 10-minute gods. That's what they call them.
No. I don't think anybody has ever called them that.
Straight to the airport. 10 minutes on land and book my ticket, brother.
Now this is
why they put me on the NA matches. Because they know I'm just going to talk shit for an hour.
Yeah.
But I have that right. I was in the dumpster with all of these brothers together. With
the bonfire in the garbage pit.
That's right. That's a special bond,
Not like Saberlight.
No,
he merely adopted the garbage.
That's right.
But you, born into it. Arteezy does manage to get the kill before he dies here. Of course, he is going to die.
I like how he's going for the extra CS denier.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll take your range creep with me.
And that is classic Arteezy. There's so many clips of him like CSing on death. Tomato is stuck here. Oh, dear. That's going to be a rough one, but they might be able to get the punish for it with the TP coming in from Bryle.
Are they?
He's good. Nobody dies, and they actually got 2 kills out of it. That could not have been worse.
No.
For TSM. Now, Shopify might be able to kill Kasane, who has had kind of a free lane with, of course, this Drain, man. It is so hard to beat Death Prophet in lane.
And Luna is a very good matchup versus Hero in general. So the fact that this lane is going that much better for Kasane is really nice, because then you can just skew this matchup the whole way down. TSM in a pretty decent position outside of bottom. Bottom has been an absolute disaster for them. The upside is it's a Templar Assassin, so if you get some triangle stacks, you can always come back and give some early Roshan between the DP ult and the TA Deso if you want to go that route.
Can you explain the Death Prophet Luna matchup a little bit more?
Okay, I'll explain it in terms that you can understand.
Yeah, speak slowly for me.
Luna by Scotty Shard, throw big glaive hit ghost. Ghost, no like big glaive. Is that good?
Yeah, that's. I understand that now. Okay.
I don't even know if that's accurate.
I was like, well, that wasn't the explanation I was expecting, but Flash was going to go down. He is going to be just fine, I think. The tombstone goes out, but like that's kind of whatever.
Get him, zombie.
Arr.
The zombie did not get him.
No.
Man, Mikey's having a rough laning phase here. The early CS and waves did not favor him. Bryle's got the power runes, just taking it to him with support collapse. Rough. It's rough. That said, I feel like in those other back games we saw from him, it's all about the mid-late game bat. He's not really this early tempo bat player. I feel like he just goes for the greedier items, plays to scale.
Yeah.
And then the late game, he's just killing you with refreshers and ags and all that nonsense.
Yeah, and that like 55-minute game that like I was watching at 20 minutes, and honestly, I thought Shopify had already lost. And he really hadn't done much on the Bat Rider. It was only like later on
down
the game
like that. I mean,
no, I'm agreeing with you that the early game might be, kind of whatever, but he is a beast in the mid to late game, so,
Yeah, you got to play to his strengths. Yeah. But I think that puts more emphasis on Saberlight to have had the good start he's had so that he can play tempo with this Enigma and join some of the early fights with whatever aura item he wants to go here. First Exo. Are you ready for it?
Oh, he's trying to catch him with the dispose. Not going to be able to get there. Fly is probably going to be run down because there's nowhere really for him to go. Gets a CS. Nice.
Nice.
Another attempt at a roll here from Bryle. Crit's going to get the high ground tombstone. Bumps himself up to the high ground. Nicely played on the positioning there. Mikey will snag the Invis rune away after he was farming an ancient staff. So he got he should be a bit better shape than he was before. Arteezy also had a stack going for him here. Whitemon and Ari are gonna hunt him down inside this tree line. Nice hit there from Ari with the dispose back into the rebound stun. And a glimpse back ensures his fate. Arteezy should be dying here as the last bit of damage required comes from Whitemon.
That's a rough one, man. You're giving the high five. At least he's in high spirits, but he knows his Ancients got stolen by Mikey here. He's not going to be happy about that one.
Well,
I don't know if you want to steal Ancients from Arteezy.
Remember, they joined Mikey. I feel like those were Mikey's.
That's true. It is Mikeify Rebellion. Oh, that's too far for you. I mean, it's better than all these guys who call it Spotify. Learn your team names, scrubs.
I think they know. I think they're doing it intentionally. They're just trying to be antagonistic.
This game is all about how much momentum can TSM build off this Pangolier right now. Because he has power rune control, he has mid lane control with the rotations.
And the Death Prophet too, right? You combine the fighting power of the Pango with the pushing power of the Death Prophet, you could take over this game.
And again, I feel like Crit is on a stationary support. So maybe that's good for the laning, but it's pretty bad for these types of fights where normally he's the one playing aggressive around mid and setting stuff up.
Yeah, who's going to help Mikey here as he gets glimpsed back, and the glimpse back actually does the damage that kills him.
Tomato's been staying down here for a while. I don't think they've been stacking for him, but he's not getting fully kicked out, which means this tower is still alive. It's been getting chipped. That early laning advantage for Saberlight, though, is not transitioned into more map control here, which means TSM are just aggressively invading. And man, the ancient wars have already begun. There's a lot of sentry and dewarding for this dire triangle.
Begun. The ancient wars have.
I was there 3,000 years ago when Arteezy's ancients got blocked.
Oh no!
Oh god, not like this.
You talking about how Crit just wants to stay in lane. The moment he tries to change lane, he gets sent right back to base. Fortunately, they'll also send Whitemon back to base in a body bag, 7-6. But it is TSM with a healthy lead, round 1 to 2K, and it's going to grow even further as Kasane looks to take more objectives.
Yeah, he's saving a lot of skill points. God damn. All right, now he took an extra siphon. He was saving 2 skill points on his Death Prophet. Early mech, raindrop, and a full wand here for this DP. It is a pretty tough fight to burst this hero, especially when Crit had to walk all the way out from base again. This is that DP Pango combining. It's going to force Shopify to react.
Oh, he's going to go for it. Bryle.
He has DD too.
Nice jump in. That is a beautiful rebound. Sets up Bryle, rolling on through them. Couldn't quite finish him off, though, right away. Still, the Enigma is finally burned down by the Static Storm. Kasane's staying pretty deep here. Mikey has a chance to maybe be able to get this kill as he lasso pulls him back into the flames. Bryle has to jump away, but he's slowed by the sneaky napalm, and Crit's going to town right now in the back lines. He ran down Whitemon and then helps them kill Bryle. All of a sudden, Shopify is back in the mix.
TSM, what have you done? I feel like that was their fight if they don't overextend into Tombstone, Stickies, and the Undying Punch. That's pretty much what they did. And then you're just not favored in that long fight.
They also forced the fight with the Exorcism down.
Yeah, it was running out.
Yeah, that was pretty much, you know,
but you understand why. I mean,
you did damage.
They had double damage Pango there. Like, that's a fight you want to at least force some action.
Is it? What good does a double damage do to Pango? He's just rolling around. And then he swashbuckles, but that's set damage.
Well, maybe he should have swashbuckled first and then.
Well, no, it doesn't work that way.
I feel like that was an okay fight if they don't, like, straight in commit. They just are poking the tower, you force Shopify to react, and maybe you get one support kill or something.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're aiming for. You still have to respect the Tombstone in this game, because Crit has a lot of levels. He has max decay as well.
Black Hole going to be used to get this kill onto the Pango. Meanwhile, Mikey was in a pretty good position to be able to get 1 and possibly 2. Goes for the kill on Whitemon as well. This is what we're talking about. Mikey, maybe the laning phase. Oh no, he got stuck on the kinetic fields. Can't kill Whitemon and can't get away. Oh, and Whitemon gives him the chill king.
What were you saying? You cursed him again there or what?
No, I was saying that, you know, laning phase, whatever, but Mikey makes plays on bat.
And he's trying to come back. I mean, he's still the poorest core in this game. He's not, and that was after tanking some of the ancients.
Yeah, that's true. He did take up all those ancients.
Oh my God. That's a Midas for Arteezy. Why?
You guys should have seen the way that Avery just threw his hands up in the air like he had just forsaken all hope.
I'm getting PTSD flashbacks, man. You've awakened memories dark in my recessed brain that I didn't know were there.
Tomato is going to die as Mikey is able to find that kill, so...
Guys, we're on land. This isn't NA. It's DPC. We don't have to Midas jungle.
No, but it is NA. It's the same DPC.
And Mikey's just down again. I feel like Mikey's trying to make plays, but again, this isn't his type of game flow that I've seen them be successful with in this tournament.
Okay.
But it's a product of they lost the early tier 1 top. They got crunched into this area. He took some ancients, which maybe felt like Arteezy needs to go Midas because he's not getting the Mask Madness ancient acceleration he wants. And now you're just getting caught off. This is another high ground tombstone fight, but it's not a fight because no one's here. I feel like Shopify are just getting caught off guard right now. They're keeping up in net worth, but the game flow just does not feel great for them right now.
Yeah, look at TSM picking up the pace. Get that kill, smoke up, run across the map. They want Arteezy.
They're going to where they think Arteezy is, but the joke's on you. He went Midas, so he's not even going to the Ancients. He's going to hard camps right now. Pays off.
They're going to fight him now.
It would have paid off.
All they need is the vision. They'll be able to get the glimpse. And Arteezy, they're going to try and TP in to save him here. He turns around with the Eclipse, tries to go for a kill. Is not going to get it. The damage comes quick and too fast. TSM now going to look for more off of this one. As Kasane actually just gets burned out.
Okay. Where did all that damage come from?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it might have been from the stolen spells from Fly. I think maybe he got...
I feel like they didn't even do enough damage to kill him. I guess so. Just Midnight Pulse burned him down with Malefice. Some lingering bat damage as well. That's going to be Greaves up for him even after the death, though. And I think TSM are in a pretty good position with the Deso on Tomato plus that Greaves to just force Roshan with the next Exo here.
Yeah, and that's where the network difference like really starts coming into play, right?
Yeah, just you don't have enough in the net worth here for Shopify to contest that Roshan. Like, you have Tombstone, but that's pretty much it, right? That's where I maybe feel like the playmaking for Rubik is going to give you some more teamfight contest potential because you could steal an Exo, you could steal a Rolling Thunder. It's just a little more.
It would have been a really nice kill if they could have gotten Bryle, but instead it's going to be Saberlight who dies here. And did he throw out the black hole there?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay.
It was a 0.1 second black hole.
Nah, he didn't. He didn't throw it out. We didn't see anything. That was an ambitious black hole.
Yeah, I was just like, did I see that right? Did he just try and black hole? There wasn't really any... Nobody from Shopify would have followed that up, I think. I don't know. Shopify just seemed kind of out of sorts. Again, there's not that big of a net worth difference,
no,
but like you're saying,
about to be if
there's
you
going
keep losing
to be.
these types of fights, and
yeah,
you do have some comeback mechanisms, but they're not pretty. Like this Pango's going to scale pretty well in this game now. This TA is going to have a nice second, third item timing, depending if he wants to go BKB or not. Where you're just going on this Luna, and Arteezy's not going to be able to man fight that.
Mikey. He gets taken down a notch there. Whitemon got picked off somewhere else around the map, but much more important kill, killing that Batrider. Especially in this area, any deaths are very dangerous. But they wish they had a black hole right now.
There's your damage. Not enough?
Not enough, though. Instead, Tomato's going to turn around, kill Fly. Almost got him back with that Fade Bolt. Boy, that was a close call. Crit's going to show up. Malefice is going to be able to put a stop to Bryle to be able to get off that Rolling Thunder. He's going to take a lot of damage during this time, and he's dead.
Crit making the plays with the zombie.
Yeah, it's, you know, he's actually making more plays on this Undying than I would have expected.
I think he's probably had the best game of anybody here. He's having a decent game, like 4-2 with drums up.
He's had a pretty decent tournament, I would say. So far, his performance at DreamLeague here has been, I think, putting Shopify.
I've always felt Crit's one of those players where he doesn't like playing unnecessary Dota, you know? He only
I
wants...
do not know. What?
Oh, you never heard that term?
No. Huh.
That's an old NA term. You
Okay.
only play the necessary games. You know, when you're on the brink of elimination.
Oh,
or you're on land.
okay.
You know, all these other games are just fluff. Like, your mind's not 100% in it. But when it comes down to brass tacks, he's going to perform. In other words, he's a very good land clutch player. That's the non-overworded version of that. But here's that Roche Force that is that Deso, that sidekick, not even using the Exo early here. Going to pop it. Oh, okay, now they're going to use it. Second half of this Roshan, and that's level 2 Exo with Greaves Ogre Club. This is a tanky Death Prophet to cut through. I don't think this fight's that contestable, but they're going to try.
Yeah, the Eidolon show up too late, and Shopify he's saying no.
I'm surprised they weren't trying to contest that, though.
Hey, they got Exorcism. That's a nice deal.
Okay, that's pretty damn nice here. Level 2. That can win you a team fight.
Will it win them a team fight, though? TSM has got a lot of items coming in.
You just need to take it around the tombstones here. That's your comeback spell. Tombstone and Black Hole. You need to make sure those give you the damage in the fight. Your stolen Exo, he got it off.
Let's see what he does with it. He's got to make sure he doesn't get bursted down by Ari, and TSM are just like, okay, whatever. Let's just get out of here. We wasted Static Storm. He used Exorcism. Let's call it a day.
Probably didn't even know he had it.
Yeah.
But I think TSM are fine with farming, too. I don't think they necessarily have to force the fight here. They can play the map with TA traps as long as they don't get picked off.
Tomato blinks away, yes, but he could still be chased down.
You got to help him. He has Aegis here.
He's going to die once. I'm not sure if his team is going to get here in time for life number 2. Let's see. Okay, Bryle is here with a Rolling Thunder. That's going to make things a whole lot harder. Looks like Shopify is going to just get out of here. In fact, Whitemon's going to be able to catch Mikey as well. He's forced to use his first BKB charge of the game.
Not how he wanted to.
No.
Better than dying, though. So you take that. And this is all time that Luna Midas is going to work, baby. Don't forget it.
It doesn't really seem to be going to work because he's still behind all the other cores on TSM.
Yeah, but think about how far he would have been behind without it.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
And it's about the levels. Like, Midas is okay on Luna because you get the levels, and Cyril really likes the levels. It's just not the natural game flow progression because you're not getting that Mask of Madness, Ancient Stack acceleration, right?
Right.
I mean, yeah, he's going to be behind on levels here because they haven't won a fight in 10 minutes. You know? That sucks, but he'd probably be down a level if he didn't have it. So it's going to add up here over time. It's basically close to paid for itself. Consumable gold spent. 2,000. What is Crit doing?
Yeah, what is going on?
Sir, you're a 4, please. Oh, I went to Bongo Boots Rush. I like that.
Yeah, you did.
Pretty nice Bongo game.
Yeah, is there a slow that he's... I guess the TA trap slow? I was just thinking, I always wonder like why you upgrade to the Boots of Bearing right away and not go through the drum charges first. Oh no, Mikey getting caught as well. The pickoff on Fly's Rubik was fine, but losing Mikey as well, that puts TSM in a very good position to start knocking down tier 2s.
I feel like Shopify just... They don't think they can fight this game, or they're not sure how to get the fight because TSM just keeps running at them. They're always down a man. They're probably waiting for this Luna BKB. And then you just try and take that fight, and if it goes wrong, this game is probably going to be out of your reach a little bit.
Okay, the BKB is online now. What does Saberlight have? Is there an item that he's working towards? Wraith Pact? He already has Guardian Greaves, so the big item has already been picked up.
The problem is you can't really just go this Blink BKB build because he's playing versus Pango. And Bryle's having such a good game. He's going to have fast Basher in this game. He's going it next. It's going to cause him a lot of problems here. They do not deal well with the Basher. Here is that fight.
Okay.
This is like a must-win for Shopify, I think. You lose way too much map off this.
The ward. Oh, look at that. Whitemon. He sees the ward, realizes he was in a position, a dangerous one, gets out of there real quickly. TSM with a pretty clean extraction.
They all hopped on the chopper.
And they actually re-smoke up. There's a double damage in the river right now. And Arteezy was gunning for it, but now he's going to be caught. A BKB goes up, but the exorcism from Kastani is chasing him away. A beautiful static storm that separates Shopify on the high ground there and leaves Saberlight in a position he can't get out of. Neither can Fly. Crit's going to fight back in the zombie form. He looks to be able to push him away. Mikey keeping his distance while Crit goes in. The two cores can't really seem to follow Crit up. but it looks like at least it was enough to keep TSM from running over the rest of Shopify and getting even more kills.
Decent turn, I guess. I thought Shopify were going to get run down there.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a tough DD rune, man. Like, we're watching this back. I feel for Arteezy, who was just going for that. That DD maybe wins you the game. Like, it's easy to say, oh, we got baited on it. I mean, I said it, you know, but let's say TSM are 500 units farther away. You get that DD, you BKB, you might just turn on the Death Prophet. That's a very different fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you could burst down the Death Prophet in that first little window of Exorcism going off, it's a very different fight.
But the bait is a bait, and it just kind of gets split on that ramp with the beautiful Static Storm.
Yeah.
Lets them focus. Nice. And now you have BKB on Kasane, so that type of fight is just not as good anymore because all that magical burst from Luna, as I talked about in the matchup earlier, you know, now you're just down to the big glaive. That's it. I'm also very surprised by Tomato's itemization here. Like, this is not a standard TA build.
Yeah.
This is not a standard TA inventory. This man got a loot box or something. A Slipper, a Void Stone, and an Ulti Orb. Of course, you could go Linken's, you could go Hex here. Is it Hex? Die? It is Linken's. It's Linken's. All right. So,
wait,
the
why?
defensive itemization.
Oh, lasso?
He just doesn't want to get lassoed.
Yeah.
The Malefice can be annoying, but obviously it's probably not your preferred block here. Still, I feel like BKB is kind of just better. I don't know. I think BKB is pretty nice here. Because you can just jump on the Luna and Manfighter, and she's not killing you with beams or Eclipse. You're not taking a bunch of extra magic damage from Bat and Rubik. Linken's is nice, but it doesn't help you man up and kill the Tombstone, which Tombstone is still an issue for TSM in these overextensions. You have to be careful.
I would say the one thing that Linken's does is that when he plays... Tomato's been doing a lot of solo side lane pushing, right?
Yes. It'll let him rat really hard.
If he has that Linken's and he has Refraction up, I think Shopify literally cannot catch him.
Yes, that is true. So if he's just playing, all right, we're going to win late game no matter what, guys, because Bryle's scaling out of control. I'm just going to keep splitting the map, get ultra farm. Big smoke from Shopify here. They still have Eclipse up. They still have Black Hole.
Oh, Kasane, they got him before the BKB. They pull him back in with a lasso. Gets it off halfway through, though. No follow-up there. Nice but they do manage to get the Black Hole onto 2. Stop at the Static Storm. Kasane still almost dead, but the Spirit Siphon is going to work. It's getting some heals up. A little bit more damage on Arteezy. Finally managed to finish him up with the help of Fly. Bryle rolling on through, but now it's pointless. With his Death Prophet dead, he just needs to get out.
Haste gonna help.
Haste Rune, that'll make things a lot easier.
I mean, I see us going to try and turn. They might be able to. There's no ults.
All right, we're certainly sitting on that high ground looking at it. Nice deny.
You really got into that one.
Yeah, I like a good obs word tonight. It's a nice small support play.
I mean, good fight from Shopify. They get this DP before BKB. They don't get the chain stun, but you can't ask for everything. And Black Hole lasts long enough where it allows you to commit into that fight. I still feel like Tomato has not been able to commit into these engagements. The Tombstone maybe just too threatening. Crit is really annoying. He's just running in with all this HP. Nobody wants to touch him. It's not an easy way to bring this Undying down.
You got a medallion? I haven't seen one of those in a while.
He has been going at all tournament.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he has really liked the medallion Solar Crest. I mean, he plays with Arteezy, so you got to buff him up. You know?
Of course, yeah.
But he just feels like it's decent value.
Looking forward, instantly stunned there. When the Malefice and Arteezy force staffs down to the low ground to finish him off.
That was not the fight, son.
Yeah, and TSM are super split right now. No BKB up on Arteezy, though, so he is going to die for that kill onto Bryle.
Baited him.
And Saberlight. Oh, they went a glimpse on somebody else. They could have caught Saberlight there as well, but I don't think Whitemon was looking.
You know, ends up working out, I guess.
Yeah.
You throw the freebie Arteezy's way, but he will pay the iron price. And this is all just about pushing an next Roshan here for TSM.
Sure.
Like, honestly, they don't even care about all this junk. They're like, yeah, whatever. We'll take some fights here or there, but ultimately, we get next Roche. We're going to win the game off that with Shard and give it to TA for some extra silence, whatever you want to do with it. And then you're going to have this Marcy BKB coming out as well. There's just so much committal in the fight that's going to happen here for TSM. Suddenly, this Undying that's been your bulwark with the Tombstone, with the ult that maybe TSM don't want to commit to, might get to a point where they just commit on him in the fight, and then that fight's going to look a lot different here. Or if you can ever start an Enigma, that's so much team fight out the window for Shopify. So positioning from Saberlight and Crit needs to be on point here.
He's going to get caught. But it's back, Static Storm, just for a moment, but that's all they need.
Double damage again. Man, these power run controls just been huge for Bryle this game. But you know, that Arteezy Midas has been going to work, and he is second in the net worth.
He's climbing up there bit by bit.
He's got Pike. He's got that Grove Bow. Some extra range here.
Yeah, the Grove Bow was a real nice addition to him.
If you can get a good Eclipse, if you can get the level 3 Eclipse here, and you manage to lasso a core before BKB, you will burst him. And that is one of the mechanisms Shopify can use, because then TSM has to commit into the target that's getting lassoed, which sets up the fight for their big team fight in the Tombstone and the Black Hole. So these lasso initiations are probably becoming even more vital for Shopify to get something going as they smoke around top. You do have Blink Aether on Mikey here. So this is the time to start lasso dragging your team back in the game.
Huge amount of pressure on the stand-in, but he's been in this position before.
Gonna have to break Lincolns. It's gonna have to happen fast.
Break through the Lincolns and they get it! The combo is there. Very well timed. A Lucent Beam and then the lasso.
I mean, Dire Ward doing a lot of work there too.
Yeah.
Still, that was pretty well damn executed. Gonna hope Roche spawns.
And it is. It's gonna spawn right now. Ooh, that is huge.
That's absolutely... You cannot ask for a better smoke into a better ward, into a better pickoff, into better execution, into better Midas timing for Arteezy. It's all coming together. The Shopify magic.
It's all coming up our tour.
Do you go Midas something here?
Oh, yeah, you're missing out on crucial timing. He's probably telling somebody to pull neutral.
Yeah, drag a neutral camp. This is a huge Roche. This is Shard Roche. You're going to give it to Luna. This is what Luna wanted in it. Oh, no, you're going to give it to the bat.
Oh, okay.
Spicy.
I mean, that was pretty much perfect timing there.
What an opening to find in this game. I think you might just lose the game if you don't find that pick into the Roshan. And honestly, little sloppy from TSM for Tomato to even have that as an option, right? I get what he's doing. He's like trying to break smokes there, but you don't have vision. It's just unnecessary, right? Because you know Shopify are going to make a smoke maneuver to try and make this happen. And as long as you just group during that period when Roshan spawns, it's one of these super high risk for very low reward plays by Tomato. And Shopify find the angle, make it happen, back in the game. Paladin sword up for this Luna with level 18. That's a big timing. And now you get that shard to the bat. He's probably going to go back for that Witchblade. Suddenly this bat is going to scale really hard, which is what Mikey likes to do on it.
Do you think they were talking? So I thought Sharded Luna, like, that's a pretty big damage increase, especially if you would, pick up like the Daedalus next or something like that.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Luna is not strong enough to contest TA? Like,
no, I think you can. I think if you can get a nice butterfly timing, if he doesn't have NKB, you can go Scotty Manta, you can get Satanic. There's a lot of ways you can take this fight. I've even seen AC builds.
So you think it's unnecessary for Batrider to have
the thing is,
game presence?
Well, we're going to have a fight here. They're going to try and chain stun him, but he has Aegis.
Yeah, that is not an easy kill. They do manage to get the lasso onto Kasane, and he clips forward from Arteezy. He's trying to keep the rest of the team back. Whitemon gets off the Static Storm. Arteezy actually died pretty quickly there. Of course, he does have the Aegis, and now they're down 2 members on the side of TSM. Trying to kill Arteezy. They need to help him out here. The rest of, where's the rest of Shopify? Finally, the Black Hole comes in, and it grabbed the TA, the perfect Black Hole. Saberlight taking the time to tip Tomato.
My old friend. Welcome back. That's just not the fight. I don't understand that fight.
I don't understand.
You're using your whole Rolling Thunder to go on a Luna with Aegis, and you're just giving Mikey a free initiation on the best target in this Death Prophet. That's just mispositioning from TSM on a river fight. I do not like what they've done in the last 5-6 minutes in this game. I don't think they do either, and they're paying the price in a game that might have just been straightforward to close out. They just can't take the fights here, and now Scotty done for Artur. He is big. He is very big, and he is becoming a problem.
Poked away. So they won't have to lose any objectives during this timing of the Templar Assassin. Actually, chasing a little far here. They do have the Lincolns.
I mean, they know there's no ults here for Shopify. This is a good fight.
They got the Tombstone out, and Arteezy's in a good position to be able to tear through Ari. Now he focuses his attention onto Kasane. If they can kill Kasane, this fight is free, and it looks like with Scotty slowing him down, it's going to be easy. Once again, TSM trying way too hard to take fights that are not in their control.
I don't think they've killed a single tombstone this entire game. And I think it's a product of they just haven't been able to man up with their cores between the BKBs and just right-click it.
Yep. Oh, the long-range lasso there. Jeez.
Hello, Gabe?
That's it. Game over.
That lasso should not have landed, just for the record. I don't know about that one. That was about 1,000 range there. I mean,
I pop the glyph.
I know people said Mikey's good at bat, but I don't know. I didn't know he was that good, you know?
Does he have the psychic headband or something?
He does have Aether and Psychic.
Yeah.
But that was a Stretch Armstrong lasso and a half.
All right, well, maybe TSM can actually fight this. Mikey's going to take a lot of damage. Oh, what a stun from Ari. But is there the damage follow-up? The Eclipse goes out from Arteezy, pushing the heroes back into their fountain. They do manage to get the Disruptor at least. Ari slowed down, but he actually has the rebound to be able to get away. Glimpse back onto Arteezy, but they have to go in and out here.
Again, no Tombstone. Who is dealing with it?
Nobody right now. They're going to try and focus it.
This is
thrown down to half health.
Tombstone kill of all time, man.
just all in, trying to keep himself alive, but it's not good enough. Now the Tombstone's down. Tomato starts focusing onto Arteezy, but they pop the BKB. They focus on the throne, and the building is going to die. They cannot stop it. Shopify will take game number 1. Arteezy all smiles after they come back in a game that I'm not sure should have been theirs. It felt like TSM, they had that game around 20 minutes.
I did not. The Lincolns on TA and giving up that one bad death. You just get ultra punished here, but kudos to Shopify to come back in this game because that was not an easy game to come back in.
Nope.
You lose one more fight, that game's just completely out of control. But hey, sometimes a little Midas is just what the doctor ordered.
Well, I know what the doctor is ordering for us, which is take a break and let the panel take over now.
Go home and take 2 of these in the morning. I'm handing you Observer Awards, Tomato, because I think you're going to need those next time you want to be standing around in questionable locations near the Roche Pit. Critical timing for TSM, and kind of fumbled the ball there, Brian. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, I was going to give MVP of the game to Tomato. As
LVP.
As a carry player, I can relate to being the #1 net worth and having 2 deaths that are unnecessary that lead to this big of a turn that quick. Not only is it the deaths themselves, but like you mentioned, the location of the death, conveniently right on the Roche spawn near the Roche pit. I think that was just like a bit of a disconnect because TSM was smoked in the mid lane. Like they were making a move and Tomato was like setting up a move, but they're just like on the opposite side of the map and it just happens to be on a Shopify ward.
Yeah, like they clearly suspected a smoke. Like he was trying to play that out. He had his own obs on the outpost, so you can see the logic behind it, but it's just that one fatal mistake, you know? I've been doing a lot of Where's Waldo with the kids, and that was the easiest one I've ever seen.
The problem is, like, second Roche, and yeah, TSM actually won the game, but...
Hello! We've entered the multiverse!
The second and third Roche are timings where you cannot screw up like that. It's like the most crucial timings for the enemy team to come back. They get this kill, and I agree, Tomato shouldn't be there. It's quite illegal, but also the rest of TSM, they're kind of sleeping. Like, Roche can be spawning. Where's the rest of them? Why are they mid? They should already be, like, in the area. And then, I mean, Shopify, they just use it. They get the second Roche. Suddenly, they're back in the game. Arteezy with the comeback Midas. Somehow it worked out. I don't personally like it, but Brian made a video about it. Apparently, it's...
I talked about when you have no space on the map as a carry.
It did work out, so...
Guy gets flamed once in his pubs. Let's make a whole video defending himself. Now Arteezy wins a game.
It was Kezu. It was Kezu that flamed me in that pub.
Yeah, okay.
It was actually me on Smurf, yeah.
Oh, you friggin' Smurfers. Okay, so I did want to say, because like I was coming in here with an analysis for TSM winning the game. Like that's what I was preparing.
We all
were. Brian also made that graphic that you saw.
Yeah,
exactly. He worked really hard on it. Wanted you guys to see it.
Yes, and that's why they put it up. I appreciate that production. Thank you. But what I was going to talk about was the laning stage, where I thought if you pick Luna, it's because you intend to win the lane with Luna. Like, Luna is not a carry that operates from recovery. Like, if you saw what happens, he's out of lane at level 5. He's getting ganked by 2 level 4 supports and dying. That's when the Midas went into the quick buy, by the way.
Go.
And, but, so they chose to put the Undying on crit in the 4 position, which they were trying to pressure the TA. But TA is a hero that's much better at recovering. She's much better at playing by herself. It's harder to invade through the traps. So you have a Luna and a TA both recovering, and you kind of saw what happened. Tomato became the #1 net worth. Arteezy had to buy a Midas. So it's like, I would have loved to see them just put crit on the Rubik. That's like one of his staples. Put the Undying Luna lane. That's very standard. I feel like they kind of out mind game themselves.
I agree with your point, because if we also look at the TSM draft, the way that your tempo comes in the game is with DP having a good game, then Pango can rotate there, you open up for the map, and then Tomato, he just gets to farm creeps.
Yeah.
But they kind of did it the wrong way around, and I mean, I would say Crit kind of owned this game regardless.
As much as you can own on an Undying.
Yes, like his tombstones were great, his itemization as well, so I would say he's low-key, like some creepy hidden MVP in this game, apart from Tomato's illegal deaths. But what can you do?
I love a good recovery Midas, though, as Arteezy barely edges out Tomato in that GPM. Although, which one of you had grievances, or maybe it was Avery with the Lincolns? So he got a lot of net worth on Tomato's TA, went with the Lincolns. Were you okay with that decision? I know you were advocating for a BKB.
I think he needed one eventually, so he went Lincolns, and I think the issue after that was he went Crystallis towards a Daedalus. So it's like the Lincolns is nice because it allows you to play the map without fear of getting lassoed by back, because he doesn't have any of these like 4-staff type items yet. But when you're in team fights, somebody's going to break the Lincolns.
Yeah.
Bat Rider's going to get on top of you, and then all of Bat's damage, even though he has lasso, doesn't go through BKB. So you still need one to stand your ground and hit. He was spending most of the fights Hurricane piking and running away, and he's your #1 net worth.
Lincoln's is not ideal, I would say, but for me it's more like how they actually play together after the mid game, which, to be fair, they didn't.
That's what I was thinking too. It's not as much about the items.
Like the items, if he has VKB, he's gonna die on that smoke move regardless. They'll still lose second roach. They need to be together, and actually, he's your top net worth hero. They need to play around him and use him in a good way, which they just did not, so they don't deserve to win the game. It's quite simple.
Uncharacteristic loss for TSM because they generally have Shopify's a number. Maybe Mikey's changing that equation a little bit. Or maybe we'll end up with a 1-1 split. Only one way to find out. When we return, it's game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus TSM.
You wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Thank you very much to the promiscuous pandas, but players who I've known for a great deal of loyalty are on the other side of the coin right now. We've been talking a lot about Shopify Rebellion. It's a name that we haven't been able to hear too much about because for the longest time, in fact, I believe that at the most recent TI, Arteezy on Evil Geniuses was the longest tenured player on the same team, which was crazy because for the longest period of time, we always were famously critical of the Arteezy water cycle. You go to Evil Geniuses, you evaporate, you end up in Team Secret, and it would go over and over again. But he changed his ways. He became very loyal. And now Shopify Rebellion are trying to find their place with, at least for this year, a new offlaner. And we got a chance to speak to that offlaner of Saberlight and Fly as well, not only about their team history, but a little bit about TSM as well.
But Nullifier out, and now the jump forward. The Requiem is going to be huge. They connect on all of them. They blow them to death. Holy moly. That was.
So hey everyone, I'm Fly and I play position 5 for Shopify Rebellion.
I'm Saberlight. I'm the offlaner / boss 3 for Shopify Rebellion.
I think this year, like one of the things that makes us stand out is just that we're very like cohesive team together. We've been together for a long time, most of us, and we've added Saber, who's a very natural fit to the team. So all of us are like in a very like good, positive attitude type of team right now. So I think that will help us stand out.
I mean, I feel very grateful and honored to have been invited to this team. I think, yeah, it's like a big thing. I mean, if I knew that I'm gonna be playing for like the legendary EG / like, you know, now Shopify Rebellion squad, when I first joined Dota, I wouldn't believe it, because yeah, these guys are you know, very big names.
Saberlight joining the team, yeah, he's definitely what you see on his stream, you know, like the guys, he makes like some random jokes. He's a bit of a clown sometimes, to be honest.
I mean, that's just, yeah, I'm a very clowny person, so that's just me, you know. I'll just make jokes and.
You know, he brings up the mood, even if like something goes poorly, and then he would crack some random Saber joke. You know, you can't really hate the guy; it's just funny. So I think having someone who brings a bit of like lightheartedness is very nice to have in a team. So Saber's jokes are welcome.
I think the only thing that I like intentionally do is not to make more jokes. You know, so it's like not too cringy. But I just, you know, I have to limit myself. That's what I intentionally do.
One of the best games of this tournament is going to be us versus TSM, because you know everybody loves NA Dota, especially over here in Europe.
We are super hyped to play in the DreamLeague, and we're gonna dub on the opponents. Easy clap. Alright. Cringe.
Vintage Saberlight bringing us the cringe, as we love his gameplay, we love his attitude, and we love how he's fit in with this team. I know during the Lima Major, I was quite critical of him being the least reliable. I know.
Damn. How dare you?
But it's hard for me not to ever point fingers at like, hey, it's the Nightfall, it's the new EG offlaner, it's the new Shopify Rebellion offlaner. He's the problem. But he's been shaping up as of Tour 2, and, well, I guess over the course of this DreamLeague as well, because Shopify Rebellion, they had 2 ties before this series, and they 2-0'd Entity.
Yep.
and TSM are currently all ties for all 3 of their series. So we'll see which one's going to come out in top. Game number 2, draft number 2 is upon us.
Before we get into the draft, I like that they have a phrase for his jokes.
The saber
They're
joke.
called saber joke. That just goes to show you that he probably cracks like 1,800 jokes every day.
He needs to trademark that.
This guy's jokes are, I love his style of humor. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever watched his stream, but like he'll be in the middle of a game, get like an ultra kill, and he'll like pan out of the game to his camera full screen. He'll do some dance on there or something. And his last tweet that I saw was, "Ladies, I am in a relationship. Please stop DMing me." And it's like in all caps, and it's been like a running joke that he's always trying to find a girl.
Yes.
I like how he just plays along.
His Instagram story is also another great source of comedic content. I know during Tour 1, he would post stories talking about how he would beat TSM.
And then they lost. That was hilarious.
Let me just say,
that's content either way.
I was the first person to promote his Twitter. I found this young man before he was cool. You can go back, check the logs. So you're welcome. I started his whole career.
What's the date? What's the date of this tweet?
Years. I said, this is the Twitter to follow.
Okay.
And it was Saber Chat.
How did you even discover him, though?
He was playing on a team, before he was
18.
good.
That's it.
Yeah, and then he got good.
Now he's good.
Then he showed up at the Arlington Major and was like, look at me. I can make this entire team just win.
Oh, yeah. But not his own team at the time. And this game, it looks like he may be playing Doom, as Shopify Rebellion get their second pick, first phase of Doom Mirana, TSM, despite having... Whoa. They had Kasane Lycan. What's going on? Why are they not picking that? I thought that was the pick.
Well, they were both still in, so they can just take their time.
That's true.
Right?
Doom's kind of a deny pick.
Yeah.
And they kind of cover themselves, too, with the Eng, like potential like Beastmaster or Lycan.
This is the exact draft we saw in our previous series, Talon versus Team Spirit opener, the Enchantress into the Mirana Doom counters. So I think there's a reasonable chance that this is a safe lane Doom now, due to the fact that they picked Lycan off lane. You can just eat one of the wolves in lane.
Doom
and
off
then,
lane.
No, I'm saying Doom safe lane into the Lycan off lane.
I see.
Because Doom, as a carry, the dream is to buy a Vanguard and sit in your lane. That is the freaking dream. Because in 90% of matchups right now, the carry gets booted into jungle.
Oh, we got the Vanguard panel again.
No,
Same too, yeah. All right.
That's actually what people do. Okay, so it's not just me innovating this stuff. But
I once again agree with my panelists, so I'm sorry. Co-host.
Wait, you agree with the same point I made yesterday?
Yes,
again?
where I also agreed. So you're welcome.
Nice. This is good. This is good. Synergy.
That's how I get him to agree with me on multiple occasions. Just say the same thing.
Smart.
Immersion therapy. Bad Rider taken out, a Monkey King taken out, and TSM not necessarily expecting it to be a safe lane Doom because they ban out Naga Siren.
That is also an incredibly impossible matchup for Lycan. The net owns you at every stage of the game, and then so the reason why Naga is so good against other summons and illusion heroes is because she's the only one that has AoE.
Yeah.
She's the Riptide, so you have 2 heroes with multiple units, and every other summons hero in the game is single target.
It's true.
Doesn't seem very fair.
It's not. It's really not. That's why you have to get rid of her.
When you look at the Shopify Rebellion opening as well, it reminds me a little bit of Tundra. You have Moonlight Shadow and Doom, so it's a lot of already like in the mid game you have this map play with picking you off. So TSM removing heroes that help that furthermore, with like the Bad Rider that gets these pickoffs with the Moonlight Shadow, or Naga Siren who puts the map in a correct play, not only to protect your Lycan, but also to just make the second phase harder for Shopify. I'm kind of vibing with their bans here.
Now, I heard Saber Chad himself being interviewed earlier about Mikey, talking about his heroes and stuff, and that Bulba will get mad if he pointed out his heroes, but luckily, they're not here right now. So, you guys, what else is in like the back pocket here of Mikey from his pubs besides this Bat Rider and the Puck that you mentioned earlier? Is there anything else on that list you guys know of?
Huskar.
Oh, right, the Huskar. Okay, that's another important one to keep open here.
His Invoker in the 2 games he played at DreamLeague, it was crazy. That's like, so you go 6 years back, you take the name away, you could think it's Miracle playing.
Wow.
He was pogging all over these games with Invoker.
Was it Klosswex or Exort builds? Do you remember?
It may have been one of each or double Exort.
Wow. Okay.
But he was like top of the network. His spell usage was crazy. He had some, Refresher Shard, meatballs were flying around, ultra kills. He's good. And then he played Tiny, that looked pretty good.
Oh, yes.
I would say this is like the bar of his top tier.
All right, I like it.
I'd say most of the fresh faces we see in the pro scene, they're not like well developed on multiple hero archetypes. Like, I feel like Mikey's a very farm, scale-heavy kind of guy.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like all these heroes. Even Bat Rider, like you saw yesterday, him with the Refresher Orb, just like solo killing cores, minute 40. So it's just the way he likes to play. I think I genuinely believe it's been heavily influenced by the fact that he plays on like 90 to 100 ping, and this guy's like
That makes a lot of sense.
This guy's like top 25 EU
Yeah.
on 100 ping, so he's definitely got some serious up potential.
If you want to get high rank, you also need to play these scaly heroes that
Right.
can like take over games.
Yeah.
So your Bad Rider, your Huskar fits right in. Last patch, some Lina.
You're not setting the tempo for someone else.
Yeah, you better do
winning
it
the
yourself
game.
if you want to get rank 1, which he was not too long ago.
He was. Was that during the major though? I think it was during the major where all the.
Oh, there was a European
but
vacuum.
he's still been like top 10.
You're trying to put down our man. How dare you?
This guy sucks.
Yeah.
Put me in,
Yeah.
boys.
It's like a
Listen,
it's like a
if I
one
was
with
in
an
Europe
asterisk
when
on
everyone
it.
else was away,
Wait, hold up. What was your rank during the major?
I was ranked 2.
Yeah.
Right behind
after
Mike.
200. Yeah.
2 billion.
I wish our player count was that high.
True.
Morphling taken out, as well as a handful of spirits on both sides. Storm banned out by Shopify. TSM take out the Ember. Puck still in the pool. Shopify want to get their hands on another Mikey signature.
I can probably just grab some fly hero here as well. Set up for the second
Phoenix.
phase. Ooh, that'd be nice.
That's a fly hero.
Who's played the Mirana for them predominantly in their games? Or is it just whatever?
Let me see. I have it in my notes. They flexed it.
Okay.
Or wait, no, that was a different team. I'm so sorry. Mirana was not picked more than 3 times because I don't even have her in my notes.
Okay.
It doesn't strike me as a fly hero, but he also has been expanding his pool a little bit more. I feel like more 5s are picking up the Mirana. Like before, I feel like it was like kind of just Snaking who was really running it, but now I feel like more and more people are doing it. So I'm sure he's ready to play it.
You need a carry that's willing to sit in lane for a while by himself. So if they do the Doom safe lane, I think that Mirana is more likely to be 5.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Because the Mirana wants to be free to move around the map, to basically pick and choose her playmaking, or just arrow creep camps, whatever. So they go for the CM. That's like a summons hero counter. All of CM's best matchups are actually summons heroes.
Yeah, and anything that has like multiple units because the attack speed's slow.
Yeah, the AoE attack speed slow, and then also the armor and the slow on her ultimate.
Yeah, just like illusions and stuff too. She just like wrecks them all. But hey, not a lot of hoodwinks, I gotta say. Keeping an eye on some
I'm
these drafts.
surprised. I feel like this hero is underrated.
This hero is just very good. Like, you just kind of love having it in your draft. You have this long range, you have good laning, it will always help your offlaner. You can always have like this 1+1 kill combo as well when like your laning stage breaks down, your mid laner is maybe a Pango or a DK with Blink. Go together, kill a hero, easy.
I will say the hero can suffer a little bit if there's not like that first initiation. It's kind of like Wind Ranger a little bit. Like it's more reliable than Shackle Shot, but there's definitely moments where Hoodwinks are trying to be the first one to jump in and they kind of blow it.
I mean, Hoodwink's it's your follow-up hero.
Yes, that
if
ideally.
If you don't have a jump in when you have Hoodwink, you definitely screwed up your draft at some point, or many points.
Well, they do the Doom safe lane.
Yeah.
We will be seeing a Vanguard.
On maybe both of them.
Maybe both of them. There might be a couple here.
Well, Doom mid was also a thing for a little while, but that's very matchup specific.
I just feel like Doom's coming back into the patch because of the fact that all these summons offlaners, like, you only have so many
bans.
bans.
This camera. Keep it like that.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's what he looked like when he bought the Midas.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, guys, I got the Midas.
My face when level 4s gank me in the jungle. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, Underlord is very, very good in this game. He's gonna build items that you hate playing into as both Lycan and TB, with some potential Vanguard into Crimson Guard. You deal with the illusions, you deal with the summons. The
Actually,
hit
good
is annoying.
Crimson Guard game.
Yeah?
My God.
This item has been rising, especially with all these heroes that are being played. So this Underlord pick, I'm vibing with it a lot.
Trent,
Doom
this
carry,
is just an
good.
extension of their Vanguard propaganda.
I know.
They're starting to
But
push
now I'm
Crimson
joining
Guard.
in. I like it. Yeah. I'm hopping on the
Crimson
Vanguard
Guard's
Volkswagen over here.
Crimson Guard's a good damn item in
It
a
is.
lot of games, and this is one of them.
Which, to me, has me wondering why pick Terrorblade and Lycan so close together in this draft, because I feel like what answers Lycan also answers Terrorblade. A lot of AoE, a lot of magic damage, and I guess the Crimson Guard as well.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the TB pick because you have 2 backlining supports on Shopify, which Terrorblade doesn't tend to like. He wants heroes that like have to go into his radius of attack during Metamorphosis. And so, like, the worst thing with Terrorblade is when you metamorph and the opponent just runs away.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to have a similar issue to the Talon draft where they Spectre Haunted, DP ulted, and then Team Spirit just disengaged. I think Shopify can kind of just do the same thing here.
I like their bans from TSM or from Shopify though, because they know that there has to be something that's like weird. You know what I mean? Like you're pointing out, they have this double backline. Like if they have this other hero that's like pushing the map or just being annoying, it's gonna be very difficult. Like a lot of teams with the TB are doubling up on this whole idea of just like split push and breaking the map.
Yeah.
And they really don't want that to happen.
They played the Lycan Tinker before. It's a very good combo. You have all the vision. You can TP on the wolves later. He takes buildings. He takes objectives for you. The idea behind the TB, in my opinion, has to be around like getting the map in a better state against Doom, and then eventually when Doom goes in, you have the Skadi, the high damage. Maybe with the overwhelming like auras from Lycan, they hope that it's gonna like push him through the game. So now they picked Invoker to then also help with that even more with the alacrity, but
Does he play Kunkka? Does Mikey play Kunkka?
I'm not sure. He should be able to.
The classic anti-invoker.
It's just so good against Invoker, and then all the illusions and summons and stuff. It gives them some catch that they're severely lacking. It's a setup for Arrow. I feel like OD
think their damage would be a little
it's like
low?
OD or Kunkka. Oh, they actually go for the Huskar. I don't love Huskar into Invoker all that much. But that is the Mikey staple.
Yeah, it really is.
That might just be a player preference kind of thing. He is good against summons and illusion heroes because they AoE disarm.
Right. He's gonna have some auras help him out as well.
It's true.
Yeah, a little bit of help there from the.
You do kind of need a carry, I guess, since your carry is kind of like a pseudo carry with the Doom. He's more of like an anti-carry.
Also, a pretty severe lack of disables on the side of TSM. This man should be able to toggle through most stuff once he gets a disarm.
They do have the Hoodwink for the break and the burst, though.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a scary matchup.
I don't know, I feel like both drafts in a way to me they look a little sluggish in terms of how they move around the map. Invoker isn't like the fastest hero. You have some TB Lycan who want to farm, but then the other side has an Underlord and a Huskar who are also like not the fastest around the map.
No.
Sure, you do have the gate, so I feel like their early game, this like minute 5 to 10 is very important for both teams. Like if you're a TSM, you need to offset the Huskar pressure, ideally with Eng moving around with the Hoodwink, try to rotate that because if that doesn't work, I feel like Shopify, they're going to just truck down your map and it will be very hard to play them again.
Yeah, I'm scared when they approach TB's tower. I feel like that thing is just free this game.
Yeah. I'm heavily leaning towards Shopify's draft unless Brile just like absolutely pops off. Maybe like 1 or 2 crucial ganks from the Hoodwink on the Huskar when it hits level 6. That like drastically puts the middle of the map because Doom and Underlord are both side lane heroes. So I feel like the only heroes that are going to control mid are the Huskar and the supports. So if you shut down the Huskar, gives control of mid to Radiant, they take Roche, that could be the game changer.
Yeah, I'd say it looks a little fragile. I will say if they make some mistakes on Shopify, like TSM's obviously much more like well balanced. It's more traditional in the lineup. You kind of see how people slot into the roles of what you expect in the heroes and the positions. So if you don't get that rolling ball at Shopify, it looks pretty good for TSM, I will say. But you know, Shopify look pretty good at these fast momentum games so far.
And I know all you Europeans love watching North American Dota. What? We're losing to Nyx in viewers? Nyx, where are all you people? This is the banner match of North America. It's our banner casters, our North American casters. It's Cap and SVG for game number 2.
That's right. Game 2, TSM and Shopify Rebellion. The best North America has to offer. Avery, aren't you just patriotic?
Well, it's because I retired. I mean, yeah, otherwise, they're pretty damn good.
Well, I was talking about us. The best North America has to offer.
Oh, yeah, well, that's not a very high bar, but we'll take it. Everybody else has to take it, so it doesn't matter.
We got a new hero for Mikey. A hero that he has played before in his professional career, but more so a new hero for him playing it with Shopify Rebellion, which I think is interesting in general. I mean, when you're a stand-in, it's not necessarily all about what you like to play, right?
It's about what the team can do with it.
Yeah.
And so they're just playing around him. They're demoting Arteezy. You are no longer the true carry. Well, it's okay. Don't say it like that. I mean, honestly, he probably just got a taste of the Midas last game. He's like, oh, man.
I need more Midas heroes.
I'm going back to that. Gave him the Doom. Going to go straight into it this game again. So the greed is good here in these NA matchups. And if you're not going to get run over in the lanes, what's the downside?
The NA flavor of the Doom carry. I think I've seen the NA teams run this the most.
It's like the Night Stalker equivalent versus these summons, I feel. You can eat the Ancient later. The lane's pretty free. you can get to this pretty fast Shiva's guard, which is really nice versus these summon lineups. You just blink in, you have this aura. It's a lot of AoE slow. I kind of like it. This carry Dunams is very powerful. The CIS region was playing it for a long time, if you remember, and then it fell out a bit, but it looked pretty damn good. So this is a hero that just comes and goes in the meta. When it's in the meta, it's a pretty broken hero. That was a very old saying from another NA player back in the day, Eternal Envy. He used to say, if Doom is good, Doom is broken. And then we jam-picked Doom like 20 games and lost them all. So.
I guess Doom wasn't good then, was it?
Well, yeah, but you know, when he's good, he's broken. I kind of agree. Like, the hero conceptually is really powerful. So maybe Arteezy's just feeling it. But again, the big question mark, crit on the Maiden, fly on the Priestess of the Moon.
Yeah,
who's playing 4 and who's playing 5 out here? Again, it's a laning decision. They want the Maiden down here because this lane is way stronger versus the Ench TB with the constant outspam on the early waves between Firestorm Nova, and then you have the creep kill that Frostbite is more reliable than trying to land an arrow. So Shopify just want to make their side lanes as strong as possible versus TSM team.
Okay.
It paid some dividends game 1.
I have a general question here.
Does look funny though.
Saberlight. It's going to be chased away. It looks like he's fine. When it comes to, okay, they really want to keep this crit with Saberlight sort of thing, or do they want to keep crit in the off lane? Like, when it comes to the laning phase mechanics, is being in the off lane versus the safe lane, do you think that's the difference maker, or do you think it's about the synergy between the duo?
It's both for sure.
Okay.
You definitely feel it as a support because you think about all these pulls and timings and equilibrium and your itemization and what you're doing for the core on the lane. What you have to do for a 1 position is different than what you have to do for a 3, depending on who you want to enable, who you want to shut down. And all these things change when you switch that lane up. So there's a lot of comfortability you lose that you have to gain somewhere else in terms of a hero matchup or something like that. I think in this case, Crit's very comfortable playing in that off lane. He's done it his whole career. I think this is a better lane setup for Shopify based on the players. So if they feel like the lane matchups are also better, why not do it?
Sure.
But he's going to get run down here. Fairy
Fire keeps him alive, but Tamada was faster. So he was able to run him down anyway. 315 movement speed. And of course, good old Crystal Maiden. Swift as the wolves of Ice Rack.
Man, that's a surprising death for Artor here.
Yeah, the Lycan? You said the Doom is supposed to be the counter to this hero. What happened?
I think he should be doing fine, but it's just a bad death to give up. He was trying to get to this ring, being a little greedy with the regen, and it just doesn't pay off. Now he has to go boots instead. This feels really bad. The lane's shoving out, and there's that solo kill that you're looking for here. Add fuel to the fire. All 3 lanes getting kills for TSM here. Another very quick start for them.
TSM getting a little fired up.
I mean, if this were the NA DPC, I'd say it's already over. But unfortunately, we are on LAN, which means you actually have to play the mid and late game.
It's funny because it's true. Okay. I was just curious what Mikey was doing there. The overall setup for this match, of course, Shopify Rebellion have had a little bit better of go of it. When it comes to the group stage, they're currently sitting at a score of 5-2, I believe, after last game's win, which also put TSM, who tied every series that they played in. They were at a score of 3-3, now 3-4, so they do want to even this up just so they have a chance to be able to stay in that top 4 area because, you know, it is very important. I mean, this is a very short group stage, but it's very impactful. You just do not get to play the rest of the tournament if you end up bottom 4 in your group.
Not a lot of time to catch up if you fall behind. I feel like TSM also tied a lot of their games at the last major they were in, right?
Yeah, and they still ended up in elimination territory.
So they're on a similar trajectory if they don't change things. I don't know, maybe Moonmeander just doesn't like winning games always. He just needs to warm up every series.
Well, either way, tie is the best they can hope for in this series, and it would still keep them at pace to be able to at least maybe go for a tie for 4th place or something like that. But yes, every one of these matches, very important when half the teams go out of a group.
This is going to be a pretty clunky game from Shopify. I think Kezu's read was right in terms of none of these Shopify cores really make rotations. They all kind of want their 2nd, 3rd item to get online in the team fights. There's no real playmaking potential here in terms of kills on lanes. It's just going to be trying to get their cores as much as possible before TSM just racks up the tempo. Because I think this game is in their control in terms of the moves you can make, how aggressive you can be. They are going Exort Invoker, which is going to give them some extra scale here as well. So you're not going to have this Vessel type build versus Huskar, but honestly, we don't see it too much nowadays anyway. And Exort Invoker can do just as well with the physical burst. So you have this Sunstrike that can also make some plays off of...
Ooh, look at this
limited
wrap.
stuns, but there. And yeah, Centaur.
See if they can lead with the Cold Snap and catch up to him with the Bushwhack on the other side. Oh! Sunstrike
Crit
actually
just
gets hanked up a little bit by Crit, but actually just makes things worse for Shopify as they both are going to die. Really nice collapse there from the TSM supports.
And there's just not going to be a punish on the side lanes. Again, there's no playmaking for the Shopify lineup. So TSM just have free reign with their supports here. And Enchantress is one of the most punishing supports in the game in terms of if you can't match where she moves on the map. Because she just solo kills cores in the ganks. She kills your towers. She kills your wards. She kills your jungle.
Might be able to get the kill on Kasane, and they will, so at least they are able to get a punish somewhere in there, and maybe a little bit more of a punish as they do manage to get the courier from Ahri as well.
It's also a death I wouldn't expect up here, but hey, if you make it work, you can land the arrow. You need to be finding something, because once again, Whitemon is back in mid to sacrifice his courier to the Dota gods and say, and the deny on the ward. You know, he's feeling very generous today, showing a lot of mercy to the Shopify lineup. This is a 3-hero mid push again, though. And does Shopify want to respond? Okay, they're going to get another Obs dewarded here.
I mean, they have to respond, right?
It's just so much vision down, and it's just tough. It's tough to fight these supports with the Sunstrike.
Ooh, the Terrorblade is in some trouble here. Tomato taking a lot of damage. Saberlight trying to run him down.
Vanguard delivered with that Siege Wagon. It's a lot of pressure down here.
It is.
So taking advantage of the dual roam for TSM, trying to force them back on the map. Tomato's going to salve up. Does hit 6, so he has Sunder. Might get some cheeky Sunder Sunstrike play. They don't have stuns to prevent it.
Yeah, there's an opportunity here. Ahri's running in, meta, and there goes the Sunder. So Saberlight gets a little bit low, and they do manage to hit him with a Bushwhack and see if this is enough damage. Turns around, actually. He's going to fight back with the Vanguard. Maybe he actually wins this. No way. Saberlight, great read by him as the Terrorblade just not able to do enough damage over the Atrophy Aura plus the damage block coming into play. Meanwhile, we did have Mikey die once again in the mid lane while we were watching that one. So another devastating loss for Shopify when it comes to this mid lane. And they just do not have the supports to help them.
This is deja vu from game 1. And the downside of that solo kill mid, though, was he didn't have Sunstrike for that bottom play, which is what Tomato was kind of thinking.
Yeah.
Where's my Sunstrike? Where's my Sunstrike? I killed Huskar, bro. What do you want from me?
I feel like, though, that Huskar is a hero that is much more reliant on a good laning phase and snowballing off of that, whereas Batrider has multiple ways of being able to recover off of, like, ancient stacks that we saw last time.
Huskar can still jungle pretty fast. I agree in the type of game flow you want in this hero is he kind of just stalemates mid, free farms, enemy free farms, whatever. You have maybe 1 or 2 stacks, and you get that really fast armlet into a Roshan. He's not going to have that game flow at all this game. He's really far behind on this Huskar. And
oh, look at that body blocking from Crit. Hits him with the Frostbite, and of course Sunder's still on cooldown, so if he keeps body blocking him just a little bit more, man, Crit is just demolishing him. That slow Crystal Maiden actually works for a great hero to body block like that. Meanwhile, Whitemon dies to Mikey. Bushwhack in the mid lane. Fly gets popped by Bryle as the pressure continues on this mid lane and also continues on Mikey's Huskar. He left the mid lane to go jungle and still got found there.
No, he's not safe anywhere, man.
No.
And that is a bad sign because it was a very light committal to get that Huskar kill. You didn't even use Lycan ult. So you still have that play ability top. Tomato's still going to go bottom as they're messing around mid. Saberlight gets dragged here to defend this, so that'll open up bottom lane back for the Terrorblade, and it'll open up top if Kasane wants to get aggressive, which the Golden Roshan shall fall. An iconic courier. Honestly, that is the most satisfying courier to kill in the game.
Because it's worth so much money?
No, because it's Arteezy's.
Oh, okay.
Every single NA player has felt that feeling of killing Arteezy's courier.
Look at this body blocking from Tomato. Turning right back around on Shopify, on Mikey specifically. Beautiful stuff.
Man, where is this Huskar going in this game?
Yeah, why was he down there exactly?
Just has nowhere else to go.
Oh, nice arrow from the high ground from Fly. Finds an opening on Bryle. Bryle, he would racked up a lot of kills. That was a mega kill streak. So they got 550 gold for that one.
Man, Crit is setting a lot up in both these games on heroes that are unconventional for him. Like, honestly, it's impressive how much he has kept Shopify in these early games. Once more, he's just keeping him in him with pretty decent laning phase, finding the extra kill on Tomato, slowing down this Terrorblade. As rough a game as Mikey's had, Tomato's not had a better one here. And honestly, I felt he should have just gone top and made the push with the Lycan and kicked the Doom out instead of lingering in this bottom lane versus a TB Maiden that he's not favored at all versus, especially when Whitemon wanted to leave the lane early. Normally when your Ench leaves lane this early, you leave the lane with the carry in the 1v2. Tomato's just decided to play down here and defend this tower. Maybe feeling that top push was not that good, but...
And also, aren't your heroes... Isn't Terrorblade... Like, the way I think about it is that Huskar really wants his towers to stay alive, whereas Terrorblade, I think, doesn't mind, because he just illusion pushes down lanes.
Yeah, if you trade towers, you're fine with Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Oh, the dog!
Oh, barely got him with that Deafening Blast.
Persona for what? You're not faster, son.
Imagine if the Wolf Persona made you, like, 15 movement speed faster.
Pay to win. Think of how many boxes they'd sell with that one. Do you get this tier 1 tower push bottom? I mean, Saberlight's getting dragged around. He's their biggest tower defender. He's on double duty because this Huskar got kicked out and he is not an entity in this game. So you got to feel for him. Arteezy did get to Midas and he's kind of been untouched though. That's like the one good thing going for Shopify right now. He is very farmed on this safe lane Doom and he has not been threatened to be kicked out of this lane at all. His tower is 100% HP. More damage to mid. Man, Bryle is just taking it to him in here.
Yeah, he is relentless in this mid lane. The Deafening Blast will collect another kill.
There's just no response. The lineup's too clunky for Shopify to take this 3v3 mid skirmish, especially with a Huskar who got solo killed twice, basically. And they are getting punished there for sure. It's just a question of can TSM transition this into some more solid map control. Because I think you want to start punishing some of these other heroes on Shopify outside of this Huskar. Like, he's set back. You can maybe keep killing him a bit, but you're giving Arteezy a window to maybe win the fight if he gets farmed enough. It's still a ways away. It's lurking.
Moonlight Shadow will save Mikey from that bit of aggression, but TSM continue to just live in the enemy jungle. Mikey doesn't really have many places to farm.
I find it really curious that TSM just never made this move top.
Arrow's gonna come out, but the burst damage. Ari comboing up so many times with Bryle. Beautiful stuff with the Sunstrike and the ult pop there from
Mikey.
Mikey's dead again. This is the same spot.
Yeah, who's ganking who here, son?
Did I hear a squeak?
His game flow is just completely off. There's nothing going for him. 6 deaths at 13.5 minutes. Well, this game's on our tour. I hope he brought his carry boots. Or his carry Midas. He's going to need it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, Arteezy, I love it when he plays that way, but Arteezy is typically not the person to be creating space for other people. And I'm not sure if the Doom with the Midas Vanguard is also the hero to do that. But somebody's got to take some space and create something for Mikey to work with. I mean, if he can't get to a BKB, then he's just going to be a non-factor. Nice catch, though.
Here's a little cheeky kill on demand. Arturo will line it up. I mean, if you can start delaying these pushes between the Doom and the Underlord, just make Lycan's game hard. If you delay this Roshan to the point where your Huskar can catch up, the game might not look too bad. But right now, it is definitely in TSM's control.
I don't know. 10 minutes could go by, and I'm not sure if Mikey's going to get any farm in that window of time, because TSM just seem to have his number.
What is that number? 911? Call the ambulance?
Yeah.
Get this man some triage. I think he's approaching negative GPM levels.
Yeah, I think his net worth has literally just stagnated for
stay in the fountain for a minute or two.
5 minutes, yeah.
That's the problem with a hero like Huskar. If you have a rough laning phase, you lose your tower early, your Ancients get invaded, these types of factors, there's just no other playability on the hero.
Yep.
He only does one thing. He farms for his first and second item, and you use it to take objectives or get to that early BKB. If you can't get there, you're just a creep.
He's thinking about Blink Dagger next? Sure, whatever.
I mean, you can blink out a fountain faster.
Gotta get out on map as quick as possible. It literally has stagnated for the last like
negative GPM,
2.5 minutes. Oh my god. This is just suffering. He's gonna get found again. I don't think they're gonna kill him this time.
Oh, he saw the ward because they had a sentry.
Yeah.
That's a huge sentry. Crit's gonna run in, try and make something happen.
Catches him with the pit. Ball of Frostbite, and eventually they'll be able to fight through that untouchable.
Hey, this is a good timing for Shopify. They have BKB on the Doom and the Crimson finished for Saberlight here.
Yeah,
so they are decently strong in a head-on fight if TSM wants to take it to them.
Mighty also got the most gold that he's gotten in the last like 10 minutes.
Because he didn't die. Yeah.
He got 163 off of the Observer Ward and 60 gold off of the Hellbear.
Plus the passive. That's a decent amount. Another good find.
Oh, the arrow's gonna land right before the Sunder can go off. Nicely played by Shopify. I mean, this trio seems to have some pretty good synergy right now. But once again, Ari and Bryle,
they're just
strike back. Ari is gonna sneak through the trees, but the burnout, it's too much. From behind though, Whitemon goes for the kill on a crit. Cold Snap's gonna stop that TP. And I can see the Lycan cutting across the map. He wants to be here for another kill. Saberlight gets stopped by his TP, but the Dark Rift does allow him to get away to safety. Are they going to fall? That's into a tier 2, my friends.
So that's decent for Shopify outside of the fact Mikey died to neutrals.
What?
Yeah,
what?
The number 8 for him there. And I looked at the death summary, and there was no Sunstrike or anything. He just toggled died to neutral. So
wait, it said that. Wait, it says the Dire killed Mikey. What?
Well,
he's on the Dire.
I mean, there's no safe space for Suncar.
What? No. I need a proper explanation. What?
I think that phone number wasn't 911. It was the Valve headquarters. Dota team, can we get a...
I'm so confused.
Usually that means he suicided, right? Like he got killed on a deny by something, but I don't know what it would have been. The death summary was literally just neutral creeps, so he died to neutrals. I'm sure of that much. Either way, that is going to slow down Shopify some warrior as Mikey gets killed by his own creeps apparently in dishonor.
All right, I know the panelists upstairs listening. We got production here. I need some like professional sleuthing. I need somebody to actually figure out what happened there, because my brain.
You know the phrase "hit himself in confusion." He literally hit himself in confusion. Huskar's known to kill himself every now and then.
Yeah.
Still, that was a good move for Shopify, but unfortunately, turns into a loss on the map that turns into that insta Roshan off the Lycan. This is the game pace that TSM want to set. They're not up too much gold, but that's just because you have the Doomflation ticking in the background as Arteezy has continued to climb the net worth chart, going very greedy here with an early bots as well. I would not be surprised to see TSM force early high grounds in this game.
It's pretty hard against that Crimson Guard, though.
It is, but you can bring heroes back and then make another smoke play across the map. It's exactly what's going to happen here. This is just a very natural move that's going to vacate the whole map for Shopify unless you want to die.
Maybe Crit wants to die.
That's the good job of a Crystal Maiden.
It's not going to be imprisoned inside of his base. Give me freedom or give me death.
Space for Mikey.
For how long?
I
mean, those neutrals are looking pretty damn menacing, apparently, so...
Nowhere is safe.
I like how Mikey's just going deeper and deeper into the enemy jungle.
I mean, he's staying away from those dire creeps. You don't want none of those. Oh, there's a little easy kill.
That's what the Blink Dagger was for.
Yeah. Bryle's like, no, you ain't getting away with this, son. Will he find him, though? Oh. Shh. Don't tell him he's there.
Don't move. Keep it secret.
Does Whitemon know?
No way.
What?
No way. Oh.
What?
He's peeking the lower trees. He thinks he's somewhere over here. And Mikey actually did slip out with a Blink Dagger and TP'd away.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know if that was good for him, but it looked pretty cool.
All right, now a Blink Dagger on Arteezy's Doom. So we're beginning to get to a point that I feel like Shopify could use the Doom to kill something.
Gonna try and go on Underlord. This Underlord's very tanky.
Yeah, but he's not that tanky, or maybe he is. Oh, Guardian Grease goes off with the Crimson Guard. Healed up. Kasane is still stuck inside the pit. Now here comes the Underlord as well, picking his targets. He still has not used the Doom. Is trying to go for the kill on a Whitemon and will be able to get it. Opted not to use the Doom on anybody in that engagement. Still got a kill, still forced TSM back. Not too bad.
Not what TSM were really looking for, though. Like, this is their strong period with Aegis and all this Lycan timing before the Doom is level 15, before he can eat that Ancient creep. Now he has it off that fight pretty much in one creep, and yeah, they're going to smoke. They still have everything up. These fights do not cost Shopify anything unless they use the Doom. And Bryle, you are up very far.
He's got a minute left on the Aegis.
They're going to kill him twice, though.
They're going to go for it. Is he going to use the Doom? He's going to hold off and use the Doom the second to life, I guess. Bryle does fall. The rest of the team, TSM's coming in. Tomato has that Scotty, too. He's going to come in with that, try and help out here. But Bryle is just stuck. He's surrounded by too many heroes, and they do not have a save for him. He does end up dying. Pretty to keep him at bay. Mikey goes in for the kill and does manage to get Ari stunned up by a Centaur there, so won't be able to chase for more, but the rest of Shopify can. They manage to catch Kasane. And Arteezy really wanted the last hit, apparently.
I mean, I'd want it too. He's got to do double duty this game.
Oh, the Dark Rift almost catching Tomato there. The pit just inches away from claiming another kill.
This just feels like last game, where TSM have the lead, they have control, they have Roche, but they can't put it together, and Shopify are just getting away with periods where they should not have as much farm as they do, and they have a 3K gold lead now. Again, where is the Terrorblade impact in this game? Like, you have Scotty here, but obviously this fight is not set up properly for him. Still, I don't feel like I felt Tomato's impact in this game.
No.
And I don't think I've felt really the illusion lane pressure either.
I mean, it should come into play now. I have a feeling he didn't have meta for that last fight or something.
No, he had it. I mean, that fight's hard to join.
He just opted not to use it.
Yeah, I don't blame him for that fight. I don't know, both games it feels like Tomato's playing on an island and he hasn't been able to join engagements that have been set up properly for him, and I think when that's happening, it's hard to snowball the games. And TSM are trying to play off this lane snowball, so the game's just stagnating. Once again, Crit is just messing with them, man. He's had a really good series.
How is he not dead?
I don't know.
How did a Crystal Maiden manage to walk away from them?
There's a lot of questions in this game. Mikey's going Octarine. That's pretty spicy. Kasane has been found by Arteezy again, just chain stunning him.
Oh, the arrow! Oh, he stick the wolves onto Arteezy, which means there was no protection. And look at that. He left that kill to fly.
I mean, this is a changed man. 2018 Arteezy would have never given that glass.
No. Old Artur. Never would have committed such blasphemy.
I mean, what is happening in these TSM games?
I don't know. They're falling apart.
It's just not lining up at all, and Shopify are punishing them very hard. Making better moves, finding the openings. Arteezy is quietly, well, maybe not even quietly, just having an immense game on this Doom that did not have a huge amount of playmaking options available to him early, but we are getting to the point where he will with the later Doom cooldowns. You get the Octarine plus level 20. This game changes a lot too. TSM still have a lot of net worth. They just haven't been able to use it.
He is almost there for the Octarine. Same goes with Mikey. What? Have you ever seen this one?
I mean, I don't think I've seen anything about this Huskar game. Not gonna lie, there's a lot of things about this Huskar game I don't think I've seen before.
Oh no. Oh no. The Sunstrike plus the Hoodwink ult. That is far too much firepower for poor old Mikey.
That's an invis run. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Unlucky, you know?
Kasane got off the ultimate. Centaur stomped. And now Ari showing up on the other side of the map. They're going to Dark Rift in to help out Artur. He cannot be left alone on an island here. And In fact, with that Dark Rift and the Pit, might be able to catch Ari here. Any helpers?
All right, Tomato has shown up. Time to get the damage
is going to work on Saberlight. And Crimson Guard can only do so much to protect him from the damage. Crit's going to be caught as well. Has to drop the freezing field. Eventually will be stopped. And he will be corralled and killed. That's going to be 2 down with Shopify running and praying for nobody else to get caught.
And that's the type of fight I feel like I was expecting from TSM for a lot of this game. Like, you bring the Terrorblade in. The Terrorblade does not need a lot of items to join this game.
Oh, dude, he just went back at it.
I mean, Arteezy wants to make some space happen. He does not want to lose too much map while his heroes are dead.
How did he even know that nobody was behind Ryle like that?
I mean, he doesn't. He just assumes that TSM are not going to expect this play. They're going to get greedy. Did he finish him, though?
No, he didn't finish him. The Quas is too much. Oh, and now he's going to die. The Bushwhack goes off. The Sunstrike pierces through the BKB. Oh, Bryle gets him back.
And Mikey killed by Tomato on the backside.
Oh, no. All right, well, now everything's falling apart for Shopify and TSM. Nice.
Crumbles.
I like that move right there. Sunder, so you could just go straight into the high ground.
No meta for 70. Might stall it here, but yeah, that's a lot of momentum. And that's what happens. You just bring this Terrorblade for one fight. Suddenly you open up some space. Arteezy feels the pressure, needs to make a solo move. Doesn't work out. Now you swing that gold very rapidly. What I was saying is this Terrorblade does not need a huge amount of items to have big impact in this game because he has the Lycan and the Invoker buff. You're throwing Alacrity on him. You're having Howl debilitate some of the durability from the Shopify side. You have Helma the Overlord buffing up his damage by another 18%. This Terrorblade is going to hit really damn hard in this game. You have to respect it here if you're Shopify because you don't have the best answers to him. You have some Underlord auras and you have Doom who can maybe doom him, but this Huskar being removed from the game really hurts their ability to man up.
I'm still waiting. Anybody.
Crit went through that? Oh my god.
God.
You psycho.
They're both going to be caught together in the Bushwhack. So
work out?
Arteezy does manage to get the opening in from behind, and he's laying into Bryle right now. Crit is going to die, it looks like, to maybe. No, actually stays alive with the extra bit of armor from the freezing field. The Kasane army was not enough to pierce through the armor of the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, but meta up at 2. The TSM are just stalling here.
Arrow, oh, almost got the pick off on a Whitemon. That would have been a good one because they need some sort of numbers advantage because, like you said, Tomato's almost ready to fight. Ari is going to be caught inside the pit here, but a beautiful tornado goes off, and now the meta goes out. Moonlight Shadow trying to get away. Force Staff doesn't get him up the cliff. He barely didn't make it. His fat ass is too heavy. Shopify are going to be able to get the rest. Oh, Mikey went back in. Are you crazy?
Got Ari.
Oh, well, now EG's... Arteezy just goes in for it almost immediately. That is not the follow-up. They jump in once again. I mean, with the Doom and everything else, maybe the Terrorblade will burn out, but the rest of Shopify are certainly going to die for it. Look at Crit. He's trying to chase him down, and it is going to be enough. The Doom did burn him out, so...
But at what price? A very heavy price. You're just going to get team wiped here.
Can they do Roche without the TB, though?
They can, but is there a need to do it? You can just push the lanes and maybe do it when he's up because you don't have Doom now.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're fighting these fights without Doom. Honestly, pretty decent execution from Shopify considering...
If he didn't get off the Sunder, it would have been pretty simple.
And I kind of like how Mikey's trying to play the fights by blinking him, getting a disarm, disengaging, because he can't just go in and stand. He's way too poor.
Yeah.
That stuff's kind of cool, but TSM are finally grouping up and playing how their line is supposed to be played here, and it shows. Like, the damage from this TB is significant, and Bryle is starting to add his own to that fight. This is Exort Invoker. He did go Pipe, he did go Solar Crest, he did go Boots of Bearing. You're doing some right-click, but you're also providing the buffs. It's a very interesting hybrid build. Not to mention, Whitemon went Hurricane Pike on this Enchantress, has a Dagger of the Wristful. This Ench is picking up some of the damage slack. Maybe you throw Alacrity on her every once in a while. I mean, why not? And that's a problem for Mikey as well. These impetus shots hurt because he doesn't have the BKB or Halberd or anything like that.
Once Shopify.
This is an aggressive contest.
No meta on one side, but no Doom on the other. And they pretty easily clean up that Roshan before Shopify could get here. And now Saberlight is going to be caught, slowed down so much. He is a big tanky boy, though.
I mean, he's tanky, but
RTZ?
they're not committing too much.
Is he going to see an opening to be able to go in? He does. He sees an opening to go for Bryle. Doesn't really commit to it too much, though. Saberlight's able to back out. Oh, goes for a TP out. That means the Sunstrike will miss. Meanwhile, the rest of Shopify retreating again. Moonlight Shadow was able to allow them to get all of their heroes away.
Gonna turn Doom on the Hoodwink.
Okay. BKB going out, and with Mikey committing, they will be able to get that kill, yes. Honestly, the disarm is doing some serious work from Mikey time and time again. It's allowing Shopify to actually jump in and not get blown up.
Kiting this terribly hard.
They are. He just got hit by another one. This Octarine idea is crazy good against this Terrorblade. It's destroying him. Mikey's ready to go in again. Hits them all with the disarm. Commits now onto the Invoker. A bit too much, perhaps, as he does end up dying. Tomato is low, but he gets off the Thunder again. They couldn't stop it. Now Saberlight's going to be run down with both the big cores on the side of Shopify dead. Mikey bought back, but RTZ doesn't have that same luxury.
No, and I understand why they're doing this Hoodwink. You want to get the easy targets out of the fight. He also doesn't have buyback because I already used it earlier, so it's a guaranteed removal.
Yeah.
They're kiting these fights out pretty well, but I feel like if you don't have this Doom for the Terrorblade, you're not ultimately going to win that engagement, and he has Aegis on top of it. It's just a hard fight.
I mean, the idea they had the previous fight where Mikey jumped in and he life broke the, Tomato, if they had done that together where he life breaks and they blink in and doom him, it looks really cool, and it could actually be super effective against this Terrorblade, but as you said, he's got an Aegis now, so...
Yeah, the Aegis is the problem card here.
Yeah.
And now you have to base defend, waiting 20. You will have Doom pretty close to when he comes up because of the Octarine cooldown here. But again, Aegis still up for 3.
Glyph goes out. That's going to give him enough time for RTZ to get here. Tornado EMP. Saberlight's going to have most of his mana burned away.
Do get this Halberd finished up for Saberlight as well. So there is a lot of disarm that can kite these fights out.
Yeah.
Nullifier completed for Bryle.
Oh, Mikey doesn't even have the Octarine.
No, he has dreams of an Octarine. And that's about it.
I mean, if he gets that plus the level 20 talent, that's a minus 5 second on the life break. He could just be going in and out constantly with both life break and the disarms.
I mean, the concept's amazing.
Yeah.
The 12 deaths have just prevented him getting it.
Yeah, if only. What could have been?
Bryle trying to scout here. Remember, he has Nullifier here for this Underlord. So
he's going to break that aggressive move from Shopify immediately. In the back lines, it's going to be Fly who dies first. Saberlight, no way out of this one. Mikey does jump in and immediately die.
Yeah.
So
he paid a visit to the Terrorblade. Did not like what he prescribed. This will be a base push. Unless RTZ.
Oh, RTZ's going to cut the wave. They had a glyph. And he's been nullified.
They don't have BKB Pierce, but he doesn't have a TP. So he's going to have to run this one off.
Yeah, turn around and doom him. See if he gets the space to be able to get a blink off, and he does. Well, he can.
Yeah, get that Midas, son.
Peak efficiency here.
He has blink.
Oh, he never blinked away, and Ari's going to be able to catch him.
I mean, this is what you call some good old space creation. You know, unfortunately, your base is dying.
Yeah. There was still the mid lane was not that far away, so.
A noble effort, though it was in vain. That'll be double racks for TSM here. Aegis still online for a minute.
Arrow is going to be able to catch Kasane. That's a nice pick off. If they can get it and get out. BKB goes up, though, and Kasane is able to slip away. And now, once again, Saberlight's just left behind. Meta or no, Tomato certainly has the damage to be able to bring down the Underlord.
Remember that black hole from game 1, son? I'm here to pay it forward.
Tomato turns it right back around, and it's going to be Saberlight who's sent into the darkness. Okay.
Ball's too strong at this point. Underlord Aura is just not enough. And your Huskar is just too far behind. What a brutal game for him, man.
Ari has done some serious work on this Hoodwink, man. That blink. Oh, nice Centaur stun.
He has no Doom, though.
Yeah.
And he's going to get canceled here, I think.
Oh, he is. The BKB didn't last long enough.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. All right. I think that is about it for Shopify. I just feel bad for Mikey, man. I'm glad this game is over because I can't watch him suffer any longer, man.
That was a rough one. Honestly, he got the, you know where TSM learned that? Moonmeander's talked about it in interviews. He was sick of Quinn doing it to their team all the time where they bring 3 heroes mid and destroy your mid so hard the game ends. So basically they gave Mikey that treatment. They're welcome to NA where we're going to try lane you mid. Yeah. Have fun. Your team couldn't respond. That sucks. Unfortunate. Moon's giving the speech right now. He's like, look, guys, if you'd only tri-laned mid-game 1 like I told you, would have won that game. But unfortunately, I'm not in. I'm only coaching, so what can you do?
Yeah, now they're, they tied it up once again, so a score of 4-4 for TSM after that.
Just a time machine. What can you say? They love the 1-1.
We'll see whether or not that's enough to get them into the top 4 because they are pretty close there with Gaming Gladiators, who I believe actually just managed to do well in their series against Entities. So they're going to need to pick up some more wins and not just be tying it out. But that's it for this series. Shopify TSM end in a 1-1 score.
That is right. They have split with Execration. They split with Evil Geniuses. They split with this Evil Geniuses, Shopify Rebellion, and they split with Entity. TSM love keeping things nice and balanced, as all things should be. And Shopify Rebellion maybe kind of made it easier than they needed to, because I can't say that final pick Huskar was the X factor that I was expecting it to be.
Team Stomp Mikey.
TSM.
Yeah, that was.
I got you.
Oof. My goodness, there was a Huskar. Yeah, we had Purge come in late, and we told him it was a first pick Huskar, and he's like, "Oh yeah, makes sense." That's like 2-12. Yeah, tough one.
I mean, when I look at his items, I don't feel very inspired when there's like an Aether Lens coming out after a blink, but if I just shove that aside, I would say TSM's early game was very good. I would have liked them to kick out the Doom a bit earlier. I would say that's the only thing that actually kept Shopify in the game and then allowed them to play the mid game. And then they all mega through when Arteezy like runs at this tier 2 tower. He's like, oh, bro, you're gonna take down to the Doom, but there's Quaz region. This guy also had a pipe or a hood, so maybe because you don't play into it, it's like, oh, damn, he lived. You go back in, you die. Then Mikey dies for double-digit time again somewhere, and spiraled a bit out of control.
This is what happens when you bring somebody from the European server into an NA clash.
That's true. They can't handle the clowniness.
they don't belong here. I mean, to be honest, that was probably the single most game-losing performance I've seen in a long time. I wouldn't even think about... I'm not even going to talk about the fact that he got tri-lane mid. Damn. There was a portion in the game, if you guys watch it back,
this guy plays
where Mikey was level 8. No, just hear me out. Mikey was level 8, Bryle was level 11, and Mikey went on him at his own tier 1 tower while he was like in the enemy woods.
Yeah.
And he died, and Arteezy circled his entire own half of the map saying, Mikey,
here,
go
please.
here.
Please.
Please stop invading when you're 1-7. Like, he just tried to do too much. Like, all jokes aside, I think that was definitely a sign of like, I don't know if it's tilt or like nerves, but he was definitely out of his element because he comes in, 10th pick Huskar, probably has this expectation that he's going to own.
Yeah.
And that wasn't what happened.
Yeah.
And we tried to also deduce his mysterious death to the Dire. Couldn't really figure it out. I encourage anyone to pop open the replay and perhaps give us some data on how
enlighten us.
Huskar died to the Dire.
Yeah, all I know is he died at the bottom.
There was a team fight going on somewhere else.
Yeah, it was at the bottom tier 2. He just died. It looked like there was a creep wave there, but we couldn't get into the replay in time. So
yeah, so feel free to download that and at ESL Dota 2. Tell us what the hell was going on.
Or at Mott Dota as well.
Mott Dota.
MAUT Dota.
Is he still paying attention?
Every once in a while, I like to send them.
That's good.
Oh, yeah.
Just to ping him.
Every once in a while, he's just like, what did you do?
And I don't know what Shopify will be doing moving forward because I feel like they may give Mikey less leverage on selecting his own hero. I know the idea is to, I think we said at the beginning, to cater to his pool because it's a limited pool. but after day 1 and day 2, even if you weren't familiar with him, all these other people who have been watching the group stage game have been like, okay, don't give him Batrider. I don't know how much of his puck we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's just a tough hero.
Give him Huskar, write that down. Okay.
Yeah, you give him Huskar. Pick Ember Spirit mid, bait him into it every time.
Well, I think Hoodwink and Enchantress are just really strong at roaming, and Huskar's main concern is he wins most 1v1s, even though he did die solo. He wins most 1v1s, but he's not so good when you bring the whole gang. And that's something that was kind of telegraphed with TSM's lineup, because they had very independent sideline killers with the Lycan and the Terrorblade, totally fine, kind of doing their own thing, so the supports are just going to collapse on.
Yeah. On top of that, I really like what Bryle did in terms of his the itemization. He went for like the early drums and Solar Crest with the bongo boots, kind of like get your whole team like going in, because you want to take over the map, especially with that early game. They did the really nice rotation with their supports. The only thing I'll stand by it is Arteezy getting to sit in the top lane for 20 years with his Vanguard. A little bit illegal, but apart from that, good stuff.
Wait, but I thought you told me that was the whole point of the Vanguard, is that he is allowed to do that.
So the thing is,
stop him.
It works when Lycan is alone, right? You buy items to make it harder for the enemies, but eventually they get strong enough that when you bring heroes, Vanguard doesn't actually make you invincible forever, right?
Sure.
So he gets to, like, what's it called? Extend his laning stage for like 3, 4, 5 minutes in reality. And then they should bring heroes and be like, you have a Vanguard, we don't give a shit, you're dead. Or at least leave and make him evacuate. But they didn't do that, so Shopify actually had a chance in this game.
Yeah, Lycan had a 14-minute Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah.
And it was what Kezu was talking about backstage was that Shopify was the team that rotated heroes to shut that timing down rather than TSM rotating to enable the timing, which kind of gave them that comeback in the mid game.
There were flickers of hope, like that kill there, and these attempts from Arteezy like getting
space
that
for
mid.
Mikey during that time.
Yeah, much needed space.
Yeah, I can see the frustration from Arteezy. He's making the big circle. He's like, you see that I'm not here, right? That means you should be here. And someone that we've got right here in our picture frame is Tomato. Welcome, my friend. I've been asking everyone this because I'm curious, where in the world are you right now?
Right now we're boot camping in Berlin. It's Moon, Brau, Ari, and our manager, Jeff.
Okay, so you guys are already in a good location to get ready for the major. Praise for this game, but I have to ask about game number 1. Right before Roche, you know what I'm talking about. When you were standing as Templar Assassin in a somewhat dark area. Please explain to me what was going on at that moment.
I've kind of been struggling with the later matches lately because I'm a bit jet lagged. The first day I didn't sleep for like 30 hours. I was just spamming pops. And today I have such good energy for the first series. I'm very hyped. And then going into the series, I was very tired. I was like seeing blurry. So my brain is just not going to the speed of the game. I cannot really like feel the flow. And we knew they were smoking. I was hiding under there. I thought about blinking to Roche speed and connect to my team, but I just didn't think they were gonna be behind me, and I got jumped, and that kind of cost us the Roche in the game.
Very understandable, but it's a good thing that you're getting this out of your system now, group stage, and hopefully you'll be at 100% for all these games moving forward. Kazu, you got any questions for Tomato?
Hey Tomato, I have a question about the game you just played. So you were playing TB, so maybe you didn't see it as clearly, but so I think your team had very good moves early on. But do you think Arteezy should have been allowed to play in the top area from like minute 8 to 15 without ever being kicked out? I feel like your game could have accelerated a lot more if you kicked him out with your team. If your team kicked him out, not you specifically, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I actually consider myself coming top because this tier 1 is very important for Lycan, but I think we were playing off what was happening in the game. It happened that we kind of won bottom a little because of outplay, and we kind of started playing a little more towards bottom and creating pressure that side. Like kind of juggling the pit lord around. At the end of the day, Lycan's free farming, so it doesn't really feel like we need to put resources there. And Brau played really well, so he kind of stumped on Mikey.
Yeah.
So we went from there of like, oh, Invoker's really strong, Huskar's really weak. Maybe we can pressure the Huskar, and top let it be, bottom let it be.
So you just played off of the situation, and you felt that, just playing the map as it was fine, and you didn't need to go top. Am I getting it correct?
Yeah, we feel okay with the status of top. I didn't really particularly understand this Lycan pick. It was something that Kasane pushed for, because I know that Doom has this 15 talent.
But I could also see that he was on the way on 13-minute helm of the Overlord, which is one of the fastest timing for Lycan. So when he's telling me that he has 12-minute Bloods HOTD, I think everyone kind of feels like let Kasane do his own thing rather than, like, he needs help.
All right, got it. Thank you.
I'd love to follow up a little bit on Tsunami's question, because I think your struggle that you talked about being jet lagged and just not really feeling mentally into the game fully is something a lot of us can relate with. My question would be, like, what do you do to kind of like bring yourself back? Because you don't have the choice to play Dota today. You have to play these matches. They're important matches. What for you kind of gets you back in the zone?
I'm very harsh on myself. I told myself that I cost my team the game because of my lack of focus. Right now, my comms are very important for the team. I'm usually talking a lot and empowering people to make plays or take the fight. So I'm not really sponsored by them, but I decided that I'm really against drinking energy drinks, but I was like, I gotta win this, because if we lose, I think we're out of the tournament. So just kind of, Moon also told me a couple of things, like they were targeting me, they're putting this Undyne to shut me down. They're like exchanging the Luna game for my game, just so we are both having a rough one, because sometimes I get tilted from lane phase when I feel like things are not going my way. So he told me not to let them get in my head, plus the telling myself to just play better, do it for my team, because my team plays so well. Game 1 and game 2, I feel really like I kind of let them down. So yeah,
I respect that accountability, man. Yeah, very mature.
Well, speaking of Moon, what is the biggest difference now? Like having him as a coach, having him as a former teammate before. Like, does he have like a different energy around you now?
No, dude. I mean, he's the same clown, He just like clowning all day. He's like clowning on the teammates. He's like, he does a really good job. It's just that Moon's a very intense person. He has a very strong personality. He's very funny. We both like to like fun. When we're watching these games, we're talking like mad shit about every other team, the trash talking them non-stop, like making fun of Itemville. What is this guy doing? So it's a fun atmosphere, honestly, and he helps everyone improve a lot. I will always be very thankful to him because he's allowed me to see things that only tier 1 players can see and kind of work on them. I think everyone in a way is thankful for the job that he does and how much of his heart he pushes into the game, and like replay watching and trying to make his teammates better, not only as mechanical players or macro movement, but like as people, as like personality, as like strive to be a better person, that type of thing.
Wow, that's awesome to hear. Thank
the
you.
Kind of mentality you always hope to have from a teammate or a coach, and I'm glad that the resilience is showing from you, Tomato. Thanks so much for the candid answers. And tomorrow, you've got an early match versus Astra. Can we expect our first 2-0 from you guys?
Yes, I think I like playing his Astra. It's very fun. Looking forward to it.
Let's go. Appreciate it, Tomato, and good luck on the rest of your group stage, and thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Thank you.
Catch you later, Tomato. I'm with you, Brian. I think that it's difficult for us to put stock in the stamina necessary to perform at your highest caliber constantly.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you just got off of the DPC tour, and this is when you're usually having a break before the major.
Yeah.
So there's just been no time to take the foot off the pedal, so.
I know many teams where even, like for Liquid, for example, they did not bootcamp for the DPC, and instead they're bootcamping for this in preparation for, obviously, the fact that they could maybe make it to the Riyadh Masters and then also Berlin. And so you got to pace yourself, and then obviously having to travel from North America. Only 3 North American teams here. All the Western Europeans are just chilling, being able to stand around in their own region. And Whitemon's not even on location with them right now. So
is he?
Is he playing with like 200 ping?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's what I would assume, because he is Indonesian, and so he would be. It's not as convenient for him to move around the world as easily, because he was in North America for the DPC.
Yeah.
But I know.
Oh, that's pretty beast mode. If they can get ties with one player playing with like, I don't know, one hand. He's like playing hard mode apparently. Not bad, not bad.
Okay, we can come up some excuses for them, but tell me, what are you going to be saying about the next team that we will be looking at? Because things are getting very tense for Nigma Galaxy if they want to stay in this tournament, and this is no easy opponent that they're facing. Nigma Galaxy versus Talon Esports, coming up next. You've seen Cat Jam, you've seen Rat Jam, and we're bringing you the Puck Jam here at Dream League Season 19 as we get into our final series here on the main stream for day number 2. And you notice a vacancy on my couch.
Huh.
Trent, what's going on?
Phase shifted.
Phase shifted. Well, can we get an illusory orb of Kevin Purge Godek? Yeah, I'll allow it. Oh, what would you like?
Can I have your seat?
Damn.
This is the second time that people have tried to stage a coup on my panel.
Unsuccessful.
Why am I just looking so vulnerable that people think they can just ask me these things?
Cheever's very imposing.
You're just gonna feel the knife next time, dude.
Yeah,
not even gonna ask.
You're not gonna
Be like,
come down the
"My
stairs.
seat."
You've been behind me the whole time.
Yep.
Nothing personal, kid.
Yep.
Purge, welcome to the night shift.
Thank you.
Happy to have you.
Yeah, it was. I was like, I went on the elevator, and right before I got on the elevator, I heard Jenkins and Effie, and they're like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" I'm like, "I'm going to work." And they're like, "Oh, we were done 2 hours ago," so it's kind of a disconnect there.
But you and I are used to this. We were NA homies in Dream League's, or I guess ESL's past of the NA DPC, so we're used to burning the midnight oil, and right now it's only 7:15 here in CET. We're chilling.
Yeah, the 7 p.m. shuttle is not a foreign concept to me. Yeah.
We can handle
The
that.
solo shuttle.
This will be easy. Well, we're going to be done by like 11 p.m. or something.
Well, assuming that the games are quick, which at least other Southeast Asian teams are kind of have issues with that, but Talon's quick. Talon knows what's up. Talon have been doing very, very well in their post-Lima glow-up. Third place, no one really expected from them. I myself had incredibly low expectations for all of SEA, despite covering them, but Talon were honeymooning, and they've continued it. They came into tour number 2 undefeated, which is actually, fun fact, never happened in the history of the Southeast Asian League system.
We're always harshest on the regions that we cover the most.
Exactly.
You know? You see all their failures and all the problems they have, so you have these big expectations of the other regions that you're not watching. So,
And you watch them play all the weaker teams in the region, and you see them almost lose to them.
Yeah.
Whereas like someone else that doesn't watch every game, you're like, oh, well they beat who they're supposed to beat.
Yeah.
But you were there for those moments where you're like, oh my god, are they
It
gonna
was
lose
not
to
that
X team?
simple.
Yeah. No, they've been looking really good though. I think they've had great performances. They've had great performances on all of their players. They had those great support performances earlier today. So, Talon looking really solid. I like him.
Yeah, and I know even like Execration was impressing you, Kazu, so it seems the region as a whole is showing up higher on the radar.
I mean, they're doing a lot of good things, like especially like not only as a team but also individually, like which heroes they pick, where they play on the map. Talent for me, they did go up against Spirit earlier today, which didn't work out as well for them, but I have high hopes for this team. They're going up against Nigma, who are definitely incredibly shaky.
Yeah.
They need to prove themselves, and I think this is perhaps one of the last matches where they need to show up now, or they might just be done.
I imagine many people who are tuning into this stream now likely caught the Nigma Galaxy versus Noun series, which ended up being a 1-1 split, which is kind of worst case scenario for both those teams because they were both 0-4 coming into today, and now they just pick up 1 win apiece, which does not really help them break into, again, you have to be the top 4 of your group out of an 8-team group to not get eliminated, and Nigma Galaxy is currently at the bottom of that with Nouns.
I've quickly done some calculations, and it's not looking good.
Oh,
that's the quick
you need
NA
to do
math.
calculations for that.
Yeah, I got out the spreadsheet. I tried, redoing the numbers a couple times, but every time it's come up bad.
All right, I think it's better for Nouns though than Nigma Galaxy. I think coming into this tournament, everybody knows that Nouns isn't going to win the tournament. Give them that international experience. They just got a W on a Western Europe team, formerly Division 1.
Yes.
For Nigma Galaxy, we expect them to do better than they are doing as a whole. So a little disappointing for them. But you know what? They both get the confidence. Hey, we can win games here.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Look at these names.
I know.
Yeah.
Because that's the problem.
Come on.
We
got
hold them to
Ws.
that standard, but Miracle's been off for a little while. They've had to readapt to playing with ATF.
He hasn't been off this tournament though. He's been playing great.
That's true.
I mean, for me, it's great names, but they've tried this multiple times already. They have not impressed me. I need them to show up more individually to actually make it happen for Enigma, because it's not good.
If there was ever a time to prove it, it would be against a top 3 finisher at the Lima Major. Nigma Galaxy is running out of time to figure out how they can stay in this Dream League Season 19. Talon versus Nigma Galaxy on your screens after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Thank you very much to the Promiscuous Pandas as we get into our final relaxing series of the day. Well, at least Talon's probably relaxing. Talon's sitting back, they're chilling, they're enjoying the sights. Enigma Galaxy, they're melting under pressure right now. My God.
Neil, can I have some of your ice cream?
No, shut up. They got one win right now.
Can we just talk about this for a second? When we order food, you get a spreadsheet to a website, right? And one at the end of the desserts, there was pint of ice cream. Neil's like, yeah, I'll just have a pint of ice cream as my dessert for dinner. And this jerk won't even share. He's got a whole pint. He's not gonna eat that whole thing.
It looks
all right. Look, he
good.
probably can. We all can. I know all of you guys have eaten.
I regret my salad choice.
I know. We're up there eating some goat cheese salad. Look at this.
Imagine being healthy.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, what's up with Europe? Well, I guess it's just Sweden. But every time I order a goat cheese salad, they give you a whole thing of goat cheese. It's an entire circle of it. And I will keep talking about this nice healthy option as you ruin our viewers. We already did the NA versus NA series. All right, put the ice cream away. All right, come on now. That's
All right,
why
fine.
there's a co-host. My guy's busy cleaning his beard.
You
Now,
want to talk Dota?
The draft? No, you're fired. The draft just started over here. We have ourselves a Tusk and a Doom to start things off here. And the Spider's gone. Check. All right. Already done. Nature's Prophet gone. More summons out of the way. And finally some Disruptor. Respect. Okay. This hero's been a bit too good.
Hero's been definitely creeping up, especially throughout the DPC now, so I'm not too surprised to see it get banned out. You have DP, which was left in the pool. I would also say not too surprisingly that it was picked up. Same with, like, Doom has been a hero that is also, I think similarly to Dragon Knight, has really risen up in popularity. Talon, they love their melee position force. They get the DP, flex hero. For them, maybe also fake flex. It's generally going to be Jabs playing it, but you get the tempo. You can run into Doom. Good early game. I like it.
He struggled this morning on the Death Prophet. There was a pretty rough Jabs game.
Oh, it's a one-off. This one's gonna
I
be
hope
different.
so. I'll tell you that much. So, you know, he's jumping back on that horse despite falling
Was
off.
it one of those Death Prophet games where like you just get like zoned before level 3?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, level 1 Siphon against a Drow. Died a lot in
Many
lane.
times, yeah.
It's always a Drow in that lane when she like really struggles, I swear. You just keep her away through support and then don't give her level 3 and then she can't trade.
It's like the range carries are very annoying for this hero. Your snipers, your drows. So yeah, this time around they can ban it if they want to. I would be very surprised if Nigma want to run a Doom into that lane. That doesn't really make sense. They're gonna just want to pick a new safe laner into the DP. So Talon, they should look to protect that at least a little bit.
You know, you guys, and you're not the only ones. Almost everybody was talking bad about Nigma Galaxy and saying, "Oh, they're 0-4. They're not doing good." They actually did okay in some of their games, though. Like they had potential. I genuinely feel like they're still a bit of a wild card in their ability to win games. So I think, like, yeah, sure, they disappointed in EU DPC. Yeah, they disappointed in, you know, handfuls of tournaments before that. But they're still like
Tens
they're
of
like
thousands of fans. Don't
but
forget
they're
them.
constantly
Also disappointed them.
disappointing
Okay.
millions of fans around the world. Actually,
you.
not an understatement. But they can still, like, they're close. They're close to being good, I swear.
How
Like, they
big
could
is
win.
the copium tank? Because
Look-
mine for Nigma it ran out a while ago.
I just they're not my favorite team, so like I'm just telling the truth. I've got like a true real look at them as a team.
Yeah.
No copium involved. I think they have potential. They're close.
Oh,
They
there's
have-
no doubt about the potential.
I can't be
No doubt.
disappointed because they're not my favorite team. So like
That is true. That's a good
I'm
point.
just like, look, they can win.
They have
Talon's good though.
They have amazing players, and I agree with you that in some of their games they've put up a good fight and they had chances to win. I would just like them to have a draft where they can go together at some point. That's one of the games they won. They had like a Beastmaster with a Dragon Knight and Mirko. I think he was playing Lifesteal. So eventually you go together, you have this big ball. In some of these other games, they have like some Morphling who needs like 1 hour to come online and come fight. So I just want them to have a draft where they can go together, use their high skill that they have, and play as a team. That's all I want to see. Then I'm already happy. Okay.
What are you looking at me for, Trent? You
Keep eating
fired
your
me.
ice cream. Keep eating your ice cream.
All right,
Trent,
make
you
sure
take
he's
over.
still over there.
Calculate how many calories you've just eaten on camera.
I will finish this whole
200.
thing if you want me to.
All right, they're about 1,000 calories at least.
If he gets all of it, yeah, right?
Yeah. Well, it depends if you count the stuff that gets stuck on his beard.
Faster.
That's just seconds for later. You just apply water, squeeze it out.
Oh, this
drink.
is kind of impressive.
Damn, this is a fast eater.
Neil,
Oh
did you-
god, brain freeze!
God, he's so American.
Oh god!
Do you actually have brain freeze? I've never had that.
You
before.
can
You've
stop now.
never had a
Never
brain
had it.
I
freeze?
panned the
I'm, like,
camera
genetically
away.
immune or something.
Getting sick.
I don't even know what it feels like.
I'm actually shocked. What do you mean you've never had it?
I'm pretty sure I've never had it. Yeah.
Wait, never had what?
Yeah, brain
Brain
freeze. He says he's never
Oh,
had
I've
brain
had it
freeze.
before.
Yeah, millions.
I've never had it.
Millions? Are you okay?
Well, I mean, every time I have ice cream, I feel like it's just so good. You know, how do you not get a brain freeze? I'm trying to figure out right now. I've heard that like you put your tongue on the roof of your mouth and it stops it. Does that work?
Try it. You killed him.
You can do a live experiment.
So I see this Death Prophet first phase picked up, and I'm wondering,
Yeah.
I did see Jab struggle with it early on.
You did.
They still opt for a first phase yet again.
Clearly, he's been paying attention to the panel, guys.
The IOS track strategy no longer viable. Nature's Prophet they've been relying on time and time again. It seems that Nigma Galaxy did do their research. But what has Nigma Galaxy been doing well that Talon is worried about? They take out the Drow Ranger. Miracle's been doing work on it.
Wow.
They take out the Terrorblade.
Yep.
You gotta target Miracle now. Take out the Morphling after that.
The
They
male
think what they did
Dragonite,
themselves.
Every game's to male Dragonite. Careful. Watch that ice cream. Branding. Oh, thank God. You guys almost thought that he's eating cookie dough ice cream. It would have been really
Please
scandalous.
stop breaking the magic of Hollywood, Kevin. Tell me about the Dota. They banned out the Morphling. They banned out the Lone Druid. Carrie's getting taken down left and right.
Okay.
I love this making up for lost time. draft style that you have. This is great.
I'm gonna tell you about Silencer. Southeast Asia, they consider Silencer not to be necessarily a team fighter, a lane dominator. That's the reason why they pick him. It's not so much about the global silence, it's about bullying someone in the first 7 minutes of the game.
They've said that in interviews, or? No.
Well, he's like, wow, look at this great scoop of ice cream.
He's like, I'm a little busy with my ice cream right now, guys.
Silencer, I mean, I would be surprised if someone saw it as a lane dominator, because I think it's not. So I actually interviewed in the Chinese region, it was Zhao 8. And I was asking him.
That guy knows some stuff about Dota.
Is it
we got Tsunami?
Hey, let me tell you something. I would have banned Magnus in grand finals of TI. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I love getting someone who's not here to defend themselves.
That was a perfect time for the
classic stab when he's not there. But
anti-mage.
Silencer is good when there's like a lot of small skirmishy heroes or backline saving heroes, which you have against the SD. And in my opinion, Silencer is picked well when you have heroes that can go in. You never want a global defensively. So you want like your Storm jumping in, your DK. In this case, you have the DP who's running in, Tusk, Snowball, Puck as well. So I think you have some good answers here for Talon, where Nigma, it's perhaps another answer to try and deal with the DP in the lane early, where you have like this double aggression lane with AM Lich to counter it.
Yeah.
And they've played AM once before in this tournament, and it did not look good. So I hope that now paired up with the Lich into a different lane, it is Miracle Anti-Mage, one of the classics. So.
Oh, I mean, production was on though with the Puck dancing, Makoto, one of his known heroes, Sumail as well. So
I would, in Neil's defense, I would say this is a great game for a lane dominating Silencer though, because he's probably against a Shadow Demon, right? So you just say like, oh no, I've got 2 stacks of Shadow Poison now, or 3 stacks on me, and that's when you throw the curse. You're like, all right, you're gonna pay for this if you go for that big trade. So.
How are we liking Lich as a support? Seems that Nigma, they enjoy it, but globally, I'm not really seeing as much popularity for this Icy Boy.
I mean, it's
double
healthy.
up on the ice armor.
Yeah, you just slap the ice armor on. There was a
Get it
game
from the
earlier
Doom as
today.
well.
There was a game earlier today where they bought Nullifier abnormally early to like help break through it. I think it was also against an Ursa, so it was like a double benefit or something. But get that shit out of the way. Oh, you can remove Disseminate, the least understood spell in the game. That's actually,
What does it do?
It's good. It's a good skill.
Yeah.
You throw it on your tanky boy. He reflects the damage he takes.
Do you prefer putting on allies more or enemies more?
Well, it just depends on the circumstances.
Just throw it out there.
Slap it on an Ancient Creep when you're clearing stacks.
True.
Slap it on your Doom
Here
when he's
comes
dying.
the airplane.
Oh,
I'm so jealous. He
the way
didn't
you
even
tried to
ask,
do that.
Neil. What is this bias? Is he just because he's your co-host?
Exactly.
Are you thirsty?
I'll take a sip later.
Look at these hoes.
Oh, doesn't go back the other way. Lick the table.
Is this what happened to the
Clean
panda?
that-
Am I being told a message? Yeah, he shared food once.
That's what happens next.
Yeah.
Purge, if you keep giving me lip, you're gonna end up on that wall.
You're gonna decapitate me
as my
All
trophy.
right, cool. Well, then I'm gonna bleed all over the place, and you're gonna have to clean it up afterwards. How about that?
The set will look awesome. Amber Spirit bans out by Talon as Nigma Galaxy looking for what to give Sumail. And Nigma Galaxy, they take out the Monkey King. Chances are you're looking at 23 Savage heroes on the radar for Talon.
One question. I think the first pick and second pick, it's wrong.
Again?
Talon are second pick. They 6-7 DP and they close the phase with Puck. So
Yeah, they started with.
So it is Nigma who pick out of phase.
Yes, because they picked Doom first overall.
Yeah. For Nigma, there's I mean, Talon are protecting themselves nicely for the Puck. They already banned out the DK earlier, so that's why they nuke pool. There's no Ember. Traditionally, you'll see like some tiny Kunkka style heroes because they're very tanky. They do well in the lane. You have some semi-catch, but those heroes don't feel too good in the game against DP because you're high strength. You don't really, burst the hero. So I'm wondering what I'm missing because I feel like there's a better hero for Nigma other than the tiny and the Kunkka. They do take out one of them, but I'll be surprised to see what it is because I feel like there's a few problems with it.
Oh, see, it's tempting to go TA versus the Puck, but you would think that with the Anti-Mage, that's a little bit like they have Anti-Mage and Doom as their other cores.
Yeah.
That seems crazy greedy.
It is.
I was not expecting that. I was just thinking about how TA does not work here.
I mean,
with Nigma, I've learned to expect the unexpected.
Is it okay at pressuring DP like early levels though? Like you could potentially drain a lot of her mana pool with Frostblast and right clicks or something.
The AM should be able to I hope to see Miracle do well in the lane. Maybe you do some of this Vanguard anti-mage where you actually push the map a bit forward to give Sumail a bit of space, and then when he has Desto, he returns the favor to you. Now you get to farm and he does that. So if you have a good dynamic with good lanes, you can make it work. But your Tricore, this is some of the greediest stuff I've seen.
Can they PA or is that hero just totally dead? It's too
people
slow,
have been
I
picking it.
guess. Kind of slow. I feel like they want to play fast, take advantage of this. Because like PA is like decent versus anti-mage, but I don't know if I want to put all my eggs in the basket against Doom.
Lone Druid is banned as well, as is TB. I would like anything for
Meepo.
Talon that does well in lane and can play on higher tempo to close down the map.
Yeah.
Meepo?
That's the one. Let's go.
That works too, whatever. It's got some catch against the anti-mage.
Yep.
Good trade against the Doom as long as you don't get doomed. It's pretty good. The supports can't really do that much against him. Yeah, looks good.
I can't focus on the draft because of the ice cream, actually.
I really did want to finish it before the draft ended. I don't think humans can do that. I don't want to experiment
Well,
and
we're
find out.
gonna put one on the desk for Shiver tomorrow.
There we go.
And we'll see
Wait,
how
aren't
she
you
does,
lactose
know?
intolerant?
That just adds to the fun, my friend. I can't wait for our green room experience in just a few minutes. But for right now, the analysis experience, Kazu, which draft do you prefer?
I really like the Talon draft. You have a lot of silences and like backline jump against these two supports who want to really stay in the back. Not only that, but you're playing into global and high tempo from Talon. So unless I get a king performance on the TA and a classic Miracle anti-mage that pops off and like kills one here, kills one there, then I think I'm really vibing with the Talon draft myself.
It looks pretty good. They're going to need basically Doom to kill some of these heroes for a while. Shadow Demon ulti is going to be great at killing like Death Prophet and some other heroes, but I just feel like it's going to be hard for them to get pickoffs until they get like Abyssal Blade type areas, so yeah.
I worry about dealing with Makoto. If he gets a couple, like it's a Lich and a Shadow Demon.
Yeah,
you know,
he's going to be feasting on them.
Yeah,
I think,
they're just like munchies right there.
Yeah.
So, key for Enigma is don't feed early.
Just don't feed, and they'll
the
win.
Plan. Don't feed. And you know what? They have the Doom who devours stuff. So he should be the one whom's is feasting, not being the fed upon.
The fed upon, yeah.
Yes.
Agreed.
Quite.
Maybe if they get the double ice armor and they combine it with the ice cream on the panel, then they're just going to win.
That would be nice.
Food is on the mind for all of us. I believe dinners are waiting. And for the record, I got pretty close.
Damn.
I got pretty close.
All right, I'll give you
That's
props.
progress, all
To be
right?
fair, I did help.
And you would have gotten it done in time.
Yeah, he would have.
Yeah, I would like the assist.
I did not have the commitment. And now I have to see what Enigma Galaxy is going to do as the clock is ticking for them to remain here in this group stage. Can they pull out a victory against Talon? At least a split against Talon would be good progress. Only one way to find out, and that is with our casters. It's Cap in SVG.
Oh, the panel made a big deal about this Doom on the side of Nigma and how much he's going to have to do in this game. But I'll be honest, I'm expecting him to have some indigestion, much like Tsunami, after his lactose ass was eating a whole tub of ice cream. So,
yeah, he's fucked.
Thank you, Avery, a man of few words.
That's my one curse word for the tournament. I get one. It's in my contract. I'm allowed to drop one. Otherwise, it's PG stream. So that's it. But that seemed like it was a good use.
It was. Am I crazy, or does Nigma just have to like hard win the lanes, otherwise they just lose the game?
They have to win mid.
Right? They pick TA against Puck like you must win this
Sumail
lane
needs
matchup because it is favorable.
Sumail needs to channel his 15-year-old energy or go back to TI6, TI5, and just dumpster Makoto into the Netherrealm, or at least make sure this Puck does not get ahead of him and is not getting power ins. Because as the panel talked about, this Puck is going to demolish your backline here. You have 0 stuns technically. I mean, you have a Sinister Gaze and a Mana Void. Until you get the TA Shard, this Puck's just going to have free reign. So if Makoto has a good game, I see this really rolling fast for Talon. And I think if anything, they just control the whole tempo of this game. This is a really slow lineup from Nigma. They have 3 carries plus a Shadow Demon plus a Kuroki. Who's a carry player originally. Yeah. That was the implication of that comment.
Okay.
So
there are a lot of ways you could have taken that comment.
I mean, days are rough for this.
I thought maybe you were talking about. Never mind. I won't go.
I don't know where your mind went. I was just saying, to take me back those early TI days. Kuroki carry Tiny. Spooky territory. I think he's still the only player in Dota who's played every game in Captain's mode.
What?
Yeah.
Every
hero. Sorry,
yes,
not
every hero in Captain's mode. Yes, I was like, see, you started that sentence, and I was like, oh, he's probably talking about how he's played every hero.
Yes, that's what I meant. Well, he's also played every game.
Yeah, every game. My God, Kuro's been everywhere.
He has. He's been in your dreams. He knows when you're sleeping. Knows when you've been naughty or nice. The question is this game going to be naughty or nice for Enigma? It is Miracle Anti-Mage. You know, if I'm going to put money on a hero-player combination to carry me when I need it, it's maybe that. As
23 is dead. Yep,
you're gone.
He's going to get burned out.
Level 1 kill. God damn.
That really shouldn't happen.
No, he's just getting disrupted into the beatdown. And that is a good sign here if you're an Enigma fan. Because suddenly you get an extra creep eaten for MC. Slark's going to miss some experience. Always nice on this Slark lane, especially versus a hero in Doom. If you get to that 6 first, you're just gonna Doom and kill him. And then you can maybe snowball this Doom into the early auras, which is what I would like to see because your other 2 cores are greedy.
Frost Armor helping Miracle there as he does manage to kill that creep to get level 2 to be able to blink away. That was quite the series of events there. So if they're winning bottom, and they should win mid, because nothing has really changed about this matchup, right? It's still this is an old school matchup, TA versus Puck. You would see it all the time. It's still pretty heavily favored for TA, right?
You just outtrade with a refraction. Pretty hard for Puck to break it. I think the early waves are okay-ish for Puck, but honestly, Makoto is just going exactly even here. So matchup be damned. Makoto is just showing up, and that's a decent sign for Talon because they have the tempo control between the Puck and the Death Prophet. This Death Prophet is eventually going to kick your AM out of top. I don't think you can really prevent it. You can't really bring anybody up here to stop that happening. So it's just a matter of what you can get out of this early game before that tempo hits you like a wall. And Kuroki, my friend, it's looking rough. You do not want to be feeding this Death Prophet extra gold up here. It is not good, especially on a hero like Lich when you're not really winning that lane either.
Yeah, you're talking about Kuro, knows whether you've been naughty or nice. Much like Santi's giving away presents. Giving away a little extra golden experience to Jabs and Q.
What can you do? It's unlucky, you know? Sometimes you just get caught. This is also a duel. You remember there was a period where Enigma were playing this Lich Ember safe lane a bunch?
Yeah.
They were one of the originators of this idea where you could use Lich to buff up the heroes with magic resist because they're only susceptible to the physical differential. I feel like it's kind of going back that a little bit. So this is a dual lane concept that they're very familiar with, albeit AM's a different hero than the Ember. But basically it's just pick a hero that gets Miracle through the lane stage and then he'll carry. I mean, it's an old school Enigma concept. He used to trialing for this guy mid, so he's used to the babysit.
I feel like you've got, now that you say that, you've got 2 core players on this team who did very well off of somewhat similar concepts, which is, just set up this guy for success and he will carry the game. Both Miracle and Sumail had those roles on their most successful teams. 23 is not going to win this fight, I don't think. MC is keeping his distance, and they do manage to pick up the double kill in that lane.
That was cool. That was really close. Like one more hit, you kill MC there, and then you get an extra stack. But that first blood made the difference.
It makes the difference there, and now it's just going to keep snowballing. Now MC is definitely going to hit level 6 before the Slark. In which case, Talon just they have to make it up in this top lane. There's no other way about it.
Yeah, mid is not going that well for Sumail.
What is MC doing? Like, he was using the Scorched Earth. Was he trying to CS the Scorched Earth?
Send in a message. Even if I'm in the trees, you're not safe. And
well, the message is...
Oh, the tree
Oh, that was sick.
The message is dab on the haters. You think I'm washed? You think we're struggling? Hell no, brother.
All right, so for those of you guys who don't know what just happened, he got pounced. He went to the edge of the pounce range, and then he dropped a tree on himself to be able to push himself out of the pounce.
You can do that with Kinetic Field, too.
Yeah.
And I think the Kinetic Field one is slightly harder, but this one's, it's still not easy here. Just putting on
So you see that Ironwood branch he's got? Beautiful stuff.
fairly certain he was dead there without that.
Oh, yeah. He's gone. They're going to try and kill him again. They're bringing Makoto down here with the coil rotation, so dancing shoes were on, but not going to save him from this. And that's
Get that one, and they actually don't chase for GH.
Yeah, but the thing about this rotation is it's just to get 23 back in the game. Like, they want to give this Slark some extra XP so he doesn't fall behind in that level 6 Doom versus level 6 Slark differential, and then it gets really out of control. So I kind of like this move. It's honestly okay for Makoto. It gives Sumail a lot of time to pull ahead here in the one-on-one. He shoves the lane in, gets a power rune. So this move is not amazing for the puck, but it's pretty nice for a Slark in a lane that was honestly going pretty bad for Talon. So in that sense, I do kind of like it.
The problem is he is still behind in experience. So unless they're going to make another rotation like that.
The thing is, Miracle's not having much better time. In fact, he's having a worse one up here. He is bottom of the CS chart, bottom of the network chart, just getting beat on by these siphons. And this is a triple range creep wave with a catapult and a flag bearer.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's actually better for Nigma, the fact that Kuro is going to die for this, because it gives Miracle a chance to hit all those range creeps.
This is one of the instances where you should not kill Kuroki. You should go and kill... You should pressure Miracle off that wave. He got 8 CS for free, and your catapult died. Kind of sad for Talon.
Heavy pressure here in this bottom lane. Cutting the creep wave. Talon just huddled underneath their tower.
Still, both carries staying on the lane. Like, that's what's important here. And that pushed Miracle to his Vanguard, so he's a lot stronger up here, whereas 23 still has to push towards this level 6. He's far ways off.
Yeah, with Frost Armor and a Vanguard.
You should have Doom before. In fact, they don't even need it, right? They're just charging in. There's not much to stop this dive.
Yeah, Ollie's just dead.
You don't have a puck teleport, if anything.
And they can keep this momentum to still maybe chase 23 and do a bit of damage to him.
I mean, you have Doom, and he is a long way from 6. Wouldn't be surprised if MC just tries to force it and just Doom him straight up. You do have to think about that puck counterplay, but if you're looking at his teleport being absent on mid, it's just not there right now, and there's no way Jabs wants to go bottom. Then you're just giving Miracle absolute free farm, and you're losing that tower pressure. So honestly, this early game looked like it might have been
on the creep wave. They're going to go for him. Disruption.
I think he's just dead here.
Okay, he hops into the trees, but now he's still going to be hit by some Shadow Poison. Goes to the TP out. Oh, they got him! That's even worse, because now he's going to die, and his TP is going to be on cooldown.
Damn. Very nicely played. This is like the old MCGH I remember, man.
Yeah.
They're just dominating fools.
And I feel like I have not watched many of their games, but other birdies have told me that MC has really been struggling. He has not looked good.
No, he's struggled in some of their games.
A game like this, I think, goes a long ways, especially since Talon is a fairly strong opponent. There's a reason they got third of the major, and once again, well, not once again, but they topped out the CDBC.
And I like he's just going the auras here on Doom. I think this is necessary for this type of game. Just buff up your other 2 carries.
Yeah, please don't have a third carry in this game. When you have TA Anti-Mage, yeah, go as many auras as possible.
I mean, Shadow Demon's a greedy support too. He kind of wants a lot of farm. And GH is going to go drum here, so more auras. 23, going to try and get his...
Koto's here. This is a tanky Doom, though, and Sumail's going to join in on it. This is not an easy kill, not an easy fight. They're going to go for an easier pickoff, though, and Shadow Demon GH, he will fall, and not much that Sumail can do about that, so he heads back to mid.
I have a single Ancient stack for this Dire Triangle, but not a huge amount. GH was playing off the lane pressure.
He got hit by that second TA trap. Sumail is not going to be able to get it.
It's a high kill support if you give it to him. And 10-minute power rune coming up. Makoto wants it here. He has vision. Won't get it. So that's another good sign for Nigma.
Going back into it. Hit him with the pounds. Q. Again, MC is so tanky. He still has 21 charges. There's no way you're bringing him down.
They TP Jabs down here.
Okay, they're really going to try for this one, but they don't have the shards anymore. They have no way to be able to catch him.
He's just out.
Oh.
And now they're going to turn.
Yeah.
This is a disaster lane for Talon, man.
Ugly.
GH outplaying him.
Gets hit by a third Shadow Poison. Not quite enough damage, I think.
MC's killing couriers? What is this is just turned into
No,
a
they're
clown
just
fiesta.
styling on him.
I can't believe they managed to bring DP down here. It's so big for their game. I mean, you do get this top tower before Jabs decides to make that rotation, but I feel like now you're just stuck down here, and Miracle has all the space in the world. He's just going to sit top. He's mad chilling.
It's going to go back for the Battle Fury now. Yeah, in a game that you need to be pressuring the Anti-Mage and the TA as much as possible, being in the lane with the one hero
they're going to try
that is
again.
okay to fight right now, the one hero that's fairly durable.
Didn't latch, and you used Exo.
And they're going to throw the coil for this one. I mean, they're going to get the kill because they just threw out everything, including the kitchen sink, to be able to get that one kill. But now it looks like Sumail TP'd into it, and in kind of a bad area to be. His refraction gets burned down pretty quickly. Kuro ends up dying to the orbs.
Stack damage.
Ooh, wow.
Careful, son.
How many stacks did he? Do you have the full 5?
He had 4. But there was the tower hits too.
Wow.
Tanking that aggro. Still, he uses all his siphons. Decent ult. I mean, at least you're getting something out of this with your talent. Because if you take that fight and Nigma managed to walk it off, your game is shot.
Yeah, look at them. They're planning to stay. They're stacking up over here.
I mean, they're all stuck down here. There's not much else you can do.
I guess so.
But keep in mind, this whole time is you're fighting this utility Doom while AM is empty lane top. There's nobody up here for Miracle. He's never had an easier lane in his life. This is the break creep farm simulator that the Twitch chat is using.
Ah, yes. Farm and chill.
Farm and chill right here for Miracle. Isn't this relaxing? It's like ASMR Dota version. Doesn't this take you back to
It actually does. It
2010?
actually just makes me angry.
Why?
I'm an off-lane player. That sound? I hate that sound. That means my mana is being burned. Everybody says that, oh, the mana burn sounds is so relaxing. No, it's not. It's infuriating, is what it is.
I don't know. I don't know who you are.
Two-man smoke up is going to be able to catch Miracle. But do they have enough damage? It's going to be close, but they do get there in the end. 23 actually even nabs the kill. But bottom lane, they brought so many heroes up there with the smoke. It does leave the Death Prophet exposed. They're going to TP on in here. Jabs. Maybe they could TP in and get the deny. Oh, they didn't get it. MC, though, is still stuck. And wait, the disruption. MC got out because of the disruption save.
No, he didn't have pounce anyway.
Oh,
He
really?
was out of there no matter what, but it looked pretty good.
Oh, was it on cooldown
from top? It's a level 1 pounce.
Yeah, I guess so.
22 seconds there. Still, that AM kill is huge. I think you're okay with trading DP in that scenario. It's good that Nigma are finding his lane. They're continuing to accelerate this Doom to his auras. It's going to be a really big deal. But shutting down this AM tempo is really valuable. They're going to try and poke him again here. They have Witchblade. Probably not a kill, but it's going to annoy him.
Yeah, they got the global silence, so it is a kill.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Coming off cooldown, and that's really nice, because now you didn't need coil for that kill. It is no longer farm and chill.
No, not chill at all.
It is farm and despair.
Very unchill.
Another Exo mid trying to pressure his tier 1. Do you have Deso up for Sumail? So there is some early firepower that can come out, but again, pretty greedy lineup for Nigma. No real initiation. Exo is king right now.
Two-man coil behind the tower. The exorcism is already wrapped up, so they don't have any firepower. You still have a chance to take this tower, though. Finish it off. Nigma not going to be able to stop it, but maybe could have gotten the deny. Sumail a little bit off the mark there.
You just got to keep greeding it up if you're Nigma. You got to try and get these lanes as deep as you can while the group up after some Talon. They're probably going to get the first Roshan in this game. I don't think you're contesting that one, which it's going to be unfortunate for Sumail if it happens.
Yeah, a TA lineup that can't get Roshan.
It just feels like how the game is going, but maybe if you get enough farm on this Doom, you can just force the fight with the auras before 23 gets to that Ags. It's a pretty decent window.
Radiant are scared.
They're smoking the bottom, looking for the Slark kill plus the tower, but I think they'll just settle for the tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think he got spotted by the Shadow Poison, but he thought there was like a ward or something. He was really scared.
Yeah, he might have thought they warded behind the tower. Oh, I'm getting ganked.
Yeah.
That worked for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Worked for Nigma because they get a tower.
An instant shard pickup for Sumail on this Templar Assassin. So he is really looking to enable the one tool they have to punish this puck before a defensive item comes out, if it comes out.
It's nice versus the Slark too.
Does reduce his mobility in an early blink or pike, and as we see here, he can just get run down.
Need some help. What can Kuro do? He's going to throw out the Chain Frost. It's going to bounce around a little bit. Does some decent damage. Makoto is going to die first. And okay, Jabs does manage to get that one, but the neutrals killed him. Oh, dear.
And now Mana Void for Miracle. Absolute disaster for Talon. They get nothing out of that.
Delivered a big kill, the Miracle, on a silver platter.
I will say, those bounces were a little sus. I'm not going to lie. There was a stacked big camp there. And all those bounces went onto Makoto.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't update Dota Plus. Renew the subscription. Because what's the year? They get the chain. It goes to... I mean, what is that bounce back? I mean, come on,
that was pretty crazy. There's so many creeps there.
Absolutely brutal. Still, this type of fight is... It's rough. And that's the type of engagement that Nigma want, where Talon are taking it into them. They can play defensive with the Frost Shield, which is still going to be pretty powerful in this early game. And then Miracle has to come in and clean up a kill with Mana Void. That's what he wants. Farm and chill and Mana Void. And chill and farm. A little despair mixed in.
Just to keep things interesting.
I mean, you got to have some spice in life, you know?
Q is stuck here. Has a snowball. Buys him a little bit of time. He could shard block. MC is going to be the one on the other side of things, but can't do anything. Looks like the Battle Fury is done for the NMH.
I think they thought he was snowballed on them. So they all ran back.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I'm on a creep later. So MC is going pipe as well. He will just double aura it up. Which will help since there's no fast BKBs coming out from this Nigma side. You're just going to have the blink for the Templar Assassin and straight Manta for Miracle. Talon are looking to pick up the pace here. Blink for Makoto. The initiations are free.
Drums initiation on Jabs. Turns around, silences them. Something happened there. MC did not... He didn't feel comfortable with that. Something went on there. Did a little stutter step. Sumail in some trouble. Miracle once again is going to come in to bail him out. Makoto is low. They get a Mana Void. He's dead. And sure enough, falls. Now all he's going to get cleaned up. 23 did manage to cut in through the side and collect one. Jabs is out with the Exorcism and a lot of Spirit Siphons. Fortunately, they do have that purge to be able to slow him down, and Miracle's committing for the kill. They got the Doom onto the Slark. 23 is dead. Miracle is just cleaning house here. Ultra kill, give him the rampage, and there it is, an 18-minute rampage.
God damn.
What?
Where did that come from? He looks unfazed. It's like, ah, yes, lads, just like the old days.
Welcome back, Miracle.
I mean, Nigma looked pretty damn good in this game.
Radiant's middle tower.
Miracle's honestly one of the best carries in the world at joining fights and making sure he does it in a proper fashion where he doesn't overextend. And it is just doing wonders for him in this game. This is a very active anti-mage. Off a rough laning stage with just Battle Fury Vip Booster, he is joining his fights and destroying them.
Yeah, if he gets a full-out Manta, Anti-Mage, a combative Anti-Mage is terrifying.
Or I'm calling it, Nigma are back, Miracle's back. They're going to win this tournament. Right here, it turns around. The whole franchise, it was going through some rough points, but they're about to turn it around off that rampage. Bold claim of the day. Unbiased.
They're currently sitting at a score of 1-5. So a comeback is not...
I mean, 1-5.
That's not entirely impossible.
That ain't nothing. I've seen worse.
I ain't hear no bell.
I mean, positive scores are for bitches, right?
So basically, what we think about it, they have to play 14 games. So you kind of are expecting, like, you kind of want to be able to get in that 7-win, 7-loss category.
They could end 9-5.
Just squeak in.
That's a damn good score.
They could end up with a score of 9-5. I highly doubt that's going to happen, but according to you, they're back into their TI7 form. So,
I mean, this game's looking pretty solid, honestly. I like it's also really important that Miracle joined the fights in this game because their lineup's greedy. when that fight comes to them with the talent tempo that maybe 23 doesn't want to join, they can just outnumber them. And man, he has really good mana void targets this game between DP and Puck. These are two heroes that already have over 1,100 mana each. It gets burned pretty fast. Like a single gaze, you get 2 or 3 hits in, pop.
I mean, when Death Prophet like goes into a fight, she's using up, you know, a healthy amount right away.
And the Frost Shield is also enabling him to go into these early fights because he's really tanky.
Yeah, he can actually survive underneath that Exorcism.
Plus MC Auras. We have finished Pipe and Greaves on this Doom. Nigma are in a really good position. Now, I was thinking they weren't going to be able to contest this Roche. They're in a position where now they're the ones threatening it if you slip up a little bit on talent. Because you do have level 2 Exo with a Kaya picked up for jabs, trying to amp up his damage power spike as much as possible and force this Roshan. But this is now contestable because of the position Nigma's in.
Yeah.
And Talon just don't feel confident enough to force it. They do have Ags on 23, who's sitting bottom. So this is kind of their power spike as well in terms of level 2 Exo, Ags on the Slark. You have Global to follow up this initiation before the big Dispels are there, but Miracle already got to Manta. That's pretty big as well. Can't Global this AM anymore depending on who blinks first. Quite literally blink. Smoke on smoke.
Just gonna get this initiation. Samael showing on the wave. Jab's doing the same here. They found a haste rune for Samael.
The thing is, it's daytime. So you have trap vision for Nigma and no nighttime vision for
Ollie was underneath the trap as they smoke disappeared, and Ollie is going to be the first one to die. Gets off the global silence, and
he has Manta.
The leash there onto the AM. They're holding him into play, and he's just dead. Miracle overextends and dies.
Brutal. Just brutal. Too many things to Manta there. He was holding it, trying to get it at the exact right time, but 23 just with the releash. Too damn good.
And that kill is not enough for them to go into the Roche pit, apparently.
Oh, and now they're looking top on Makoto. He gets silence.
Opts not to jump to his orb. He's going to TP out now. Will be fine.
I mean, that's not the worst case for Nigma, considering the AM dies. Because like you said, you might have just been able to Roche off that level 2 Exo with your Talon.
Yeah.
The fact that it's kind of even here and you're still farming up a TA and Doom, I mean, it's okay. You'll take that because I think you're confident in your late game.
Yeah, anything that just like prolongs the game seems okay to me.
And now you can go Roche because there's no Exo. That's the biggest downfall for Talon here. Are you contesting this without Exorcism, without Global Silence?
Without even Coil. 10 seconds left on that.
Nigma second guessing it, decide to smoke up and take the jump instead. But the fishy is too slippery.
Hey, he's got the shard too.
It's a good shard this game. You can depth shroud whoever gets doomed or whoever gets jumped with a TA trap silence.
Somebody's about to get dumped. It's going to be Q.
Got dumped on.
Nice snowball. Buys him a little bit of time. Jab's in some trouble, though. He's been doomed up. Only got so many Spirit Siphons away. There's the save, though. The shard comes in from the Slark just in time. Gives him a little bit of extra time to do some damage, but ultimately, it looks like Nigma just really unfazed by any damage that was thrown out by Talon. They were pretty much all healthy. Did any spells hit?
I mean, Pipe Greaves.
Right?
Guess so. Unless you're getting stacked, Slark stacks up, or you have this tag team going to work, which neither happened. No Exo. There's no damage here. Good read by Nigma. Gonna punish Talon really hard for that mid-fight. Even when Miracle dies, he sets the game up for his team. And now Roshan, who will take it? It will be Miracle on the Anti-Mage, of course. And now he's just looking straight into that Abyssal. And this is going to be a good third item Abyssal game. Because he can just blink an Abyssal Puck, and that might just end the fight, because he's going to get blown up. Same with this Death Prophet. You do have that Depth Shroud save, you have a Snowball save. You're going to need to put them to work here if you're Talon. And you're going to have to make sure this DP Doom interaction goes your way. If you get doomed before Exo, even during it, going to try and kill this AM.
Okay, Coil 1 plus the Exo. They need more saves. Manta goes off the global silence immediately after the Manta. Good timing there. They have the snowball on top of him. They're going to be able to hit that. The pounce a little bit more, but Miracle is still alive, and he's still at the Aegis to work with. A double damage. Samael comes in through the back line. Samael tries to go for the kill on a Q, but he dies. Now it's Samael who has overextended himself. Maybe that's why you needed 2 carries.
I mean, one is in and one is out.
Yeah.
Not lining it up at all. Miracle did not want to waste the Aegis there, and Samael misreading the situation. both carries not on the same page. It's going to cost Nigma some momentum because I do think that could have been a decent fight for them with how long Talon committed on that Aegis aim. That said, that's another Exo usage that gets Talon no map control here. That does feel bad. Man, even Vlad's on this Doom. This feels like the old Nigma too in terms of like, all right, we're just going to buff up Miracle as much as possible. It's a little weird because you also have this Sumail TA in the game who's like, what about me, guys? Buff me up. Curl says, no. Only one of you can get Frost Shield. But when this AM's buffed, he's pretty terrifying. Vlad's Boots of Bearing on GH, Frost Shield, Pipe Greaves. I mean, how many more buffs can you get? I guess Solar Crest. AC on somebody.
Where's my Solar Crest? GH. Give me a Solar Crest now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, he has the cleanse too. He went shard on this Shadow Demon. So there's another buff actually.
Yeah, that's good.
Cleanse up the AM. It removes some of these silences.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Pretty damn good. If you can get it off before. You can also pre-cleanse yourself.
Oh, for the global silence counter, so you can make sure you always get a disruption off.
Yep. It's actually an interesting counterplay to this hero because it lasts a decent amount of time.
Yeah, it does.
So yeah, some play options here for GH. And we're pushing into that like mid-late game where I feel like Nigma is very comfortable. Because they just have double the carries here.
Got it.
Miracle just cutting some waves. So Talon really can't get out on the map too comfortably. They can't even get control of their own triangle right now.
No, they have nothing. Gotta split push this map though. Gotta get deep on the side lanes between the Slark and the Puck.
Looks like a Scythe is the choice for 23. No, that's got to be a Linken's, right? Yeah, it's a Linken's. You deal with the Doom.
It is a good Linken's game for the Slark. It's just the damage ramp is not going to be crazy high right now.
Yeah, don't they have damage problems? I feel like I watched that Exorcism and it really just doesn't do much.
It's hard for him to get close with the Exo. You're dealing with Shadow Demon Purge.
Yeah.
She doesn't really have to throw it on anybody else. This DP is the only good Purge target. You have double Force Staff on the Enigma side. You have this Frost Shield and Frost Blast that can cause some slow problems.
And you also don't want to get too close to AM or TA in general.
Yeah.
They might just turn around and kill you outright.
I mean, Sumail's just going to Hurricane Pike you into the Nether Realm and you're going to be purged. And I mean, what is Exo doing for you?
Yeah.
This Exo is just not a spell right now. Need more Lincoln Spheres or like Blink BKB or something like this to get the DP back online. And yeah, without that, the damage just comes down to Makoto, and Makoto's just running for his life.
Another war, but GH is there. Miracle blinks right on top of him here. Oh no, he didn't get far enough away with that silence. The Waning Rift couldn't take him far enough away from Miracle.
Space created.
Was that a gem? I saw somebody ping gem the true sight somewhere.
There's one in the base.
Okay.
It is Ollie.
Somebody bought it.
I think they're just toggling it. Or yeah, he just bought it. I mean, ideally, you kind of want to give it to Slark in these types of games, but does 23 have the slots? That's another question. Does he feel confident to carry this around the map? You need the gem for the traps, though. The traps are just destroying them right now.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Way too much vision around. So, while Enigma just controls that middle and top lane constantly, we've got 23 pushing out bottom, trying to get to that next progression, finish up that Linken's. But I don't know how you're beating two different carries with a 11,000 net worth lead and growing.
You know how you beat two carries?
3 carries?
You make them fight each other.
Like, winner's curse? Or?
I don't know. There's no mechanism for this game. I'm just
no, you
thematically.
You did a little all chatting.
Yeah, Sumail, come 1v1 me mid. Yeah. Hyphen Miracle.
No, I was more thinking that Miracle You know, just all chatting that Sumail at his peak was never as good as Miracle at his peak. You know, something like that.
Yeah, let's find out who is better, Sumail or Miracle. Let's showdown in the middle river. Roshan pit 1v1.
23 gets off his ult, and MC used the the Mana Void stun. Now that was cute.
Fancy indeed.
Well played. 5 seconds left. He does have the shard that he can use for a little bit of time for another pounce, but even if he got it off, they have way too many ways to hunt him down between the blinks and the TA traps and the shadow poison.
Those are those AM buffs. A larger radius on this Mana Void stun.
Yeah.
Couldn't have done that a couple of years ago. I was about to say, MC wasted his hoof stomp. I mean, he didn't waste it. He was trying to land it, right? But that hoof stomp is the one thing that can also cancel that Slark TP, but you don't need it if you've got that Mana Void. Miracle pulling out all the stops. Vintage Miracle this game, man. A Rampage, some small plays, anti-mage. What more can you say? Throw down a beat cap.
I'll throw down a beat if you're willing to rap over it. Maybe you should do the rap battle with Jenkins.
One of our careers would end. And I feel like his is more impervious than mine. If it hasn't ended by now.
Yeah, that's true. Jenkins, he's basically done the career equivalent of microdosing himself with poison over time, you know?
He's immune.
He's built up an immunity to being canceled.
Well, Nigma are building up an immunity to spell damage as BKB comes online for Sumail. And the physical as Miracle pushes into that butterfly. So we are approaching late game itemization territory for them, and they are feeling very comfortable about just playing for next Roshan, put that Aegis on this anti-mage and end the game. Talon looking to make sure that doesn't happen. Push the advantage here. But they're going to need a really good jump.
This game is dwelling on too long, and they do manage to get the pounce onto Sumail. He breaks it and uses the haste route to get out of there. Q quickly eliminates Kuro, so that's a nice start, but at the same time, the Silencer's already dead. Snowball on through, onto GH, who does use a shot on himself. They got the Doom out onto the Death Prophet, who's trying to keep his distance from Miracle. It's just not going to happen. A Mana Void blows him away. The Puck was still trying to go for that Shadow Demon kill, but GH kept himself pretty nice and healthy, and Sumail gets the kill on a Q before he could snowball.
Miracle just blows up Ollie while Talon are trying to blow up the Nigma supports, but the Nigma supports are a lot tankier.
Yeah.
Between the Force Staffs, the utility, the Frost Shield, that middle is just not that easy if 23 is not the one to find him. It just makes all the difference here. Once again, Jabs just has no playability in these fights. Way too much single target burst. And damn, the next Roche. Or just take your base now. Butterfly online for Miracle. Who is touching this anti-mage?
23 is going to try. And he does so by pouncing and immediately using his ultimate. Oh no, he gets hit by the Centaur Stomp from MC. He does have the shard. He's going to use that now. Depth Shroud only gives him so much cover though. Has to get out. Well, Miracle continues to go in. Him and Sumail tag team in the buildings.
Give him the old circle treatment.
And honestly, this is more aggressive than they need to be. There's a minute left. Roshan could be up at any time.
Yeah, you can throw the game here if you throw it. It's hard to throw. But technically, you can. They're going to play discipline. The call has been made. Captain Kuro says, please, guys. Our score. Please.
Remember, guys, we only have one win, and that's against Nouns.
No, hey, why are you just putting Nouns down? You could say Nouns have one win against Nigma, and Nigma's looking pretty good in this game.
That's true.
Smoke flank, but Miracle just blinks into it. Global post Manta, they can get some stacks, but the butterfly
they'll get some stacks, but he is looking pretty damn healthy. And now, oh no, he tried to get the pounce away, but he gets caught in the process. Kuro was able to grab him with the Sinister Gaze. And that is kind of looking it. Oh, he's got a nullifier.
Yeah, he does.
Japs, he just can't do anything in fights at this point.
No, you got to another Lincoln's, but honestly, I thought Slark was getting stacks in that fight. That's about as good as you're going to get. Miracle blinks into you, and Manta's pre-global, but He only got 5 stacks out of all that. I think he missed
GG.
At least
I
5
was
or 6
gonna
hits on
say.
the butterfly. Yeah, this game's over.
It's getting about that time, guys.
Yeah, what a showing. That's some vintage Nigma right there, man. Just buff the Miracle Show. Let him join the fights when he chooses to off an early good hero matchup with good mana void targets. Get that Rampage into some Roshans. And damn, they had the backup carry the whole time. Easy.
Long have we waited.
I'm telling you, the franchise getting turned around.
Nigma fans going to be very happy with the outcome of that game as they get a win. They get a win over Talon. And even better if they could get themselves a full-out series win with the momentum they've gained off of this initial one. But either way, and we'll have to see what they come up with in the draft heading into Game 2. But for now, the panel.
Let me just load up YouTube real quick. Sort by recently uploaded. Miracle is back. 5,000 results already? Can you believe it? Anti-Mage, what a way to make your mark on a series against Talon. Team effort all around, though. And we thought it was going to be a greedy team effort. Doom, TA, Anti-Mage on the same team?
I mean, you know why he wears the cosmetic with the blindfold? Is because he can't even see the haters.
My boy's John Cena-ing out here. You can't see me. You can't see how much I farm. You can't see me and my Vanguard having a free lane for like 15 minutes.
Before they ganked him twice.
Before they ganked him
True.
twice. That just keeps it interesting.
I mean, Miracle, my boy. It's the Miracle Show. I was doubting their draft quite a bit, but I like a lot of their, like how they adapted in the game. MC going with the mech into the Greaves to be able to play more aggressive. He laned really well with GH. They're making like all the space for each other. Miracle joining the right fights. And once again, one of my favorite players showing up, gets a Rampage. And I agree with SVG in the cast. Nigma, they're back. Purge was right all along. He knew even before they played.
Look, they're bad on the scoreboard before today. Yeah. But in the games, they look pretty good. Yeah. In that game, they look great as well. They looked really solid. The ownage that MC brought to that lane was like incredible. They got a kill at level 1 with Shadow Demon and Doom. Neither person has a slow or a stun, and they still killed somebody. Like that's a good. All right, 23 Savage messed up, but
no, they're really good.
But they're also really good. That's like one of those moments where you like you harass a little bit more with everything you do, and your opponent doesn't really realize it until you're like, oh shit, I'm out of position, and they just auto attack you till you die.
Yeah, and the next 5 minutes are the only time anyone's ever going to mention anyone besides Miracle in this game. Whenever it's brought up in the future, it'll just be, oh, hey, remember that game with Miracle's Anti-Mage? So we have to give the credit to MC.
Rampage?
Yeah, Miracle's so good.
I love Miracle.
Yeah.
I love Miracle.
So we need to take this time to appreciate how much they own that lane, because it truly was like the ability to shut down the Slark so that, you know, there wasn't going to be any pressure coming from this Fishman. You know, he got filleted. He's out of there. He had no worries up top, so well done.
The crucial part, how many heroes went to their lane to try to kill them?
Exactly.
Everyone.
And it only worked like a third of the times or something like that. It was like so many heroes came bottom to try to offset what happened.
They can't even contain him in the stats.
He's off the charts, baby.
He just blew every record.
He broke our entire statistics machine. People are panicking backstage. There are fires going on. And it's all because Miracle's back.
What can you do? He just shows up, gets a Rampage on Anti-Mage. Makes it look easy.
Refuses to elaborate.
He ate the rest of Neil's ice cream.
Exactly. He does it
while
all.
playing.
Which might I mention, I deeply regret that decision, but it's okay. I will let my stomach churn off camera afterwards as we continue to perhaps delve into what Talon could have done a little bit better. 23 Savage, it was the last pick. Slark, looking back on that pick, approve, disapprove, or is it just gameplay?
I think the Slark wasn't necessarily the problem. If I had to, point to a problem, it would probably be wherever the puck picker was, whoever picked puck. I really do like puck, and I think the hero has a lot of value. But consistently, we're seeing this problem where it seems like the hero needs to be getting kills at a time in the game, and if you just mess up a little bit of coordination, because they needed the exorcism with the additional damage, because the supports didn't have a lot of damage, get kills during the coil, so they're relying on their offlaner to be there to do it, and you mess it up one time, and it kills all your momentum. And it feels like Puck's like, well, I guess I'll go farm now until Coil's back.
Yeah.
And they don't do anything for like 8 minutes. And Doom's just stomping down the lane like he's Lucifer.
But you also said it's not 23 Savages, so it wasn't the Slark's fault. But Slark was in the lane that got smashed, though. So
maybe not the hero's fault, but how they played in the safe lane, I think when that's your last pick, it's not ideal. As
Wow, okay.
here we Miracle once again. Come on, man.
So we actually
They were double checking the numbers. They're like, that can't be right.
something's wrong here. We actually gave them we gave production a contingency. We're like, if Miracle's hero damage isn't higher than 23 savage, we'll choose a different statistic. Not necessary. We can go with
tripled it.
plan A. 20k versus 9k for our Predator head-to-head. Savage did not have a particularly stand-up performance in this Slark game. But oh my god, hacking Miracle though.
I mean, he wasn't necessarily, his contribution wasn't necessarily just damage though. It was a lot of disable, a lot of like
too.
depth shrouds.
Yeah.
He saved people. I mean, he's got to play against a Doom. Getting doomed has got to be spooky the whole time. He can't just focus on like jump in and hit people. He can't really kill the backline supports super easily either. It's like he can stop them from moving, but killing them is not easy against Shadow Demon and Lich. Those heroes are actually both very good at staying alive against Slark, I feel like. So a little tough for him by all means. But the times that they did get kills, it was really clean. Like throughout the whole game, Talon was like, when they wanted to kill one guy, they smashed him in like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
He had no way to get out. So that was a really good thing about their draft. It's just they didn't have enough gold advantage to actually win the fights enough for him to like get 15 stacks and like start shredding people.
I'm sure that they expected their early game to go better so that Mikoto wouldn't just be glued to go bottom and then go a third time, fourth time, where they have a bit more tempo going through, because you're mentioning that 23 Savage can't really go into the fight to get the backline supports, which I agree with. But if they have a bit better of an early game and Jabs feels better about running in and Puck can jump the backline, then suddenly your Slark can join and he can save you and everything starts rolling. But I feel like they just didn't get to that stage.
I mean, usually I'm all like happy-go-lucky optimist about like coming to game 2, but if I lost game 1 to TA, Doom, and Anti-Mage Tricor, I'm feeling off.
Miracle Anti-Mage, may I add.
Okay, that actually makes it feel better. You know,
of course, though. There's
like,
no
oh, well, I mean, it was
But the Templar Assassin and Doom and all three of them put together, I don't know.
that's a greedy Tricor to lose to. It's gonna be like, geez, man, like what can't they get away with? We're gonna lose to that, guys. We gotta figure this out.
I just think it's a lot about the itemization that I touched on earlier that can really make a big difference. Like yesterday, you saw Talon. One game they opened Doom. It looked horrible because he went greedy items. Next game they ran it back. He bought team items, and suddenly the entire game is different because instead of being another anti-mage or another TA, he's actually a fighting hero, even though he's Doom, who's quote-unquote greedy. So it makes a very big difference.
So wait, are you suggesting that we should like change our builds based on the game and
Yeah.
not just go cookie cutter builds every
you shouldn't
time?
just, I'm going into this game, I'm queuing up my, oh yeah, I want Midas, Battle Fury, BKB, Manta Style, Butterfly, Satanic.
Do you guys ever get those comments where a fan asks you, they're like, hey, what do you think about my Lich build? It's Guardian Greaves, Scythe of Vice, 4 staff. It's like, but it's like 6 full items, and I'm like, bro, you are missing the point.
I only give my seal of approval on universal builds if they're like, I build Meteor Hammer first. I'm like, great. Please
1.
never do that ever again. Well, what can Enigma Galaxy do? Is the dream for a 7-7 score at the end of this group stage still alive? You ask me. I think it is. Game number 2 of Talon versus Enigma Galaxy after the break.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Baby.
I love this band.
I love it.
Why do people do this at shows?
Take
Why
pictures.
are always recording the band?
Because everyone goes on YouTube 3 years later and looks up 2019 random performance of random artists. Although you should be for the Promiscuous Pandas. I'll look that up. And right now, I'm looking up to the gods of Dota, and I only see Miracle up there. That's the only one that mattered to me.
The Mount Rushmore, it's just
four faces of Miracle. That's all I needed to see. And am I perhaps getting ahead of myself, getting so high on this, or is it just the sugar talking right now? Because I feel encouraged, thoroughly encouraged. But it was performances that we saw from Miracle even earlier in this tournament. We saw his Morphling performances. He was doing great. And so this, as good as it was, is surprisingly more of the same. It's the other members of this team that impressed me in this game number 1 against Talon.
We know how good they can be. They're just pretty inconsistent when it comes to that, but MC showed up last game. I would say all of them played pretty well, so they just need to look to replicate that going forward. And Talon, I feel a little bit for them that they could feel not as confident going forward because they've lost with all their openings. In CDPC, they kept picking IO Nature's Prophet. They lost with both of those. Now they tried the Death Prophet. They've lost with it twice now in 2 series. So I feel like for them, their opening picks in the first few minutes of this game are incredibly important.
You know what's crazy? Is that at some point in all their careers, they've been considered the best player in Dota. I think everyone on Nigma.
Oh,
I'd say
Nigma,
that.
yes.
Like Kuro way back, I would say probably at least once, back at the end of like Dota 1 and stuff, there was a lot of like, it's Kuro.
He's the best carry player in the world.
Yeah, that's right. But they've all held that title. Like GH back in like the crazy position 4 days. Like he definitely, everyone was like, oh, GH is so good. He just makes every game unplayable.
MC, best offlaner.
MC, everyone thought he was like probably the best player. Like, they would even say on the team that he carried them completely.
Rightfully so.
It's wild. So they should, obviously they should win all of these.
They have the
now
best
I'm
players
just
in the world.
Yeah, what's wrong with these guys?
Maybe their issue is they just need to play more tournaments and less like leagues. Like leagues maybe haven't been their best thing ever, but tournaments is where they get into those old.
I mean, truth be told, so the Nigma organization came to be basically when COVID started. It was like 2019 TI9 was their last liquid. And then as a result, they've only had to play online Dota for like the past 3 years. So they have not had that much LAN experience. They did a few WePlay tournaments like Mad Moon, and then they did a few.
Then they had to host their own tournaments.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Get the LAN.
Please let me play on location. And they typically do good on these high pressure situations.
Oh, spooky.
Ooh, I like this. Like IO Lesh, you have this high tempo, you have the GH IO, I hope. And you have the King on Lesh, one of his best heroes too. You play against Talon who need time, they just lost, they want to play Doom and like just farm it up, devour some creeps, get their gold. You're like, no, we're going to play fast, we're going to go here, we're faster than you, we can relocate. So I'm vibing with Nigma's opening here for sure.
I'm biased, but I would love to see Q pick up Tiny right about now, because you've mentioned all their other openings. You've mentioned the Nature's Prophet has gotten broken, the Death Prophet has gotten broken. The Tiny is unbeatable, but instead, we get a 23 Savage hero first phase.
It's the demon opener.
That is true.
Demon opener, that's true.
I've heard that this is the flavor of C, is that they all just fight over Terrorblade.
Usually it's been paired with Caudle, which I have not seen at all so far this group stage, but that is SEA's favorite carry right now.
I mean, the Scotty is going to be amazing this game.
Yeah.
You're going to buy Scotty. It's going to be amazing against any hero that you're hitting. Either IO saving them or Lesh just trying to Bloodstone, so.
But it's an illusion hero versus Leshrac.
Yeah, it's so good.
IDC.
What? What do you mean?
You split push with the illusions, Trent. Your illusions get killed by literally any hero.
Wait, you don't just
anyways.
run all of them at the Lesh?
I mean, every hero kills them. Let's be real. How often do you see like 4 TB illusions staying alive for like 20 seconds? It never happens. Something kills them.
The TB pick, it can get abused later down the road because, you have some bans, but there's a lot of heroes who do counter TB. It's perhaps a little risky, but it's good for your draft with Doom, who needs a lot of time. Yeah, it's greedy, but TB helps you open up the map and try to evade some of the pickoffs. And you have the Skadi timing with the high damage into the Lesh, but the one thing is for Enigma, they should just double down on tempo. Like now you see another hero who needs time, double down, make it hard for them to play the map, and run on them the whole time.
You want some Beastmasters, you want tower pushers, or you want vision getters, people who can invade jungles?
So Beastmaster and Beastmaster.
So yes.
Overall, just heroes who can play on up-tempo and take over areas. So you're on the mark with your, whether it be some Dragon Knight, a Beastmaster +1, just something fast. Maybe even a Leshrac carry, you pick a Bad Rider mid, you just really make this map like super chaotic. Miracle Lesh, I can see it. I don't think it will come out, but it's another thing that can work. Or even from carry, you go Io Slark, you go Io Ursa. Even if the matchups against TB aren't amazing later, you should go in with the idea that this map is ours. I don't care about the hero-to-hero matchup, because we can just own their entire map. If I have 10k more gold than this guy, I don't care about hero matchups.
I'm on board. What is the fastest carry that you've seen Miracle get his hands on recently, though? Because I like the Slark and the Ursa. But it seems like Miracle's been playing greedier carries as of the past 2 days.
I mean, IO enables, or it makes a lot of heroes faster than they are, not just with the movement speed, but you can skip some items, you can play faster. I would still say Ursa, Slark are up there. Bloodseeker Band is very good. It lanes well into these heroes. They've also played that specific combo before. There's probably 1 or 2 more that I'm not seeing. I don't know if...
I mean, they've played a lot of games with Sumail playing like a semi-ish carry mid, right? It's been a lot of DK, but I think they very rightly recognize that like they've fallen into this trap in previous iterations of literally this team where they're like, yo, we can't play 2 people that need a lot of farm. It worked last game really well, obviously, but I think they've been more conservative in that way. So Sumail takes the more playmaky, sacrificial role, still does well, but isn't playing as hard carry, and that allows Miracle to do that himself.
What's the plan with this Io? Though, like who's playing it?
Should be GH, right?
I would also assume it's GH. So doesn't that make the laning partner incredibly important for it as well, though?
You can like swap it up. I'm sure they have no problem laning GH in the safe lane. And
that's
maybe
true.
goes offline with
We
the
just
other
do it
hero.
that way.
Something I could see later down the line is like you close this phase out with a Centaur for Enigma. The Stampede is very good against both these heroes. You can disengage from the Doom. It would also help Lesh later in the game against the Skadi timing from TB to also get out in that sense. So maybe just a hero that either helps you set up your relocate or that helps set up your later picks down the road. For Enigma, it should be pretty simple. They should feel good, which is maybe rare for them.
I'll see if they can keep it going here. Let's start out with the Phoenix.
They got some heals.
I'm vibing with this pick too.
I mean, run them in, shoot them with all the heals in the world. And once the Scotty comes, it's going to be a little bit harder, but yeah.
I definitely think there's like this idea that TB likes playing against Phoenix to some people, but I think if your TB's hitting an egg, that's generally a pretty good thing for your team, you know? You're tanking the big hits. Like, sure, he's got range, obviously, but overall, I would not say it's a good situation for a TB, generally.
I feel like it also makes the team fight easier if somebody gets doomed. If it's like a bad team fight where a guy gets doomed, and they're chasing that guy, but there's also an egg about to explode, and he's retreating into it, that also gives you some reset potential.
It's like very similar to the Centaur. Same idea, kind of. Like, it's, you know, you can mess with commitment to fight.
I really like it. You have the Sunray, first of all, if you're just playing like this game where the Lesh and Io can just run in. You have the Sunray behind it. You have the egg against Doom, who will never want to hit an egg ever. TB, he kind of hates Phoenix for the majority of the game. He also like builds Shiva's Guard if he gets really fat, which is super annoying for you. So yeah, overall, I like what Nigma are getting themselves. Where Talon...
They're so heavy commitment right now. They have Global, Meta, and Doom. Like, these are 3 spells that, like, if the fight does not go well when they want the fight to start, it is going to look very no bueno for them.
What was your verdict on Silencer after seeing it last game?
I mean, it looked bad. Yeah. That's for sure. It's a hero that is very, like, it will swing one way or the other very strongly because it just depends on how well your team is doing. This strikes me less of a Silencer game as the last one. I understand the idea that It's good against Phoenix, like in a one-on-one matchup. It's good against the IO. You can cancel relocates, but I feel like in this game, global to me looks more like I'm delaying what you're gonna do.
Right.
But it won't change the fight. You'll just do it 5 seconds later. You'll still run me down and kill me.
And I guess just the anti-relocate spell in case they're trying to save out the Leshrac or something like that.
Yeah.
And you get the high-speed carry that you were hoping for. It's Io and Slark.
Yep.
It's a Miracle Classic right there.
I mean, Talon should have definitely seen this coming. This shouldn't be too big of a surprise to them. If I can see it, I'm sure they can see it too.
It's kind of interesting to pick it into the Doom because it makes me scared to get doomed. But there's a lot of heroes that'll need to get doomed now.
Yeah. Also, this time around, you have a bit more of the. A lot of the times, you have these other heroes that will swing your matchup. You have a Sunray who can come in. You have the IO who's tethering you. So for Talon, they should look for. I mean, they're gonna look for another support, I guess.
I mean, we got Snap and Mirana also still in for Talon, which I assume will be the 2 bans.
Yeah.
All right, because like Mirana's really good with the Ember and also pretty good versus the Phoenix. Snap's just solid.
And Q loves that hero.
Yeah.
Follow-up damage, I would say, is definitely what you want. If you can also hit Egg, I would say that's cool. Even though your team can. Talon's core heroes, they should be able to decide on their own. Are we hitting the Egg or are we not going to hit the Egg? TB has high range, Ember is elusive, Doom's going to have BKB.
He might get his Tiny. I mean...
Oh yeah, I'm shocked that actually has not been selected or banned as we get to the final phase.
I think it's worth it to ban the Mirana instead, though. I do think the Mirana is the best looking hero here for them.
Is there anything else that stands out? I feel like any generic 4 that can deal damage or roam is like
the
kind of fine.
The Tusks.
Sure. I can see Hoodwing, I can see Mirana, I can see the melee 4s.
And also, get hype, Makoto Ember Spirit on the board for Talon.
When you need a win.
When you need a win.
Amazing bans.
What can I say? There's a Phoenix head.
This co-host is good.
I've seen
this guy's good.
This guy should be upgraded to analyst so that I get the ice cream next time.
That is
well,
true.
You're really
no, I
hung
want
up on this
spot.
ice cream thing, huh?
Yes.
Next time I'll pass the spoon over.
10 seconds remaining.
Q's agonizing with that pink hair. What's he gonna play right now? You want to deal with the Phoenix or do you want to deal with the Slark? Ideally, both.
What about something funky? I wish they had more control for like a Sky or something. I want to get nutty with this. Like, I hate it when you're like 9th picking a Tiny. Like something that like you almost hit a first phase. I don't know. Like I want to go deep into that support pool right now and find that perfect hero. Like your AA games and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But obviously, I mean, he's already banned, so well done, Nigma. But
Seems hard for me to fish out this pick where I feel like, damn, this is the
exactly
like you saved it for support and it's like, bam. I'm not seeing it, so I can see why Talon are taking this much time. I have no idea what they can go for here.
The Coddle, you could use the cooldown.
Yeah.
Constant cooldown reduction on the TB.
That was the SCA favorite.
Infinite metas.
Tiny.
Tiny.
I mean, it's fine. You can separate the Lesh from the IO or the Slark from the IO. AoE stuns, the disable. I like it. Little burst damage. Threatens some other guys. And not a good egg hitter.
No.
No.
Yeah, they're going to give up on that one. Egg gets popped. They're like, all right, see you later.
It's disengage time for sure if this egg comes out. I would still like I think Centaur is still... It's good for your draft, but there's other heroes that can perhaps fit what they want. And anything that allows
don't go all right, I'm calling it Legion into lose. That's my call.
Oh, yeah, I would not want
the
to
classic one.
Yeah, I'm calling it right now.
Somebody gets doomed, you press the attack, and you're like, well,
yeah,
attack faster.
Go fight, dude. Let's go. I mean, Centaur would be my favorite. They banned out Tide and Brew, which are decent bans. Anything that lanes well into TB maybe gives you some magic damage.
They're gonna pick Legion.
I agree.
Don't do it.
I agree that Centaur's
do
great,
it.
but like every offlaner is buying Greaves, and that is like not the Centaur item, surely.
How about Underlord? It's an anti-illusion hero, Greaves builder, Crimson Guard builder. You guys know.
Laura's really nice
tables.
TB. Nice. Good hero.
All
Good
of you,
hero.
get off my panel now.
Yay.
All right.
Host analyst.
They're just too good.
I didn't say Underlord into win or Underlord into lose because I don't know how good it is, so that's your guys' job now. Kazu, Underlord into what for Nigma Galaxy?
I mean, it is definitely good to have like a mech/grease coming off from someone who's maybe not the IO. You have it earlier and you can help Sumail in the game. I'll say the lane is perhaps a bit strange with Phoenix Underlord, if that's what they're if that's what they want to go for.
You know what's gonna happen? You're gonna see this Phoenix dive in on you. He's gonna press egg, and you're gonna be like, "What's this idiot doing?" And all of a sudden, these two balls of light come out of the ground, and the entire Enigma team shows up, and then Slark yeets himself in as well. It's gonna be a surprise. It's gonna be really very global strat.
The Slark yeeting did not go well for 23 Savage though, but I guess here there's not quite as much ground targeted stuff that he needs to be worried about.
Sir, this is Miracle.
Oh,
I don't know if you saw
my
last
mistake.
game.
How dare you?
I forgot to bless up, pour one out for my boy Miracle.
It's not dead yet.
It's not dead yet.
For me, it's a lot about this mid matchup. If Sumail can do on Lash against Ember what he usually does, which is he stomps on the guy real hard, and then Io comes in and they take over the map with Miracle having a good time in the safe lane, I think they're going to run it over. But if Mikoto can kind of pull out the performances he has shown me, and 23 Savage gets to farm the map and split it up, get to his Skadi timing, that's what Talon have to be playing for in order to win this game.
I like it. Classic, putting all our hopes on the mid players. Like, I definitely agree. Like, these are signature heroes for a reason, right? Everyone's just going to blame them or praise them if they win or lose. Let's make it like 2013 Dota.
Nigma is back. I'm going to call it 2-0.
Nigma's back. That's it.
Miracle, Rampage, and 2-0.
Wow.
You're welcome.
It's just that simple. Purge seems incredulous.
MC needs an Atos. He needs some setup on this team. He needs to set things up. Sumail get a Blink Dagger. Go be aggressive. Set things up. I just see them punishing 23 Savage a lot.
Be aggressive.
I didn't.
Be aggressive.
Nope.
Be aggressive. Game 2 underway with my boy Cap in SVG.
Almost there.
Oh boy. Don't really know how to follow that up. Panel's having way too much fun.
That's what Ice Cream does. You give Neil a pint, and it all goes to his head. He gets out of control.
I'm fairly certain he had a different kind of pint the way he was acting up there.
No, that's the one I was talking about. The pint in the green room. I wasn't talking about the one on stage.
Oh, jabs. All right, apparently we're going to start this game. Didn't Nigma 5-man and get first blood last game?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, and they got the stat for Miracle too?
That's just too easy. I feel like this is another pretty solid draft by Nigma.
Yeah.
I feel like they were also the best IO Slark team back in that patch when it was IO Slark. There were a couple teams that were really good at it, but this was one of the scariest because you have GH IO, probably the best IO in the world historically. And you have Miracle, who's one of the better aggressive laning carries, in my opinion. He knows how to really push an advantage and just abuse offlaners. There were a lot of IO Slark games that these guys they won the game off of just this lane. IO Gyro up there as well. So I'm expecting great things from this duo in terms of the laning phase. And then if you can transition that into playing with IO Lesh in this game, this talent draft might be a little slow to come online. Again, I feel like a lot depends on what happens mid. Last time, Makoto had a pretty good laning phase, but they weren't really able to transition it into shutting anything on that Nigma side down. Could be a similar story here. I think Makoto will probably do fine. It's just a question of what happens after that because he has a Tiny and Silencer to play with, which is not really the best supports at playing around in Ember's tempo. There's not the greatest in terms of follow-up spells. You can maybe gank the Lesh here with a Tiny rotation, but then you're leaving jabs in a solo lane versus an IO Slark, which is pretty terrifying. There's a lot of destruction that can happen in this laning phase for Talon that they have to be wary of. Just gotta push through it.
You talking about the historic player-hero combinations on the side of Nigma. And Talon, they may not have such a same kind of high praise, but their most successful hero has probably been Q's Tiny.
Oh yeah, for sure.
This guy has been a monster on this hero for the last years. So we'll see whether or not they could put something together, because I agree that it is not the lineup that feels easy to make moves with.
It's not super straightforward, but that's where Tiny shines. Like when you need a hero that's going to create some play action for you in a lineup where you otherwise don't have it, I'm taking Tiny to do that. I feel like every time. The second this hero gets Blink, I feel like the game just changes. All of a sudden, every team fight's very straightforward. You Blink, you stun, you toss them back. Tiny Airlines, first class ticket. Easy.
And those flights have been getting mighty expensive lately.
They really are, man. Inflation.
MC?
It hurts. As this
He's
meta
dead.
hurts.
Surely he's dead. And
+2.
+2, almost +4. Kuro only barely able to stay alive through those last couple of hits.
It's a good kill here. You want to get 23 off to a good start on this Terrorblade.
Oh.
And there's that IO Slark going to work. Early Orba Corrosion Rush for Miracle. Just punishing the double melee lane down here.
He just ran him down.
They did get the Equilibrium decently far back, but not back enough.
Looks like one of those situations where you give the support kill, and obviously it's very bad, but at the same time, Jabs he's got the creep wave close to his tower. He's soloing it up right now.
I mean, he's doing okay, but you got to remember this Miracle Slark got first blood, and that's his second Agi stack as well. He is very far ahead in the net worth department on this Slark with absolute free farm CS and aggressive itemization.
Toss back the IO, but he has the tether to be able to get back to the safety of Miracle.
Good courier kills happening.
Yeah. With the Orba Corrosion that you've already mentioned, and then the early net worth, he could get a really fast boots, treads. I don't know how a double melee lineup deals with that.
That's why this lane can just be explosive for Nigma, which is what you want out of the IO Slark. When you can play aggressive and abuse the snowball, just power to that mid game on an entirely different level. And he has boots already flying out. Top lane still going pretty decent for Talon here, as well as mid. They're winning both technically. And of course you get a little stolen int. Never hurt anybody. MC wishing he had a couple mantles up here.
How's mid lane going? 20-6 for Sumail, 19-2 for Makoto.
He's a little ahead of net worth though, so winning out some of these regen trades. Not too bad when you're versus Leshrac. Cyril's a hard laner to deal with the chain lightning spam.
Sumail Leshrac especially. I mean, Makoto...
King for a reason.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
All
but
these
Makoto,
mids, man.
Nice toss back.
Ooh, that's a beauty.
Dark Pact only helps Miracle so much, and they do manage to get the kill on him. So Q finds the opening to be able to even out this laning phase in bottom lane that was looking to be pretty rough. I thought it was going to really start snowballing against him.
That's a huge kill. So much room for Jabs to just power on towards this Midas, and you're slowing down that.
Get him too. Why not?
2 for 1. The net of destiny. Not usually a spell we think of as dominating the lane here.
No, not at all.
They are making it work. Kuroki flirting with danger. This is a tough support matchup. That last word really messes with you. Can never dive out from it.
I think the best part about that IO kill is it's right as Miracle is coming back up, so you prolong the time that this duo is operating independently of each other.
And he's just not even going back there. Just goes towards mid with the bottle refill. Trying to run it at Makoto, who is not 6 yet. Maybe didn't expect this gank.
Can anybody help? It doesn't look like it.
That's a good gank right there.
There were TPs available, but I guess nobody felt like they could stop that aggression.
And meanwhile, Jabs had to walk back to base off of those bottom skirmishes. So this move just goes completely unpunished on GH because Miracle's still free farming down here.
He could set up for the 6-minute power rune. Q is busy pulling the wave, so he won't be able to bodyguard it.
Who are you going to tether in this mid-game cap? Are you going to tether the king on the king of mid-heroes, Leshrac? Or are you going to tether Miracle God on his signature Slark? I don't know if it's his signature, but whatever.
Yeah, I thought his signature was anti-base. That's what you said last game.
Well, in this game, it's his signature. Who are you tethering?
Sumail.
Wrong. You tether Miracle so Kuro doesn't kick you. That was Matumba's mistake.
He played carry IO and didn't tether to Miracle enough.
Yeah, that's why they didn't want to play. That's why they want to play Core IO. Because you play Core IO on this team, you're just sweating the whole time. Oh
no!
Who do I tether?
I mean, I say Sumail just because I think IO Leshrac hits a nice mid game much more than Slark does.
I mean, not if he's getting kills down here.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a lot of stacks the way this is racking up. Jeez. Miracle, is he going to be able to get the second one? He is. Double goes down. He dies to the creeps afterwards, but who cares? He got a double kill. He got all that experience. He got 2 more stacks on him.
Oh, this IO Slark lane is really doing work, and GH is going to be able to hold the whole wave down there as well. mean, 23 is doing fine up here. He's kind of mostly free farming with a kill. Doing pretty well in this matchup.
Is he going to be able to... Watching GH almost died
GH
in
is
the
struggling
creeps.
down here.
Help. Help.
No, Miracle will get all this. He's having a great game here. And Sumail's having a great one as well. Both these cores at the top of the chart by a decent margin. So GH is going to have his pick of who he tethers to. Just create havoc all over the map. I mean, he's really high level on this aisle too. He's almost level 6. Could even see an early reload into top with how much damage is being done. 23 is just dead.
Talon is just
gone. Sumail's like, what the hell, man? Why did you kill him so fast? I walked all the way up here.
What's the point of me being here now?
I'm gonna steal your wave. That's what you deserve.
Take my kill, I take your creeps.
This is another game that's looking pretty good for Nigma.
Honestly, this laning phase has...
Why has everybody been flaming this team? They look great.
Yeah.
Championship form. Nice little haste.
TPing out, and there's no disables. Yikes.
Haste rune wasted here from Makoto. And that sucks, because that's a really good rune at this point in the game. Might have been able to connect with a Doom Bottom or something that's pretty high value. Instead, just goes nowhere. And you're going to have relocation up right now. 8.5 minutes here for GH. You might even just be able to early relocate on one of these lanes if Talon aren't thinking about it.
That is crazy good timing.
Yep.
Because normally they suffer an experience, right? Because you're, as an IO, you're just constantly sitting in lanes. Your carry is like under-leveled, but they're both level 6.
To the benefit of all the kills. Just get so much XP.
He was really that greedy, huh? Trying to body block Q to make sure he doesn't take away the bottle refill. Tosses him away. Nice play by Q there. So he actually gets that bounty rune and gets away. His life intact.
I mean, Talon are looking around this area, but I don't think there's a window here. I don't think you have enough early damage to punch through this Isle sustain, even just with a wand. Nighttime vision for Slark. They're going to get the D ward off that play as well. And then just farm out this triple stack that GH set the plate with. Of course, both of them won it, but only one can reign supreme. Now you're looking at the end of this nighttime interval, but MC took this tower top. Both the cores for Nigma are online. You're going to have to start punching back here. If you're Talon, 10-minute rune, the place to do it, because you need this power rune for Ember right now.
Must have kill. Unless Shrek will end up dying, so Talon with a successful rotation, a DD for Makoto, and they can go for the IO maybe.
Yeah, he reloaded for that, and he did not get it. So GH coming back to mid.
He's going to be able to get the tether away onto Kuro, who started walking back at the Phoenix to make that tether stretch a little bit farther.
That's a lot of levels for these Talon supports, though. They were struggling a bit, but now they're both level 5, and there's still a tome flying out. So you're going to maybe have this global up, maybe some extra tiny points. That was a rough death for Sumail. You got to kind of expect this 10-minute rune rotation. There's no other play that Talon can really be making.
Such a fast Diffusal Blade.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if Makoto's ready for this one, but can he land the pounce?
I think he's got a Remnant out. Tries to hit him after the slight, and he is able to jump away to the Remnant he preemptively laid out. Because if he doesn't have a Remnant out, it's actually super dangerous because that Diffusal Blade's low, right? The inhibit.
That is one downside for this Nigma lineup, though. Their stuns are a bit lacking.
Yeah, they are.
They do not have the best initiation or setup until that Slark Ags, which I think is pretty much a necessity at some point in this game to maintain the lockdown. You could go that Atos Underlord build, but honestly, it's just not what this pick is here for. This pick is here to buy the ores and buff up the 2 other cores and make sure you have the early Greaves for that IO tether pair so you can get early Roshans and objectives in this game. I don't want MC going Atos. It's just not what your lineup's designed to do.
Yeah.
You'll get it later, but it means in some of these early skirmishes, it might be a little annoying that Miracle can't snowball with this early diffusal as much as he wants to.
MC using the Dark Rift to kill the Siege Wagon wave. So I thought that was a cute play.
I mean, Makoto still got the last hit with that DE, so he's not too sad. And as far as Talon's lockdown, it's all about getting more levels on this Ember, so he has those chains points up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Power Rune on the other side. Invis Rune for Ollie. Or Q, rather.
Game is definitely slowed down for Nigma. they did not get to transition what was a pretty good laning phase for their cores into that really high tempo IO pressure that I think they would have wanted to. And now Talon finding a little opening.
And he can't dive away because the silencer is the big counter to Phoenix in that situation. If you use the dive, then you'll just come right back because you'll be silenced from last words. So
6 ints for Ollie.
Not too bad.
Meanwhile, Jabs quietly farmed his way to the top of the net worth chart on this Midas Doom. He will TP top to try and join this MC kill, but he's too fast. The big man lumbers away.
The armored slug. 6-6, 13 minutes in here in Game 2. Nigma Galaxy, who went 1-1 just earlier today against Nouns, already got a win over Talon. They're looking to make it 2. It'll be their first series win of this tournament, if they can manage to do so. But even just a 1-1 makes their run back into potential area where they could go in as the top 4 team.
Man,
I mean, it's
really
a long,
long
road. Don't get me wrong, but
I don't know. I mean, the Miracle Rampage from last game, that's a spiritual series win. You know, we'll give it to them on that. This is round 2. Has MC overstayed his welcome? I believe he has.
Just a little bit.
He has been up here for a long time, making Talon work for it. But I think they're happy to clean up that kill, because that's a lot of extra gold for this Tiny who's working towards that blink, which is going to enable this entire Talon lineup. There's a reason they pick this Q Tiny so much. It's because it lets them get away with these greedy, clunky lineups that otherwise don't have the jump and initiation. Because all of a sudden you get that blink, you just run around the map, you blink toss someone into your ball. TB's hitting them, Doom's hitting them. You can global on some Revo save. It brings the whole lineup together. So you do not want to be feeding any extra gold to this Tiny. You don't have to. And this is your Bloodstone timing for Leshrac, which they haven't gotten a lot done with here, right? I mean, he's stealing some farm. That's great.
Yeah.
Drop a rune for him.
He hasn't done
much. Gotten that fight
yet, but this is kind of where it starts peaking, right? The IO Lesh.
This is when it's pretty damn strong. You can get on top of heroes. That's the issue, though.
Yeah, they just need good Dark Rifts. They need good pits to allow Sumail to be able to follow this up, and they've got one on 23 here. And they hit the stun, slow him down. The Global Silence stops the Split Earth from coming out, so.
Dire's bottom tower is under
nice global. I don't think you're going to use it in the next minute and a half here, and that was a Split Earth land. If you don't choose to do that, it's going to force Nigma to just claim this tier 1 instead of 23's life.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And Talon will continue to farm towards their Tiny blink.
Ember actually cut the wave mid because the Siege Wagon is pushing in. So he's trying to create pressure somewhere else on the map where Nigma are going for that big tower push. Not a bad idea.
Ember's definitely had a slow game. This is a later Maelstrom than he would like. It's going to give some rain to this Nigma lineup. Sumail with the early plate mail as well. A lot of tank ability here. They just want to force the issue, and they are indeed forcing it. You get an early Aegis out of this somehow, Miracle's just going to go ham. He's already poking you. Echo Saber, I kind of like that. He had a pretty damn good game, so you can delay this Ags a little bit more. It's not going to hurt you. There's no early objective taking from Talon that's going to punish you not having the latch to exert map pressure. You can always disassemble it too.
Yeah, he's eventually going to turn it into
Mage Slayer.
Yeah, Mage Slayer. And that's, I mean, that's a powerful pickup, especially against the Ember Spirit.
Oh, yeah. So I don't mind Nigma playing a slow game. I almost think the emphasis is on Talon to make Slaying happen with this Tiny blink. And they agree. Instant smoke off Q getting that delivered. This is the big fight they want. They want to get a good toss back, abuse their Doom BKB, abuse this meta that's up for 23. If this fight happens around the Roche Pit, all the better for it. But Nigma have read this game to a T and have dodged it completely.
Yeah, they even had the scan there on the upper river point, thinking that, okay, there's probably smoked and they might be invading our triangle. Not actually the case. Talon instead went for the kill. Farther north of that, but point is, Nigma did have the idea correct. Now they aim to defend this tower. Talon might just be forcing things a bit.
This is a hard go if Enigma are ready for it.
They get a nice toss back onto the Underlords. That kill made.
There's the
Oh
ready.
no! The heal came in just in time and the relocate. Still though, an IO without the Leshrac combo there. Oh, they need a Sunder. He gets it off, but at the same time, is 23 going to be able to live with this extra bit of health? Nice use of the Hurricane. That was beautiful from Jabs. Miracle though, he's got another pounce and he latches onto him. He's going to collect on that kill. 23 falls.
You can hide, but not from Miracle Slark. And that was the ready I'm talking about. GH is just too good of a healer. That's what GH stands for.
Good heals.
Good heals, my friend. What a perfect reload save. That reload save was so fast on the tether. Ollie didn't even have time to global. He's like, oh, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they were like, oh, this Underlord's just gone.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I have to global here?
It was a great toss back.
You had to global, son.
And Talon, like a cute place, right? The Sunder going down, used the Hurricane to push 23, like they're saving each other. But it's still not good enough. And this
fishy. And that was that IO mech as well. He just got it delivered for that fight.
Oh no, Makoto really wanted to finish off this tower. Now I have a feeling it's gonna get denied instead.
One might even say, Cap, that the stars are aligning.
No, stop this.
I mean, that's their team motto. It's like that's not even a pun in some sense. I'm just promoting.
Yes, I know. That's why I don't like it. If it was a pun, I would have enjoyed it.
Well, what's Talon's motto? The claw is sharp? I don't know. Like, what? It's not my fault they don't have one. Maybe they do. I don't know it.
Listen, I didn't want to say this on podcast, but I hate promoting the team brands. And there are little hashtags. Hashtag stars align. Yeah.
Hashtag the claw is sharp.
Hashtag. What is SMGs moving under fire?
I mean,
I don't get that one.
It's still none of them compete with Arm the Rebels. That's my favorite for sure.
True. It's applicable in so many areas.
However, we are getting sidetracked as that discussion means Miracle has finished Ags. And I feel like that is the green light for this Enigma team because now you have the consistent lockdown. You can tether him into the fight as well to give him the overcharge on the hits.
I think it was literally the only thing missing for their lineup, right?
And Talon are making another smoke move. Oh, Miracle.
Do not get caught off right now, sir.
He's going in.
Oh, he goes in. Oh, Miracle. Quick reaction, though. Gets off his ultimate. A dice toss away from Q. Gets Jabs out of danger. And they're burning through this Tiny. He's going to die pretty quickly. 23 on the high ground with the meta, but they don't have a way to stop these heroes. Enigma just reset pretty easily, and Talon are just going to have to accept the L. And probably, I think Enigma... I don't know, I guess they're not really a Roche team, but I feel like there is nothing, like Talon can't contest them.
I mean, they're a decent Roche team. With the overcharge on these heroes, it's going to melt pretty fast. Yeah, that's just Roshan Aegis for Miracle. He can play even more aggressive. Man, he has played well this series. And when Miracle's playing well, this is what this lineup is built around. This is how this team's supposed to function. Around this guy just destroying games, buffing him up. Fast fingers. Maybe on vacation, but he was still working it out.
Gets himself nice and limber when he was needed most. And Enigma definitely needed him. Their roster changes really did not work out for them this season.
And honestly, I think at this point, you have Pipe, you have Crimson on this Underlord. You still have that egg that can cause interference in the fight and the mech on GH. I wouldn't mind just tethering into this Slark in the fight and abusing Aegis with the overcharge. Let Sumail just run around on his own with Bloodstone and kind of play the tanky frontliner, right? Because he's going to get buffed by Pipe and Crimson. He's not that susceptible to getting bursted in a game like this.
Sure, yeah.
Just let Miracle go ham. And I don't think Talon have a good answer to it right now. They are struggling to find a way to control this Slark. It's just doom. But Aegis prevents that. So now I think you just have to split the map if you're Talon. Abuse the Terrorblade illusions. Abuse the fact that Makoto is still mostly uncatchable. Outside of if Miracle really wants to try and set up on him with some pounce out of the trees. It is an option.
And maybe the only highlight for Talon is the fact that Makoto can always stay out on map pretty deep
Yeah, once he has BKB, that's just 100% guaranteed for pretty much the entire game. Miracle will be going Shadow Blade, which I like. Then he can play alone on the map, and you can reload the Lesh into that fight. That's a way they can maintain map control. Sets up everything just super nicely here.
Jabs trying to put that Hurricane to use.
I mean, this is just free pokes, right?
Yeah.
What are you going to do here? I guess you can go to the IO pair, which is what Talon are looking to do. This is a pretty nice move.
Perfect timing, too, right as they went on to Makoto. Unfortunately, they do not have the damage to quickly kill the IO, and he's managed to just TP away. They both do.
Well, that's pretty depressing for Talon.
Yeah, a little bit. Jab's still being gone on. This time he doesn't have the Hurricane. Has to use the BKB on himself.
Hurricane Miracle in. I don't know if that was the play, but
I don't think so.
Sometimes his little pokes work out. You know, it's a forced error. Leaves Sumehu to deal some extra tower damage. He has Regen Rune and bots up in 5 anyway. There's a lot of global map presence for this Nigma lineup. Underlord can join the fight. Sumail can bots in. You can reload somebody else.
Is it the
Kuro
silencer?
can shove the waves.
What is it about the fact that both games, Anti-Mage and Slark, Miracle's played a hero that Talon just cannot seem to really stop? There seems to be something missing in their draft that Nigma have exploited really well with their carry picks.
Just a lack of control. They have like some minor control. I think Talon's used to playing in a lot of these games where their cores just outscale the enemies, and they can let the fight come into them. But in these games, I just don't think that's 100% true. And I think Nigma are abusing the fact that these Talon lineups are a bit slower and they're getting the Roshans. Like, Miracle's had a lot of Aegises in this series.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe you have a Doom or something, but if your control is limited and you're playing into a bunch of Aegises, it just makes the game impossible. And this is just vintage Nigma. They're just buying all the buffs from Miracle, throw it on top of him, let him go ham. It's pretty hard to control this Slark when he has Pipe and Crimson and double heals and a Lincoln's being built on mind control. And all the Aegises in the world. It's a lot. Go for the easier target. The Slug. The Slug has been salted.
Can you channel the Dark Rift if you...
Oh, they're coming through the gate. Maybe not.
GH is actually... Oh, it gets him out again. No way. They just do not have the damage to deliver the finishing blow. 23 going for a desperate TP out. That is not going to work. Ollie, a little bit more reasonable. Will be able to. Jabs is going to get run down next, though. Pops the BKB. But,
he's gone. He's just gone here.
Yeah, he's going to use that time. Hurricane down. The pounce, the Hope Miracle can follow you just as easily.
You can delay it, but you're going down eventually, these pounces. Man, these GHIO saves are so good for so long, too.
Yeah.
It's absolutely terrifying. Like, the globals are just... I don't even see them coming. I'm not sure how you're supposed to global a reload out of a gate. It's it's like a save on a save.
So
literally call the ambulance, but not for me.
So MC used his Dark Rift to his allies for them to be able to pass through.
Yeah.
And then they jumped through, and then GH was able to get the relocate out. That's pretty sick.
And that was a fast reload out of the gate.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the crazy part for me is all of these fights, it's like even if they kill MC, the fight is still terrible for them. So we dropped the gate.
They all run through. Reload goes off. You get the mech heal, and Global's just not there. So you're just out of dodge.
That's really cool.
I mean, I think Global's on cooldown. So maybe if you even have it, it doesn't change it, but that's a tough fight once that type of double save action happens. And man, this team is looking pretty damn good in these games.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not going to say they're going to like win the tournament. You know, I said that last game, but
yeah, well, I'm not going to say that. Well, I already said that, but
I mean, we all know the franchise has already been turned around. Now you're just marching towards those dubs. Haters be damned.
It's inevitable. They're only up by 4K, but it feels so much more. It feels like Talon can't fight back.
No, it feels very difficult. They need a really good fight where this Terrorblade gets to sit and be a turret and just hit everybody forever. And if that happens, they do have the damage. They can also take these fights off of the tiny displacement. We haven't really seen it too much. Yeah. The reload save's been really annoying. But in theory, if you toss someone in and you global, that person's probably dead. I say probably because it hasn't happened, but there's a goddamn lot of healing going on.
Slark, the only one who hasn't done any healing.
Here's another nighttime smoke. Miracle, thinking about it, decides to show mercy.
And if this game feels and looks impossible for Talon to be able to fight back, it seems Dota Plus agrees. They're saying like it's a 90-10 game right now. So at 4,000 net worth lead, it's a bit deceptive, I guess.
I don't know if it's 90-10. That seems a little severe. I'd maybe say it's like 85-15, you know. 90-10.
You're going to make a big deal about 5% difference?
All right, fine. Maybe it's like 87-13. I don't know. 90-10 is just ridiculous, dude.
The worst part is that I rounded it up. It was 87-13.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna get it right, at least get it right. You know. Come on, man.
Yeah, but 87-13 doesn't sound good. 90-10. People understand.
After that kill, it's probably 90-10. What is it now? Actually, nope, 87. It really likes this 87. It's flatline. There is no pulse for Talon.
Well, Talon's about the flatline.
It's just no control.
Yeah, Miracle just hops into the base. Hey, how's it going? Hops back out again.
You just got to get a toss back at some point. Somebody needs to come into your clutches. 10 seconds for this Doom respawn. Shiva's up for Sumail. Do have one for Jabs as well. I mean, the items are here for Talon. It just doesn't feel like they have enough damage to cut through the heal.
My favorite thing about what you just said is you say, well, it's pretty much only toss back that can win them the fight.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to come in clutch. like anybody else can do it.
Oh, look at this, though. The reload bottomed the farm, but they're coming back.
Oh, my God. What was that? Even worse, they couldn't actually kill him. The BKB goes out from Sumail with a Bloodstone. They have to keep their distance. They have the Depth Shroud there from Miracle as well. And he managed to get the pounce on a 23. They're trying to get him away from this situation. They got the Doom out onto the Slark. The Slark's dead. Coming in from behind Makoto. They're going to go for the Phoenix next. 23 finally died, yes, but Sumail and MC are left without their teammates. Is it possible for Makoto to fight these two?
No.
Okay.
But he can run away.
Run away.
And I feel like you take that as a dub. You got the Slark kill.
Yeah, 3 for 3 exchange.
I mean, you much rather have Terrorblade live, but you got as good a Thunder you're going to get there. Full HP on that Slark. He gets finished off by Makoto on the backside. I thought that was just going to be a insta-pop on the IO on the reload back at least.
Yeah, it was both concerning the start of that fight, the fact that they couldn't actually kill the IO, but, you know, they won the fight in the long, or at least went even.
What is it?
Fight.
Hashtag the claw is sharp.
The claw is
I don't even know what that means.
Why is the claw? Why not the Talon?
I mean,
the Talon is sharp.
Their hashtag can't be the Talon, something that their name is Talon. You know?
Hashtag sharp talons.
You can't be Nigma, hashtag the Nigma Alliance.
Because talons are different than claws, that's why.
Well, it's a type of claw. You can claw somebody with a talon.
Okay, well, clawing talons then. Hashtag.
I'll think about it. I'll think about that.
That was can we talk about that? That was so greedy.
What?
To relocate down to bottom lane?
It was a little greedy, the positioning. I think they felt like 10 seconds. What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
They just all got smoked on.
Well, now you have an Aghanim Scepter onto Makoto, who has already been very hard for Nigma to actually do anything about besides ignore him for the most part.
I mean, is he going to go for an Aegis steal or something?
He's going to try. He's going to pop the BKB.
A little early,
he's going to go around.
He's panning up.
If he can finish it, and he gets it.
What?
Nice. Well played, Makoto. I mean, you said somebody has to step it up, and apparently that person is Makoto.
Okay. I don't know if that should have worked like that because he went in really early. I think you just stopped killing it there and you waited out.
Yeah.
Little lack of discipline from Nigma. They're going to pay a pretty big price as he gets Aegis out of that. That's brutal. That delays this game so much. Aegis is your siege mechanism here. Or at least your mechanism for Miracle to go in the fight, right? Now these fights, you have a window where Ember, number one, Ember can frontline a lot more to give you vision, wear out some of these Slark spells, and number two, you might get the Doom on this Slark. Brutal. Absolutely brutal steal. Somebody has to step up in this game. Makoto says it will be me.
I like that. He sees that Roshan's low, but not low enough for him to go for the steal, and he just starts committing for. He just starts hitting the Roshan.
I mean, once you're in, you're in.
Miracle finding an opening here.
Doesn't have Basher. Jab should be able to BKB TP.
Yeah, just goodbye. And the relocate was used for that. So even though BKB on cooldown, I wonder if it's worth considering for Talon to go and try and take a fight around this.
I mean, I think that's worth for the space alone. You're farming up your Terrorblade in this whole period.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's worth it for jabs.
Do you feel like, so that like that 90-10, 85-15, whatever, do you feel like it gets closer to 50-50 the longer the game goes? I mean, in general, that concept is always there, right? Like, if a game goes late enough, it just becomes more of a coin flip. That's what you always told me.
There is some truth to that. You know, past 60 minutes, does net worth mean anything? And the answer is yes, but yes. I mean, not spiritually. You know? Spiritually, the game is even.
Economically, it does mean something, but spiritually.
As a relation to the total amount of gold in the game, any individual's hero's net worth is not as large in impact. So,
I mean, gold's just a construct, man.
Yeah, it's just a capitalistic ideal. Does it really exist? Are we really human?
Oh no, the two supports! Okay, Force Staff gets away from one pounce. The second one actually doesn't land. They get an avalanche to kind of cover Ollie a little bit further. Surely he's going to die for this.
He didn't get the Doom.
Oh, he popped out for a second. Miracle quickly disappears into the shadows. Makoto jumping around like crazy, but does get caught. Hit by the Pit of Malice. Now the Split Earth, but
here.
He's still okay with the Remnant going out, but he doesn't have anything left. Okay, that's going to be life number one. Can Talon find an opening here?
They got the egg in the meantime.
Yeah, the egg is down. 23, Big Bad and Golden just running forward in the meta form. Oh, that blink stun was so close to landing on two, but MC and Sumail both got away from it. Now they're going to turn.
Nice Yules buying time.
Their distance away
through
from
the
23. Gate. They're going to try and go through the gate. Makoto's following him. Makoto's going to chase after him. MC did not go home. He went to top lane. Somehow lost sight of him.
Miracle got a DD somehow in the river and is fighting it below.
This fight is so split. Okay, MC's still dead. I thought maybe Miracle was actually going to kill something on the other side with that DD, but no.
He should have gone back through the gate.
Yeah. We need to go back.
This is not where I want to be. Take me back through the gate, brothers. He was like, I think he thought his team might have been able to follow and help him out.
What? Why was he? I mean, you know, God bless him for trying to do like the uber efficient play, you know?
I just think it's hilarious you can follow people through the gate. And then they all went through, and then Miracle got a DD in the river. And then suddenly, like, Q's left in the river. He's like, yo, guys, there's a DD Slark down here. Please come back.
Yeah, I thought really Miracle was going to start tearing things up.
That was a sketchy-ass fight, but ultimately, it's good for Talon. Because Miracle has to commit too far in. He uses like 2 pounces and an ult, and they get nothing off it. And then 23 just shows up, kills an egg, kills an IO. Suddenly you're getting routed if you're Enigma because your support and heals are gone. And look at the net worth right now. Talon are coming back in this game off that Aegis. Another fight, you're trying to force it, but BKB is there. Miracle just, the poke is not as good as it used to be. And utility is starting to come out for Talon. Double 4 staffs up for these supports. You have a full Yules on top of Q that we saw last fight. The stall mechanisms that displace Miracle in these engagements are online. And it's getting spooky because 23 is getting to 6-slot territory. We saw the Daedalus crits from this Terrorblade last fight. They picked this into Lesh for a reason because Talon feels like if the game goes really late, Terrorblade just shreds Leshrac. That's what they like about this matchup. He's level 20, Daedalus online, Titan Sliver online.
Yeah, I mean, the way I was looking at it was, how does 23 actually get to hit these heroes? But, like, if Nigma can never fight the Terrorblade, then...
I mean, he gets to hit them by the fact that Nigma's forcing the issue, and they kite out the Slark pounces. And then the supports are overextended. That's the best case scenario for 23 Savage. Outside if you get a toss back, but we just haven't seen the toss backs. It's pretty hard to toss anybody back when it's just Slark running in, and it's like,
yeah,
I don't really want to toss Slark. That's just a free pounce. So this is all about next Roshan. Like, this next Roshan is perhaps the game for these teams. And you have Ags on jabs. Oh, this AoE Doom could be really problematic in these fights. Because now he doesn't have to try and throw it on this Slark. He doesn't have to try and throw it through the Lincoln Sphere on MC or the Lotus on Kuroki that can get thrown on these cores. Just throw it on yourself and blink in. And suddenly your control is significantly better.
It also makes things a little bit harder to relocate out, similar to like Static Storm, right? You got to be careful with how you use the relocate and then tether in. You don't want to get in that AoE.
If you're talking about a mortal IO player, I would agree with you. But GH is no mere mortal.
That's true.
As we've seen on these reloads, it is the fastest reload in the West. Kapow. Look at that. That's the face of a man who's played IO for 1,000 too many games.
Those bright shining orbs in those glasses, that wasn't the reflection of the computer screen. Those were little IOs.
It has become his soul. It's all he sees night and day. I have become one with the ball.
Kuro, what is he doing on the low ground there?
He's
the rest
trying
of his
to bait.
team.
He has buyback. He might just be trying to bait out a jump.
It could be. Talon didn't go for it, though.
23 Savage buys out for Manta.
Samael.
This is your Roche fight.
Jab's going to go for it.
That AoE Doom.
He hits him with the Doom, and they've got the meta damage on him. He is just dead. There was no relocate save because
he wasn't close.
He was too far away. He was playing with the Slark.
And these types of fights are not the ones you can be losing because you're losing vision control to Gem, which means you're losing Roche control. Talon have held on long enough in this game that they have struck back, and they have struck back big. Now they're taking the high ground. Enigma.
Dude, this game it still says this is a 70-30 game.
I mean, I don't know about after that fight.
Yeah, it feels like.
I think this AI is
very even.
Biased towards Miracle. It heard he was back.
just like it always loves Spectre, it always loves Miracle.
Little rats happening though.
Yeah.
Little rat action never hurt anybody through the gate. Come with me this time, brother. Oh.
Chains doesn't stop you. Apparently. It's GH.
Only stuns.
I can't believe he hasn't TP'd out.
It's a little
He's like, nah, this is fine. Wait, he's doing this? The shrine's being taken right next to him.
He's got Glimmer.
I guess so.
Not gonna have detection.
Yeah.
His Doom is really scary now. He has the Doom cooldown. He has it in the AoE. He has a ninja gear, so he's just gonna pre-smoke jump in that fight. You're not even gonna see him. And this, like we talked about, there's no real save for this AoE Doom unless you get that really clutch reload. They're gonna have to be really clutch now because, as we saw, that target's also dying a lot faster.
Yep.
These crits come out from 23. They hurt. Hex finish for MC, another very big item in this game. If you can somehow find the initiation, or even Hex Makoto when he jumps in, this Ember does not have a Lincoln's. He does not have that instant block, so he's susceptible if he doesn't BKB early. That might just win you the fight.
Global Silence is up again, so if they see an opportunity, go for a pick, they can Global Silence to cover that relocate.
These fights are really just about who gets the jump and who clicks buttons faster. Sometimes it is a quick draw. Full Bloodthorn for Miracle. A lot of damage on this Slark on top of the Penna Edge Sword. We are getting into that late game territory where heroes are going to start dying pretty fast if you don't get the saves on time. And refresher for 23. I was about to say, is he's full slotted, but he's full slotted twice. This is brutal because I don't think you're killing this Terrorblade through BKB, and now he's got two of them.
It's crazy to me that he...
Oh, damn. He's big.
He did that. No boots, no blink dagger. Like, usually,
you get Swift
if
Blink
you
or something.
drop your boots, it's because you have a Swift Blink, right?
Does have Hurricane Pike? Maybe he just feels like the fights are going to come to them because their idea is we're going to force the Roche, they're going to have to go into us. If we force the high ground, they're going to have to go into us. Like, Slark has to pounce into me to take the fight. I don't need to chase here. I kind of like that idea.
Are scanning.
Once again, Miracle does have a Linken's on him, but it won't protect him against that AoE Doom. That's what he's got to be careful for. Makoto, all that mobility. They see MC is a little bit isolated here. The Global Silence goes out. They're going to start leading into the Underlord. This Global Silence isn't going to cover the relocate very well, though, but maybe the Doom. He goes out, the relocate, save coming in, but the AoE Doom, it stopped it. He wasn't able to get the tether timing right there. Sumail is still being covered by the depth shroud a little bit. Healed up pretty nicely. In fact, the Doom is now dead. 23 is having a hard time keeping on top of these heroes. Too many stuns. He gets off. Oh, nice use of the refresher there. Gets off a Sunder, a fresh BKB, a fresh life to be able to work with, but he's being kited now. The BKB is gone. The Scythe goes out. A toss away over to the side, over to Makoto. Gets them a little bit of distance, but Nigma are not slowing down. They're running down these heroes one by one. A TP out from 23. Oh, he was stopped by something. It looks like he turns around and kills the Phoenix before MC and the rest of Nigma bring him down. That was a really bad fight for Talon.
Super clutch BKB by Sumail. That AoE Doom goes in, but he got BKB off on the Lesh. It prevents a huge amount of damage. The pits from MC were also just blocking off that whole ramp. Talon couldn't get in. It took Jabs forever to get in the fight. It took forever to get this TB deep in where he's hitting the same target that the Doom is going on. And that heal eventually comes out. GH, the reload's not there, but the heals are. Bloodstone comes online, and suddenly you are looking down the barrel of a second Leshrac life to compete with your second Terrorblade. Really good fight for Nigma here. It does cost him an IO buyback, but I mean, you get Roshan off that, and that is a big Roshan to get.
It would also be a really sick game for Aghanim Scepter on Leshrac, right?
I mean, it's pretty damn nice. Yeah, he has Strength Blink too.
I mean, he's only dying to the Terrorblade's damage, so he just nihilism.
Man, what a huge fight to win. And that was Talon trying to be the aggressors there, where you were talking about this TB is pretty slow to get in a fight like that.
Yeah.
I thought the way they wanted to take the fight was go in the pit and make Nigma go into you.
Yep.
That type of fight does not favor Talon with their itemization and fighting through that Pit of Malice. Just destroyed them.
Yeah, if you want to do something like that, I think, yeah, the Blink Dagger build,
yeah.
You can do that, but...
Imagine he can Swift Blink on the Lesh when that Doom is out. You might kill... But the problem is, even if you kill Nigma there, they have a tier 2, they have buybacks. It's just not the place you want to fight if you're Talon.
Yeah, that entire setup of that fight was pretty bad for Talon. They just seemed to get so eager they were finally winning this game.
It's like, we're killing them, guys. We're killing them. Well, yeah, killing them by their tier 2. And used the Jabs buyback as well. He was nowhere close to getting back in that engagement, which means Aegis to the Leshrac on top of Shard and a Refresher Shard for Mind Control. So that's double Hex potential. Absolutely devastating if you landed on any of these Talon cores.
Yeah, Makoto's got to be a lot more careful with the way he's jumping around.
I mean, he bought Aeon. he is aware of how fast he can die.
Toss back. Okay. Global Silence once again going to be used with the Doom, and the Silence lasts long enough. But that's just life number 1 anyway.
He's going to come back into Doom.
Q, can he stop this? He comes back into the Doom. They have the Depth Shroud there as well. Sumail does manage to get the reset, and there goes. Relocate goes out. Makoto chasing after these heroes. They still have a little bit more Doom timing left, though. And 23 is right on top of him. Look at the toss back onto the IO as well. The IO is still inside of that Doom, but the damage, they're healing up too much. 23 just cannot output enough damage fast enough. GH finally goes down, but the egg is going to explode on top of him, and he's dead. Sumail's running down Q next, and Talon, that is them just all out of gas at this point in time.
And the gate to the tier 4. No one else went through. That looked pretty good for Talon with the double Dooms. You toss the IO into it. MC wasted double Hex on that Ember Aeon, not expecting it. And still, the amount of heal from this Nigma lineup is absolutely absurd. Double Sunray doing huge amounts of work there on top of how much this IO and Lesh are healing with the Bloodstone and the Amp. And
I mean, I think
disgusting.
The Depth Shroud and then both the units being inside of the Depth Shroud tethered.
Yeah,
that just sounds so broken.
This lineup is absolutely disgusting in terms of the late game state potential, and they are making it work. Now you're stuck in a base defense scenario where you don't have Terrorblade for another 40, and even when he comes up, he's only going to have 1 round of spells. That Refresher on cooldown. Now look at the healing in this. This is a monstrous amount of heal for a lineup. 50,000.
Does Slark not get the points for the Depth Shroud heal?
Of course he doesn't. He's a carry. Carries don't heal.
All right.
They tactically divert damage.
Looking for a toss back. They get it onto MC. They're just trying to pull heroes as deep as possible. Miracle once again ready with the depth shroud every single time. Beautiful avalanche though.
Terrorblade up in 2. They're trying to stall this fight for 22 to get back, and he will
just
get back
keep him
here.
inside. Q ready to go again soon.
The splitter shard stunned him.
Oh, gotta be careful of that egg, though. They got caught in the pounce, and Makoto's dead. 23 has to back away here. The avalanche covers him. Okay, the Doom's going to be used, but again, this Doom, he just cannot stay alive. Even though he gets on top of some of these heroes. Smail now pop with the BKB, and this is going to be Talon run out of this game. 23 thinking about, what do I do here? Do I sunder him to keep him alive? Do I focus on my own life? Either way, I don't think it matters much.
Too many stacks for Miracle, man. 40 Essence shift stacks plus 20 permanent. GH with a sigh of relief as he says, I am still the IO king.
Still got it, boys.
Hiroki with a look of stern satisfaction.
Nigma Galaxy.
Are they back? Are they officially back?
Still too early. Still too early.
They're back. You heard it
They're
here first,
back,
boys. Nigma are back. Looking really good in this series, honestly. I like their drafts. I like their itemization, their gameplay. I like that they pushed MC back towards this utility support role where he can thrive and help the other two greedy cores, right? They're actually playing around Sumail and Miracle right now, which is what this lineup is designed to do. Talon, they seemed a little lackluster in this series. I think their openers were a bit greedy and they got a little punished. The lanes didn't go amazingly for them, and then just a little off in the team fights, honestly, right? Like that last fight, not playing for the Roche fight, instead taking the aggressive fight to that tier 2. That didn't seem like the cool, calm, collected Talon we're used to.
All right, well, is it too early to celebrate, or is Nigma Galaxy back? For that, I asked the panel.
All I know is that I have actual chills right now while I witness this gameplay that Nigma Galaxy were able to bring against Talon, a top 3 Lima Major finisher, a 7-0 DPC Tour 2 SEA Division 1 finisher. And they did it. They had Q Tiny. They had all the recipes necessary, and Nigma Galaxy still took them to school.
They're going those old cookbooks, you know? Dusted it off, pulled it out from some drawer. It's real musty looking. But when it gets out there, gets the job done.
Just like Mom used to make.
Yeah. It smells a little bit like fish, but that's because this Slark was just on point this game.
I mean, you have the GHIO, the Miracle Slark, and Kuroki Phoenix throughout the later stages of the game. That Sunray did hella work. Honestly, it made them like win the later stages of the fights with the tether. You have the death shot, and the Sunrays coming through. Suddenly your BKBs run low, the egg pops, they bring it back. Because Nigma's early game, really good. Their mid game, a little shaky, back and forth, definitely made a couple mistakes. But then the later stages, team fights, really damn good.
Yeah, good point about the heals, but not just the heals, it's the other saves too. So like they pick TB thinking like, oh, Scotty will solve this problem. And then they pick this carry that's like good for the game, but also provides a save. So they just had like all these solutions. The only thing that was really problematic consistently was Global Silence. It was actually really effective that game. But every time Global Silence wasn't there, one of those other saves was just making their Lesh or whoever else gets gone on MC consistently being tossed back. It like countered so much of the lineup.
Yeah, and every fight I just see this Lotus Phoenix just waiting, lurking, right? It's like it doesn't have the globals up, waiting for the sun rays. Couple again, those late game fights get a little dicey, like waiting with those sun rays, but he really wanted to maximize like sun ray, egg, sun ray, and then even got a refresher at the end too to help close it out. So yeah, kudos to Kuro, 100%.
The point with the saves, I think, that you made is really good because when you have IO, you kind of like, you're waiting in the back, you want to save other people, but sometimes you're the one that gets gone on, then Slark can save you. That's also another reason why Slark Lesh is so good. Lesh runs in for you. Now suddenly they'll try to like all in him, but again, you have Miracle with the shard who can save him, you have the IO tethering in, even the Sunray, so you have like layer on layer on layer.
Interdimensional portal in there as well.
You go in here, suddenly on the other side of the map, and everyone can just help each other. It's just beautiful to see, and I'd say that Nigma, they really showed up in this series, and I, for one, I'm happy to see it because I kind of doubted them.
That was 5 heroes playing together, working together as a unit. That's what we want to see out of them.
That is true.
Yeah.
They did do it.
It has been rare that we've been able to see one of these Nigma victories or even their performances throughout DPC Tour 1 and be able to give credit to everyone in the team. Usually we're like, well, 1 or 2 of them did well, but then the other 2 kind of felt like dead weight to an extent. This time, this game especially, even game number 1, I feel it was still a little bit unbalanced, but this one, 20% contributions from all 5 members, I think. Well played.
Fair shares across the board right there.
Didn't need a rampage this time around to win the game, so I would agree. Everyone did their job.
Miracle didn't want to break YouTube.
I will
if you got
say-
2 rampages in one series,
one
Yeah,
is
that's a
enough.
little much. All right.
Google servers would have crashed.
Keep the numbers down. That was the most defeated I have seen on the team's faces throughout this event so far over these 2 days. Because Talon, like, you gotta feel for them. They're coming back in that game. They got a little too excited, I would say, because I feel like they had kind of figured it out. They clawed their way right back in, and then just like one overextension, and then that was it. One bad place to take a fight, as SVG was pointing out. It felt like they probably could have just controlled the Roche pit, but they kind of went into the tree line, had a hard time getting TB into that fight, and then Crow's in the back with the heals, all the saves, stack, 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 stack. You don't get to do anything, play your game, and they just crumbled once more. So I definitely feel bad for Talon. Good news, it was the last game of the day, at least for them. I would not want to play another series after that.
Yeah, and we had heard from Tomato doing their TSM series. A lot of these players that are coming from international waters, like Talon coming from SEA, TSM coming from North America, still kind of acclimating to the jet lag right now, because you ended DPC Tour 1 or Tour 2, and then you had like 4 days before this event started. Yeah, so it was a very, very short turnaround time for these teams to, I think we had spoken to Talon previously, they're in Istanbul right now. Yeah, and so bouncing around the world, but also encouraging stuff from Nigma. This was not just Talon coming up short. This was Nigma exceeding expectations.
Yeah, they played really well as a team. They covered each other. Their lanes were good. They didn't really drop the ball, I feel like, in either of the games in like super disappointing ways. I mean, mistakes happen.
Yeah.
So I think they're just on a really good trajectory here. And maybe they're not back yet, but I think this is a great team to beat Liquid next, and then they're definitely back.
They're back.
That's
okay,
like
beat Liquid, okay.
beat the best team in the world. Then you're back.
Now they're back for sure. After the Liquid.
Exactly.
Right.
They just have to win.
Now
the
they're
whole
halfway back, and the next one they're really back.
If they
Another
get-
rampage, and then we're
If
good.
they get second place in the tournament, not back.
Dude, if they
First
beat Liquid,
place.
then Navi is back. All right, everybody's back.
Alliance
Take
is
down
back.
Liquid. Yeah.
Bring the whole gang together. And we will be getting an interview shortly with one of the Nigma Galaxy players. And as for Talon, I guess all their openings got broken. Kaz, you think any other teams are going to look at what Nigma Galaxy were able to do and maybe notice some vulnerabilities that Talon have shown?
It will be, the other teams will look at it for sure and see like, okay, they're losing with those heroes. So it's important for Talon that they have a talk now. They went 0-4 today. They should still know that they're a great team. They're great players, but they need to talk about, okay, so tomorrow, what are we actually going to do? What do we feel good about? Because I'm sure they've lost some confidence with the heroes. So they need to have a good talk. It's going to be on Sambi to bring them together, make sure the morale doesn't just like go into the dumpster.
Yeah.
Because you're good, figure out a new hero, a new opening, feel good about it, and then go into tomorrow fresh. Because it's not over yet. They're a great team, and they're better than what they showed us today, for sure.
It could definitely be like a maybe opening Doom first pick is unsafe because then they're going to pick like 8 save heroes and then it doesn't feel as powerful as it was as it does normally. Could be something like that. The answer isn't necessarily just like they played better than us. It's like okay, maybe our opening does have a weakness and we need to pick Doom like the the 8th pick.
You want to make it as easy for you as possible. So even if the draft isn't like the full problem, you want your draft to make it easy for you. And I would say that in all of these games, the team that is super greedy, when the enemy team has a lot of tempo, it's going to run you over. It's why Liquid beats a lot of these teams like Tundra, for instance. Tundra are slow, Liquid are fast, and it doesn't really match well against that. So opening your draft with Doom already, it just gives like a very free real estate for Nigma to just like, let's go Io, let's go Slark, we run you over. It's simple.
Ease of execution, name of the game. And what's easier than Io Leshek? We saw Game Gladiators win a major with that. And we're seeing the performance be replicated, at least on the Leshek, with our interviewee, Sumail. Congratulations on the 2-0. I've got a question. What was your past 6 days like? Because DPC Tour ends, you get a new player, you realize that you're coming to this tournament. What have you been doing for the past week?
So I flew the same night of tiebreakers back to US. I spent 2 days, and on the 3rd day, Mo said we are playing the league, and I didn't want to play from home because of playing in time zone. So I said, okay, fly me in tomorrow. So yesterday I got in Netherlands at 8 a.m. I slept 3 hours, and then we had to play. And so we played yesterday, and then I'm jet lagged a bit, so today we play again. And that was my past week.
That's a hell of a schedule to go through. I'm not surprised that that's what it ended up being, seeing as how you were a last-minute invite. And at what point, if you don't mind me asking, did you realize you'd be playing with Miracle for this event?
I think it was like 3 days ago, actually, or 2 days ago. I'm not sure. Yeah.
So I would take that as not much time to scrim with him, I'm assuming.
No, we didn't scrim at all. Like I got in, like I said, and then we just played officials. We didn't really get to scrim. There was no time.
Well, you're finding your momentum against Talon in this series. Kazu, you got any questions for Sumail?
Of course. Hey, Sumail, congrats on the wins. I think you guys looked very good. Happy to see that. What do you think could have made this mid-game a bit easier for you guys? I think with the state of the game, it could have been a very clear run-through and force Talon to GG eventually. So what do you think you guys could have done better to get that done?
I mean, there are obviously a lot of things we could have done better, like some smokes and some some vision or whatnot, or map position. Can't do much detail, but there's obviously could have done more. But yeah, other than that, not much to say. I think it was good games. Good games.
For sure. And what would you say was one of the leading factors for you guys showing up like a lot today as opposed to in some of the other games? Is it because Talon are a slower team, or is it just naturally today, I don't know, everyone woke up feeling good and everyone showed up in the games? Is it something less random?
No, so we played yesterday, getting used to each other again, and then talked a lot actually last night on how we should take tomorrow, and stayed up until like 5 a.m. So went through some stuff and just to figure out what to do, and applied it, and seemed to be working. Yeah.
Oh, that looks great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, how's your mentality coming into the tournament as a whole? Like, what are your guys' expectations? Are you just taking it as like a good opportunity to have like it's not a LAN obviously, but it's international teams. How are you treating the mentality for this tournament?
I mean, obviously it's super fun to play officials all the time. That's what I think most pros miss. Like DPC, we didn't make to the major, so we couldn't play the LAN, and we only played the 14 series in the past like 4 months. And I think if we look at the scrims, we scrimmed like 10 times the amount of the games we actually played. So obviously it's super nice to actually play officials. Mindset, I think we want to win. It's not like we're just here to just be here. You know what I mean? Obviously, we are putting a lot of work into it. So the goal is to win, but let's see what happens.
All right. Well, congratulations again there, Sumail. And another question for you. Is there anyone in particular that you're looking to play up against? Maybe a team or perhaps a certain player you want to really face off in that mid lane for us?
I think for team, it's obviously Liquid right now. To me personally, I think they're the best team. The way they play Dota, every other game is unique in the way they play. And they just executed pretty well, like no matter what. So I'm looking forward to playing Liquid for sure. Mid player, not sure. I guess it would be Nisha. Yeah, Nisha is going to be fun.
Love the Western European head-to-head every time I get to see it. Sumail, you got 16 hours before your next match. You promised me you're going to sleep right now, right? No more pubs, no more replays? You're going to sleep?
No, I'm not going to sleep.
What?
I'm probably going to sleep at like 4 a.m., same... It's hard to just go to sleep, man. It's just hard, You go to your bed, you waste an hour, and then you're back to your PC again. So what's the point?
Yeah, I can relate to this 100%. But I'm glad that you're at least acclimating to a hellish travel schedule. This was an amazing series to watch, Sumail. Congratulations on the win, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I knew that he wouldn't. I wouldn't. Especially running after that high of getting a 2-0 finally. Deserve some celebration after that.
Especially after they worked hard the night before, where he's like, "Oh, I slept 3 hours. We had a bad results day, but a slightly bad day in terms of Dota, and then we just worked really hard and we did it. So that's got to feel really good."
Yeah, and I imagine that this is just a great deal of momentum that the team has been looking forward to, because ever since Well, even the last few series of their Division 1 action, it was not easy matchups, I believe. The wins that they got were against Manaspa and Uradu, and then they only did one round of tiebreakers against the Entity and Manaspa. Yeah. So it's been kind of tough past few days for Enigma Galaxy, but things are looking better. And we can look at how much better as we take a look at the standings as we end the mainstream day number 2, but there may be some games going on elsewhere on the Earth, Ember, and Storm streams. Group A, Evil Geniuses, South America's best and brightest, seem to be consistently doing well. Actually, they're not the brightest. Didn't Beast Coast top SA again?
Well, okay, Beast Coast always beats them in region, but when they're on land, EG slaps, okay?
Fine. And we are on a pseudo land right now, so it's not surprising me that EG's doing great. Gaming Gladiators and Shopify Rebellion currently tied for second place. Execration, Aster, and TSM all with a cool 4-4 split right now, and Entity and Hellraisers starting to sweat bullets because they're at the bottom of the charts right now. And again, pay attention to the colors. All those 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th places are getting eliminated.
There will be a quiz.
There will be a quiz.
Yeah. Right.
Pencils down.
This is
pay attention.
Will not be open book.
This is a very spicy group because of those 2 6s at the bottom. Like if Enly and Hellraisers keep dropping games, then it's going to get real ugly in that middle part with tiebreakers.
All the 4-4s are going to have to figure something out. Group B, also equally confusing, although I guess Nouns seems to be a clear unfavorite, unfortunately. They got their one win against Enigma Galaxy, but it was today, and Enigma Galaxy looked amazing today, so that means that Nouns is also amazing.
They're going to win every other game.
There we go, Kazu. You're starting to understand what I'm all about.
They need to.
7-7, baby.
In fact, they do need to.
7-7,
They
baby.
literally need to, because in total, everyone plays 14 games in a BO2 8-team round robin. Team Liquid topping the charts unsurprisingly, 7-1. Beast Coast and Team Spirit tied for second at 5-3. And this middle of the pack is OG Tundra and Enigma Galaxy working their way up. And I can't believe it, Talon Esports is at the bottom.
I believe OG and Tundra are also currently playing right now.
Oh yes, that makes sense.
So whoever wins that will be taking over that little bit of a buff heading into tomorrow.
I am very surprised that actually, I assume that Talon was doing better.
Me too.
I mean, it's because they went 0-4 today. Like, they lost to Tundra earlier and just now another 0-2. So, you know, suddenly you're in a really deep hole. That's why I think tonight, Suman was talking about how last night, you know, they talked and it was good. Talon, they need to have the same talk for tomorrow. Or
they should call for some notes.
Yeah.
What did you guys talk about?
Yo, March, Kuro, Sumail, can we have some? Can you give us the call? Like, what happened?
Because they're going to have to figure things out against Tundra. Wait, you lied to me. I thought you said they played Tundra today.
They lost against someone earlier.
Okay, fine. Tomorrow when we return to the mainstream, it's going to be Evil Geniuses versus Shopify Rebellion, another Lima Major rematch. That one, Shopify Rebellion had the upper hand, and it was against a home crowd advantage as well, but I love seeing these two brands go head-to-head. After that, it's Talon versus Tundra Esports, which apparently has already been predetermined, according to my panel.
They're going to lose.
They're going to lose. Western European Kryptonite for the Southeast Asian team. Gaming Gladiators versus Team Aster after that, and we will close out our day with OG versus Beast Coast. Kevin, which game/series are you most excited
I'm
for?
excited about OG Beast Coast because OG went 4-0 day one. Today, they're currently 0-3.
Oof.
So if they lose their last game, the momentum switch is not looking great. They struggled a little bit against Enigma Galaxy. So I think that OG and Beast Coast is overperforming. I feel like they've been looking great for a couple of years, frankly, but they're looking even better. So that's a big match, I think.
You're going to be able to learn a great deal about OG as well, because, I mean, for a hot moment, they were in potential for relegation at the end of our tour number 2 for Western Europe. On our Ember stream, we've got Aster versus TSM to start things off. After that, Enigma Galaxy versus their #1 hit list, Team Liquid. Kazu, I thought they would be satisfied after doing it in the Western European DPC, but it seems everyone just constantly wants to play Liquid.
I mean, they just seemingly
trying again.
are the best. You just really want to take them down, right? They're the best, and what was it? Sumail played for them a little bit.
They did,
1 or 2 years
He was
ago.
a stand-in for a little while.
So they're like, he was there, they're friends, but he still wants to beat them. They want to prove that they're back.
Storm stream, we've got ex-Hellraisers going head-to-head against Entity. After that, Spirit OG. TSM will take on Hellraisers at the afternoon, and Tundra will, I guess, be potentially Nigma's final opponent at the end of the day.
Hey, if Hellraisers have any chance, the ex-Hellraisers that is, of getting out of the hole they're in, those are two teams they need to beat, right? Take down Entity, take down TSM. They actually could have a chance there. So if they manage to fix things up tonight, that team has been pretty impressive in the DPC. Obviously doing quite well over there,
undefeated,
very surprisingly.
Yeah.
But you know, the games weren't all clean. It's kind of one of those. If you weren't watching the region, you might not be sure. But
you telling me Ramses isn't bulletproof now?
Shocker.
They got some pretty sweet strats though, so maybe they'll bust out more of that bounty hunter tomorrow.
Time is ticking. Earth stream, twitch.tv/ESL_Dota2 Earth. Gaiman Gladiators versus Execration will be at the top of the day. Beast Coast versus Nouns. Oh, this is where Nouns has been hiding.
True. Where are they?
Where are they?
Double here.
We have not been able to keep track of them very much. Apparently, though, their score kind of speaks for maybe why that's the case.
Win some games, you come to the mainstream, all right?
Shopify Rebellion will be taking on Execration as the third series, and then Nouns versus Talon to close things out and get to close to the end of our very first group stage. Again, there will be one more day, a half day, on fourth day of the group stage, where we'll have the last set of main games and then tiebreakers, which
So
it seems will be inevitable.
Full day. Yeah. All right, we got lots of Dota.
Do you think that, well, I guess there's no relegation tiebreakers. It's just who makes it to the second group stage, who doesn't.
Yeah.
I know.
None of these, tiebreakers, because it's like, oh, who's going to be first, second? That's not what we're concerned about.
No.
Well, we're getting rid of half of these teams.
Just cut it.
They're serious tiebreakers.
I like this a lot more. You know, the ones that didn't make it, just get them out of here. Then just play the tiebreakers for who goes on. I'm a fan. You know, I'm done with this 20-hour tiebreaker stuff. I don't want that shit anymore.
I love the infinite, but perhaps it's not that much conducive for the players and the viewers. This is all about the viewer experience, though, and I hope all of you have been having a wonderful experience. DreamLeague Season 19. We'll see you tomorrow.
it, you wear it, Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.